Chapter 71, A Safe and Fast Solution. Wait for the mother-in-law to leave the room. Shouan, who couldn't sleep, reached out and took the phone on the bedside table. Wanted to kill some time with this. She swiped the screen of her phone and opened WeChat. Today's new mother's local communication group is as lively as usual, with more than 99 messages. Zongzi Mama, have you mothers had your vaginal discharge? The vaginal discharge master in the confinement center where I live comes every day and says that my problem is quite serious. Do I need a vaginal discharge? It's nothing more than charging money. Tell me, do you need it? Then Dan_8376, no. I found a vaginal discharge master. But it's useless, and it's just a waste of money. He just pressed it a few times for me. And it didn't take 10 minutes in total. I still didn't have vaginal discharge. But he charged me 300 yuan. Later, I had to suck more for my baby. And then I slowly got it. But the amount was not much. Who can give me a safe and fast solution to get vaginal discharge? Xiang Bao Bao 1314. It's really not necessary. Just let the baby suck hard and you will get it. Happy life, I'm the master, yes. Let the baby keep sucking. Only sacrifice can make your breast ducts unblocked, and you can get it. Warm sunshine. Husband saves trouble. Lu Bao Bao, there is such a saying? I don't understand it. For the first time I'm pregnant. Kiss my baby. When I was pregnant with my first child, my husband was curious about what it tasted like, so he tried it. Later, his friend had a child with urinary obstruction. So he told her directly. And then his friend said he would go back and try it. Lu Bao Bao, at Feng leveling now your husband can drink it as he wished. Zongzi Mama, I have tried all the methods that everyone said. But it didn't work. I beg for a better method. Parents lips _ my baby is 2 months old now. He has not had enough Nishui since birth. I asked a lactation consultant to massage me 3 times. But it didn't work, and it was expensive. I drink pig's trotters and fish soup every day until I want to vomit. But it's still getting less and less. Not enough for my baby. Are there any experienced mothers who can tell me how to restore Nishui? These new mothers are really generous. They even talk about this kind of thing here. Shouan looked at the chat messages in the group and was amused. At this time, she felt swollen. And when she looked down, she saw that her clothes had been soaked by Nishui. She was shocked. How could it be? But the facts in front of her could not allow her to disbelieve. Could it be that the bowl of nourishing fish soup worked? It must be like this. She tapped the screen of her mobile phone with surprise and excitement on her face and edited the text. Little mom, dear friends. I have good news for you. I finally have enough Nishui. My little one finally has food. I don't have to worry about him being hungry anymore. Zongzi Mama, Xiao Mama. You said in the group yesterday that you couldn't get enough water. And drinking pork rib soup, chicken soup, and pig's trotter soup didn't work. So you got it today? And it's full? How did you do it? I'm begging for a solution. Kinkini eyes lips _ I'm begging for a solution +1. Then Dan_8376. I'm begging for a solution +2. Seeing that everyone's begging for more and more, Xiao immediately shared a few things. Xiao Mama, I drank a bowl of nourishing fish soup. And then I got enough water. I think it should be this bowl of nourishing fish soup that worked. If you need it, you can go buy a bowl of nourishing fish soup and try it. P.S. This nourishing fish soup was bought at a store called Really Delicious on the old street in the west of the city. Kiss my baby, really delicious. I went there once the day before yesterday. It seemed that there was a long queue a little later. I didn't see any nourishing fish soup at that time. Is it a new dish? But the food here is really delicious. And it is worth it for all mothers to go and try it. Parents lips _ a bowl of fish soup? I've been drinking fish soup for almost a month. And it doesn't seem to have more water. You drank a bowl, and it had such a great effect? Xiao Mom. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Then Dan_8376. I also drink a lot of fish soup. Although the amount increased a little after drinking it. The effect is not as exaggerated as yours. Little mom, maybe it's because the fish soup you drink is not really delicious and nourishing fish soup. Parents lips _ Then Dan_8376. Although the mothers were speechless, they still took Xiuchen's words to heart. Those mothers who suffered from no water thought that the old street in the west of the city was not far away. So with the mentality of trying everything possible, they decided to ask their family to buy a bowl in the evening to try it out. Lin Rui, the mother of Zongzi who was in the confinement center, also had this thought. Who made her half a pound of meat not behave well, and not come out of the water. Oh! Being a mother is not easy. Cherish every moment. So, she picked up her phone, and sent a voice message to her husband Shuai. Husband, you should get off work early later. Go to the Zenchiho restaurant on the old street in the west of the city. Pack a bowl of nourishing fish soup, and send it to the confinement center. I tell you, it must be the Zenchiho nourishing fish soup on the old street in the west of the city. Remember? Remember. A moment. The phone rang. It was Shuai's reply. Clicked it and listened. Okay. Wife. I'll get off work early today and buy it for you. Don't worry. I won't forget. Lin Rui was quite satisfied with her husband's attitude of agreeing without asking the reason. She felt that she had not married the wrong person. Now, she just waited for her husband's nourishing fish soup. At this time, her door fell with a dong 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 knock, and then was gently pushed open. The sedative came in and asked with a smile, Mrs. Shui, have you made up your mind? If you have, I can help you with the sedative now. Thank you. But I don't need it right now. Mrs. Shui, your condition is already very serious. If it is blocked, you may get mastitis. In severe cases, it may develop into a lump. You need surgery to remove the inside. Although this makes some sense, it is a bit too much and alarmist. Lin Rui, who has already asked the mothers in the group, is not so panicked now. She smiled awkwardly but politely. Thank you for coming to remind me. But I have a better way to get rid of the water. So I don't need it for now. Mrs. Shui, what is it? Nourish fish soup. Mrs. Shui, although this nourishing fish soup does have some effect, it is only for ordinary people. Your situation is special, and it may not work. I suggest you. I don't need it for now. I will contact you if I need it. I need to rest now. Please close the door. This is the rhythm of an order to leave. Okay. If you ignore me now, you will come to beg me later. The lactation consultant knew that it was useless to say more now. So she had to leave first and close the door obediently. Xian, come. Daddy will carry you. At the school gate, Wang Tao, who picked up Xian, squatted down, patted her back, and signaled her to climb up. Xian jumped on his back, hooked her father's neck, and buried her face in his shoulders. Wang Tao stretched out his hand to support her body, stood up, and walked along the road to the store. Daddy, are you tired? No. Xian thinks that Daddy walks too slowly? Well, a little bit. Xian pinched his neck and said in his ear, Daddy, can you walk faster? Then you kiss Daddy, and Daddy will walk faster. Okay. Xian kissed him on the side of his face. Wang Tao was full of strength, and he ran with Xian on his back. This made Xian laugh happily. Xian, is this fast enough? Daddy, it's not fast enough. You should run faster. Faster than the cars. Xian kissed him on the side of his face, trying to make him surpass those cars. Wang Tao, who was in pain and joy, shouted in his heart, lend me a pair of arms. Let him crush these cars thoroughly. Clearly and truly. Chapter 72. Okay. Uncle Hausie, seeing that her father was tired of carrying her, Xian asked to get off and walk by herself. At this moment, the father and daughter, hand in hand, walked along the old street in the west of the city. Some elderly people who were taking a walk would greet them when they met them. Boss Wang, have you picked up Xian from school? Yes. You are taking a walk. Wang Tao smiled and nodded at them. Xian stretched out her little hand with curved eyebrows and waved at them, and shouted politely, Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Good. So good. Boss Wang, leave me 10 steamed buns. Any fillings are fine. And leave me 2 bowls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. I will be there soon. Then you have to come earlier. The amount of steamed buns tonight is half less than usual. All of this is within Wang Tao's plan. At noon and evening, the main dishes are steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, nourishing fish soup, and braised pig's trotters, supplemented by pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge. When new dishes are served later, the amount of pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge will continue to decrease. Finally, it will become a breakfast specialty. But the grandpa and aunt heard it and were anxious in their hearts. The amount is reduced by half? Who can eat it? Wang Tao still maintained a handsome smile and said patiently, there are still steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice and nourishing fish soup. Although the amount of pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge is reduced. The steamed pork ribs with glutinous rice and nourishing fish soup will be relatively more than before. Okay. I'll just walk over and line up now. Wang Tao nodded, okay. Then I'll go back to the store first. And we'll see you there later. Grandpa. Grandma. See you later. Xian had dimples on her face. And she waved to them as she walked. Arrived at the door of the store. There were still crowds of people outside the door. Mostly they were chatting. Some talked about mahjong. Some talked about fishing. Some talked about family matters. And some talked about entertainment gossip. Such as a male star's 10 years of hard work fell short. And he was banned from the entire network overnight. All his titles were stripped to the bottom. And hundreds of millions of endorsement claims were on the way. In short, the store entrance was as lively as a small market. Hey, Boss Huang is back. The group of people immediately separated neatly. And Huang Tao approached with Xian, and heard a voice of Boss Huang is back and Xian is back from school. Huang Tao smiled humbly and politely and replied to them, well, I'm back. After the father and daughter greeted them, Xian happily took Mimi, who was sunbathing at the door, and carried her into the store together. As soon as he entered the store, he saw Ding Suqin and Su Hao all coming over to greet him, posing a grand welcome home. Xian looked at Su Hao, who was unfamiliar with her, and her beautiful big eyes flickered with surprise. He was stunned for a moment. Wang Tao touched Shouan's little head with one hand, pointed at Su Hao with one hand, and introduced Xian. This is Dad's new assistant chef. Oh! Xian understood, smiled at Su Hao, and said crisply, hello? Uncle. Uncle. How's he almost burst. It was the first time for him to be called uncle. And he was a little flustered. He was only 22 years old. Was he going to be old? His face darkened, and he said angrily, I'm only 22 years old this year. Wang Tao raised his eyes and glanced at him. Ding Suqin was silent for a while, then said, but you don't look like 22 years old. You look like 26 or 27 years old. Su Hao almost knelt down to Ding Suqin. Sister Suqin, what truth are you talking about? Life is already so difficult. Can't you just say some things? Speaking of this, it reminded him of the summer vacation of his second year in high school, when he had to return to school early for something. It happened that the juniors in the first year of high school were in military training, and he ran into them. At that time, he was wearing shorts and carrying a backpack. When the instructor saw him, he yelled at the juniors to salute him. He was puzzled at the time. He was a second-year student, and a poor student, so why did he let others salute? After approaching, the juniors, led by the instructor, yelled at him. Hello, teacher. At that time, there were 10,000 horses running wildly in his heart. From that day on, he found that he looked old. This time, he was hit by a double blow, which made his wounded heart feel a little uncomfortable. Unwilling to give up, he used his trump card, took out his mobile phone, bent down and offered it with both hands, and said flatteringly, Xian, brother will play cartoons for you on the mobile phone. Okay? Xian did not answer, but turned her head to look at Wang Tao. Although she was very tempted, she had to get her father's approval for this matter. Wang Tao nodded, Xian. Watch it if you want, but only for half an hour. We have to protect our eyes. Understand? Yeah. Xian got it. Xian nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and smiled sweetly at Su Hao. Thank you, Uncle. Then I will watch Peppa Pig for half an hour. Su Hao looked for Peppa Pig cartoons for her, and said with a helpless smile, You're welcome. But don't call me uncle in the future. Call me brother. Do you hear me? Got it, Uncle. Xian's little eyes were fixed on the phone screen, and she said subconsciously. Su Hao couldn't help but feel sad. He shook his head helplessly. Don't call me brother. Then don't call me uncle. Just call me Howsy directly. Xian's eyes became crescents and said, Okay, Uncle Howsy. Su Hao was in despair. Alas, the kids of this generation are getting harder to fool. Wang Tao started to smooth things over. Howsy. It's getting late, and there are many customers waiting outside. Let's get ready and start business. Okay, boss. Su Hao went to wash his hands and get ready. Huang Tao gently touched her little head and said softly, Xian, play by yourself. Daddy has to go to work with uncle and aunt. And I will bring you fish soup later. Xian said very well behaved. Seeing a big box in the corner next to her chair, he asked curiously, Dad, what's in this box? Oh, these are the apples and some snacks your grandma sent you. Can Xian eat them? Yes, but don't eat too much. It's time to eat soon. Xian playfully stretched out her hand and made an okay gesture. Then took out a bag of potato chips, opened it, and shared it with Mimi. In front of food, Mimi still put down her cold attitude and called out to Xian. Wang Tao watched the man and the cat eating potato chips and watching cartoons, which was very harmonious. So he put his mind at ease and went to work. A moment. Wang Tao steamed some glutinous rice steamed pork ribs, fried some pan-fried buns, and some nourishing fish soup. The customers waiting outside, smelling the fragrance, consciously lined up and walked into the store. Waiter, I want 2 servings of glutinous rice steamed pork ribs, 2 braised pig's trotters, and 2 bowls of nourishing fish soup. Take them away. Thank you. Okay. Please wait. Ding Suqing greeted with a smile, turned around and picked up 2 braised pig's trotters from the heat preservation iron pot at the back and packed them, and then was busy packing the others. After accumulating experience in packing breakfast and lunch, and with her nimble hands and feet, she is now fully capable of packing, busy in an orderly manner. However, she found that there were many unfamiliar faces among the people in the queue, thinking that they should be customers who came here because of his reputation. After all, the boss's cooking skills are really great. She thought they should be customers who came here because of his reputation. Wang Tao would take a break from his busy schedule and look at Xian, who was sitting in a corner. And Xian had already put her phone on the side of the table. Although Peppa Pig's cartoons are very good, but she still abided by the agreement with her father to protect her eyes and only watch for half an hour. She did not continue to eat snacks. She took out the picture book from her school bag, spread it on the table, and read it carefully. Mimi lay beside her chair and took a nap. When Huang Tao's eyes fell on her, the little girl seemed to have telepathy, raised her head and looked at him. When the two looked at each other, a faint dimple appeared on her pink face. Huang Tao winked at her to let her know that he was always paying attention to her. Then he returned to work. Chapter 73. I seriously suspect that the recommended mother has received money. Shui Kai abided by the agreement with his wife Lin Rui, got off work early, and drove a small BMW to the old street in the west of the city. In fact, he suddenly received a WeChat message from his wife in the afternoon, asking him to go to the Zinchiho restaurant in the old street of the west of the city to buy nourishing fish soup after get off work. He was shocked for a long time and didn't say anything. If you want to drink fish soup, just ask the confinement center to make it. Why go to buy it here? However, thinking that his wife is still in confinement, he has to follow her heart. So he agreed without asking more questions. Just looking at the long queue, he suddenly felt like he had entered a milk tea shop by mistake. Oh my god! There are so many people queuing. Is this an internet celebrity store? He seriously suspected that his wife asked him to come to the store to buy fish soup. Not fish soup at all, but to take pictures, check in, and post on WeChat moments to show off. It's outrageous. Keep running. With the pride of a child. How can you see the brilliance of life if you don't persist to the end? Instead of lingering on, it's better to burn it to your heart's content. For the beauty in your heart, don't compromise until you grow old. After finishing the afternoon class, Lin Yuan sweated on the playground. Maybe it was the chat with her mother yesterday that relieved her mood. Or maybe it was the lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs that really had that kind of charm, which made her mood happy and her mind clear. In short, she has completely walked out of the shadow of the failure in the exam and re-entered the intense study, thinking that her mother would come to bring her dinner in a while. And that dinner was the lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs she had chosen. Just reminiscing about the taste of the lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs, her greed was aroused, and she couldn't help licking the corner of her lips. After checking the time, she saw that the time agreed with her mother was coming. So she left the playground and trotted all the way to the corridor at the school gate. As soon as she arrived at the corridor, she saw her mother waiting for her, and happily went over to her, calling her affectionately, "Mom, look at you sweating all over, and you don't know how to wipe it off. What if you get a cold when the wind blows?" Sister Ling took out a tissue from her handbag while nagging and wiped the sweat off her forehead and neck. Lin Yuan listened to the caring nagging. And she didn't feel noisy, but felt very kind. She reached out and hugged her mother. Mom, thank you for caring about me so much. You silly child. If Mom doesn't care about you, who can Mom care about? Sister Ling took Lin Yuan's little hand and sat down on the stone chair next to the stone table next to the corridor. She put the food bag on the stone table, opened it, took out the takeaway box inside, and moved it in front of her daughter. Today at noon, Jinhaochi restaurant has a new dish, which is nourishing fish soup. I heard that this nourishing fish soup is very good and can nourish the body. I thought you studied very hard and it was time to nourish yourself. So Mom bought you a bowl. You won't blame Mom for acting on her own again. Right? Mom? As long as it's produced by Jinhaochi restaurant, I won't blame you for acting on your own. Just buy it boldly. Okay. Mom understands. Mom, thank you for queuing up so hard for me. These words were like a warm current flowing through Sister Ling's heart. This child has grown up and knows how to feel sorry for her mother. She reached out and touched Lin Yuan's head. With a happy and loving smile in her eyes, eat it. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Lin Yuan nodded. She was about to open the package of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. She paused when she reached out her hand, turned in another direction, and opened the nourishing fish soup first. The nourishing fish soup was as mellow as milk, with dots of chopped green onions dotted in it, making the white fish pieces particularly tempting. She smelled the fresh fragrance wafting from the bowl of fish soup in front of her. The fragrance was rich and sweet, without a trace of fishy smell. She scooped up a piece of fish meat and tasted it. This fish meat had no fish bones. It was tender and not fishy at all. Each piece of fish meat was as thin as a cicada's wing, and it tasted great when eaten. She was choked by fish bones when she was a child, so she was very careful every time she ate fish, for fear of being choked by bones. And this bowl of nourishing fish soup had no bones, which made her like it very much. While eating the fish meat, she also drank some fish soup with a spoon. Unparalleled deliciousness. Mom, this nourishing fish soup is really delicious. You should try it too. Sister Ling took a sip and nodded in praise. It's really good. No wonder there are more people lining up today than yesterday. I heard that everyone basically comes for this bowl of nourishing fish soup. This taste is clean and healthy, very natural and fresh. The freshness of the food itself, without a trace of fishy smell, unlike some restaurants, where the ingredients are not fresh, and the taste of seasoning is added, with a bunch of messy attempts to cover up the staleness of the ingredients. It is also because the ingredients of Jinhaochi restaurant are fresh and delicious that Sister Ling is willing to take leave to queue up to buy it for her daughter, even if her salary is deducted. Otherwise, she would not dare to let her children eat these every day. The mother and daughter chatted and laughed. For Lin Yuan, it was the most relaxing and warmest moment after intense study. And Sister Ling watched her eat, which was also a kind of company. Xiaoyu? Remember, health is the most important thing. There is no rush for learning. You can slow down a little. Sister Ling touched her daughter's hair and reminded her, in fact, in my mind, no matter whether you do well or not, I think you are the best. Mom, don't worry. I will grasp the rhythm, and will never get stuck in a dead end. Besides, a failure does not mean that I will always fail in the future. I will experience many exams in my life journey. This is just one of them. I will not be defeated by this failure. I believe that I am the best and I believe that I can learn well. Lin Yuan's eyebrows were stretched, and she showed a bright smile. Well, Mom always believes that you are the best. Although Shuaikai complained in his heart, he still queued up and bought a bowl of nourishing fish soup. After all, the wife is the most important now. As soon as he arrived at the confinement center, he went straight to the room where his wife Lin Rui was. As soon as he entered the door, he smiled and said, "Wife, I bought the nourishing fish soup you wanted for you." Lin Rui remembered that a mother in the group of mothers said that this really delicious restaurant has a long queue, and it is difficult to buy. I couldn't help but curiously ask, "Husband, when you went to buy nourishing fish soup in the evening, was there a lot of people? Will it take a long time to queue?" Not to mention that there were quite a lot of people. I got off work early at 4:50 and rushed there. I arrived at about 5:10. At that time, there was already a long queue, but the moving speed was still quite fast. It was my turn not long after queuing. After she asked this question, Shuai recalled, I heard the customers in front complain that the nourishing fish soup was sold out in a short time at noon. So they couldn't buy it. Fortunately, the boss made more nourishing fish soup in the evening. So I was lucky enough to buy it. I didn't expect that this nourishing fish soup was so popular. Shuai shook his head with a smile. I told you that I was thinking that it would be difficult to buy it after work. So I thought of asking you to go there in advance. Fortunately, you went in advance. Otherwise you might not be able to buy it. Thinking that the confinement center can also provide fish soup. His wife's behavior of going far away is really confusing. And Shuai couldn't help asking, Wife, why did you ask me to buy this nourishing fish soup? It's because I don't have milk. I heard a mother in the group recommend this nourishing fish soup, saying that it has the effect of promoting lactation. Drinking a bowl will make your milk abundant. So I want to buy it and try it. Shuai, this effect, is it exaggerated? He seriously suspected that the mother who recommended it took money. After all, the store looked left and right, up and down, and it looked too much like an internet celebrity store. Besides, his wife drank all kinds of fish soups. But she didn't see milk coming down. Who would believe that drinking a bowl of nourishing fish soup would make her milk abundant? Anyway, he didn't believe it before he saw the effect. But this nourishing fish soup smelled quite fragrant. But I didn't know if it was pure. Even if Shuai didn't say anything, Lin Rui could still read something from his expression. I don't really believe it. But I just want to give it a try with a glimmer of hope. After all, this bowl of fish soup is not expensive. If it works, we will make money. If it doesn't work, the cost of trial and error is not expensive. Right. Shuai nodded in agreement. That's right. It won't cost much to try it. My wife is really smart. Chapter 74. It's time to learn a new skill. Wife, do you want to drink this fish soup now or later? Now! If you heat it up after it's cold, the original nutritional value of the fish soup will be lost. And the fish meat will also be old. And the taste will not be good. Okay. I'll help you up. Shuai reached out to help Lin Rui up. But she stopped him. No. I can do it myself. The nurse told me to turn around and move more. Okay. Take your time and be careful. Yeah. Lin Rui responded. Then sat up with a little effort, leaned against the pillow, and reached out to pull the quilt over her belly to avoid cold. Shuai took the takeaway box that was originally on the bedside table and placed it on the folding chair in front of her. He thoughtfully offered her a spoon and chopsticks, and then helped open the lid of the takeaway box. There were some chopped green onions floating on the steaming fish soup, and the aroma of the fish soup filled the air. From the outside, this bowl of nourishing fish soup was not turbid. The soup was milky white, and the chopped green onions floated and sank, making the white fish pieces particularly attractive. Under the effect of the heat, the fresh aroma of the fish soup quickly poured into Lin Rui's nasal cavity. She had drunk a lot of fish soup, but never had a fish soup with such a strong fresh aroma. The key is, fragrant but not fishy. She moved her nose and sniffed carefully. The smell made her shamefully greedy. She picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful of fish soup into her mouth. Wow! The fish soup was very fresh. So fresh that the tongue wanted to swallow it. And this kind of freshness was not the freshness of dry mouth caused by drinking too much MSG, but the freshness of the food itself. The fish is delicious too. Tender and smooth. Not fishy at all, but very tasty. Take a bite of the fresh fish and drink a mouthful of fish soup. A warmth from the bottom of her heart makes her feel happy. The expression on her face also becomes intoxicated. Shuai watched his wife enjoy the meal so much, and then looked down at the bowl of fish soup. A little confused. Is this bowl of fish soup really so delicious? But it is indeed very fragrant. At that time in the store, the air was mixed with the aroma of meat and stewed meat. At that time, the strong smell of fish soup still stood out among all the complex flavors. However, at that time, he was worried that this fresh fragrance was caused by the addition of some messy seasonings. So he resisted the urge to buy another bowl. Now he smells it alone, watching his wife eat happily. And he has nothing to eat. Damn! This is torture. Lin Rui glanced inadvertently, and saw her husband staring at her eating with greedy eyes. Want to eat? A little? Shuai told him frankly. Since you performed well today, I will give you a bite. Lin Rui scooped a spoonful of soup with a piece of white fish meat from the fish soup bowl, and handed it to Shuai. Just when Shuai was about to open his mouth to eat, She took her hand back and put it into her mouth. Shuekai, wasn't you supposed to give me a bite? At this moment, how could he not know that his wife's previous move was clearly to tease him deliberately? Of course, this kind of little romance in life is still necessary. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'll give you a sip. Shuekai took a sip out of curiosity. As soon as he sucked a little bit of fish soup, he immediately understood why his wife enjoyed it so much. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide and swallowed a whole spoonful of fish and soup. Delicious. Really delicious. There is no fishy smell at all. But the fish soup retains the freshness of the fish. Although this fish soup is small, it must be rich in a lot of cooking skills. No wonder my wife, who has always been picky, likes to drink this bowl of fish soup so much. This bowl of fish soup is really unique. It tastes good. This fish soup is so delicious. Better than the 5-star fish soup I have eaten. I regret it. Why I hesitated just now. Why I had to stop the impulse to buy another bowl. I missed the opportunity to enjoy the food. After Shuekai ate a spoonful of fish soup, he couldn't help but leave 2 regretful wide noodles tears in his heart. The failure of the project is not as painful as he is now. How about I give you some more? No. No. You drink it. No matter how greedy he is. He can't take the food from his wife and children. He can only think secretly that he must go to the Zenhachi restaurant to buy a bowl tomorrow. No. Eat all the food in the restaurant, so as to soothe his heart that he can't get what he loves. After Lin Rui finished drinking, she still felt a little unsatisfied. Such a delicious fish soup, even if it has no effect on her in the end, is worth tasting. Hubby, I think the Zenhachi fish soup is really clean and tastes great. Can you buy me a bowl after get off work these days? She said coquettishly. Okay. I'll bring it back to you. What else can Shuekai say? Naturally. He smiled and agreed, and then glanced at her chest. Do you feel it there? It's only been a short time. Even if it's a panacea, it won't be available so soon. That's right. Shuekai thought about it, and felt that it made some sense. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Rui yawned. I'll lie down for a while. The nurse will bring the baby over to suck milk later. Call me when she comes. Well, you go to sleep first. Shuekai helped pull the quilt and covered her. Seeing that she closed her eyes and rested, he came to the sofa beside her, took out his laptop and started working. Time passed. After an unknown amount of time, there was a knock on the door. Then the nurse came in holding the baby. Mr. Shui, you are here too. I brought the baby here, and I want Mrs. Shui to let the baby suck more. Baby, do you miss your daddy? He went forward to tease the son in the cradle, and then went to wake up his wife. Wife, it's time to wake up. Our son is here. Lin Rui opened her eyes and said lazily, then bring it here. The nurse smiled and ran over to the baby, gently placing it beside her. Just when she was about to say it doesn't matter if there is no milk. The main thing is to let the baby suck more, which can stimulate the secretion of milk. She found that Lin Rui's clothes were wet. She was stunned for a moment. Is this what someone's husband left after sucking? Subconsciously glanced at Shuekai opposite. Shuekai was stared at unexpectedly. Just when he thought there was something dirty on his face, he heard his wife shouting excitedly, Honey, it's coming. It's coming. It's bringing milk down. Ah! He looked down and saw that it was true. Milk was oozing out continuously. This nourishing fish soup is really effective, he said in surprise. Lin Rui also said excitedly, Yes. This nourishing fish soup must have worked. The nurse was confused by the couple. What nourishing fish soup? Lin Rui told the nurse about this matter. The nurse nodded. This is a good thing. It means that this nourishing fish soup is effective for you. You should try to drink more in the next few days. If there is so much milk, you can breastfeed. Well, I see. Thank you. Then you go and do your work. I want the child to stay here first. Wait for an hour, and then you can come back to the nursery. Okay. The nurse nodded, then went out and closed the door. Just as she was about to return to the nurse's room, she met the nursery nurse. How is Mrs. Shui? Did she ask me to come over to nurse her? No. I don't think she needs it now. Her milk has come down. Ah? It has come down? The nursery nurse was surprised. Yes. After drinking a bowl of nourishing fish soup, she was able to get through. The nurse nodded. Breastfeeding therapist. Drinking one bowl made her get through. This is really a good effect. Oh my God. If all mothers drink that nourishing fish soup, wouldn't she and other therapists be facing a crisis of unemployment? It's time to learn a new skill. After all, having many skills is always good. Chapter 75 The Most Delicious Crab Fried Rice Cake. Huangtao now has 2 capable assistants, Su Hao and Ding Suqin, and can occasionally feel the leisure of being a boss. This is it. After the evening peak period is over, he will hand over the remaining work to the 2 assistants. He opened his arms to Xian with a loving face and called, Xian, Daddy. Seeing this, Shouan's beautiful big eyes suddenly lit up like a light bulb. She immediately jumped off the chair and flew into Huangtao's arms like a bird returning to its nest. He held Xian in his arms, and seeing the little girl clinging to his neck, he felt a little guilty. He asked softly, Xian, are you angry with Daddy? Xian. Her beautiful big eyes flashed with doubt, and she asked in a baby voice, Daddy. Why is Xian angry with Daddy? Because Daddy has very little time to accompany you these days. He hasn't been able to play with you. He really wanted to accompany Xian every moment. Live a happy and carefree life with her. Take her around the world, and watch her grow up slowly. But such a beautiful wish requires a strong economic foundation to support it. He has to make a lot of money. But sometimes, when the store gets busy, he has to temporarily not take care of Xian, which is also a very helpless thing. Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes, thought about it, and smiled and shook her head. Then aren't you accompanying me more now? It's okay. I'm not angry. This sensible look is distressing. He reached out and rubbed the head of the sensible little guy. But Daddy will be unhappy not to accompany you. Daddy, don't be unhappy. I know you love me. I love you too. She kissed her father and comforted him in return. Huangtao felt warm in his heart and kissed the little guy, rubbing his nose against her little face. Daddy loves you too. Xian knows. Xian has always known. Then Xian, will you be bored staying here alone? Huangtao looked at her lovingly. She rested her chin on his shoulder and shook her head gently. With Daddy here, Xian won't feel bored. And besides, there is Mimi to accompany Xian. She suddenly remembered that she seemed to have not seen Mimi for a while. So she subconsciously looked down at the ground. But Mimi was nowhere to be seen. Hey! Where's Mimi? Xian. Look at the horizontal bar under the table. Xian looked in the direction her father pointed, and saw Mimi standing up with his head resting on the horizontal column of the table. And he looked like he was sleeping soundly. I was so cute. Xian was so amused by his sleeping posture that she giggled non-stop, covering her mouth with her hands, and 2 small dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. She laughed and shouted at Mimi, Little lazy bug. It's time to get up. Mimi opened and closed her eyes to glance at her little master, then closed her eyes again and slept soundly, without even changing her posture. That attitude seemed to say, Shit shoveler. You must have never expected that it is easy to wake up a sleeping person. But it is difficult to wake up a cat pretending to sleep. Xian now has her father to accompany her, so she has no time to take care of this lazy cat. She continued to nestle in her father's arms, looking at the lights of thousands of houses outside the window, and counting how many lights there were. Education through entertainment. At this time, Huangtao's mind rang out of place with a cold system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. 3,000 bowls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge have been sold in 5 days. Random cooking skills reward. Crab fried rice cake. The host can now make the most delicious crab fried rice cake. The next second, a stream of information about crab fried rice cake instantly flooded into his mind. It was quickly absorbed by him, and he also clearly understood its method. I originally thought that it was raining today, and this task would have to be postponed to the deadline to be completed. But I didn't expect it to be completed within his plan. Ollie Gu. These lovely customers are so awesome that he is happy to get new dishes. To thank them, he plans to serve crab fried rice cakes at noon tomorrow to reward them. Well, it was decided happily. Dad, why don't you count? Xian didn't hear her father's voice, and turned her head to look at him in confusion. Xian, I'm sorry. Dad was distracted by thinking about new dishes just now. He looked apologetic. New dishes? The little guy's attention fell on the new dishes at once. Grabbing her father's arm, blinking her curious eyes, Dad, what new dishes have you thought of? Crab fried rice cakes. Yeah. Xian likes to eat crabs. She clapped her hands, as happy as a little yellow warbler singing happily in the woods. The customers who were still dining in the restaurant listened to the news from the father and daughter, and all showed a small expression of this as possible. Boss Huang, when will this crab fried rice cake be put on the agenda? Looking at those pairs of expectant eyes, Wang Tao did not pretend to be mysterious, and directly said, tomorrow at noon. Okay. I will definitely come to buy it tomorrow at noon. Boss Huang, you have to prepare more. We office workers can't compete with a bunch of uncles and aunts and those college students who don't have classes. Indeed. Who can compete with them these days? Wang Tao smiled. Okay. I will try to prepare more. And you should try to come as early as possible. Boss, Howsy and I have packed everything. You come and check it out. Let's see if there are any places that are not done well and need attention. And we will clean it up again. Ding Suchin said with a smile. Xian, sit here. Dad will be back soon. After hearing this, Wang Tao said something to Xian, then walked into the kitchen and took a quick look at the pots and pans. Yes, they were all cleaned very cleanly. There was no trace of residual oil stains. Looking at the stove, range hood, stainless steel counter, and tiles on the wall, the faint water light was visible, and it was known that they had also been wiped. Even the floor was mopped and was as bright as a mirror. To be honest, with the permanent 90% cleanliness of the system, the tables, chairs, counters, stoves, and kitchen utensils in the store can be cleaned with a cloth. Even the floor, with a light mop, is so bright that it can be used as a mirror. Therefore, Wang Tao did not wipe the floor thoroughly and carefully every night before. But it must be said that Su Hao and Ding Suchin's active and thorough cleaning made Wang Tao's favorability towards them increase a little. He nodded with satisfaction. Well, it's cleaned quite well. There is no problem. Today is the first day of work. I guess you are all exhausted. Go home and rest early. Seeing that their boss's words did not seem to be polite, Ding Suchin and Su Hao were happy that their boss was satisfied with their work. Ding Suchin breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, boss. Then I will go to clean up now. And then go back first. Wait a minute. These apples and these two nourishing fish soups. You two take them home to taste for your family or friends. Then, thank you, boss. Ding Suchin immediately felt grateful from the bottom of her heart, thinking that she must work harder tomorrow to repay the boss's kindness. Su Hao thought that this boss was a good person and could get along. Chapter 76. The woman he loves most in his life. Su Hao left the store. He did not rush to take the subway and go back to his own school. Instead, he went to the convenience store next door to buy some snacks, and came to Lin Yuan University, downstairs of dormitory number 5 with a bag of food. As usual, he sat down on a row of stone steps next to the basketball court downstairs of dormitory number 5, with lush sycamore trees behind him, and occasional sounds of birds flapping their wings. Don't ask why he sat here. He was waiting for Shinchioma. That's right. It was Shinchioma, the woman he loves most in his life. The street lights on the campus were clear and blue, and he remembered the scene when he first saw Shinchioma in high school. That was the second monthly exam after the second year of high school was divided into classes, in order to eliminate the possibility of cheating by acquaintances in the same class. In the 3 exams of Chinese, mathematics and English, all the liberal arts and science classes were disrupted, randomly interspersed, and assigned to various examination rooms. This was indeed a big blow to him, who was ranked last in the grade. I remember that day. The words of the Dean Chui Yinwang came from the radio. The monthly exam is about to begin. Please go to your respective examination rooms quietly and orderly. Make sure you have brought all the test tools. Carefully review the questions. Read the precautions. And remember to look carefully when filling in the card, so as not to fill in the wrong answer. The first subject, Chinese, will take 150 minutes. Please arrange your time reasonably. The voice was not finished. All the students in his class, led by the monitor, split their seats and arranged them into single seats. Then the students in the class walked out of the classroom one after another with their pencil bags. In the corridor, the flow of people dispersed in several different directions. Some students whispered outside the corridor, "Do you think our monthly exam will be difficult this time? Our school's monthly exams are notoriously abnormal. It would be strange if they weren't difficult. It seems that I'm going to be miserable again this time. Which exam room are you in?" "Me. The second exam room. The voices in the corridor gradually faded. Suhao packed up and walked to his fifth exam room. When he arrived at the exam room, the classroom was basically full of people. The students might have thought that the invigilator had come. For a moment, all eyes were focused on the door, and the atmosphere became much quieter. "Hi, classmates." He curled his lips, greeted the students in the classroom, and walked straight inside. All around, the noisy state of talking and laughing returned to a few seconds ago. He walked in the aisle, scanning the exam cards on the corners of each table as he walked, and then found his exclusive seat. The classmate who was lucky enough to be assigned to the same examination room happened to be sitting behind him, and smiled and greeted him. "Mouse. What a coincidence. You are also assigned to this examination room." "Oh, it's a coincidence. We are in the same examination room, and we are sitting in front and behind each other." Seeing this, he smiled and talked to the other party. Then he quickly turned his head and faced his classmate, striding his long legs on the chair, stretching them out without hesitation, occupying most of the aisle. Like a lazy and fearless roadblock, he lowered his head and inadvertently saw his classmate's cheat sheet. Whispering while reaching for it, "Your cheat sheet is well written. Lend it to me." "Where did you print it? How can the font be so small?" "Don't touch it. I just sorted it out. A Chinese ancient poem, a mathematical formula, and an English universal sentence pattern, which can be used for writing essays. Don't mess it up for me." The classmate hid himself in a hurry. "Okay, I won't mess it up for you. You hide it well. Remember to send the answer to me later. I'll buy you a drink." He reached out and patted his classmate on the shoulder. A nice female voice came from his ear. "Classmate, your legs are in the way. Please pull your legs in." "Who is it?" He raised his head in surprise and bumped into Shinchiomo's eyes. The perfect crescent-like arc at the corner of her mouth was still overflowing on her youthful and beautiful face. Her eyes also maintained an arc, filled with a bright and clear smile like blue waves. "Tung tung? Bang bang? Dong dong?" He was at a loss for words, and didn't know what onomatopoeia to use to accurately describe the feeling at this moment. He only felt that his little heart was swung hard by something. Countless emotions poured into him. Panic. Joy. The surrounding scenes and noisy sounds were no longer audible. Everything was quiet, as if they were all broken and dripping at this moment. Like melting ice cream, constantly fading. Only he and she were left. Solid entities. Suhao just stood there in a daze, his heart pounding. "Ah hey! This is love at first sight." This beautiful and cliched word is an elegant excuse for all face lovers. But he didn't expect that Suhao, would not be able to escape this one day. "My seat is in front of you. Please close your legs. I want to go over." "Oh, okay." When he learned that her seat was in front of him, he came to his senses and couldn't help but feel happy for a long time. He quickly closed his legs and sat down, subconsciously straightening his back. He wanted to give her a good impression of his figure again, not the hunchback student in the science class. Wait for her to take a seat. He tilted his head slightly, and his sight was her back, thin and slender shoulders, long hair tied into a ponytail, wearing a white school uniform shirt, revealing a white neck. A very beautiful girl. What's her name? Which class is she in? She must not be in their science class. Will there be a chance to see her again after this time? The more he thought about it, the more he didn't want to miss it. He reached out and poked her back. Shinchiomo's eyelashes trembled, and he turned his face slightly and asked, "What are you doing?" She slightly tilted her body to listen to him. From this angle, he could see her side profile, her upturned nose tip, and her long eyelashes, which trembled slightly. His ears also came closer. He leaned forward slightly and whispered in her ear, "Classmate, can I borrow a pen?" He was a little close to her when he spoke, as if he was whispering. She felt a little numb in her ears, so she leaned forward, then took a gel pen from her pencil case, put it on his desk, and turned away. "Thank you. You're welcome." He picked up the pen, spotted between his fingers, poked her back again, and said slowly, "Classmate, I didn't bring my 2B pencil. Can I borrow yours?" "Here." She frowned slightly, didn't say much, and put the pen on his desk without even turning her head. He shamelessly leaned over again. "Classmate, can I borrow an eraser?" She finally looked at him again with a side face. "Classmate, what else do you want to borrow?" Please tell me all at once. The exam will start soon. Can I borrow anything? He wanted to say. I have everything. But I just need a girlfriend. Can I borrow it? If I can. Classmate, do you think it's convenient for you to lend me your girlfriend? But he only dared to say this silently in his heart. Not out loud. There's nothing to borrow. I just want to ask you. What's your name? And what class are you in? So that I can buy you a new one after the exam. No need to return the new one. Just return it to me after the exam. You have to tell me your name. You can't do good things without leaving your name. Shouan. From that day on, these 3 words were engraved in his heart. What brought him back to his thoughts was Shouan's figure and a familiar voice of joy. Howsy? You're here. Chapter 77 Deadline. 1 week left. Shouan. Your rat is here again. I won't be a light bulb here. I'm going back to the dormitory first. Xiaowei ya. Shouan's roommate. Left first tactfully. She smiled at her roommate's back unhappily. Then she smiled like a flower. Turned to Su Hao. And said coquettishly, have you been waiting for a long time? No. Just a little while. Su Hao met her eyes. Smiled and handed her the snack bag in his hand. As well as the apple and nourishing fish soup that Huang Tao gave him. Shouan. This is for you. Why did you send so much food? I still have a lot in my dormitory that I haven't finished eating. Don't buy more. Otherwise, your living expenses will not be enough. Shouan looked at him with helplessness. And obviously also with happiness. Happily. He has always been so good to her. Helpless. He has always been so unnamed to her. Besides, it was an open secret that Su Hao liked Shouan. But he never admitted it in high school and still refuses to confess. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Su Hao liked Shouan. At that time, many high school classmates found countless arguments to support this point. Shouan's deskmate said, since the second monthly exam in the second year of high school, Su Hao came to their class every day without fail. He asked Shouan a Chinese question for ulterior motives. He didn't understand what Shouan was saying at all. He fell asleep with his eyes open several times, smiling on his face, and drooling to the roots of his ears. The student committee member of her class said, Su Hao's total score in the college entrance examination is not as high as Shouan's score in Chinese. One is at the foot of the mountain, and the other is at the peak of the mountain. Shouan's explanation of questions to Su Hao seems to have delayed precious review time. But Su Hao is very careful and often asks Shouan, a top student of this level, what kind of questions should be reviewed now. So he didn't ask her to explain the questions to him, but to help her review. The Chinese class representative said, Su Hao just wanted to give Shouan bananas, potato chips, chocolate and other snacks as a thank you gift after she gave the lecture. Since Shouan had a day off due to heat stroke, he was determined to treat Shouan to a cold drink every day. It was the hottest afternoon in June. Su Hao, who was drowsy, was refreshed when he heard the bell for the end of get out of class. He walked to the door swiftly, looked at the sun hanging in the sky like a blazing umbrella, and then looked at the earth baked hot by the sun. He stretched his muscles. He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water in his hand and poured it on his head. Taking advantage of the coolness on his head, he flew out of the door like an arrow to buy a cold drink. At that time, when classmates wrote essays to describe how hot the sun was, they all described it like this. Su Hao went to buy a cold drink for Shouan. It took less than a minute to go back and forth. The bottle of mineral water poured on his hair was completely dried up, even if everyone knew it. But Su Hao just won't confess. But she confessed to several good classmates that she liked Su Hao. She also told them that in the sprint period before the college entrance examination, every minute counts. It doesn't matter if he doesn't confess. She won't force him. But when he goes to college, if he continues to treat her without name or status like this, she will teach him a lesson. When she said this, her self-confidence was overflowing. She didn't pay attention to the metaphor her friend gave them. Su Hao and her studies. One is at the foot of the mountain, and the other is at the top of the mountain. And the college entrance examination will divide the fate of all classmates into the original 3, 6, 9 levels in the simplest and crudest way. So, Shouan, who entered a prestigious university, stopped Su Hao at a party before admission and asked directly, Howsy? Do you like me? At that moment, the classmates were very excited, and their eyes were full of gossip. After all, Su Hao's school was in the same city as Shouan's. His purpose of spending a lot of money to learn to be a chef was obvious to everyone. But facing Shinchiomo's direct approach, Su Hao was still sultry. And after a long time of twisting, he said, "How could it be? You are my master?" Huh? The classmates all sighed in disappointment. She didn't expect that what she was waiting for was such a sentence. She was very hurt and sad. But she still compromised and took a compromise. She said helplessly to Su Hao, "Youth is not always there. Hurry up and fall in love. Hazi, listen carefully. I will wait for you in college until you are 2 months into your internship. If you still don't express your feelings, then I will fall in love with someone else." Her good friends called her an idiot, saying that she was so good at studying. But she was brainless in love. Not only did she fail to force someone to express their feelings, but she also confessed to someone at a disadvantage. She didn't refute, but just smiled heartlessly. I like every way he does. Although Su Hao didn't express his feelings to her, he was still as good to her as before. Even better than before. When he first came here to study, he would bring her every dish he learned. Maybe he was really talented in cooking. Or maybe he was especially attentive to make it for her. In short, every dish he brought was great. And when she faced Su Hao, her mood was soft. Even when she recalled him, her heart was soft and moist with the beauty of her youth. At this moment, Su Hao smiled and said, "It's okay. I can still afford this little snack money. I have found a job as a kitchen assistant at the Zenhachi restaurant in Qingxi Old Street. The salary and benefits are good. And the boss is also very nice. These apples and nourishing fish soup were given to me by the boss." Hearing this, her thoughts were pulled back, and she looked as if she had suddenly realized something. "Qingxi Old Street Zenhachi? It's great that you work in this restaurant. It will be much more convenient for us to meet in the future. Let me tell you, this restaurant is very popular in our school. Many of our classmates have rushed to this store to line up to buy in the past few days. If I hadn't been busy with student union affairs recently, I would definitely have gone to line up. This store is very popular, and you may not be able to buy it even if you line up." That's right. She remembered that many classmates had complained in recent days because they couldn't buy the food in this store, and nodded in agreement. "Tomorrow, we will have a new crab fried cake. If you want to eat it, I will buy one for you tomorrow. If you want to eat something else, I can also make it for you. If you are free one day, come to the store. I will make it for you when I am resting." His eyes were full of love. She asked softly, "Haozi, you have always been so good to me. Aren't you afraid that I will feel burdened?" Su Hao was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "What is there to be burdened about? Friends should take care of each other. Isn't it right? But you have always been taking care of me." Shinchioma's heart became heavier and heavier. She kept accepting the things he gave her because she regarded him as her future husband. So she enjoyed the rights in advance. But she can't just enjoy it like this without a name or status all the time. "Su Hao. Su Hao. The deadline is approaching. When will you confess? What are you worried about?" Seeing his silence, she knew that she wouldn't get the answer she wanted tonight. "Thank you for sending the things here specially. I'll go back first." "You should go back and rest early. I'll visit you in the store when I have time." She walked a few steps and couldn't help but look back and remind her, "Haozi, there is still a week before the deadline we agreed on." Su Hao, who understood what she meant, looked at her back with mixed feelings. I didn't dare to pursue her in high school, because he was a poor student at that time. She was a good student, and early love would delay learning. It would be fine if he broke the jar. But what if it affected her future? Originally, he should have given up and pretended that he had never loved her. But in the end, he deceived himself. Tell yourself that you just need to look at her from a closer distance. Just look at her. But he also knows clearly that she is a high-flying bird and deserves a better love. This is also the reason why he is reluctant to confess. Chapter 78. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 79. I catch big bugs for my dad to eat. When Shinchiomo returned to the dormitory, the lights were on. Xiao Weiye and another roommate, Lin Yuan, who returned to the dormitory early, were lying on the bed, chatting while watching boring soap operas and making facial masks on their faces. When they saw someone pushing the door in, the sound of their chat stopped instantly. "Chioma, you're back." Xiao Weiye sat up from the bed, threw away the facial mask on her face, and her eyes fell on the 2 big bags full of food in Shinchiomo's hands. "Chioma, what delicious food did the mouse send you again?" "Just some snacks and a few apples." and a bowl of nourishing fish soup. Nourish fish soup? Hearing these 4 words, Lin Yuan suddenly became energetic and sat up. But when she thought that it might be made by Su Hao, she collapsed back on the bed. It's not because Su Hao's cooking is not delicious, but since she had the honor of tasting Boss Huang's craftsmanship, her mouth has been spoiled. Just thinking about the fact that she couldn't queue up to buy the nourishing fish soup because of class today, she couldn't help but reveal a mask of pain on her face. Did that rat make it for you? Xiao Weiya also subconsciously thought that the nourishing fish soup was made by Su Hao. No. This is the nourishing fish soup from Zenhachi restaurant. This guy is really thoughtful. He knows that you want to eat it but don't have time to queue up. And he specially runs to queue up for you to buy it. This is a gift from his boss. He is now the assistant chef of Zenhachi restaurant. Xiao Weiya and Lin Yuan were shocked. What is this situation? Su Hao is actually the assistant chef of Zenhachi restaurant. What does it mean to be an assistant chef at Zenhachi? It means that you can eat the food made by Mr. Huang every day without queuing up. You can also get first-hand information about new products. So he applied for the assistant chef position so that Shinchioma could enjoy the delicious food without queuing up? Wow! What kind of a godly future boyfriend is this? They couldn't help but imagine a sadistic idol drama in their minds. And as the roommates of the heroine, they can naturally get some of this light. Xiao Weiya and Lin Yuan looked at each other, and each saw the light of excitement in the other's eyes. The 2 of them directly surrounded Shinchioma, and they were so excited. Chioma, you are still the most blessed. You have a future boyfriend who works as an assistant chef in Zenhachi restaurant. You can eat the dishes made by Mr. Huang every day in the future. It's really enviable. Xiao Weiya's tone was full of envy. Lin Yuan hugged Shinchioma with a look of big boss. Please hold your thighs on her face, Chioma. Whether the sisters can eat the food made by Boss Huang in the future depends on you. Big boss Chioma. We will depend on you in the future. Xiao Weiya also hugged Shinchioma and leaned her head on her shoulder like a spoiled child. Shinchioma looked at the 2 roommates on the left and right, who were like pendants, and smiled helplessly. Depend on her, Shinchioma? If Su Hao confessed to her a week later, she would naturally be willing to let them depend on her. But if she didn't dare to think about the bad ending, and quickly changed the subject and said, okay, stop making trouble, or the nourishing fish soup will be completely cold. Hearing this, the 2 let go. Lin Yuan took the takeaway food bag from Shinchiomo's hand, touched the takeaway box, and exclaimed, oh, the fish soup is cold. While helping to store the snacks, Shinchioma said, if it's cold, just heat it up. Ah, the fish soup will have a fishy smell when it's cold. If it's heated up, the fish meat will be old, and the taste will definitely be greatly reduced, and it won't taste good. Xiao Weiya has hated the fishy smell of fish since she was a child. She won't touch it if there is a trace of fishy smell. Besides, if the fish soup is heated up, the fish meat will become old. So she said, she didn't want to eat this cold nourishing fish soup anymore. Lin Yuan, who was holding the takeaway box, kept smelling the fragrance of the fish soup. This fragrance made her, who was a little hungry, a little overwhelmed. She decided to try what the nourishing fish soup she had been thinking about but couldn't buy tasted like. The fish soup had completely cooled down by now, but the fragrance that came from it was still very tempting. She picked up a disposable spoon, scooped a piece of fish meat, and tasted it. Wow! The cold fish tastes especially delicious. Tender and smooth. It melts with a light sip. Not fishy at all, but very tasty. Generally, after cooling down, there will be a layer of fat floating on the surface. It affects the taste and flavor of the food. So most people don't like to eat cold food. But this bowl of nourishing fish soup doesn't have that. Even after cooling down, there is no fat floating. It is full of fragrance. Not fishy at all. And the taste and flavor are also excellent. Wei Yi, Xiao Mo, you guys try it. This bowl of nourishing fish soup, even if it is cold, it is still delicious. She greeted Xiao Wei Yi and Shinchio Mo with excitement. How can it be delicious when it's cold? Xiao Wei Yi frowned slightly, subconsciously thinking that she was playing a prank on him. But Shinchio Mo didn't doubt him, and opened his mouth for his roommate to feed him. After taking the first bite of fish, her eyes lit up. Wow! Delicious. Really delicious. Wei ya. Come and try it. It's really delicious. I'm not lying to you. After saying that, she couldn't help but take another bite. Seeing this, Xiao Weiya hesitated for a moment. and saw that Shinchiomo's expression didn't seem to be pretended. Then I'll try a small bite. She walked over, took a small bite of the fish, and her brows relaxed, with a look of surprise. Wow! Not fishy at all. So tender and smooth. So delicious. I didn't expect that the cold fish soup could be so delicious. Wow! This fish soup is so delicious when it's cold. Then when it's hot. Isn't it a delicacy in the world? She couldn't help but grab the takeaway bowl and eat it fiercely. Hey! 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 Wei Yi! Don't just eat by yourself. Leave some for me and Chio Mo. For a moment, Lin Yuan and Xiao Wei Yi started to fight for it. After a while, the nourishing fish soup was divided among the three of them. Xiao Wei Yi smacked his lips and said with a sense of unsatisfaction, Chio Mo. Tomorrow at noon. Ask your mouse to reserve a few bowls of nourishing fish soup for us, so that even if we go there after class, we can drink the delicious fish soup as soon as possible. Yes. Yes. Chio Mo. Ask your mouse to reserve a few bowls for Wei Yi and me. Please. Please. Lin Yuan put her hands together, pouted her lips, and acted coquettishly to her. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Shinchiomo's face. The two roommates noticed it. Chio, if you are embarrassed, forget it. We can just line up to buy it ourselves. Xiao Weiya walked to Shinchiomo with a smile and asked inquiringly, Chio, are you and that Halsey boyfriend and girlfriend now? He and I haven't officially confirmed our relationship, and I don't know if we are boyfriend and girlfriend. Xiao Weiya. Lin Yuan. Haven't confirmed the relationship yet? Then this is at most an ambiguous object. Xiao Weiya, who has some experience in love, helped her analyze it. Is he deliberately keeping you hanging? I tell you, this is the usual technique of a scumbag. Keeping you hanging, and then having another girlfriend. You? The legendary spare tire. Weiya. Don't scare me. Is the standard of spare tire so high now? Then don't I even have the qualifications to be a spare tire? Lin Yuan had a little expression of doubting life on her face. Shinchiomo. Ah. What a mess. After hearing what they said, her heart was even more confused. But the only thing she could be sure of was, he was definitely not hanging her. She was not the legendary spare tire. As for why, he was reluctant to confess. There must be a reason. She was willing to wait a little longer. The stars were twinkling outside the window, and the night view was charming. Wang Tao took a bath towel and wrapped Xian, who had just taken a bath, in order to let the bath towel absorb the remaining water droplets on her body. Xian stood obediently and let her father help her dry. Come on. Put on your pajamas. Wang Tao put on the pajamas he had prepared in advance. This is a set of pink Peppa Pig pajamas, which she picked by herself and is also one of her favorite pajamas. Well, it smells good. It's time to go to bed. He applied facial cream to her and carried her to the bedroom. He gently put her on the bed. He turned on the small table lamp on the bedside table, then reached out and pulled the small quilt over Xian. Xian closed her eyes obediently. But after a while, she opened her eyes again, pursed her lips, and said, Dad, I can't sleep now. Then, Dad will tell you a bedtime story. Okay. Wang Tao remembered that he hadn't told her a bedtime story for many days, and he couldn't help feeling guilty. Her eyebrows curved, and she said excitedly, Okay. She likes to listen to her father telling stories the most. In the past, her father would tell her a bedtime story every night before going to bed, and then she would fall asleep during her father's story. But since her father opened this door, she has never listened to her father telling bedtime stories again. She knew that it was not that her father did not want to tell her stories, but that he was too tired. In order to give her father more time to rest, she would quietly read picture books by herself and never ask her father to tell her stories. She was naturally very happy to hear her father say that he would tell her stories, but she was worried that her father would be too tired. Daddy, if you are tired, Xian can read the picture books by herself. This well-behaved and sensible look made him feel distressed. He sat down next to Xian and gently stroked Xuan's hair. Dad is not tired. With the help of your Aunt Suchin and Uncle Haozi, Dad is much more relaxed now. In the future, Dad will try to make time to accompany you. Xian nodded like a chick, leaned towards her father, and rested her head on his belly, ready to listen to his bedtime story. Ahem. Wang Tao opened the bedtime story book, cleared his throat, and began to tell the story in a low voice. There are two little bird babies living in a bird's nest. One is called Gigi, and the other is called Zatsa. Their stomachs are rumbling with hunger. But their mother has not brought food home yet. Xian listened quietly, and slowly entered the scene described by her father. She blinked her big eyes, full of worry and anxiety. Daddy, when will the mother bird come back? What if the mother bird doesn't come back? Will the baby bird be hungry? Wang Tao patted her head gently. Don't worry. The mother bird will come back to feed the baby bird after catching insects. The story was interrupted by the little guy, and Wang Tao continued. After a while, the mother bird came back with a fat insect in her mouth. Gigi and Zatsa stretched their necks, opened their mouths wide, and rushed to eat it. Said Mom, give it to me. Give it to me. And finally, the worm was snatched away by Gigi. Zatsa shouted even harder. I want one too. I want one too. And the mother bird said, okay. Now Mom will catch another worm for you to eat. Later, the mother bird got old, and Gigi and Zatsa were very filial, and also caught worms for Mom to eat. After the story was told, Wang Tao asked with a smile, Xian, if Dad gets old, what will you do? Xian blinked her big eyes, and said seriously, I will catch big worms for Dad to eat. Wang Tao. He accepted this filial piety. But let's forget about the big bug. He lowered his head, and kissed Xian on the forehead, and said softly, okay, the bedtime story tonight is over. Go to sleep. Dad will tell you again tomorrow night. Xian nodded, and closed her eyes obediently. Wang Tao adjusted her quilt again, lying on his side beside her. He stared at her little face quietly. The orange-yellow soft light fell silently on the bed, and was reflected on Shouan's little face. The little guy slept peacefully, with her thin lips slightly upturned, forming a faint arc, looking at his daughter, who was slowly falling asleep. A loving arc also appeared at the corner of his lips. It's so good to grow up with her day by day, year by year. He couldn't help but lower his head, and kiss Xian on the cheek. Shouan's little face twitched, and she turned to the side, and continued to sleep. And soon she made a small snoring sound. After Xian fell into a deep sleep, he wanted to prepare the customized packing boxes in advance, and put them into practice. However, he planned to customize them online. So he took out his mobile phone, clicked on Taobao, and searched. After searching, there were quite a few packing boxes, of all kinds. After a quick browse, the reviews were all very good. I just don't know which good review is really praising the product, and which good review is an exaggeration bought by a few dollars. Since they are all similar, it is impossible to tell them apart. So he had to choose the store with the highest overall ranking. Clicked in, and chatted privately with the merchant. Duoi Mifa, hello. If the number of customized packing boxes is large, is there any discount on the price? If I place an order now, how long will it take to ship? Waiter, dear. Welcome to our store. Our store will generally ship within 48 hours. Customized items will take 3 to 5 days to ship. If the number of customized items is large, there will be some discounts. Our packaging boxes are all thickened with lids. Waiter, dear. I will send you the price list with discounts now. Please accept it. He received it, and clicked it to take a look. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked. Oh my! The price is quite different. He has been buying goods in the market recently, and the quality is good, and they all have lids. But the price is about half more expensive than online. Of course, physical stores have rent and other expenses, so it is normal to sell more expensive than online. But when he thought about the extra money, his heart still hurt a little, since the price given by the waiter was within his acceptable range. So, he took out the logo picture he had designed in his spare time from his mobile phone and sent it to the waiter. That's right. This logo picture was designed by him personally. The 3 words really delicious were handwritten by him with a brush and scanned in. And then some suitable commercial elements were added. Dorimifa, picture.jpg. Dorimifa, then I will order 500 pieces first to see the quality. If it is good, we will cooperate for a long time in the future. I will also send you the logo picture. Remember to print it. Don't make a mistake. Waiter, okay. Dear, if you order 500 pieces, just select 500 pieces in the link. In addition, our store has an intelligent customization system. When you place an order, choose to customize, and then you can print your logo in the desired position. Our backend will receive it as soon as possible. Duoi Mifa, Okay. Thank you for reminding me. He exited and returned to the product page. Checked the specifications he wanted. And after filling in the quantity, a Go to Customize button appeared in the lower right corner. He clicked it. Then he followed the prompts and operated it. Click Confirm. Added it to the shopping cart. And then selected other specifications of packaging boxes in the same way. All done. The shopping cart was ordered and paid. He put the phone away. He looked down at Xian beside him. She was still sleeping soundly. Maybe she had a beautiful dream. And there was a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. Good night, my baby. He smiled and reached out to turn off the desk lamp. Outside the bedroom window, the night was quiet. The moon was dim. The stars were sparse. And the whole earth seemed to have fallen asleep. In the morning, everything was quiet. The sky was bright. The night was about to disappear. And the dawn light slowly awakened the sleeping creatures. Wang Tao opened his eyes in a daze. And half asleep and half awake, he habitually reached out to touch Shouan's head. Who knows? When he touched the top of the child's head, he touched a little foot. Oh! What's going on? His heart suddenly tightened. And he quickly reached out to turn on the small desk lamp. Then turned his head to look. It looked quite normal from a close look. Xian was sleeping sweetly at this moment. Her breathing sounded like the sigh of leaves. And the drooling look on the corners of her mouth was very interesting. Did she dream of delicious food? He smiled lovingly. But he was still puzzled in his heart. What's the situation with the little foot on the head? He slightly lifted the small quilt covering Xian and took a look. Wow! The little guy slept himself into a donut. Puff, looking at her strange sleeping posture. He couldn't help but laugh, and wanted to take a picture of this scene with his camera. But he was worried that she would catch a cold. So he gave up the idea of taking pictures. Seeing that she was still sleeping soundly at this moment, he felt that the child could fall asleep no matter what. And the little body hidden in the quilt. If he didn't open the quilt, he would never know what the posture under the quilt was. Looking at her very soft posture, he couldn't help but sigh a little in his heart, thinking that if he didn't sign up for a dance class, it would be a waste of her natural good foundation. Of course, this sleeping habit is not conducive to the child's development. It must be corrected. He sat up and reached out to gently adjust her posture. As soon as he touched her, Xian, who was sleeping soundly, hummed, and then slowly opened her eyes. Oh! He actually woke the little one up. He quickly reached out and patted her gently through the quilt, saying softly, Xian, sleep a little longer. Daddy! She called out vaguely and asked, Is it dawn? She naively thought that her father was calling her to get up. It's still early. You can sleep a little longer. Wang Tao smiled. He gave Ding Suqin the spare key of the store yesterday, so that when she came in the morning, she could open the door and enter the store by herself without waiting for him. He also told her to be responsible for signing for the goods delivered by the vegetable stall owner and Chen Weihao, and to clean the necessary ingredients. And Su Hao would go there early and take on the responsibility of being an assistant chef, because these two capable people will be responsible for the preparations he was supposed to do. So starting today, he can arrive at the store a little later every morning. This way Xian can sleep a little longer. Who would have thought that he would accidentally wake up the little guy? Xian stretched out her fleshy hands, rubbed her sleepy eyes, climbed out of the bed, and got into his arms. What's wrong? Don't worry. Daddy won't leave Xian alone to go to the store. He reached out and hugged her, gently tidied her messy hair, and the more he looked at her, the cuter she became. He couldn't help but lean over and kissed her on the forehead. Xian giggled, pushed his face with her little hand, and murmured, Dad's beard is so prickly. Wang Tao reached out and touched his face. The beard that had just been shaved yesterday morning, after a night of recuperation, had stubble again. It is indeed a bit prickly. Then Daddy will shave it off later. Okay? Okay. As she responded, her eyelids drooped again unconsciously, as if she was going to fall asleep the next moment. He pursed his lips and smiled. If you want to sleep, go to sleep for a while. Shouan's little head tilted, and she leaned on her father's chest, half closed her eyes, and lazily hummed. With a strong nasal tone, there was a hint of coquettishness. This sound fell into Wang Tao's ears, and he felt that it was as beautiful as the sound of the gods. And it was also very sweet. It was sweet to his heart. He felt that he really loved her and just wanted to hold her in his palm and pamper her for the rest of his life. And this feeling, only the father who dotes on his daughter can deeply understand. What is the little lover in the previous life? She raised her head, blinked her beautiful big eyes, and then shook her head like a rattle. Daddy, I don't want to sleep anymore. I want to get up and play with Mimi. Mimi, who was outside the door, curled up like a snail shell, with her belly rising and falling, her long whiskers shaking, and making a woo-woo sound. Xian, who heard the sound, thought Mimi was responding to her. She couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement in her eyes. Daddy. Mimi heard it, and it also said it wanted to play with Xian. If Mimi could make emoticons, she would definitely immediately present a denial emoticon package of this cat is not. This cat does not have. Don't talk nonsense. Huang Tao smiled helplessly and touched her little head. Okay. Then you should get dressed first. And you can play with Mimi after you get dressed. Brush your teeth and wash your face. Yeah. She nodded obediently. Then, with the help of Huang Tao, she got dressed and washed up. Mimi. She ran to the bedroom door, leaned over and picked up the lazy Mimi. Smiling and affectionate, they stayed together for a long time. At her father's urging, she picked up Mimi and went downstairs with her father. They took the electric car to the store. Su Hao and Ding Suqin were busy in the kitchen at the moment. When they saw the father and daughter enter the store, they greeted them one after another. But they did not stop working. Boss. Xian, you are here. Good morning. Aunt Suqin. Xian smiled and greeted them politely. Good morning. Uncle Haozi. Uncle Haozi was naturally Su Hao. Originally, Xian called him Uncle Mouse, which made him very embarrassed. Later, after he explained in detail that this Haozi was not the same as Mouse, Xian changed it from Mouse to Haozi. But he couldn't change the name of Uncle no matter what. Don't ask why. The answer is that he looks like an uncle, not a brother. And Xian can't lie, because lying is not a good child. Don't ask why she doesn't call him by his name. It's just that it's impolite. Although he and Xian have only known each other for less than a day, he can see that Xian is a well-behaved and sensible child. She is as innocent as a little angel. So he respected her original intention and accepted this title. Anyway, even if she is not called uncle now, she will be called uncle in a few years. He just enjoyed it early. Both of them were smiling. Xian is so good. Xian, Daddy has to go to work. Huang Tao squatted down and said apologetically. Yeah. Daddy. You go. Don't worry about me. I will take good care of myself. After that, she patted her father's shoulder sensibly, and then took Mimi to play. Huang Tao smiled, walked into the kitchen, and saw that the preparations were almost done. He was relieved and grateful. Wow. You two are so quick. It's almost ready. You've worked hard. Boss, you're too polite. This is all our job. Although it's our job, they work hard. And he still sees it and remembers it in his heart. Then let's get ready. It's time to open the business. Huang Tao joined the busy team. Hello. Passengers, please put in your coins when you get on the bus. Hold the handrails. And give up your seat to passengers who need help. Thank you. The next stop is Qingxi Old Street. Passengers who are preparing to get off, please get ready. Please ring the bell before getting off. The bus broadcast reminder sounded. Song Xilian and Huangita, who were still taking a nap, suddenly became alert when they heard the next stop is Qingxi Old Street. Song Xilian patted Huangita's arm eagerly and urged, Old Huang, hurry up. Press the bell. I know. Don't rush. He stood up and stretched out his hand to press the bell. The old couple looked out the window eagerly, waiting for the arrival of Qingxi Old Street Station, as if they were afraid of missing it. The old couple, who always cared about their son and granddaughter, in order to see them earlier, they got up before 5 o'clock. After a simple packing, they went to the bus stop with their big and small bags. Originally, the old couple planned to go to their son Huang Tao's residence first to put down the big and small bags they carried. But they thought that when they arrived at their son's place, it would be more than 7 o'clock. By then, the son should have taken Xian to the store. So, they decided temporarily not to go to the son's residence. Go directly to the son's store. A moment. The station of Qingxi Old Street arrived. The broadcast prompt sounded immediately. Qingxi Old Street has arrived. Passengers who get off the bus, please take your belongings and get off from the back door. Bang. The door opened. Old Huang. Take these. Huangita and his wife, carrying large and small bags, got off the bus one after another, and went all the way to Qingxi Old Street to find a really delicious restaurant. Just around the corner, they saw the long queue from a distance. Wow! Whose store is this? Business is so good? Huangita couldn't help but open his mouth wide, and his eyes showed surprise. There is a very popular grilled fish restaurant near his unit. The taste is particularly good. It is loved by nearby residents and office workers, and there are often people queuing up. But at most there are only 20 to 30 people in line. No more. Other guests who come to eat will leave without hesitation and not join the queue. And the number of people queuing at the door of this store is estimated to be at least more than 100 people. It looks quite spectacular. And the style is also very unique. There are many people queuing up, and they seem to be sitting on folding chairs. This store is really popular. Song Salian was surprised, and she couldn't help but feel worried. If our Xiaotao store is open next to this store, won't the business be affected? Huh? Why do I look at this store, and it seems to sell shengjianbo? Look! Those people coming out of the store. Are they eating shengjianbo? Song Salian wiped her glasses and put them on again. Looking from a distance, she saw many diners standing at the door of the store, holding a bag of food in one hand and shengjianbo in the other. They all looked like they were eating with relish. Indeed, it is open next to such a popular store, and the products sold are all the same. How can it compete? Wait, my son said. The shengjianbo he bought is very popular, and customers are queuing up to buy it. Is it possible that this store belongs to her son? She reached out and patted Huangita beside her, asking uncertainly, Old Huang, do you think this store belongs to our son? After she said that, he realized that it was possible, but he was not sure whether it is or not. We will know if we go over and take a look. That's right. Whether it is our son's store. We will know if we go over and look at the sign. Song Salian nodded in agreement. The two of them ran over with their bags. When they were about to reach the store entrance, they both looked up at the sign on the store entrance. It's delicious. It's true. How long has it been since my son opened the shop? It's not even been a week yet? The business is already so hot. Song Salian's face was filled with a bright smile, and her words were full of excitement. Old Huang. Old Huang. This is really our son's shop. He really didn't lie to us. The business in his shop is really good. It's really good. Although I know he can do it well. I never thought he would do it so well. Huangita's face was also filled with a happy smile. He was happy for his son, and proud to have such a son. Let's go in and take a look, and help our son. Thinking about how hard it must be for my son to be busy in the shop alone. The two hurriedly walked towards the door of the shop. The customers in the back saw someone and walked straight forward. The more impatient customer stopped them directly. Uncle. Aunt. What do you want to do? Don't cut in line. If you want to buy, you have to queue from the back. These words were polite, because they were a bit older. If it was a younger customer, he would definitely burst out. When the customer standing in front and behind the male customer heard this, they all turned their eyes away from their phones and looked at Huangita and his wife. And all of them agreed. The quantity of these pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge was limited. One more person walking forward means that their chances of buying it are a little lower. In front of delicious food, no one is willing to give in. An impatient customer asked directly, Uncle and Aunt, don't you know that queue jumping is immoral? Don't worry. Mr. Huang said that anyone who cuts in line will not be sold. Mr. Huang is still disciplined. I give Mr. Huang a thumbs up. Huangita smiled happily and told them his identity. I am Huang Tao's father. She is Huang Tao's mother. And we are here to see them. Oh my god. The flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and family members don't recognize each other. The first customer who spoke out to stop them reacted the fastest and changed his words the fastest. He smiled and greeted them. Oh, it turns out to be Mr. Huang's parents. Of course you have to go directly to the store. Why are you queuing up? Huangita and Song Salian's thoughts at this moment. Good guy. Sichuan Opera's face changing is not as fast as yours. Other customers' thoughts. Damn it. Weren't you the first one to cause trouble just now? After a while, all the customers changed their faces in seconds. No wonder I felt that the uncle and aunt looked familiar. They are Mr. Huang's parents. I am so sorry. Uncle and aunt. I didn't recognize you two. I am so sorry. You two should have told me earlier. Come on. I will give you my seat. Please come in. After saying that, he did not forget to extend his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Wait. Uncle and Aunt. Where do you live? I'll visit you when I have time. Uncle and Aunt. I heard that Mr. Huang is single now. I have a niece who is very pretty. How about meeting her when we have time? Uncle and Aunt. I see that the things you are holding are very heavy. Come. Let me help you carry them in. Uncle. I'm strong. Let me help you carry them. The enthusiasm of the customers made the old couple a little overwhelmed. No. No. We can still carry them. Thank you. The two of them quickly left and walked into the store. At a glance, their son and two employees were busy. Oh! Recruiting people? Great. Looking at their son again. He was making steamed buns at the moment. His smooth movements surprised the old couple. Knowing that the store sold steamed buns, they thought they were all finished steamed buns wholesaled from the wholesale market. I never thought that it was his son who made it himself. Look at his highly ornamental movements. It is really pleasing to the eye. Wait. When did his son learn to make shengjianbo? In their memory. Although their son can cook, he has never made shengjianbo. Did he learn it at school? But didn't he study finance in college? Does the school teach this? Besides, if he really learned it at college, he couldn't have never shown off his skills at home for so many years. Fuck. This braised egg is delicious. Really good. Huh? There are also braised eggs? After hearing this, the old couple turned their eyes to the diners in the restaurant. Wow. Next to the plate of each diner, there are a few braised eggs. The braised eggs looked very ordinary, but the diners in the restaurant showed a satisfied expression every time they took a bite. Is it really that delicious? However, it smelled really good. Grandpa, Grandma, Xian, who was sitting at the exclusive table and eating the braised eggs happily, looked up and caught a glimpse of Song Silian and Juanita. She jumped down from the chair and shouted sweetly, rushing towards them. Oh, my dear granddaughter, do you miss Grandma? Hearing the shout, Song Silian immediately showed a bright smile. Seeing the little girl rushing towards them, she squatted down, put down the big and small bags in her hands, and picked up the little girl. Xian looked at her smiling grandmother, and then looked at the braised egg in her hand that she had not finished eating. After hesitating for a long time, she lowered her head and slowly answered truthfully, Teacher Yi said that children should not lie, so Xian was not thinking about Grandma just now. Hearing this, Song Silian felt a little upset. Juanita looked at the braised egg in her hand and asked jokingly, Xian, Grandpa hasn't had breakfast yet. Can you give the braised egg in your hand to Grandpa? Xian was even more embarrassed. Her little face was almost wrinkled into a bun, and she subconsciously squeezed the braised egg in her hand. Seeing this, Juanita also felt a little upset. Poochie. The customers who were queuing to eat melons on the side couldn't help laughing at this scene. Song Silian, Juanita. The old couple looked at the customers queuing to eat melons on the side with a sad face. The customers who were eating melons all showed an awkward but polite smile, then slowly turned their eyes away and looked elsewhere. They chatted about random topics. Ah, let me tell you, Mr. Huang is going to launch a new dish at noon. How did you know? Someone asked curiously. Mr. Huang said it himself last night. Then tell us quickly. What is the new dish at noon today? I can go to line up in advance. The group of people immediately stopped paying attention to Juanita and the others, and all looked at the customer who knew about the queue. And they were all excited. Stir-fried crab with rice cake. Fuck. So, there will be a feast at noon. I have to come early to line up. A group of people listened to the name of the dish, and the dish of fried crab with rice cake came to their minds. And they could also imagine how delicious the fried crab with rice cake made by Mr. Huang was. This saliva almost flowed out. Looking at those diners, they all showed an expression of drooling greedily just by hearing the name of the dish. Juanita and his wife said it was difficult to understand. It was difficult to understand, but it was normal. After all, the two old people had not tasted the various delicacies made by their son's store. At this time, Xian blinked her big eyes and said in a baby voice, Grandpa, the teacher said that you can't give others food that you have eaten, even parents, because it is unhygienic. So Xian has eaten this braised egg, and you can't give it to Grandpa. If Grandpa wants to eat it, you can ask Dad for it. Okay. Okay. Grandpa knows. Grandpa was just teasing you just now. Xian. Eat it. Wangita reached out and rubbed his granddaughter's little head with a loving face. Song Xian asked with concern, how is Xian doing recently? Are you happy? Do you go to school well? Is school fun? Very happy. I am very happy every day with my dad. Xian said happily, Grandma. I also go to school well. There are many fun things in school. And I have made good friends. Chapter 80 I learned it online. Dad? Mom? Why did you come so early? You didn't tell me in advance. I'll go and bring you things. While Huang Tao was wrapping the steamed buns, he saw his parents talking and laughing with Xian. And he came over with some surprise, seeing the large and small bags unloaded beside the two elders. It felt that all the stock at home had been moved here, and he probably wouldn't have to buy anything for a long time. Although they usually brought ordinary and common food, they were full of the love of the two elders for them. But he was afraid that the two elders would be tired because of this. So he told them several times to come empty-handed, saying that he had everything to sell and didn't lack anything. But the two elders agreed every time. But they still came with large and small bags next time. That posture was even worse than before, since it was useless to say more. Let them go. Wangita smiled happily. I came so early because of your mother. She was like a child, thinking that she would see you and Xian today. She was so happy that she didn't sleep well all night. Got up early in the morning and went to the bus station to wait for the bus. You are talking about me. Aren't you the same? You also woke up early and urged me to go out early, so as not to miss the first bus. Song Xian smiled and glanced at Wangita. Huang Tao looked at the two elders bickering as usual, smiled, but felt warm in his heart. In order to prevent the two elders from arguing about this issue, he couldn't help but interrupt. Mom and Dad, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? How about I prepare some breakfast for you, and then you can take Xian back first. I still have a lot to do. Just do your thing. Don't worry about us. The old couple stopped arguing and said in unison with a smile, Okay. You guys sit down for a while. I'll be done and bring you some food. After that, Huang Tao went to the kitchen to see how Su Hao's fried dumplings were doing. The old couple saw that after the guests finished eating, they wiped the table and personally put the dishes and chopsticks into the basket next to the dishwasher. They were all a little surprised. When did the guests become so well-mannered? Looking at the dishes and chopsticks in the basket, she rolled up her sleeves and prepared to start working. Wangita also looked left and right, trying to find work to do. Then he found a rag and went to wipe the table. Grandpa, Xian will help you wipe. Xian finished the braised egg in her hand and joined the ranks of the workers. Seeing this, Ding Suqin, who was still packing, said in her heart that she couldn't bear it. She quickly stopped them. Uncle and Aunt, don't do it anymore. Don't do it anymore. These are my jobs. It's okay. We are idle anyway. You do yours. The old couple just wanted to help their son to share some of the burden as much as they could so that their son could relax. But they forgot that they had taken the work of the employees. Ding Suqin looked at Huang Tao helplessly, seeking support. Huang Tao, who understood, smiled. Mom, Dad, Sister Suqin is an employee I invited to do these things. You should stop taking her work. Besides, even if you help, I will pay her the salary without any difference. What he said made sense, leaving the old couple unable to refute. In this case, they will not take the employees' jobs, but help their son take care of the children. The old couple put down their work and took Xian to play nearby. As time passed, the line for breakfast never decreased. That is, Huang Tao prepared enough. Otherwise it would not be enough. The line was busy until 8:20, and then it was over and dispersed. The last few guests sat at the table, concentrating on eating braised eggs. The pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge were gone. There was only so much for the morning, and there was no way that all the people in the queue could buy it. Some people who came to the queue early had some to eat, and those who came late could only eat braised eggs. But the customers still ate with relish. Dad, Mom, you must be hungry. Come, eat first. Huang Tao brought all the 20 pan-fried buns, 4 bowls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and 6 braised eggs reserved for his parents. Put them on their table. Xiao Tao, stop working. Sit down and have some food together. Song Xian looked at her son with with a distressed look. Then turned her head to look at Ding Suchin and Su Hao, and politely said, "And you too. Stop working. Come and have some food together. Auntie, we have already eaten. You and Uncle can eat." Ding Suchin smiled and waved her hand, and continued to wash the kitchen utensils. Su Hao kept working, and smiled and said, "Yes, Auntie, we have all eaten. What about you?" Song Salian's eyes fell on Huang Tao. "Looking forward to it," Huang Tao said apologetically. "Mom, I have eaten too." Song Salian. "Suddenly I felt lonely." Huang Tao looked at his mother's slightly lost expression and smiled. "But I can sit with you for a while." After that, he sat down next to his mother. Xian, who was originally sitting between Grandpa and Grandma, saw this and quickly jumped off the chair, slipped from under her father's arm, and got into his arms. Ah! No matter how good Grandpa and Grandma are, they can't replace the position of father in the child's heart. Song Salian and Huang Ida looked at each other, and each saw a little lost look in the other's eyes. Huang Tao was also stunned for a moment, then smiled and picked her up and sat on his lap. Seeing the two elders in a daze, he couldn't help but remind them, "Dad, Mom, eat it while it's hot. Grandma, Grandpa, you guys try this braised egg?" Xian put her elbows on the table, her hands on her cheeks, and her smiling eyes were full of expectations. That's right. She just wanted to hear others praise her father. Good. Huang Ida smelled the rich aroma, and his hungry stomach became even hungrier. He picked up a braised egg, took a bite, and couldn't help but tsk, and his eyes became bright. He ate the braised egg in 2 or 3 bites. He smacked his lips and said with a look of satisfaction, "It tastes really good. Delicious." He picked up another one and took a bite. This operation surprised Song Salian. "Is it really that delicious?" Huang Ida didn't say anything, just nodded. After swallowing it, he said with great enthusiasm, "It's really delicious. Try it. This braised egg is especially flavorful." Huang Ida doesn't have high requirements for food, as long as he can fill his stomach. This is the first time in his life that he has given such a high evaluation to a certain food. Song Salian also picked up chopsticks to pick up the braised egg on the plate. This braised egg, gently pinched, contracted freely like a spring as soon as she got close. The moment the fragrance entered her nose, she had a poor appetite due to getting up early in the morning and taking the bus. And when she smelled the fragrance up close, she suddenly had a strong desire to eat. Take a bite. The egg white is very elastic and has a great touch. It is fragrant and delicious. Wow! Even the egg yolk is super flavorful. This is too delicious. Song Salian opened her mouth slightly and exclaimed, "No wonder the business is so good. It's just an ordinary braised egg, and it's so delicious. It's strange that the business is not good. If I lived nearby, I would definitely come here to eat every day." Hearing that Grandpa and Grandma said it was delicious, Shouan's face was full of pride. Although Grandpa and Grandma didn't praise her, they were happier than her. She continued to recommend, "Grandpa and Grandma, then you try this pan-fried bun and preserved egg and lean meat porridge. I tell you, everything made by Baba is super delicious." Good. Good. The old couple tasted the crystal clear pork-filled pan-fried bun. The dough is very thin. As soon as you bite it, the fresh meat juice gushes out. The dough is also very good, with moderate hardness and crispy bottom. The meat juice is wrapped with meat, oil and onion fragrance. It tastes great when you eat it hot. Drink a bowl of steaming preserved egg and lean meat porridge, which is fresh, fragrant and soft, filling and warming. The chewy preserved egg and tender lean meat are accompanied by the fragrance of porridge. Drink a bowl of food and feel satisfied. I didn't expect that such delicious food was really made by their son. Unconsciously, Song Salian was full. Huang Ida was also a little full and couldn't walk. He put his head on the back of the dining chair, and his arms naturally hung on his thighs. "Son, your cooking skills are great." Huang Ida, who was full and satisfied, took a break for a while, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised him. Then he asked in confusion, "But who did you learn this skill from?" "I learned it on the internet." Online. The corners of the old couple's mouth twitched. "You dared to open a store by looking up a recipe on the internet. You are so brave." But no matter what, the taste of this pan-fried bun, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and this braised egg is really nothing to say. Thinking that Huang Tao used to cook basically by looking up the dishes on the internet, And the taste of the dishes he cooked was not bad. The two old people felt that their son must have spent a lot of energy to research this time to make such delicious food. Moreover, so many customers would rather wait in line for so long just to buy one portion. And they praised the food after eating it. There should be no need to worry about the business. The son is now successful. And parents are naturally happy. After a long time, Wangita patted his shoulder and said, "Good. Good. Good. You are worthy of being my son. Wangita, work hard. And if the money is not enough, tell your parents. Your parents and I still have some savings. If you don't have enough, just ask." Song Salian echoed. "Dad, Mom, I don't lack money now. I haven't spent a penny of the money you two called me last time. Don't worry. I will tell you if I need it." Wang Tao smiled and declined. "Okay. Then we'll save it first. If you need it, tell us later." The two elders nodded in agreement. Since their son doesn't need it now, they'll continue to save it. Anyway, the money they save will be given to their son in the future. "Okay." Wang Tao nodded. "Dad, Mom, you guys take a rest first. I'm going to the market to buy some crabs. I'm going to release new products at noon. If I go too late, I won't be able to cook them at noon. Then I'll go with you so I can help you get them." Wangita supported the table and slowly stood up. Song Salian echoed. "Yes. Let your dad go with you so he can help." Xian took Wang Tao's hand and started a coquettish offensive. "Dad, I want to go to the market with you. Too. Dad, you should stay in the store. I'll take Hausi with me." Wang Tao gestured to his father to sit down, and then said to Xian softly, "Xian, Grandpa and Grandma came to see us specially. If we both leave, they will be alone. How sad they will be. Otherwise, you can stay in the store with Grandpa and Grandma, and Daddy will take you to the vegetable market next time. Okay?" Xian blinked her eyes, thinking that what her father said made sense. She nodded obediently and agreed. "You are so good. Daddy will be back soon." Wang Tao reached out and rubbed Xuan's little head, and then took Hausi to go shopping. Chapter 81. You can tell at a glance that he is an expert. Wang Tao brought Su Hao to the vegetable market. As soon as they entered the vegetable market, the nearby vendors greeted him enthusiastically. "Boss Wang, are you here to buy again?" Wang Tao smiled and replied, "Yes." When they saw him nod, the vendors turned into Sherlock Holmes in an instant, combined with the fact that he had appeared in the vegetable market several times recently, all for purchasing ingredients for new dishes. "Oh my! Boss Wang is not going to serve new dishes at noon." The vendors got the important information at once. One by one, they asked with expectation, "Boss Wang, what new dishes will be served at noon?" Wang Tao said as he walked, "Crab fried cake. Come and try it when you have time." "Wow! It's crab fried cake. The plump crab with red roe fried with soft and glutinous rice cake. The taste is so delicious. Just hearing the name of the dish, the vendors are all greedy. I want to eat it." "Since you want to eat it, just go buy it early at noon." When the vendors thought about eating the crab fried cake made by Boss Wang at noon, they were in a good mood. They didn't think about whether it was impulsive or reasonable. Anyway, they really wanted to eat the crab fried cake made by Boss Wang. At this time, Wang Tao brought Su Hao to the seafood stall. The owner of the seafood stall was very happy to see Wang Tao stop in front of his stall, and was glad that he was finally favored by the goddess of luck. Seeing Wang Tao looking down at the shrimps and crabs in the basket, the owner of the seafood stall smiled and said attentively, "Boss Wang, these are just unloaded goods. Fresh. Look, these swimming crabs are still alive. How much is this swimming crab per pound?" Wang Tao pointed to the swimming crabs in the basket that were still spitting bubbles. The seafood stall owner thought for a moment and said with a smile, "They are all sold at 30 yuan per catty. If you want them, Mr. Wang, I will give you the lowest price of 25 yuan per catty. How many do you want?" Wang Tao saw that the quality of these swimming crabs was very good. Thinking that his parents were also there, he bought a little more and gave them, Xian and two employees, some steamed crabs for lunch. "Let's order 100 catties first." "Okay." Then the seafood stall owner helped to select. Wang Tao also started to select. There are still skills to choosing crabs. 1 look, 2 photos, 3 weighing, and 4 pinching. The first look is to see the color of the swimming crab. If the whole body is white, it means that the swimming crab meat is very plump because the nutrients have been absorbed evenly. The second photo is to shine it against the light, and carefully look at the color of the two corners of the crab shell, commonly known as the corners. If there is a slight red color, it means that the crab is fat. As for how to judge whether the crab is fat or thin, you can see whether the belly button triangle has a full purple-red color, and the degree of plumpness. The third is to weigh it with your hands. This is just like picking grapefruits. The heavier ones are better. However, if you don't have the skills of Huang Tao to distinguish 2 or 30 grams, just skip it. When you weigh it gently, if there is no phenomenon of crab legs falling off, it means that the quality of this crab is superior. The fourth is to pinch. Pinch the crab legs and crab shell. Pinch the leg root of the second to last leg. If it is very hard to pinch, it means that it is very fat. And even the crab legs are full of meat. There must be more meat on the body. On the contrary, it is thin. This is a very accurate way to distinguish. Only insiders know it. If the seafood owner sees that you don't weigh the weight, but pinch the leg root, he will know that you are an insider. They will also recommend you the really fat crabs, so you won't be cheated again. As for the difference between male and female, you have to look at the crab navel. The navel of male crabs is triangular. The navel of female crabs is round. There is also a kind of female crab, whose navel is semicircular and semi-pointed. This kind of crab has crab roe and crab paste in its body, which not only tastes great, but also has first-class nutrition. Boss Huang, you are an expert. The seafood stall owner looked at Huang Tao's selection method and knew at a glance that he was an expert. He was also glad that he didn't pick inferior ones for him. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. This big order will also be a failure. He warned himself in his heart that the goods that Boss Huang wanted must be selected for him with high quality. I know a little bit. Just a little bit. Huang Tao smiled and said modestly. After choosing, Huang Tao looked at the swimming crabs that the seafood stall owner picked for him, which were also top quality goods. I think the seafood stall owner is good, and I can order goods for a long time in the future. Then I asked for the contact information of the seafood stall owner. The seafood stall owner is very smart. I immediately realized that Huang Tao was interested in long-term cooperation. He hurriedly and attentively said that he would help deliver the goods, and also promised that as long as Huang Tao wanted the goods, he would deliver them as soon as possible, with quality assurance. Huang Tao nodded in agreement and thanked him. After buying the swimming crab and washing his hands, Huang Tao took Su Hao to buy the required watermilled rice cakes at the cake stall, and then came to the frozen food stall. He planned to buy some duck necks to increase the variety of braised food. Excuse me, do you have frozen duck necks here? Yes. Yes. Mr. Huang. Look. This side is high-end. This one is mid-range. And the one at the edge is low-end. The prices of these 3 levels will also be different. But don't worry. I will definitely give you the most favorable price. Mr. Huang. Look. Which level do you want? The owner of the frozen food stall hurriedly stood up and said attentively. I want the best one. Okay. This duck neck is 24 Jin per box. There are 12 packages in a box. 8 pieces per package. How many do you want? Mr. Huang? Give me 10 boxes first. Hearing this, the owner of the frozen food stall grinned to his ears, moving the goods quickly. After buying all the goods, the owner of the frozen food stall also offered to help deliver the goods. Of course, Mr. Huang's thighs must be held tightly. After all, there are not many big customers who buy 10 boxes of duck necks at a time. So you have to curry favor with them. Otherwise, if they change to another one day, the loss will be huge, since the other party is willing to help deliver the goods to the door. Huang Tao will naturally not refuse. The owner of the frozen food stall explained to his wife, and then drove the car diligently to help Huang Tao deliver all the purchased ingredients to the Zenhachi restaurant. Back to the store. Si Ding Suqin, Huang Ida, and Jiang Gui are all helping to unload and move the goods. Seeing this, Su Hao also joined this multi-person movement. Dad, don't carry it so heavy. Be careful of hurting your waist. Huang Tao stepped forward and stretched out his hand to take the box of duck necks from his father's hand. Don't worry. Dad knows what's going on. Huang Ida held the box of duck necks, walked around Huang Tao, and walked into the store quickly, to show that he is still strong and healthy. Uncle is really walking fast. Jiang Gui looked at Huang Ida's back and sighed. Huang Tao patted Jiang Gui on the shoulder and thanked him. Brother Jiang, you've worked hard. Just a hand. It's not hard. Jiang smiled happily. Every day, Wang Tao helped to reserve food. And he helped Wang Tao with some work, which was what he should do. Daddy, Xian, who was still helping her grandparents peel longan, suddenly looked up and looked outside the store when she heard her father's voice. She soon saw her father, and immediately dropped the longan that had not been peeled yet, and ran all the way towards her father. Song Xian looked at Shouan's back and shouted worriedly, Xian, run slower. Run slower. Ah! Wang Tao, who wanted to move the goods together, hurried forward when he heard his precious daughter's call, leaned over and hugged Xian, who was running towards him. He picked her up and couldn't help kissing her on the forehead, saying, Do you miss Daddy? Yes, I do. Xian nodded vigorously, with a shallow dimple on her cheek. Daddy misses Xian too. Wang Tao scratched her little nose lovingly, causing Xian to giggle and look up. Wang Tao saw that her little hands were dirty, and asked curiously, What was Xian doing just now? I was helping Grandma peel longan just now. Grandma said that Daddy has been very busy recently, and that Xian is also very hard to study. So she wants to cook some longan soup and egg soup for us to replenish our bodies. Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes. He praised generously, Xian is great. She can help Grandma with work. Hearing her father's praise, Shouan's smile became even brighter. Shao, you must be tired. Sit down for a while. Song Xian poured him a glass of water. Wang Tao looked at the longan scattered on the table, which looked very ordinary. Huh? How did my mother, who always had high requirements for quality, buy longans of this quality? He was very puzzled and asked curiously, Mom, your longans look very ordinary. Why did you buy longans of this quality? Song Xian said in a low voice, I think the old lady who sells longans is old. Like your grandmother. Hearing this, he was silent. At this moment, he remembered that his grandmother had passed away for more than 5 years. But many deep feelings and thoughts cannot be expressed, and cannot be let go. Time may be slow, but some deep love may be recorded in my heart for the rest of my life. Chapter 82 Playing with crabs turns into walking crabs. Ding Suchin was diligent, and quickly cleaned the side dishes. Su Hao was busy dealing with the side dishes. Sister Suchin, hurry up and clean the swimming crabs. We'll use them for lunch, Wang Tao said as he worked on his work. Okay. At this moment, she put on rubber gloves and held a brush in one hand. She quickly picked up the belly button of a swimming crab and put it in the rushing water to scrub it clean. This is great. It immediately aroused Shouan's interest. She quickly put down her breasts and ran over. She squatted aside and looked at the huge number of swimming crabs in the big basin. Wow! The crabs are so cute. Her beautiful big eyes were full of joy. She couldn't help but stretch out her chubby little hands to touch them. But when she saw those big claws, she hesitated again. She looked like she wanted to touch them, but didn't dare to. Seeing this, Ding Suchin's heart tightened, and she quickly stopped him softly. Xian, don't touch the crabs with your hands. And don't grab the crabs. If the crab's big claws pinch your hands, it will hurt. Oh! Xian quickly retracted her hand. She looked scared, but she looked at the swimming crabs in the big basin reluctantly. Wangita, who was not far away, noticed the desire in his granddaughter's eyes. After thinking for a while, he asked softly, Xian, do you want to play with crabs? Xian nodded and said yeah. The granddaughter wanted to play, so the grandfather naturally had to find a way. Wait, Grandpa will find a way for you. After a while, he found her a long chopstick, intending to let her hold it to tease the swimming crabs. Hold it. You won't get pinched if you use chopsticks. Thank you, Grandpa. Xian took the long chopsticks and teased the crabs. She just put the chopsticks in her hand to its mouth. It was like being electrocuted. Suddenly raised its 2 big claws, stretched out its 8 thighs, and took a fighting posture, looking at its ferocious appearance. She was frightened and quickly took back the chopsticks. Xian, don't be afraid. You are holding long chopsticks. It can't pinch you, Wangita said with a smile. Hearing this, Xian became bolder and took the long chopsticks to tease the crabs again. As Grandpa said, it couldn't pinch her. So, poke this one. Then poke that one. Have a lot of fun. Wangita was worried that these crabs would become boring, and the loss would be great. Xian, Grandpa will pick one out for you, and let him play with you alone. Okay? Okay. She nodded, pointed to the largest swimming crab and said, Grandpa, I want this crab. Okay. Grandpa will catch it for you. He reached out and grabbed the swimming crab that his precious granddaughter had designated, in order to prevent the swimming crab from escaping and being difficult to find. He found another rope, tied one of the big claws of the swimming crab with one end, and let Xian hold the other end so that she could lead the crab. Now, from teasing crabs to walking crabs, there is more fun. Xian happily led the swimming crab and strolled around the store. Daddy? Grandma? Look! Oh! Xian is walking the crab. So cool. Song Salian looked up and smiled happily. She could guess with her toes that this must be the masterpiece of Lao Wang. Su Hao and Ding Suqin couldn't help laughing when they saw it. Wang Tao saw that she was having a lot of fun. He thought of himself when he was a child. Every summer, he would go to the small river at the entrance of the village with his friends to catch fish and shrimp. When the river water receded, he would look for crabs under the pebbles. No matter big or small, they were all caught and taken home. Then they put them in a basin, and the next day they found that they were all gone. At that time, they were really happy. Look at the children now. Although there are many toys, they are getting further and further away from nature. Vegetables, fruits and animals are almost all learned from books. It is difficult to have the opportunity to explore by yourself. Occasionally there is a chance to contact, but it is no longer like them. Alas, times are different, and happiness is naturally different. However, if there is a chance to contact, he is still willing to let Xian explore. Dad, can I raise this crab? If you like it, raise it. Wang Tao nodded in agreement. Is this okay? What to feed it with? Song Salian looked at a face that was both funny and sad. At this moment, Wang Tao took the 6 most plump swimming crabs that he had just reserved and prepared to steam them as a side dish for lunch, in order to prevent the crab roe and crab paste from flowing out and breaking the legs during steaming. He pierced 2 needles at the mouth of the swimming crab. In this way, it will not move, and naturally it will not break its legs and ooze yellow. Put the crab in cold water with the crab shell facing down to prevent oozing yellow, because sudden heat will cause the crab roe to flow out through the gap. Starting from cold water and heating evenly, the crab roe will gradually solidify on the crab shell, avoiding the possibility of oozing yellow. Howsy, you watch it. After the water boils, turn off the fire after 10 to 12 minutes. He gave a warning. Marinated the swimming crab pieces cut by Su Hao with salt and white wine, and started to prepare the crab fried cakes for lunch. This fried rice cake, as a special delicacy in the south, it is Huang Tao's childhood memory. The white and soft rice cake itself has no taste. The most common way is to put various vegetables, shredded meat, dried shrimp, etc. and cook or fry them, which tastes very good. The simplest way is to put nothing in it. Cut it into pieces and steam it in a steamer, and then eat it with sugar. The brown sugar is melted by the moist white rice cake. Sweetness and softness make it a simple and delicious meal. Although this kind of meal has nothing to do with the crab fried cake to be launched at noon. But Huang Tao is thinking, why not prepare some steamed rice cakes with brown sugar for Xian? The little guy will definitely love such sweets. It is better to act than to be moved. He looked at Howsy beside him. Howsy, don't cut all the rice cakes into strips. Cut 1 strip into rice cake cubes and steam it in the steamer later. I want to make rice cakes for Xian to dip in sugar. Okay, boss. Su Hao quickly boiled water, and while boiling water, he picked up a rice cake and cut it into rice cake cubes as required. Huang Tao will now coat the marinated swimming crab pieces, where the crab meat is exposed, with a layer of corn starch. Heat the oil pan. When the oil temperature is 50 to 60% hot, fry the crab meat coated with flour first. The starch locks the nutrients and freshness of the crab meat. When it turns red, fry the crab claws and crab shells together. After the swimming crab is fried, add the cut rice cakes and continue frying. At this time, the starch on the swimming crab is already golden yellow, and the freshness of the swimming crab is forced by the hot oil. It permeates from the starch layer and is absorbed by the rice cake. Remove and set aside. The juice made of soy sauce, sugar, vinegar, ginger, etc. adds color to the swimming crab and flavor to the rice cake. Stir fry over high heat. Sprinkle with chopped green onions. A pot of crab fried cake with color, aroma, and taste is ready. When serving, he also arranged it in the shape of a swimming crab with interest, which is the last respect for these swimming crabs. Ding Suchin smelled the fragrance and looked at the swimming crab fried rice cake, and couldn't help saying, "This taste is too fragrant. More than 10 times more fragrant than the crab fried cake sold outside. A completely different feeling. It is indeed very fragrant." As a professional chef, Su Hao gave a very pertinent evaluation. "Sister Suchin, how's-y? Wash your hands first and eat. Let's eat this crab fried rice cake, steamed crab, and nourishing fish soup for noon." "Okay." Wang Tao smiled and said that what the two employees in the store want to eat in the morning, noon and evening is all up to them. If they don't like it, they can eat something else. Yes. Yes. Thank you, boss. Ding Suchin nodded very quickly. It felt so happy to work in such a working environment. Su Hao had no objection and accepted it happily. When they brought the food out, Wang Tao also went to make a sauce. Steamed crabs, of course, cannot be without sauce. Xiao Tao, what are you busy with? Come out and eat together. Song Xiaolian saw that her son did not come out, and greeted him with concern. Xian also waved at him. Dad, come here. We are going to eat. I'm coming. I'm coming. Wang Tao saw that everyone was waiting for him to eat, so he sat down quickly, put down the sauce and said, "Eat quickly. This crab fried rice cake is delicious when it is hot." Hearing this, everyone started to taste the food. Wang Yida took a bite of the rice cake and his eyes lit up. This fried rice cake with swimming crab is simple and delicious, with an unstoppable rhythm. It's so delicious. Yes. The freshness of the crab is passed on to the rice cake. The fragrance of the rice cake is transferred to the crab. They complement each other and enhance each other. It's really delicious. Song Xiaolian's eyes were also full of brilliance. Ding Suchin also showed a little expression of enjoyment after taking a bite. But she was thinking about her daughter in her heart. Thinking about leaving some for her daughter and letting her taste this delicacy. Of course, leaving some is for her own plate. Su Hao, who was standing by, picked up a chopstick and tasted it. Each rice cake was covered with the unique freshness of the crab, dancing on the tip of the tongue, which was really the freshness lingers on the tongue for 3 days. The crab meat was golden on the outside, and it felt thin and crispy when chewed. But it did not affect the crab meat inside at all. The crab meat inside is still white and tender, and it is still very fragrant when chewed. Boss, this crab fried cake is really delicious. This is not him flattering. The taste is really there. He just said it according to his heart. Like it? If you like it, eat more, Wang Tao said with a smile. Daddy, it's delicious. Xian, who was eating seriously, couldn't help but give a thumbs up to her father. Wang Tao was naturally very happy to be praised by his daughter. He took her a white rice cake, dipped it in some brown sugar, and handed it to Xian. Dad made a rice cake dipped in sugar for you. You try it. Well, it's sticky, sweet, and delicious. The little guy's eyebrows were curved. Meow. The forgotten Mimi made a whining sound. Ah! I actually forgot about Mimi. Xian, Grandpa and Grandma. Do you want to see Mimi do a backflip? Song Xiaolian and Huang Yida came over, a little unconvinced. Can she really do a backflip? Xian raised her chin to Mimi. Mimi, do a backflip. Mimi, the crab fried cake won't taste good when it gets cold. Xian picked up a piece of crab fried cake with chopsticks and tempted. Meow. Mimi looked resentful, but still did a backflip obediently. Song Xiaolian and Huang Yida opened their mouths wide. Wow, this little cat is so amazing. Xian also fulfilled her promise, and picked up a lot of rice cakes for Mimi, and gave it some nourishing fish soup. Mimi ate happily with a grunt. Outside the store, customers were already coming to the Zinchichi restaurant one after another. The first person to come was a girl, who looked like a high school student. Chapter 83. This is my crab. Congratulations on your guess. This girl who looks like a high school student is Ding Jiai from Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. She is also Lin Yuan's desk mate. It is a rare day off today, but she changed her usual style, and did not sleep until noon. She got up early in the morning, and rode her bicycle to the library to borrow books. After borrowing the books, she thought about coming to the old street in the west of the city to take a look. Okay, she admitted. Borrowing books was a cover. Eating the delicious food at Zinhachi restaurant was what she longed for. Because she was worried that if she went too late, there would be a lot of people queuing, and she would have to wait in line for a long time. So she came to the old street in the west of the city at more than 10 o'clock. Because she didn't know the specific address of Zenhachi restaurant, she could only follow the most primitive method. Looking at the shop signs along the street, and looking for them one by one. Finally found it. She looked up at the sign hanging at the door of the store, and smiled brightly. I didn't expect that such a delicious restaurant is easy to find. Just walk in and turn the corner. Looking at the electronic price list at the door, she decided to eat as much as she wanted at noon. As for losing weight, only when you are full can you have the energy to lose weight. Delicious food. Here I come. She locked her bicycle and rushed into the store immediately. Boss, you guys eat slowly first. I'll go over to greet you. When Ding Suchin saw a customer coming in, she quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks, stood up and greeted them. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Can we order now? Ding Suchin looked at Huang Tao, and seeing Huang Tao nod, she smiled and said, sure. What would you like to order? Ding Jiayi took a quick glance and saw the most dazzling swimming crab fried cake on the table. The color was rich. The crab legs were wrapped with crab meat. The juice was swaying on the crab meat. And the rice cake was also covered with rich juice. Just from the visual effect, it looks delicious. I'm greedy. She couldn't help but lick her lips with the tip of her tongue, remembering that she didn't see this dish on the price list at the door. She asked a little embarrassedly, excuse me, is this crab fried cake you eat sold in the store? How does it taste? Seeing that the other party was a new customer, Ding Suchin couldn't help but introduce. This crab fried cake was just launched at noon today. The taste is particularly delicious. The crab's freshness is soaked into the rice cake. The crab meat and rice cake are fried in advance. The rice cake is crispy and soft when chewed. The crab meat is crispy on the outside and white and tender on the inside. It tastes fragrant, tender and fresh. I think it's delicious. This crab is a fresh swimming crab that our boss specially bought. Each one is very plump and has a lot of crab roe. When Ding Suchin introduced the taste, she naturally talked about her experience of eating just now. There was no exaggeration at all. She was a little greedy when she smelled the aroma in the kitchen. And when she tasted the first bite of crab fried rice cake, she realized that it was really delicious. Originally, Ding Jiayi came here just to eat. After seeing the bright and attractive color of crab fried rice cake, coupled with Ding Suchin's description, she was simply greedy. But she was also a little entangled. She had been thinking about the lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs at school. And just now, she was planning to order 2 lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs and a bowl of nourishing fish soup to go back and enjoy with her mother. But now, the store has a new crab fried cake. It looks delicious. She started to wonder what to do. What to do? Of course, take them all. She took a bite and decided to order the crab steamed rice cake. What's the price of this crab fried cake? I didn't see the price of this dish on the electronic price list at the door just now. This question stumped Ding Suchin. She turned back to look at Huang Tao and asked, Boss, what's the price of crab fried rice cake? You haven't set the price yet. Hearing this, Huang Tao realized that he had forgotten such an important thing. He smiled awkwardly. 68 yuan. This price? Ding Jiayi said in her heart that she couldn't afford it. After calculating the pocket money she brought with her, it seemed that it was only enough to buy 1 bowl. Then buy a bowl and share it with my mother. Then give me 1 crab fried cake, 2 steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, and a bowl of nourishing fish soup to take away. Okay. Please sit down for a while. My boss will make it for you in a while. Ding Suchin replied politely, and then went to the door of the store to enter the price of crab fried cake into the electronic price list. At this time, Huang Tao and his friends had finished eating. Huang Tao reminded Mom, Dad, after you finish eating, take Xian back to take a nap, and come back in the afternoon. Okay. The old couple thought that they could not help much in the store, and they were taking up seats. So they nodded and agreed to Huang Tao's proposal. Huang Tao and Su Hao went to the kitchen to work. Outside the store, old customers arrived one after another. Old Qin and Old Lu, a pair of good friends, came by appointment. When he was about to reach the store entrance, Lao Lu smelled a different smell keenly. It's not that his nose is so sharp. It's just that he has been used to smelling other smells in the store these days. And suddenly the unusual smell of the store will become obvious. It smells a bit like crab. Lao Qin, who had smelled the smell a long time ago, shook his folding fan and corrected faintly. What do you mean it smells a bit like crab? This is the smell of crab. Or the smell of crab fried cake. Lao Lu. Your nose is not good. I don't have a dog's nose. Of course, I can't smell the smell of fried cake. Lao Lu walked into the store with his sleeves brushed. You? Lao Lu. You can't argue with me. So you get angry. Tut tut tut. Look at your tolerance. Lao Qin folded his folding fan, pointed at Lao Lu's back, and smiled. Then he followed leisurely behind, and realized belatedly that the old guy Lao Lu was secretly scolding him. Lao Lu. Tell me clearly, who is the dog nose? Lao Qin was anxious and caught up with Lao Lu, intending to argue with him. Just happened to meet Huangita and his wife, and Xian, who were walking out with crabs. Lao Qin greeted Huangita and his wife enthusiastically. Hey, aren't these Mr. Huang's parents? Where are you going? I'm going to take Xian back and take a nap. Huangita, holding Mimi, smiled happily. Xian shouted politely. Hello, Grandpa Qin. Good. So good. Lao Qin said with a loving face. Grandpa Qin. Look, this is the crab I raised. Xian is like a child in school, who wants to share good things. Old Qin looked at the crab in her hand, and soul-searching questions echoed in his mind. Is this the current trend? Go out and walk the crabs. Although he didn't understand this trend, he still responded with a smile. Oh, so cute. Hearing Xian praised by old Qin, Song Xian touched Shouan's little head and said softly, Xian, we are leaving. Say goodbye to Grandpa Qin. Goodbye, Grandpa Qin. Xian stretched out her chubby little hand and waved to old Qin. Goodbye. Old Qin also waved and watched them leave. Xian walking the crabs naturally became the most beautiful kid on this street. It attracted the attention of the neighbors, and attracted the envious eyes of many children. Well, I was looking for old Lu just now. What was it for? Because of Xian and the others' chat. The forgetful old Qin couldn't remember anything for a while. Uncle, are you going in or not? If not, we will go in. Don't say we're taking your place. The later customers saw Lao Qin standing at the door of the store and asked anxiously and friendly. Of course I'm going in. Lao Qin gave up his memories and walked into the store quickly with his old legs and lined up obediently. The customers behind him also hurriedly followed, fearing that if they were late, the crab fried cake would be gone. And Dingi, who ordered the first meal, also got the meal she ordered. She carried the packed meal in her hand, rode her bike, hummed a song, and faced the wind. She returned home all the way. Chapter 80 for the arrival of a man in uniform. Swish. Swish. Dingi took out a bunch of keys and opened the door. Mom, I'm back. As soon as she opened the door, she shouted into the house. Unfortunately, her enthusiasm was misplaced after all. No one responded in the house. Okay. He must have gone shopping and hasn't come back yet. She pouted and walked into the door to change her shoes. Put the takeaway box in her hand on the dining table. Then she went to the kitchen to wash her hands, took 2 bowls, and returned to the restaurant. She divided some crab fried cakes and nourishing fish soup from the takeaway box into 2 bowls, and took out her own portion of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice and opened them. Wow, it smells so good. Smelling the tempting aroma, she couldn't help but show an intoxicated expression, and quickly picked up the chopsticks and directly picked up a piece of pork ribs, wanting to eat it. The chopsticks just lightly pinched it, and it sank directly into the meat, and finally got stuck in the bones, and then broke directly from the contact point. She carefully put it into her mouth. It was still the familiar taste, not a bit different. Maybe she had been thinking about it for several days. She even felt that it was more fragrant than the last time she ate from Lin Yuan. Steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. Fried crab cake. When you are tired, dry and thirsty, just have a mouthful of delicious nourishing fish soup. It is simply a must. Just as she was enjoying the food happily, the door was opened. The figure of her mother Chen Lingqiao also appeared at the door, and she smiled and said, Jia, your mother. I'm back? Mom, you are finally back. Come and see what I packed for you at noon. I promise you will want to eat it again after you eat it. She leaned back with all her strength, looked sideways at the door, and waved at her mother, her tone particularly enthusiastic and a little proud. In the morning, Lingqiao heard her daughter say that she was going to the library to borrow books. Thinking that it would be boring to stay at home alone, she followed her out. But she was going shopping. When they separated, she told her daughter to cook a bowl of noodles for herself after she came home at noon, or order takeout online if she hadn't come back yet. If she wanted to order takeout, she should order one for her as well. Now she understood what her daughter meant. It seemed like this meal. Or did she buy it from outside and bring it back? She put down the shopping bag in her hand, bent down to change her shoes. Okay. Then I'll try it later. Have you eaten it? I'm almost done. You wash your hands quickly and come to eat. It won't be good if it gets cold. Dingi urged with an urgent look of if you have delicious food, you must share it with your family. Okay. I'm coming. When she came out of the kitchen after washing her hands, she saw her daughter diligently helping her open the takeaway box. Even disposable chopsticks and spoons were placed for her. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Based on her understanding of her daughter, she felt that this matter was strange. Oh! The sun came out from the west today. And you even broke the chopsticks for me. I just feel sorry for you because I see you are so tired from shopping. Ding Jiai smiled a little guilty. She didn't believe it anyway. Lingqiao asked with a smile, have you spent all your pocket money? Not yet. I still have some. She pursed her lips and smiled. This time she didn't want to take advantage of her mother's rare softness and take the opportunity to beg her mother for more pocket money. Lingqiao didn't bother to pay attention to her anymore, because her eyes fell on the food in the takeaway boxes. Wow! The food in the takeaway box looks quite high-end. It's not cheap at first glance. She asked with concern, do you really have enough pocket money? Enough? Enough. She nodded and urged again anxiously, Mom, you should eat quickly. Otherwise the food will be cold and not tasty. Lingqiao looked at the steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, crab fry cakes, and nourishing fish soup in the takeaway box. And her hungry stomach suddenly sang a song of hunger. Ahem. This crab fry cake looks really good. The color is clear. And the price of swimming crabs is not cheap. Hey. This steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice looks good too. I can smell the fragrance of lotus leaves and the sauce aroma of pork ribs. What a tempting taste. Her mouth was full of saliva. And she didn't care that she was still in the weight loss period and had to restrain herself. She quickly picked up the chopsticks and put a piece of ribs into her mouth. First, the delicate taste. The ribs fell apart as soon as she bit them. Not greasy at all. Very soft and tender. The saltiness was just right. Lingqiao felt that her taste buds were tempted. She couldn't help but scoop a spoonful of glutinous rice that had absorbed the rich sauce and put it into her mouth. The glutinous rice completely and evenly absorbed the fragrance of the ribs and the fragrance of the lotus leaves. And it tasted sticky and very fragrant. She quickly tasted the swimming crab fried rice cake. The freshness of the swimming crab was integrated into the rice cake, making the rice cake, which originally had no taste, bloom with a unique taste in the taste buds. Fragrant and sticky. The taste is unique. The crab meat is very tender and tasty. The taste is amazing. She squinted her eyes in enjoyment, and only opened her eyes and shouted in surprise after swallowing all the food. This lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs and this crab fry cake are so delicious. Even better than what we had last time at Su Mansion. Seeing that her favorite food was also liked by her mother, and was satisfied with it, Ding Jiai was naturally very happy. She also did not forget to recommend the quality to her mother. I heard from the clerk that these crabs are all fresh swimming crabs. And the quality is all excellent. Wow! You have become a little fan of this store so quickly. Lingqiao smiled jokingly. She did not argue with her mother, and continued to recommend it. Mom, try this nourishing fish soup. It tastes great too. Well, this fish soup is as white as milk. It's very well cooked. The white and tender fish slices are floating in the soup. It's very filling. Lingqiao commented, and then looked at her daughter beside her. Have you drank the nourishing fish soup? Or you can drink these? Drink it. Drink it. Look! There's still some in my bowl. Seeing that there was still some in her daughter's bowl, she drank it herself. The fish soup is delicious. The fish meat is tender and smooth. And it makes people linger. She picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth. Jiai. Where do you buy these? They are all delicious. Let's go eat them together next time. The price should not be cheap. Right? Mom? You think they are delicious too? Right? I also think they are delicious. I like all three of them very much. Mom, let me tell you. Just go to the old street in the west of the city and buy them at the restaurant called Jinhaochi on the corner. That restaurant is very popular. There are many people lining up at mealtime. Dingi walked to her mother and said coquettishly, Mom, when you come to see me at school next time, can you bring me some food from Zinchiho restaurant? When she thought that she could also taste the food from Zinchiho restaurant during her stay at school, she couldn't help but show a bright smile on her face. Okay. So you are waiting for me here. Chen Lingqiao finally understood why her daughter was so attentive to her. Mom, just one word. Okay? Okay? She continued to act coquettishly. Well, the food in this restaurant is really delicious. And the ingredients are fresh. Chen Lingqiao thought for a while. Okay. I will bring it to you next time I visit you at school. Thank you. Mom, you are the best. She hugged her mother's neck and put her face to her mother intimately. You child. Chen Lingqiao patted her daughter's arm lightly, and her eyes radiated a gentle light. Wang Tao naturally didn't know how Ding Jiayi would recommend the restaurant to his mother after returning home, and then successfully get her consent to buy delicious food for her during her stay on campus. It was peak season, and his store was very busy. There was also a little episode. Because of the arrival of a man in uniform, many customers panicked. Chapter 85. We don't buy it. Is this smell the new crab fried cake that will be launched at noon? Yes. It's crab fried cake. Brothers, hurry up. Fuck. Wait for me. Oh my god. There are so many people. Will it be our turn? It's really delicious. The people who lined up later at the door of the restaurant all had such concerns. But they couldn't bear to give up when they smelled the fragrance in the air. After all, this kind of aroma of stir-frying is the most tempting. And it is drilling into their noses at this time. It tickled their greedy worms, tickling in their hearts. The more they tickled, the deeper they yearned for crab fried cake. Slow down. Slow down. Do you want to tire me to death? If you tire me to death, you won't be able to eat crab fried cake. At this time, the middle-aged man, with a big belly, who got the news of the new product, was also pulled over by his husky, looking at the people queuing in front of him. Ouch. Oh my god. Looking at this situation, it will probably be difficult to buy crab fried cakes at noon. He was so anxious in his heart. Awah. Awah. The husky had a fierce look on his face and stared at his owner, as if saying, shit shoveler, if I can't eat at noon. Tell me, how much do you plan to spend on the decoration plan? The middle-aged man with a big belly was frightened by its stare, worried that this guy would tear down the house because of a disagreement, and hurriedly smiled and said, okay. I know. His brain was working quickly, thinking of a solution. Well, this is the only way. He gritted his teeth and said loudly, oh, no. Everyone make way. Make way. I have diarrhea. The customer in front of him just turned around and looked at him silently. The customer behind him just stepped back silently. No one moved out of the way. Damn. These are all ruthless people. The middle-aged man with a big belly looked desperate. Damn. Aren't you afraid of diarrhea? Shuekai, who was in front of the middle-aged man with a big belly, said with an expression of not caring about it and watching the fun without minding the big trouble. It's not my fault. I'm not afraid of a dime. Oh my god. What he said made sense, leaving the middle-aged man with a big belly without any rebuttal. Hey! It's not easy to fool customers this time. Brother, if you feel uncomfortable in your stomach, don't eat crabs. Otherwise your diarrhea will be more severe and your stomach will be more uncomfortable. I think you should go to the hospital first. The customer in the queue behind him said he cared, but he was actually thinking about something else. What a pity! The middle-aged man with a big belly saw through his thoughts. He gave him a look that said, there are always bitches who want to take his place in the queue, and glared at him fiercely. He smiled awkwardly when the middle-aged man with a big belly was about to turn his head. He saw a man in a fluorescent uniform getting off a bright and cool motorcycle. He said in surprise, hey, why are the traffic police here? Shuekai and the people in the queue thought he was repeating his old tricks. If they hadn't considered his weight and the husky beside him, they would have definitely given him a few bang 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 words. Of course, strong condemnation was inevitable. I say, big brother, you used the same trick twice. Do you think others are stupid? Yes. This is too immoral. Are you playing tricks on us? You didn't fool us with your tricks just now. So you want to fool us with another trick now? I tell you, we won't fall for it. Brother, you are too dishonest. You actually used such a shady trick to grab my position. Shwekai said angrily. Oh my god. No one believes the truth these days? The middle-aged man with a big belly rolled his eyes speechlessly and pointed. Look. You can see for yourself. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and saw a person in a fluorescent uniform walking towards them with an upright posture. Fuck. It's really a traffic policeman. The fear of being dominated by tickets for many years made Shwekai and other people in the queue who drove to the queue subconsciously think that the traffic police were here to issue tickets. Oh my god. My car. The first reaction in their minds was I'll drive right away. Don't find me. And their feet subconsciously stretched out. They wanted to move their cars. The middle-aged man with a big belly and other people in the queue who didn't drive saw it. And they all showed excited expressions. Without these people in the queue who had to move their cars, then they would have a greater chance of buying and more hope. Haha. God really helped me. Oh. No. It was the traffic police who helped me. They wanted to give this traffic police brother a banner immediately. Unfortunately, they were too happy too early. Shwekai and those people in the queue who drove to the queue all silently stretched their feet back and continued to queue obediently. Huh? What's going on? Why don't you leave? At this point, the middle-aged man with a big belly and the people in line who didn't drive were completely dumbfounded. They all looked confused. The middle-aged man with a big belly patted Shwekai on the shoulder and asked in confusion, Brother, didn't you want to move your car? Why don't you move? Move? Wasn't that to move your seat? He went back and forth and lined up again. So he didn't want to eat this meal. To be honest. In front of delicious food. He is a real dry eater. What he can put in his mouth must not be in the hands of others. As for the traffic police ticket, it's up to you. Other people who didn't move their cars also had the same idea. Shwekai smiled. It's almost my turn. If I leave, the duck in my hand will fly away. Aren't you afraid that the traffic police will give you a ticket? As long as I can eat the delicious food made by Mr. Huang, I will be fine. Anyway, things that can be solved with money are not a big deal. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with a big belly and other friends were stunned. They were all shocked. These guys are all ruthless. But think about it. If it were them, they would also choose delicious food. Can the delicious food in the restaurant be compared with a ticket? The traffic police in fluorescent uniforms were completely unaware of his arrival, which caused a panic. To be honest, he actually came to eat. Originally, seeing that there were many people queuing at the door of this store, I thought the taste should be very good. I wanted to come and try it. But when I got off the car and saw the number of people in the queue, I was instantly persuaded to leave. He thought about it. Then he turned around and went to the noodle shop not far away. Just arriving at the door, a man rushed out from beside him with a nervous look, without even bothering to eat his noodles. Traffic police? Hey, you haven't paid yet. The noodle shop owner thought the man wanted to eat a free meal. So she hurriedly walked out from behind the cashier and tried to chase the man. When she saw the traffic police entering the store, she shouted to her boss, Give me a bowl of beef noodles. She reacted instantly. The man was scared by the traffic police and went out to move his car. Other customers in the store were also amused by the reactions of the man and the owner's wife. Okay, wait a minute. The owner's wife agreed with a smile, and then went to the kitchen to report the menu. That store is doing very well. The line is so long. It's really exaggerated. The traffic police sat in a position where he could see the line through the floor-to-ceiling glass door. Seeing that many people had joined the line, he muttered in surprise. Oh, traffic police uncle. That's Mr. Huang's shop. Everything they make is delicious. They sell well because they are delicious. A 40-year-old uncle raised his head and said with a smile, Uncle? The 25-year-old traffic police was stunned and glanced at the uncle at the next table. Okay. He called him traffic police uncle. And traffic police uncle is just a general term of respect. Don't mind it. The traffic police smiled awkwardly but politely. How delicious can it be? Let me tell you this. I can eat more than a dozen of Mr. Huang's pan-fried buns in one meal. Oh, then why don't you go to that shop to queue up? But eat noodles here? It's because I don't have time. After saying that, the uncle shook his head helplessly, and then asked curiously, Traffic police uncle, you look like you are also interested in the food at Mr. Huang's shop. Why don't you go to queue up? I don't have time either. The traffic police responded politely. The noodle shop owner came out with noodles. And heard this. And her mouth twitched. Damn it. I thought it was because my noodles were delicious that the traffic police were attracted. It turned out that they didn't have time to queue. Heartbroken. It hurts so much that I can't breathe. Chapter 86. Where is the crab fried rice cake? In the Zenhachi restaurant. The customers in the queue in front heard that the restaurant had a new dish at noon. Those who are not short of money. Basically. They chose the crab fried rice cake without hesitation. Those who are short of money. They also gritted their teeth and chose the crab fried rice cake to try it. The customers in the queue behind kept watching the people in front of them while queuing to see how much they bought. They were afraid that it would be their turn before it was their turn. The crab fried rice cake was gone. The customers who took away the food, carrying bags of trophies, hummed along the way, and disappeared in the crowd under the envious eyes of everyone. Obviously, the most handsome guy on this street depends on how many bags of Zenhachi's food you carry in your hands. And the customers who stayed in the restaurant to eat were eating with relish. Lin Yuan couldn't help but praise while eating. Wow, the crab is delicious. The rice cake is fragrant and glutinous. It's delicious. This plate is not enough. Boss, please give me another plate of crab fried rice cake. Zhou Hong, who was wearing glasses, called Huang Tao loudly. As soon as the voice fell, he attracted a series of killing people without paying for their lives' eyes. Originally, it is normal to continue ordering after finishing eating. But in Huang Tao's store, this is a bit infuriating. The customers who were still queuing in the store protested strongly one by one. Go away. If you want to eat another plate, go to the queue outside. Fuck. I have been queuing here for more than 10 minutes. And you are sitting here enjoying the food happily. It's okay to enjoy it. But you actually want to have another plate. Who gave you the courage? That's right. I'm forced to watch you enjoy the food. But you actually want another plate. Don't you know that children in their 20s are still hungry? Yes. Yes. How can you be like this? If you want to order, just order 2 bowls at once. Don't do this. You order more after you finish eating. Zhou Hong had to smile awkwardly and shut up, afraid that if he disagreed with someone, he would anger those who had not eaten the crab fried cakes and bring disaster upon himself. Being beaten up, when it was the turn of the customers in the queue behind, they all learned from him. I want a bowl of crab fried cakes. Oh no. 2 bowls of crab fried cakes. Eat here. I also want 2 bowls of crab fried cakes. Plus a bowl of nourishing fish soup. Take it away. I also want 2 bowls of crab fried cakes. Plus a bowl of nourishing fish soup. Eat here. I am the same as him. This wave of ordering operations caused the crabs and rice cakes to be consumed very quickly. Soon, the crabs were all gone. Su Hao glanced at the ingredients and reminded boss. The crabs are almost gone. Okay. I got it. Then you notify your sister Suchin and tell her not to take any more orders for crab fried cakes. Huang Tao continued to stir-fry over high heat and said calmly. Okay. Su Hao nodded, and then quickly shouted to Ding Suchin, who was still busy packing not far away, and conveyed Huang Tao's meaning to her. Ding Suchin looked at the customer in front of her and said apologetically, I'm really sorry. The crab fried cakes for lunch have all been sold out. Do you have anything else you want to eat? The steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf glutinous rice are also very good. Sold out. When it was the turn of the middle-aged man with a big belly, his smile froze on his face instantly. When he thought of the husky outside the door, he was overwhelmed. Then I want 2 servings of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, 2 braised pig's trotters, and 2 bowls of nourishing fish soup. To take away. Okay. Wait a moment. Ding Suchin said politely. After a while, the middle-aged man with a big belly walked out of the store with a takeaway box. The husky came over, sniffed the food bag in his hand, and looked at him seriously. There was a fierce look on his face, as if to say, shit shoveler, where is the crab fried rice cake? The middle-aged man with a big belly was frightened by the stare of it, worried that this guy would destroy the house for revenge as soon as he got home. He quickly smiled and said, the crab fried cake is gone. But I bought you steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, braised pig's trotters, and nourishing fish soup. Let's eat these for lunch. Don't worry. I will definitely buy you crab fried cake in the evening. I will buy you 2 servings. 2 servings will be okay. Right. The stinky face of the husky slowly eased. Ming, who bought the last plate of crab fried cake, carried the takeaway box and hummed all the way. He was so happy. When he walked out of the old street in the west of the city, he couldn't help but pick up the takeaway box, took a photo, and posted it on WeChat Moments. I'm lucky today. I bought the last new dish of Jinhaochi restaurant. As soon as it was posted, many classmates and friends liked and commented in seconds. A name long enough to attract the goddess' attention, Brother Yin. What's in your takeaway box? Peerless flirting, I envy you. Brother Yin. Is it crab fried rice cake? Don't ask me how I know. The answer is that I just bought one. And now I'm eating freshly baked crab fried rice cake in the dormitory. It smells so good. The user has resurrected. You guys are simply killing people. The poor kid went to line up, but didn't buy it. The water of West Lake is my tears. Who knows? Shall we, Brother Yin? We agreed to buy it together. But you bought it secretly. You wait for me. I'm already rushing over with a 100-meter long sword. Xiao Ji, damn. It's really delicious. When did the restaurant launch new products? How come I didn't know anything about it? But we are in the same dormitory. Brother Yin, you don't follow martial ethics. A clear person doesn't talk behind the scenes. Damn. Brother Yin, you are showing off nakedly. After all, I'm so cool. Hey, Lao Yin, your luck today is really good. You can go buy a lottery ticket. Little fairy Lin Yuan, Yen Ming. Your little fairy Lin Yuan is already hungry. Please come over and feed her immediately. When Yen Ming saw Lin Yuan's comment, goosebumps all over his body. Return your little fairy. And feed her. Who the hell are you to me? When he thought of his childhood sweetheart, he replied speechlessly to little fairy Lin Yuan, Oh. Watch your words. We are obviously enemies. Okay. Lin Yuan replied immediately, Little enemy. What are you doing? Like a fool. I asked a question. Why didn't you answer? You said you love me. Is it true or not? Please tell me clearly. Don't play dumb. Oh my god. Is he being teased? No. They are enemies. She is teasing him. He was too lazy to pay attention to her, and quietly put away his phone and put it in his pocket. When passing by the lottery shop, he remembered that his friend just said that he was lucky and could go buy lottery tickets. So he went in and bought a scratch ticket. He chose a 10 yuan ticket. He did all the operations. Wow! He actually won the prize. 1,000 yuan. Although the amount was not large, it was the highest prize he had ever received since he was a child. With this prize, he could continue to patronize Mr. Huang's store in the next few days. He happily took the takeaway box back to his school dormitory to eat. If it got cold, the taste would be worse. When he was about to reach the downstairs of the boys' dormitory, he saw his enemy Lin Yuan wandering downstairs of his dormitory. Oh my god! Why is she blocking this place? He subconsciously turned around and left. Chapter 87. Not even as good as a bowl of crab fried rice cake? The reason why Yen Ming disliked Lin Yuan and subconsciously wanted to escape. There was a reason. He and Lin Yuan grew up in the same yard. Both parents were colleagues in the same unit. It can be said that they were quite familiar with each other. Her house was on the left, and his was on the right. The two families were separated by only a wall. He was the same age as her. It was just that he was born in the second half of the year, and she was born in the first half of the year. So she started school earlier than him. From kindergarten to high school, she was a grade higher than him. However, when they were about the same age when they were young, girls developed earlier than boys. So, for a long time, she was taller than him. Since he could remember, she had been bullying him, riding on him, stealing his lollipops and fruits, stealing his toys, and stealing his pocket money. When she took him to steal cucumbers, tomatoes, oranges, kumquats and other fruits, whenever she was caught, she would say that he was the one who took the lead and forced her to go. The most annoying thing is that people around her still trust her, because in the eyes of others, she is a good girl, very obedient and sensible, and good at studying. Even his father would rather trust her than his own son. For this reason, I don't know how many of his father's belts have been broken. He even suspected that his father was using him to test the quality of the belts to see if they passed the test. And she was laughing at the side with gloating. And in the summer vacation, she asked him to pick up cicada shells. He picked them up for a whole summer. He sold them at the pharmacy for more than 100 yuan. But she took taxes and left him with 10 yuan. She also forced him to treat her. Finally, I worked for her for a whole summer in vain. After the painful elementary school, he finally went to junior high school. He also started to grow taller. She could no longer bully him. He decided to take revenge for the bullying he had done in the past. But who would have thought? She had already thought of a way to deal with her. I remember that day was Friday. The last class was the political class. And the teacher loved to delay the class. He would feel uncomfortable if the class was not delayed for more than 10 or 20 minutes. That day, the political teacher still lived up to everyone's expectations and ended the get out of class after 22 minutes. Wait for the teacher to leave the classroom. The students packed up their things neatly and left the classroom quickly. Like a bird out of a cage, they ran out of the school gate happily. He also followed the crowd and walked out of the school gate. Came to the only way home, waiting for Lin Yuan to appear. A moment. Lin Yuan walked up to him with her school bag and said in surprise, Ming, why are you here? Waiting for you. He smiled. Wait for me. Lin Yuan was puzzled. Why wait for me? I'll bring you something delicious. He raised his hand and rubbed her head with his big palm. He did this action very naturally. After stroking Lin Yuan's hair, his hand also rested on her shoulder. You are so kind to bring me something to eat? Lin Yuan's eyes were full of surprise. Come. Try this. Ming did not argue with her. Tore open a piece of candy and handed it to her. Candy? I'm not a child. She tilted her head back and forth slightly, with a look of resistance. It's delicious. Try it? It's really delicious? Really? Try it. If you don't eat it, you don't consider me a friend. He grinned. Open your mouth. Lin Yuan pursed her lips and opened her mouth. Ming put the popping candy into her mouth and asked expectantly, how is it? At this moment, the bubbles in the popping candy in Lin Yuan's mouth began to break, just like an exploding arc, constantly bombarding the nerves in her mouth, stimulating her to death. Her entire eyebrows wrinkled up, and her facial features were twisted together. She turned into a pain mask in seconds. Ouch! Lin Yuan. Didn't expect that you would have this day. Ha ha ha. Ming was so happy after seeing her reaction that he almost couldn't straighten his back. Woo woo woo. Good Ming. You definitely did it on purpose. Lin Yuan listened to his gloating laughter, raised her eyes and glared at him, her eyes revealing full of dissatisfaction. She opened her mouth and wanted to spit out the popping candy in her mouth. Seeing this, Ming hurried forward, stretched out his hand to pinch her mouth, and said with a smile, Yuan, this is my favorite popping candy. I only share it with my good friends. Is it delicious? Share with good friends. Do you share it with your good friends like this? Woo, woo, woo. Lin Yuan, who couldn't make a sound with her mouth pinched, had to reach out to tickle Ming's hand. Ming quickly let go and dodged. Come here. Lin Yuan pointed at him and shouted. He would not be stupid enough to let himself be tickled. I don't want it. Will you come over? No. I won't come. After saying that, Ming ran several meters quickly, turned around and ran. The large white school uniform was propped up by the wind brought by his running, like a bird that was about to fly up. Lin Yuan sneered in her heart, and her mood became a little cheerful. The result? Before she could even curl her lips, she saw Ming, who had run 10 meters away, suddenly twist his buttocks twice at her, and then made a victory gesture. Lin Yuan was so angry that she wanted to kick him. At this moment, Ming ran away whoosh whoosh, and at the same time, he did not forget to turn around and waved at her. He looked like he deserved a beating. She looked at his funny look, and she was angry. But she laughed instead. She smiled and said to him, You wait for me. You will suffer in the evening. Okay. I'll wait. Ming didn't take it seriously at all, walking slowly, humming a little song. We are ordinary people, and we are so happy today. And she, who was following behind him, was speechless the whole time. Just as he was about to enter the yard, he saw her scraping her school bag against the wall vigorously. Then she pulled her hair apart, wrinkled her collar, and ran towards his house with a smile, saying, You're dead. Oh my! This woman is going to cause trouble. When he saw her running towards his house, he panicked, as expected. As soon as she entered the door, she saw his mother cooking. She ran over, hugged his mother, and started crying. Those tears, they flowed as soon as she said they would. She cried and said, Second aunt, Ming was late for school this morning. It happened that I was on duty this morning, so I handled it impartially and wrote down his name, with the idea of doing good for him. I said a few words to him, but he said that I was unkind and told me to be careful after school and beat me to death. As a result, as soon as I left the school gate, he grabbed my collar and my hair and rubbed me against the wall. You see, my school bag was rubbed against it. Hearing this, Yan Ming's mother's face suddenly darkened. Looking at his mother's face, Yan Ming knew that there was no room for explanation. Just accept your fate. Sure enough, the mother pointed at him with a cooking spatula and said harshly, Wait until I finish cooking. Then I will deal with you. After that, she turned her head to look at Lin Yuan beside her, with an aunt's smile on her face, and said softly, My daughter, have dinner at my house tonight, and I will deal with him later. Yan Ming. Who the hell is the biological child? Yan Ming. And he treats me the best. Lin Yuan wiped her tears, poked her head out from behind his mother, and made faces at him with gloating. That night, he stood in the yard and was stewed with bamboo shoots and meat by his mother, and she was holding his bowl in front, eating the delicious food cooked for his mother, watching him being beaten with relish, laughing while eating. Since then, he never dared to provoke her again, but she still bullied him whenever she had the chance. The only comfort was that he didn't resist, and no one would complain and frame him. Later, she would bring some fruits and snacks she liked to share with him. She was vaguely very good to him. I don't know why. She failed the college entrance examination despite being such a good student. But she didn't seem sad at all. Then she took the repeat grade. He was also in the 3rd year of high school and took the college entrance examination. Then he was admitted to Lin Yuan University as he wished. At that time, he also asked her how the college entrance examination went. She was average and didn't get into Lin Yuan University. He was so happy at that time. He thought that after going to college, he wouldn't have too many intersections with her, and he could finally get rid of her. But he never expected. On the first day of reporting to Lin Yuan University, a woman who couldn't be more familiar appeared in front of him. She smiled and greeted him. Classmate. Hello. We agreed to go to different schools. He screamed like he saw a ghost and ran away. These days, he has been avoiding her and taking a detour when he saw her. But she still went to his class from time to find him, and ran to his dormitory downstairs to wait for him from time to time. The classmates all thought she was his girlfriend. No one believed his explanation. If this goes on, which girl would be willing to date him? So, avoid him if you can. Lin Yuan turned her head and saw a familiar figure running away. Little guy. Want to run away? Yan Ming. Lin Yuan ran to Yan Ming and smiled at him. What a pity. The bright smile on her face did not infect anyone. She didn't get angry, and asked with a smile, Yan Ming, I won't eat you. Why are you running? Why run? Don't you have any idea in your mind? Ah! Since you can't escape, you can only face it bravely. If he wasn't worried that the crab fried cake in his hand would get cold, Yan Ming would definitely have to stage a he runs and she chases scene with her. He smiled awkwardly but politely. Hey, you Han. Why did you come here in person? I was just thinking about sending it to you. Since you are here, why don't you find a place to eat first? I've eaten. She didn't pursue food, so she didn't come here for this bite of food. She just wanted to find a reason to stay with him. Then let's find a place to sit for a while, he said politely. But obviously, Lin Yuan didn't get that he was just being polite. Her eyes were smiling. Okay. Where to go? Yan Ming smiled awkwardly, looked around, and pointed to the grove not far away. Why don't we go over there and talk? Seeing the place he pointed to, Lin Yuan's pretty face couldn't help but show a hint of shyness. And she smiled and joked, Ah? You want to go into the grove with me? His mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes speechlessly, thinking that this woman's acting skills had improved again. After leaving Lin Yuan with a look of love and indifference, he went straight to the direction of the grove. Hey. Yan Ming. Wait for me. Lin Yuan followed closely. In the grove, the fine sunlight fell through the feathery leaves, as if broken gold was piled all over the ground. With such a beautiful scenery, and such a beautiful woman by his side, he should be very excited. But in Yan Ming's heart, only delicious food is worth living up to. Everything else is nothing. Smelling the aroma of crab fried rice cakes, he couldn't help but want to start eating. When a piece of fried rice cake was eaten, Yin Ming's expression changed obviously. All the resentment and trouble seemed to disappear in an instant. The mood also became happy and intoxicated. He enjoyed it very much. The rice cakes are full of the deliciousness of crab meat and the richness of crab roe. Every bite is a taste bud enjoyment. He lowered his head and just ate. It seemed that the people around him had nothing to do with him. Lin Yuan watched him eat with big mouthfuls and wanted to stuff his face into the takeaway box. As if women don't have the smell of dry rice. Lin Yuan. Is she so unattractive? She's not even as good as a bowl of crab fried rice cake? She was depressed. And someone didn't know it at all, and was still eating with relish. So angry. If I hadn't been chasing you all the time, you would have been alone for the rest of your life. Ah, comfortable. After finishing his meal, Yin Ming made a sound of satisfaction. Only then did he remember the childhood friend next to him. Seeing the other party's depressed look, he said helplessly, Yuan, tell me, why do you have to follow me? You are not happy to follow me. Aren't you asking for trouble? Also, didn't you say that you would not go to the same school as me? Why did you come to my school again? Do you think my learning ability will not allow me to be admitted to Linjiang University? I failed the exam on purpose. Just waiting to go to college with you. The reason why I said different schools is that I want to give you a surprise. Lin Yuan blinked and said playfully, how is it? Surprise or not? Yin Mingxin said, I can only say it's a shock. Surprise? He smiled at her. Robushu asked in confusion, but why did you deliberately fail the exam and wait to go to college with me? Tell me. What is your intention? You have bullied me for so many years. Haven't you bullied me enough? You chased me to college. Want to continue bullying me? Humph. What a man who doesn't understand romance. When will your wooden head open up? She pouted. Baby is crying in her heart. What do you mean by pouting? Isn't what I said the truth? She bit the corner of her lips lightly, and said what she had been suppressing in her heart for a long time. Are you stupid? Can't you see that I like you? Like me? How is that possible? You just stopped bullying me when you saw me. And you still like me? Yin Ming had a little expression on his face saying, are you teasing me? She nodded very seriously, and said with a very sure tone, Yin Ming, I really like you. Yin Ming, who had never seen her look so serious since childhood, half-doubtedly asked, when did you start to like me? It was during that holiday. I fell into the water. And after you rescued me, I like you. After she said that, he remembered this incident. That holiday, he and several boys in the class made an appointment to go to the river to play together. What a coincidence. She also came to the river with several girls. Just like that, they ran into each other without any appointment. Yin Ming. Yin Ming. Look. Girls. Yin Ming frowned and didn't want to pay any attention to them. What a fuss. His classmate was surprised again. Hey, these girls look familiar. Are they seniors from our school? One of them looks like your childhood sweetheart. I'll go over there. Before the classmate finished speaking, Yin Ming looked away, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and went to play somewhere farther away from her. Don't want to pay attention to her. Lin Yuan turned her head to look at Yin Ming's figure going away. Yuan, what are you looking at? The female classmate sat on a rock by the river, stretched out her hand, and the water splashed in the air, drawing a beautiful arc, and fell on Yuhan's body. Okay, you actually came to surprise me, you wait. She also leaned sideways to scoop up river water. These girls were playing in the water by the river. The other boys who stayed by the river were watching with great interest, and occasionally discussed who was prettier. Fuck. This is amazing. This girl is so pretty. She is definitely the best girl I have ever seen in Lanbun. This girl is hot. I think the one with bangs is pretty. At this time, Lin Yuan slipped and fell into the water with a plop sound. Her classmates saw it and were startled. They stopped and shouted, ah. No. Yuan fell into the water. Ah. It's Yuan. Come quickly. Save Yuan. The other girls were in a panic, and their shouts spread over the entire river. But no one around went to save Lin Yuan. Yuan? Fell into the water? Yin Ming heard the voice, and didn't care to think about it. He ran towards the direction of the water. Lin Yuan, who was not good at swimming, struggled hard on the water, but ended up sinking deeper and deeper. The river water rushed into her body through her nose and mouth. Ah! Yin Ming was so anxious that he jumped into the river and swam towards Lin Yuan. He didn't even have time to throw away his clothes, shoes and mobile phone. Yin Ming. Be careful, the classmate shouted in shock. Lin Yuan's mind was blank, and her vision was slowly blurring. Just before falling into darkness, she seemed to see a person with light all around him. She couldn't help but reach out to the light. When she felt the familiar breath, she let herself fall into darkness. At this moment, Ming dragged her out, holding her shoulders with one hand and paddling her to the river with the other hand. All the female classmates breathed a sigh of relief. Ming brought Lin Yuan to the riverbank, and a female classmate immediately pulled her up. She had fainted. Her stomach was swollen, and it was obvious that she had drunk a lot of water. Ming helped press her stomach, and a lot of water came out. Lin Yuan coughed violently and woke up slowly. When she saw Ming and others, she immediately cried woo woo woo. Ming, who was exhausted, sat by the river and scolded her. Why are you running to the river when you can't swim? Are you going to die? She was shivering and pale, looking at him, saying nothing and sobbing silently. To be honest, he was very happy at that time, because this was the first time he yelled at her, and she didn't dare to say anything back. It seemed that from that day on, she stopped bullying him. She was particularly good to him. It turned out that she liked him at that time. What the hell is going on? Ming slapped his forehead speechlessly. Ming, I love you. Can you be my boyfriend? She confessed her love without hiding it. I treated you as my enemy, but you wanted to be my girlfriend. Oh my god. What does it feel like to be confessed to by a childhood friend who you have been playing with since childhood? Ming didn't know how others felt, but he knew very well that he was panicking at the moment. He didn't know whether he should accept it or not. It's too sudden. I'm not ready. No way. I understand your pretense of reserve, and you understand my ill intentions. You and I both know it, but we refuse to admit it. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. You did. Give up on this idea. I won't let you get me no matter what. Just wait and see. I must marry you, and you will never escape from my palm in this life. Ming, the forest is so big. Why do you have to hang yourself on this crooked tree of mine? Chapter 88 3 Minutes of Enthusiasm. Old Huang, don't just watch TV by yourself. Go play with Xian for a while. I'll go clean up the room first. As soon as Song Xiaolian got home, she started to do housework quickly. Okay. Juanita, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV to relieve his boredom, nodded and turned off the TV. He walked to the side of his good granddaughter. I saw that the good granddaughter was holding a toy fishing rod and teasing her new favorite swimming crab. And the swimming crab stretched out two big claws and clamped the fishing hook. She laughed happily. She picked up the fishing rod and happily showed her trophy to her grandfather. Grandpa, look, I caught a crab. Wow, great. Juanita squatted down and smiled and gave a thumbs up. Xian was very happy to hear the praise. Seeing that Grandpa was squatting, he looked very tired. She quickly put down the fishing rod and ran away. We were having fun. Why did he run away? How can this child be so short-lived? This won't do. I have to talk to my son. Just thinking about it, I saw my granddaughter carrying a small plastic stool and running over. Before he could react, the small plastic stool was stuffed under his buttocks, and the granddaughter's baby voice came to his ears. Grandpa, sit here. You won't be tired. What a filial child. Juanita felt a little warm in his heart, and a trace of shame appeared on his face. He felt from the bottom of his heart that his son had taught his granddaughter well. He was ashamed of himself. He leaned over and touched Xuan's little head, and said with great satisfaction, Good. Good child. So good. Hee. Hearing the praise again, Xian looked at her grandfather with joy. Her small face was full of joy. Her eyebrows were curved, and her dimples were shallow. Go play. Yeah. Xian came back to find her new pet, Crab. But Crab was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, lying sideways with two big claws on its back, running around with 8 big feet like cones, trying to escape. Xian took the toy fishing rod and chased after it. Here, Song Xiaolian, who had packed up, walked to the living room and shouted at Xian. Xian, stop playing. It's time for someone to take a nap. Grandma, can I play for a while longer? She asked in a baby voice. Still unsatisfied, Song Xiaolian smiled kindly. It's getting late. Go to bed first, and play after you wake up. Xian, look, the crab is tired and wants to rest. Why don't you wait until you are all rested before playing together, Wanga also said helpfully. After all, sleep is very important for children, and naps can ensure that children get enough rest, which is very good for the body. Xian looked at the swimming crab in the corner, put away its claws and splayed legs, and huddled together, seeming to be really tired. Okay. Then Xian will take a nap. And you should have a good rest too. She thought about it, nodded, waved goodbye to the swimming crab, and then politely said to Grandpa, Grandpa, you should also have a rest. After that, she ran towards Grandma with her thin legs, took Grandma's hand, and walked towards the bedroom. Come to the bedroom. Song Salian closed the door and drew the curtains. Xian took off her slippers and climbed onto the bed. Sitting on the bed, taking off her outer pants with great effort, Song Salian hurried forward to help. Thank you, Grandma. Xian smiled and asked expectantly, Grandma, do you want to sleep with Xian? Of course. Grandma will not be at ease if she doesn't accompany you. But Song Salian thought so in her heart, but asked, then do you want Grandma to sleep with you? Yes, Xian said without thinking. This made Song Salian feel happy. She held Shouan's little face and touched her head with Xian. Oh, my dear granddaughter. Grandma also wants to sleep with you. Hee hee. Grandma. Lie here. Okay. You lie down first. Seeing Xian lying down obediently, Song Salian reached out and pulled the small quilt, covered Shouan's body, and then lay down beside Xian. The grandma and grandson faced each other, looking at each other closely. Xian blinked her big eyes and saw a few wrinkles on her grandma's face, which was not smooth like her own face. She was full of questions. She couldn't help but reach out to touch her grandma's face curiously. Grandma, there are things like tadpoles on your face. Hearing this, Song Salian couldn't help but laugh and said, it's Grandma's wrinkles. Xian looked puzzled. Grandma, why do you have wrinkles on your face? Because Grandma is old. People will have wrinkles when they are old. Huh? Why do people have wrinkles when they are old? When you are young, there are a lot of fat and tissues under the skin. These things fill up the bottom of the skin and make the skin very tight, so the skin looks smooth and flat. But when people get old, the fat and water under the skin will decrease, and the cells and tissues will gradually shrink. The skin can no longer hold up, and it will become loose and have many wrinkles. Grandma said so much, but Xian only understood a little bit. She nodded as if she understood, and asked her grandmother the question she was most concerned about. Grandma, how can you make your wrinkles disappear and become younger? This eldest granddaughter is not loved in vain. Our Xian is really sensible. Really sensible. Song Salian felt warm ripples in her heart, stretched out her hand, and gently touched Shouan's little head, with loving eyes. Grandma, you haven't told me yet. How can you make your wrinkles disappear and become younger? Xian reminded with a smile. In fact, human aging is a natural phenomenon. There is no way to change it, and the wrinkles that grow will not disappear. You will spend more time with Grandma in the future, and Grandma will be very happy. When Grandma is happy, she will naturally become younger. Oh! Xian knows. I will accompany Grandma often in the future. She moved closer to her grandmother and put her arm around her waist. Song Salian personally lifted her bangs and said softly, Okay. Go to sleep. Xian closed her eyes obediently. But after a while, she opened her eyes again. Xian, what's wrong? Grandma, I miss my dad. I can't sleep. Then let me sing you a lullaby. This is the song I sang to your dad when he was a child. Hearing that it was a song that Dad had heard when he was a child, Xian nodded happily. Okay. Okay. Song Salian reached out and gently patted Shouan's back, and sang softly. The night in the naval port is quiet. The waves gently rock the warships. The young sailors rest their heads on the waves. A sweet smile in her sleep. The sea breeze blows gently. The waves sway gently. At the beginning, Xian was still listening attentively. As Song Salian's voice gradually faded, fatigue came over her inadvertently, and she slowly closed her eyes, falling into sleep. Seeing that Xian had fallen asleep, Song Salian rested beside her and took a nap. On the other side, Wanga wanted to make the swimming crab live longer. He picked up the swimming crab, put it in a plastic basin, and added water to half the height of the swimming crab's body. After finishing, he went back to lie on his side to rest. What he didn't expect was that the swimming crab crawled out of the basin. Mimi encountered this swimming crab that wanted to escape again. Meow. When Mimi saw the crab, she became interested all of a sudden. Can't help wanting to compete. It stretched out its cute little claws and wanted to hit the swimming crab. Of course, the swimming crab is not a vegetarian. Facing Mimi, who is dozens of times bigger than itself, it did not show any fear or timidity, and immediately raised its hard and sharp big claws to defend itself. You're victorious. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the big claws of this crab general. And Mimi was not to be outdone, and made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, raising another cute little claw to slap and scratch the air in front of it to intimidate. The swimming crab retreated sideways a few steps. Seeing this, Mimi took advantage of the victory and rushed forward, continuing to scratch the swimming crab with his claws. But accidentally, his claws were clamped by the swimming crab's big claws. Meow. Mimi shook his claws hard, trying to get rid of the other party. Who would have thought that the other party would tighten the grip? It rolled over in pain, making a miserable meow meow sound. Ouch. Ouch. I was wrong. Spare me. Spare me. This miserable cry attracted the surprised Wanga. What's going on? Looking at the swimming crab on Mimi's claws, Wanga understood instantly, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. These two are Shouan's darlings. Neither of them can be in trouble. Otherwise, there is no way to explain. He hurried forward and separated them. Now, Mimi finally escaped from the sea of suffering, and the swimming crab in Wanga's hand was still waving its big claws, as if saying, now you know how powerful this crab general is. Mimi hid in the corner, licking her injured little claws. Feeling sad? Oh, I'm so full that I can't even walk. Burp, it's so delicious. Even the burp smells delicious. After eating their fill, customers who ate at the Zinchichi restaurant all walked out of the restaurant contentedly, sending customers away. Su Hao and Ding Suqin began to clean up the store. You two have worked hard. After you're done, take a break. Wang Tao, who was sitting on a chair to rest, rubbed his slightly sore shoulders and said with a smile, Boss, you're welcome. Su Hao and Ding Suqin smiled at Wang Tao and lowered their heads to continue working. At this time, the door of the store was pushed open. Wang Tao looked at the young and beautiful girl who appeared at the door and thought she was here to eat. He subconsciously said, hello. Sorry. The lunch business hours are over. Similar situations happen every day, and Wang Tao is used to it. So, after he explained the situation, he thought that the young and beautiful girl would leave on her own. However, the imagined departure did not happen. It looks like the other party is looking for someone. Chapter 89. Look at the work environment and look at you. Su Hao, who was cleaning up in the kitchen, vaguely heard a familiar voice saying hello. Huh? This voice. Why does it sound so much like her? His eyelashes trembled slightly, and he looked up and took a look. The girl was standing at the door of the store, slightly backlit, a little nervous. She wore a light apricot suspender skirt and a thin shirt. The length of the skirt just reached her knees, revealing her straight and white calves. The breeze blew, and her skirt swayed gently, with a moving curve. The long black hair was braided into a side ponytail and hung on one side, looking gentle and beautiful. That's right. It's her. Shinxioma. The moment he saw clearly that it was her, the softest place in his heart seemed to be gently touched. A surprised and bright smile appeared on his face. He was worried that she would ignore him. But now that he saw her in the store, how could he not be surprised? He hurriedly shouted to Ding Suqin, who was washing kitchen utensils. Sister Suqin, my friend is here to see me. I'll be there for a while. You can keep this job and do it when I come back. Don't worry about the remaining work. I can finish it by myself. Go. Go. Ding Suqin turned her head to see the happy expression on Su Hao's face. She couldn't hide it. She followed his gaze curiously and looked at the door of the store. She saw the girl standing at the door at a glance. He thought, this girl is so pretty. Haozi has a good eye. Although Haozi only called the girl a friend. But as an experienced person, Ding Suqin saw at a glance that the two children were probably still in the initial stage of their relationship. She smiled and looked back and forth at the two well-matched people. She saw through it but didn't point it out. She continued to wash the kitchen utensils with her head down. Thank you, Sister Suqin. I'll do more work tonight. Su Hao washed his hands and wiped them. You kid, You're being so polite. Ding Suchin smiled and waved at him lightly. Go quickly. Don't let your friends wait anxiously. Hey, Sister Suchin. I'll go first. As soon as he walked out of the kitchen, he saw his boss waving at him. How's he? Someone is looking for you. Okay, boss. Su Hao hurried to the door of the store, scratched his head, and said with a smile, Chioimo, why are you here? I don't have classes in the afternoon. The student union just finished dealing with things. There's nothing to do in the afternoon. I thought I'd come here to buy some food and take a look at your work environment and you. Shin Chioimo lifted the broken hair by her ears and pretended to be calm. Okay. She admitted that she wanted to see him. Of course. She also wanted to try Mr. Huang's crab fried cake. Only delicious food and him are not to be missed. But unfortunately, she came a step too late, and the lunch business was closed. Then, take a good look at him. The 3 words take a look at you fell into Su Hao's ears, which was particularly pleasant to the ears. He felt a ripple of joy in his heart, but his face pretended to be calm. Then come in and sit for a while. I'll get you something to eat. No, it's not convenient for you. I'll go back to the dormitory later and just eat some cookies. The business hours are over, and she doesn't want to affect Su Hao's work because of her. No, it's not good for your stomach, Su Hao said anxiously. Wang Tao in the store listened to their conversation. I understood. This girl named Xioma. Is she the one Su Hao mentioned? He shouted to the 2 people at the door, come in. There are some ingredients in the kitchen. Let Su Hao make you something to eat. Wang Tao's words eased the deadlock very well. Su Hao secretly gave Wang Tao a grateful look when Shin Qiuma didn't notice. Inexhaustible motivation and enthusiasm emerged in his heart. He must work hard in the future and serve Wang Tao. Look, my boss has spoken. Well, okay. Thank you, Boss Huang. The 2 entered the store together. Boss, she is my friend, Shin Qiuma, studying at Lin Yuan University. Su Hao led Shin Qiuma to Wang Tao and introduced him. Qiuma. This is my boss, known as Boss Huang. Boss Huang. Hello. I have heard of you for a long time. Shin Qiumo extended his hand generously. Wang Tao said modestly, Qiumo. Right. You are too polite. I am just an ordinary person. How can I be famous? I always hear Howsy talking about you. He speaks highly of you and says that you are a good person. It is true today. Shin Qiumo smiled gently. Su Hao nodded solemnly. Okay. I will keep your evaluation. You should treat your friends well. Wang Tao patted Su Hao's shoulder and went to the side to get a cup of water to drink. Qiumo. Then you sit down for a while. I will cook for you. Su Hao pointed to the chair and motioned Shin Qiumo to sit down. Do you want me to help you? No. Just wait for the food. Su Hao smiled at her and ran to the kitchen happily. Seeing that Ding Suchin was still busy, she smiled and said, Sister Suchin, I need to use the kitchen. You go and have a rest. I'll clean up later. Okay. I'll leave it to you. Ding Suchin understood, washed her hands, walked out, and handed the kitchen to Su Hao. She greeted Shin Qiumo and chatted with him. Su Hao looked at the remaining ingredients, and there were not many ingredients that could be used. There were only soaked glutinous rice, some pork, a few mushrooms, and a bunch of green onions. In order to fill Shin Qiumo, he prepared fried glutinous rice. He prepared the ingredients swiftly, washed them clean. Then he picked up the carving knife and carved each ingredient carefully. Wang Tao, who was about to come to the kitchen to get wolfberries, saw Su Hao concentrating on carving the ingredients with a carving knife when he was about to enter the door. Huh? What kind of big dish is he going to make? It still needs carving? Su Hao's move successfully attracted Wang Tao's attention. Following Su Hao's gestures, Wang Tao followed suit. In an instant, his eyes suddenly lit up as if he had discovered a new world. Oh, so that's it. He looked at Shin Qiumo, who was talking to Ding Suchin calmly not far away, and then looked at Su Hao, who was extremely focused and had a happy smile on his face. Wang Tao thought about it. He took out his mobile phone silently and recorded the scene quietly. But Su Hao, who was concentrating on carving, didn't know it at all. After all the carvings were done, he returned to the regular procedure. What should be shredded should be shredded. What should be sliced should be sliced. After recording for a while, Wang Tao quietly took back his mobile phone and put it away. Don't point it out. He went into the kitchen as if nothing had happened. Opened the refrigerator. Picked up a small can of wolfberries. Opened it. And grabbed a handful and put it in the thermos cup. Hearing the noise, Suhao turned his head and saw that it was his boss. He hurriedly said, "Boss, what do you want to get? I'll get it for you." "No, I've already got it. You do your thing." Huang Tao smiled, closed the refrigerator door, walked out of the kitchen, and went to the small rest room to rest. He didn't want to be a 200-watt light bulb here, lest it hurt his eyes. He was not the only one who had this idea. Ding Suqin also had it. Guessing that Su Hao was about to finish the meal, she and Shen Qiumo found an excuse to go out for a stroll. Su Hao brought a plate of shredded pork fried glutinous rice, smiled and walked to Shen Qiumo's table, and gently put it down. He said with anticipation, "Try it. Take a bite. The taste is fragrant and sweet. Delicious." Shen Qiumo smiled and praised sincerely. "It's good if it tastes good. You should eat more." Su Hao smiled, and there seemed to be stars shining in his eyes. Seeing the curve of her lips and hearing her beautiful voice, he was very satisfied. Loving someone, it is not about greedily possessing her. It is about being willing to protect her. He is willing to protect her silently, even if it is his wishful thinking. Chapter 90. What is the secret? Lin Yuan was alone, sitting on a bench in the woods. Don't ask why. The only question is why Ming left her. He ran away. He ran away. At this moment, she was angry, annoyed, and helpless. Who made me like him? The person you like? You have to like him to the end even if you cry. So, you can only choose to forgive him. It's just, the confession failed. What should I do next? She has no experience in love, and is very distressed. This pretty face is almost wrinkled into a bun. Just when she was racking her brains to think of her plan to capture someone's heart, a familiar voice came to her ears. Huh? Isn't this our new member of the student union? Lin Yuan. What's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? Hearing this, Lin Yuan raised her head and looked at the other party. Seeing that it was Xiao Weiya, the deputy director of the student union's arts and sports department, she pursed her lips and smiled. Senior. What a coincidence. You are here? I'm here for a date. What about you? She hesitated to speak, thinking that Xiao Weiya had some experience in love, and couldn't help asking Xiao Weiya for help. Senior, I want to ask you a question. Xiao Weiya looked at her curiously. What's the question? How can I capture and hold a man's heart? She asked sincerely. Xiao Weiya was stunned for a moment. You want to capture a man's heart? Who is that man? Do you need to capture his heart? With your looks and figure, you can't capture his heart? Are you blind? Lin Yuan. I guess he is really blind and can't see her beauty. She hesitated, not knowing how to start. Okay. It's not important. Xiao Weiya understood and didn't ask any more questions. She put her hands together and asked with a pleading look, then senior sister, can you teach me your unique secret? That? I didn't take the initiative to capture their hearts. They took the initiative to approach me. Xiao Weiya took the mineral water bottle and thought for a while. In this case, then senior sister, you must have a secret to long-term popularity. Right? Lin Yuan said sincerely. What I want to ask is, what is the secret that makes many men fall in love with you? Xiao Weiya thought again. Dress sexy and see the other party's reaction. If he doesn't like it, change to a pure style. There will always be one that he likes. Lin Yuan nodded. There is also the secret language of hair lifting. 3 tricks to make the male god itch. Xiao Weiya thought for a while and said. Lin Yuan suddenly became interested. Hair lifting secret language. How do you lift it? The first way is to lift the hair with your forehead exposed. The second way is to lift the hair behind your ears. And the third way is to lift the hair and tie it. This one is hard to describe. Otherwise, let me show you. Xiao Weiya stretched out her fair and slender arms, pulled the hair covering her forehead to the back of her head, gently lifted it with her fingers, revealing a clear jawline and snow-white neck, and stopped behind her ears. She tilted her head slightly to the side of her hand that was lifting her hair, and matched it with a heartwarming smile. In every frown and smile, she was full of the implicit beauty of stopping at the right time of an oriental beauty. It was very imaginative. Then she used her middle and ringed fingers to wrap the hair around her ears behind her ears, and with her eyes looking around and her lips bitten, she looked charming and innocent. She is really a model of hair flipping that makes men, women, Young and old all fall in love with her. Before Lin Yuan came back to her senses, Xiao Wei raised her fair and slender arms, tied her hair behind her head, revealing her perfect profile and snow-white neckline, tied it up and let it go. Fingers passed through the hair and let it fall freely on her shoulders, and her arms were pushed back, revealing her straight collarbone. Lazy and casual. So beautiful. Do you understand? You can practice in the mirror when you go back. And when someone in your family looks at you, you immediately turn to another direction. Then shrug slightly after you finish flirting, and smile sweetly at him. I guess someone in your family will be heartbroken. Lin Yuan wanted to say, I understand it. But if she really did make a seductive hair-flipping move in front of Yan Ming would definitely think she was crazy and possessed by someone, given his personality. Besides, as a female man, she really couldn't do such a beautiful hair-flipping move. Senior sister, are there any other moves? I'm afraid that I'll be a fool, and it will be annoying. Xiao Wei put one hand on her chin and thought for a while. Well, Zhang Ailing wrote in Lust. Caution, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Therefore, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. This sentence is still very reasonable. In relationships, most men and women have dates, shopping, watching movies and eating, which are 3 essential things. And Confucius once said, food and sex are human nature. Being full is a primitive instinct of human beings. And it is also the most satisfying thing for people. If you really love him, then cook for him. If you want to capture his heart, you must first control his stomach. Give him what he likes and slowly conquer him. Lin Yuan nodded in realization. To capture a man's heart, you must first control his stomach. Okay. She understands. This is okay. Yuan, you can cook, right? I can cook a little bit. It's okay. Maybe your cooking skills are not so exquisite, and the food you cook is not so delicious. But as long as the food you cook is his favorite, your kindness will definitely make him feel valued and feel your deep love for him. Xiao Wei patted Lin Yuan's shoulder to show encouragement. She thanked, thank you. Senior sister? You're welcome. My boyfriend is here. I'll leave first. You can think about it yourself. Xiao Wei stood up, waved to her, and then elegantly took her boyfriend's arm and left. After watching Xiao Wei leave, Lin Yuan was thinking, what does Yan Ming like to eat? Oh, I got it. But when she thought of her poor cooking skills, she felt that she couldn't hold it. What should I do? She thought about it. And suddenly a light bulb went off in her head. And she suddenly had an idea. But she was worried that the other party would not be willing to teach. Thinking about it, she decided to go to the door and ask first. It's better to act than to think. She got up and went to the old street in the west of the city. It's really delicious in the restaurant. Are you full? Seeing Shen Qiumao finished eating, Su Hao's eyes were full of love, and he handed her a tissue considerately. Shen Qiumao smiled, took the tissue and wiped her mouth. Well, I'm full. What time will you go back to school later? Su Hao thought that if there was no conflict in time, he could send her back to school. You can go back before the dormitory closes. I have nothing to do in the afternoon, so I can stay in the store to help you. If you have nothing to do, you can stay in the store for a while, and you don't have to help. As the two were talking, the door of the store was slowly pushed open. Hello? Is Mr. Wang here? Lin Yuan pushed the door open and stretched her head to look into the store. Shen Qiumao looked at the people at the door of the store and said uncertainly, Lin Yuan? Senior sister, why are you here too? Lin Yuan looked surprised and walked in. Shen Qiumao stood up and said generously, my friend works here. I came to see. Lin Yuan's eyes moved back and forth between Su Hao and Shen Qiumao, and she made a meaningful "oh." A friend of acquaintance works here. She felt that her hope was a little bigger. She smiled and extended her hand. Hello. Nice to meet you. My name is Lin Yuan. Hello. My name is Su Hao. Su Hao politely extended his hand and shook it. After releasing his hand, he asked curiously, you were looking for my boss just now? What's the matter? I have something to ask your boss Wang. I wonder if he is in the store. Lin Yuan looked around and didn't see Huang Tao. Su Hao glanced at the temporary rest room and didn't see the boss coming out. Thinking that the boss should still be taking a nap, he apologized to Lin Yuan. Yes. But the boss is resting. How about you sit and wait for a while? Yeah. That's fine. Lin Yuan thought that boss Huang was resting, and it was really hard to disturb him. So she sat down and waited with peace of mind. A moment. Wang Tao, who had taken a nap, yawned and walked out of the rest room. As soon as he walked out, he heard a joyful shout, "Boss Wang, you're awake." Just as he was about to look in the direction of the voice, he saw a lively girl jumping in front of him, and he was stunned for a moment. He asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" "Well, Boss Wang, I want to learn how to cook from you." Lin Yuan looked at him and said sincerely. Wang Tao was stunned by her words. Does this girl want to be his apprentice? Sorry, I don't think my cooking skills are good enough to be accepted as an apprentice. Boss Wang, you misunderstood. I don't plan to be your apprentice. I just want to learn how to make crab fried cake from you. And don't get me wrong, I'm not learning this dish for commercial purposes. Wang Tao, then why do you want to learn how to make crab fried cake? Because the person I love likes to eat the crab fried cake you make. So I want to learn from you and make it for him. After saying that, she bowed to Wang Tao. Please, Boss Wang, I will pay you. However, I'm a student and don't have much money. Can I pay in installments? Chapter 91, China's #1 divine dish. Wang Tao always felt that cooking for the one he loved was a kind of happiness. It was such a sense of accomplishment to be able to make delicious food and serve it to the one he loved. I remember when I just got married to Shouan's mother. What I looked forward to most every day was waiting for her to get off work and go shopping together at the vegetable market. As soon as I walked into the vegetable market, it was like walking into another world. The meat was on the chopping board. The vegetables were in the basket. The chickens and ducks in the cages. The fish and shrimps in the basins were alive and kicking. And the fruits and spices were competing for beauty, accompanied by the bustling crowd and the noisy bargaining. It was lively, and the strong smell of fireworks was enough to dispel the fatigue of the whole day. Rubbing shoulders with each other, coming and going, I bought the ingredients and fresh fruits for the evening. After returning home, Wang Tao slipped on his slippers, rolled up his sleeves, and forgot about his messy hair blown by the wind. He only knew that she was by his side and the vegetables were in the pot. Although she can't cook, she can't sit still. If she can't cook, she will help wash and cut vegetables. The potato chips she cut are always bad. They are cut very thick. He must cut them again after she finishes. But they never get tired of it. They enjoy this kind of simple life. As long as she doesn't work overtime at night. He cooks dinner for her every day. Another time, it was just winter. The temperature dropped to 2 degrees without warning. Because the company is not far from home. Only more than 3 miles away. She chose to ride a shared bicycle to and from get off work. The result? The weather suddenly changed in the evening that day. And she was wearing thin clothes. So she rode a shared bicycle all the way back in the cold wind. Her mood was very low. But as soon as she opened the door, smelling the sweet smells, looking at the egg tarts baked in the oven, the steamed crabs in the steamer, and the stir-fried vegetables and mushrooms in the wok that were about to be cooked, while eating the egg tarts, she hugged him from behind, leaned her head on his back, and waited for him to finish cooking. And he lowered his head to cook. The smile that was difficult to hide gradually climbed up the corners of his mouth. And even his eyebrows were smiling. Cooking for the one he loves. Watching her eat happily. And giving her silent warmth when she is lost. This is the happiest feeling he has when cooking. Thinking of this, Wang Tao's eyes are shining. Because these are all traces of their love. He has always believed that the best love is to fall into the daily necessities of life. Love and romance are necessary as the seasoning of ordinary life. But more is, what do you want to eat tonight? It's a pity. She will never hear this sentence again. A hint of gloom appeared in his shining eyes. Boss Wang, are you listening to me? Lin Yuan couldn't help but speak out when she saw that he was hesitant to speak. Wang Tao nodded. I am listening. Then are you willing to teach me? Lin Yuan looked at him with expectation and worry. It is said that to see whether a person loves the other person, you have to see what she is willing to do for the other person. And cooking is a very small thing that can convey love. And the girl in front of her is willing to come to him to learn how to cook a dish for the one she loves. It can be seen that she loves the boy very much. Wang Tao feels it is necessary to support her and cook for the one she loves the most. Just at this moment, a cold system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host is detected to be willing to help others. Trigger the side quest. Teach Lin Yuan to make a crab fried rice cake within 3 days. And a random prize will be awarded for completing the quest. P.S. Countdown starts. Teach? Is it a literal church? As long as you can do it? This quest is a bit ambiguous. System. Please come out and explain to me. To what extent does this church teach? You have to give a range. Right? He wanted to talk to the system with his will. Unfortunately, the system is very cold. No response. Okay. Teach hard. Teach as much as possible to be excellent. Wang Tao knew that he could not wake up a system that pretended to be asleep. So he could only do his best and leave it to fate. He smiled. Okay. I'll teach you. Really? Lin Yuan thought she had misheard and said uncertainly. Shin Qiumo on the side reminded, Yuan, Mr. Huang has promised you. Why don't you thank Mr. Huang quickly? Thank you. Mr. Huang. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Yuan bowed to him 3 times excitedly. This sudden 3 consecutive bows made Huang Tao a little flattered. No need to bow. No need to bow. Huang Tao shook his hand to stop her. And then told her his thoughts directly. Also, let me make it clear in advance. From now on, I will only teach you for 3 days. If you haven't learned it within 3 days, I will not continue to teach you. And during the teaching period, you have to listen to me. The teaching time must be after my business is closed. Okay. I know. I will work hard to learn. Thank you, Mr. Huang, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to teach me. Lin Yuan bowed to him again. Huang Tao held his forehead and thought, is this kid obsessed with bowing? Why does he bow all the time? Mr. Huang, how much is the total cost of teaching? Lin Yuan thought that Mr. Huang's cooking skills were so good. And the teaching fee must be expensive. She calculated how much she could prepay from her own small treasury. Huang Tao thought that if he completed the task, the system would give him a reward. So how could he not have the nerve to charge others for teaching? He waved his hand. No. It's free. Ah. Free? How can I be so embarrassed? Hearing this, Lin Yuan looked at Huang Tao's image and stood up. But she was embarrassed to get it for free. So she thought for a while and said, Mr. Huang, how about this? I will pay you 1,000 yuan. Just as the cost of the food consumption. Please don't refuse. After that, she picked up her mobile phone and scanned the QR code on the wall. One operation. Paid 1,000 yuan. She was so fast that even Huang Tao couldn't stop her. Since she insisted on paying for the ingredients. Let her do it. Do you have a foundation in cooking? Huang Tao said in a flat tone. Can I make fried tomato and eggs? Does that count? Lin Yuan thought about her own cooking skills. It seemed that only fried tomato and eggs were good enough. It turned out that she could make the best dish in China. This dish would not be too bad if it was cooked well. As long as you are not a fool who throws a whole tomato and a whole egg into the pot. You will not make such a tragedy as black roasted meat and mushy potatoes. Count it. Then how much do you know about the basic heat? Knife skills. Seasoning. Moderate and uniform starch coating. Correct identification and control of oil temperature. And how much done it is when you fish it out. Huang Tao looked serious. Spoke slowly. And pronounced clearly to ensure that Lin Yuan could hear every word clearly. As for whether she understood or not, that's another story. Lin Yuan felt that she could understand every word Huang Tao said. But when she heard these words together, she couldn't make it out. A little bit, she said truthfully, afraid that Huang Tao didn't understand. She even stretched out 2 fingers to demonstrate how much a little bit meant. Su Hao covered her mouth and laughed secretly, thinking, sister, you are so brave. Huang Tao looked calm on the surface. But her heart was in a state of panic. Alas, we can only do our best and leave it to fate. Okay, then let's do this first. If you have nothing to do, you can stand by me while I fry crabs and rice cakes. I will teach you after the business is closed in the evening. Huang Tao thought about starting to prepare for the evening. Chapter 92. Why did Grandma praise me? The ingredients are ready. Su Hao and Ding Suqin started to work quickly. Lin Yuan thought that Huang Tao wanted to teach her how to cook in his busy schedule. But she had no way to repay him. So she could only help with odd jobs to repay his kindness. So, she joined the cleaning team quickly. Shin Qiumo saw that everyone was busy. So she walked to Su Hao's side and helped to clean the ingredients. Su Hao's eyes were fixed on her movements. And he didn't mean to move away. Shin Qiumo noticed that someone had been peeking at her. And couldn't help but turn her head and look at Su Hao with a smile. What's wrong? No. Su Hao, who was caught by surprise, stood up a little embarrassedly, went to the side to get a pair of thin rubber gloves, and handed them to her. Put on these gloves. Girls' hands should still be well protected. Okay. Thank you. Shinchiomo's eyes flashed with light, and sweetness rose in her heart. Ding Suchin looked up at the young couple and smiled unconsciously. Lin Yuan deliberately squinted her eyes and looked at Su Hao, then glanced in the direction of Shinchiomo. She joked, "Assistant Chef Su, you are really a little biased. You only gave the senior sister a water set. Well, you also have." "Okay." Lin Yuan deliberately pulled Shinchiomo's hand. "Senior sister, I prepared it specially for you. Put it on quickly." Shinchiomo smiled and gave her a beautiful big eye roll. Wang Tao stood not far away and watched. The energetic young people gathered together and enjoyed their youth in their best years. Even looking at it, it feels so beautiful. Wang Tao's eyes were full of envy, and he went to see how his braised duck neck was cooked. As soon as the lid of the pot was opened, the duck neck in the iron bucket was bubbling and the fragrance was wafting. This freshly cooked stew contains the secret spices prepared by Wang Tao. Not to mention how rich the fragrance is. The aroma of the duck neck and the flavor of the spices blended together as time went by. It's so fragrant. And this kind of aroma that is slowly cooked over a low fire is the most torturous, drilling into the nose through every hole. It hooked the glutton in the stomach. Shinchiomo sniffed her nose reservedly. "Well, this braised taste is too fragrant. I have never smelled such a fragrant braised taste." Su Hao listened and remembered it in his heart. "I thought about asking the boss later if he could buy some in advance and then satisfy her craving." Lin Yuan, who had no pursuit of food, couldn't help swallowing her saliva. "This fragrance makes my mouth water." Ding Suchin asked with a look of sudden enlightenment, "Boss, is this the fragrance of braised duck neck?" "Yes. Braised duck neck will be added tonight." Wang Tao smiled. "Oh, good. Your cooking skills are good. Everything you cook is fragrant and delicious. My daughter said it was delicious and praised your cooking skills." Ding Suchin smiled and said that since her daughter tasted the bowl of nourishing fish soup said by Wang Tao, she kept praising it and fell in love with it. Knowing that her mother worked in a store and could eat the store's delicacies every day, she was very envious. "Really? Then leave a portion for your daughter to taste in the evening," Wang Tao said with a smile. But he was thinking about his precious daughter. Is she still taking a nap? Or is she awake? "Oh, good. She will be very happy now." "Thank you, boss." Ding Suchin said with a smile that the food in the store is usually not enough to sell. If the boss didn't tell her, she would be embarrassed to buy one in advance. It just so happened that her daughter liked to eat braised duck neck very much. Everyone has worked hard. It will be ready in a while. Let's try this braised duck neck together, Wang Tao said generously. Shinchiomo thanked her generously. Then thank you, Boss Wang. And Lin Yuan on the side had a surprised expression on her face and said excitedly, "Boss Wang, can I really eat this without spending money?" "Yes." Wang Tao was amused by her. He thought, "Don't be excited. You help me work. I will treat you to something. It's just a favor." "Thank you, Boss Wang." She nodded solemnly in the direction of Wang Tao. "Daddy, Daddy." As the anxious and babyish shouts rang out, Shouan's small figure appeared at the door of the store. Slow down. Slow down. Wang Yida and Song Salian followed her, admonishing her worriedly. "Hey, Daddy is here." Wang Tao hurriedly walked out of the kitchen when he heard his daughter's cry. "Daddy." Xian jumped up happily when she saw her father, and opened her slender arms to ask for a hug. Wang Tao quickly leaned down, happily picked her up, and gently asked her little head, "Did you have a good nap?" "Yes. I took a nap with Grandma. But I almost missed Daddy so much that I couldn't sleep." Xian giggled happily, hugged her father's neck stickily, and asked coquettishly, "Daddy, do you miss Xian?" "Yes. Of course," Wang Tao blurted out. "Bo." Xian offered a sweet cent as a reward. Song Salian looked at the father and daughter and said with a smile, "This child couldn't sleep at first. So I sang to her and she fell asleep. As soon as she woke up, she shouted that she wanted to come to the store to find you. On the way here just now, I went to a nearby store to buy some toiletries. This little guy thought I was slow and kept urging me to hurry up. Now that I see my dad, I am finally happy." Yes, Xian nodded honestly. Song Salian smiled and didn't disturb them. She went to the side to find a basin for Lao Huang, preparing to keep the swimming crabs that Xian brought back in the basin first. When Lin Yuan and Shouan looked up and saw Xian, they exclaimed that she was so cute and beautiful. Wanga, who was going to accompany his daughter for a while, held her and sat on the chair. Daddy? Xian tilted her head and looked at him. Xian wants to ask you a question. You must answer me honestly. The little girl blinked her big watery eyes. Her expression was extremely serious. Wanga was nervous all of a sudden, but he didn't show it on his face, and nodded seriously. Okay. Asked. Dad will definitely answer you honestly. Daddy? Am I pretty or not? Am I cute? Xian asked with a pouty little mouth, and there was a hint of unconfidence in her words. The answer is of course yes. In Daddy's heart, you are the best, most beautiful, and most lovely child in the world. But what made her question this? Why did she suddenly become unconfident? Wanga was puzzled, but did not ask the reason directly. Instead, he immediately answered her question and said in an extremely affirmative tone, "Of course I am pretty and cute." Then I'm relieved. Hearing her father's affirmative answer, Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and a comfortable smile appeared on her pink face. She felt a little embarrassed and buried her face in her father's arms, revealing only half of her lively eyes. Wanga gently touched her little head and said softly, Xian, can you tell Dad why you suddenly asked this question? Daddy? I can tell you, but you can't laugh. Okay. Daddy won't laugh. Pin it up. She stretched out her little finger. Wanga cooperated and stretched out his little finger and pinkied her. I heard Xian muttering, "Pin it up and don't change it for 100 years." Wanga smiled dumbly. Can you tell me now? Just now. I was on the way here with my grandma and grandpa. My grandma and grandpa went to buy something, and I sat at the door waiting. An old lady came over and clapped her hands and said, "Oh, how cute is this child? Oh, how beautiful is this child?" Xian clapped her hands while speaking, and recreated the scene at that time with emotion. Then I said, "Who is who?" But the person next to me. There were no other children. I realized that the grandma was praising me. I was very happy, but I didn't express it or do anything. I just answered her, "Thank you, Grandma." I didn't expect her to start chatting with me. She asked me if I went to school, how old I was, where I went to kindergarten, whether I was in the small class or the middle class, and asked me all kinds of questions. There was one last sip of drink left in my bottle, and I drank it all up, just in time to answer the grandma's questions. Oh my God! That grandma's hand was so quick. She grabbed the drink bottle in my hand, and then she left without turning her head or saying anything. My hand just froze there, and I thought to myself, yeah, we haven't finished chatting yet. Why is she gone? Speaking of this, Xian made a gesture of her hand froze there, showing a little expression of doubting life. After listening to her story quietly, Wanga understood. Xian was worried that the grandma didn't really praise her. Sure enough, the little girl expressed her doubts. Dad, tell me, why did the grandma praise me? Did she praise me because of the bottle in my hand? Xian, the grandma approached you at first because of the drink bottle in your hand. But when she walked in and saw your appearance, she thought you were very beautiful and cute. So she couldn't help but praise you. Is that so? Xian, look, those grandpas and grandmas who come to the store. Who doesn't praise Xian for your beauty? It seems to be like this. It's almost dinner time. For the first time, Lain didn't make an appointment with Lao Lu to come to Dingi restaurant together. This time, he came with Ma Deqiang, the head of the Municipal Commerce Commission. Originally, Ma Deqiang made a special visit this time. He came for business. He wanted to invite Lain, the president of the Food Association, to be an expert judge for this year's 8th Food Festival. This year's Food Festival is based on the theme of a carnival for the tongue, a festival for the citizens. It is based on exploring the essence of local traditional food culture, the leading force of local government, the main force of enterprises, the driving force of associations, and the influence of the media are combined, with various forms such as boutique display and various food experiences. Local catering companies are gathered to cover special foods from all over the country. Let catering enter the citizens, and food close to consumers. Local specialty famous stores. Delicious snacks complement each other and jointly interpret this feast. And Lain, who is invited every year, naturally agreed to Ma Deqiang's invitation without saying a word. After talking about business, as the host, Lao Qin naturally has to entertain the other party warmly. Invite the other party to have a meal outside. Ma Deqiang was going to decline. But he couldn't refuse the kindness. So he had to follow. Originally thought that Qin Lao would take him to a hotel for dinner. At the very least, it would be a restaurant. Unexpectedly, he took him to the old street in the west of the city. These fly restaurants. The environmental hygiene is worrying. Not to mention the taste. He, who has some cleanliness, couldn't help but frown slightly. But for the sake of Mr. Qin's face, he couldn't say anything and followed silently. When they arrived at the door of Zenchichi, they saw people queuing up. Old Qin rushed over and lined up behind him, taking a deep breath and saying thankfully, "Fortunately, there are not many people, so I should be able to buy it." "Mr. Qin? What's wrong? You have to queue up for dinner so early?" Ma Deqiang's eyes were full of curiosity. "Manager Ma, you don't know that the dishes in this restaurant are very delicious. Absolutely treasure level. And the boss's cooking skills are also first class. And they are on par with me." Old Qin shook his folding fan and explained with a calm smile. Chapter 93 Last Food Festival. Lao Qin is one of the first loyal fans of Zhenhaoqi restaurant. He started by talking about how delicious the braised pig's trotters were, and how customers lined up like crazy. Ma Deqiang had eaten Lao Qin's dishes before. The taste was so good that he still remembers it. When Lao Qin said that the dishes in this restaurant were all delicious, and that the boss's cooking skills were on par with Lao Qin's, he was half skeptical and half believing. He thought it was impossible. But he also thought that Lao Qin would not say anything nonsense. After all, Lao Qin has always been self-righteous in cooking, and few people can catch his eye. Just looking up, it's really delicious. This name is a bit vulgar. The door decoration, well, okay. Just a sign and 2 glass doors. Still the same recipe. Still the familiar taste. When Lao Qin saw the new braised duck neck on the electronic price list, he was so happy that he looked like he had discovered a new world. He was surprised and happy. "Oh, there is a new braised duck neck in the evening. This is available. Director Ma, let's try this braised duck neck later." "Okay." Ma Deqiang, who didn't want to refute Lao Qin's interest, smiled awkwardly but politely and nodded. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, it was their turn. "Director Ma, order whatever you want." Lao Qin waved his folding fan, showing the style of a host. Ma Deqiang really didn't know what to order for a while. Even if this restaurant counted all kinds of stuffing for pan-fried buns, there were only about 10 dishes to choose from. What's more, aren't pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge breakfast varieties? So, he kicked the task of ordering back to Lao Qin. "Mr. Qin, I'm new to this restaurant, and I don't know which one is delicious. You should order it." "In that case, I'll order it." Lao Qin smiled, then looked at Ding Suqin and said without hesitation, "Give me 2 servings of crab fried cakes, 2 bowls of nourishing fish soup, 2 braised pig's trotters, and 2 duck necks. We'll eat here." Ding Suqin smiled and nodded, and said politely, "Okay, Mr. Qin. A total of 264 yuan. You two find a seat, and I'll send it to you later." "Okay." Lao Qin quickly scanned the code to pay. 264 yuan on WeChat. Ma Deqiang thought, a fly restaurant costs 132 yuan per person, which is really expensive. If Lao Qin knew what he was thinking at the moment, he would definitely say to him, "It's expensive. This is totally worth the money." Ma Deqiang was in a daze, and was led by Lao Qin to a table for 2. Only then did he realize that the environment here was not bad. There was air conditioning, and the tables and chairs were clean, and he could smell the tempting aroma of braised meat. However, he still habitually took a few tissues and wiped the table vigorously. The tissue was actually clean after wiping. "Oh my God! I knew this restaurant was clean, but I didn't expect it to be so clean." His impression of this restaurant changed a little in an instant, and his favorability increased a little. Su Hao put the braised duck neck and braised pig's trotters cut into small pieces on a plate and brought it to Lao Qin. "Uncle Qin, these are the braised pig's trotters and braised duck neck you ordered. You two can eat slowly first. The crab fried cake and nourishing fish soup will be ready soon." "Okay. I know." Lao Qin smiled and nodded, and did not forget to warmly greet Ma Deqiang teeth. "Manager Ma, try it." Smelling the fragrance, Ma Deqiang was not polite. He picked up the chopsticks and first picked up a piece of braised duck neck and brought it to his mouth to take a bite. The deep red braised duck neck tasted particularly good. The meat aroma and the sauce aroma blended perfectly. The taste was not dry at all, but smooth and elastic. Very tasty. The gravy rushed into the mouth with a fine aroma of braised sauce. And every bite was an endless tease to the lips and teeth. The more you eat, the more delicious it is. You can't stop at all, and you can even bite the bones. It's really delicious. He lowered his head and only gnawed the braised duck neck. What fly restaurant? What 132 per person is too expensive? All thrown behind his mind. In his eyes, brain, and heart, there was only eating. He gnawed one bite after another with a face full of happiness, and entered a state of selflessness. As the person in charge of a food festival, he has held countless food festivals. Naturally, he has eaten a lot of braised duck necks. Without exaggeration, this braised duck neck is the best he has ever eaten. If such a braised dish appeared in that big hotel, he would not be surprised at all. But it was strange to see it in a fly restaurant. It tastes good, right? After trying the braised duck neck, Lao Qin saw Ma Deqiang's unbelievable look and asked with a smile. Ma Deqiang nodded. It tastes good. This braised duck neck is really good. The meat of the duck neck is very delicious. The firm parts are full of chewy, full of fragrance, and the meaty parts are soft and delicious. That's right. The food made by Boss Wang is delicious. Lao Qin said with a very firm tone. Come, try this braised pig's trotter. Good. Ma Deqiang took the braised pig's trotter, with a bright red skin and bright color, and took a bite. It is soft and tender without residue. Fat but not greasy. The aroma is overflowing during chewing. And it is soft and not sticky. It really reaches the state of melting in the mouth. In addition, the combination of rich gelatin and tendons of pig's trotters. The taste of the mouth reflects the complexity of tendons, bones, and meat very vividly. This braised pig's trotter is also delicious. Not inferior to braised duck neck at all. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. At first, he was a little unhappy, thinking that Lao Qin had finally invited him to a meal. But he chose such a place. However, due to face, he was embarrassed to say anything. At this time, he understood that Lao Qin had clearly discovered a treasure store, and wanted to bring him to try it. The braised duck neck in this store is so delicious, and it is rare to have a new product. He was very satisfied to taste such delicious braised pig's trotters. Lao Qin didn't think so much. He brought Ma Deqiang here to eat purely because he had formed muscle memory. In the words of these old men, it is find a really good restaurant for eating. The two chatted while eating, talking about the food festival. As they chatted, Ma Deqiang had an idea. Such delicious braised food should not be buried in the market, but should be known by more people. And he believed that if this braised food appeared at this food festival, it would definitely be very popular, thus adding a lot of color to this food festival. He discussed his idea with Lao Qin. Mr. Qin, what do you think if we let the food of this Zenhachi restaurant also appear at this food festival? Hearing this, Lao Qin's eyes lit up. It will definitely be very popular. Why? Director Ma, from what you said, you intend to let this Zenhachi restaurant also appear at this food festival? Yes, I do have this idea. That's great. With your personal recommendation, Director Ma, this Zenhachi restaurant will definitely be able to attend this food festival. Lao Qin thought that the food festivals were generally attended by star-rated hotels and well-known restaurants in the local area. Small restaurants like Mr. Huang's would basically not be invited. But now that Ma Deqiang had spoken, it was possible. Ma Deqiang said him, and he was going to talk to the owner of this restaurant when there were not many people. Now, it was important to solve these braised dishes first. Chapter 94. You are acting in a Chinese ghost story. This time is the peak period. There are more and more customers lining up in the restaurant. Ma Deqiang looked at the long queue outside. While he was sighing, he was more determined to invite this restaurant to participate in this food festival. When the swimming crab fried rice cake and nourishing fish soup were served, Ma Deqiang asked with a smile, "Hello. Please tell your boss that I am Ma Deqiang, the head of the Commerce Bureau, and I want to talk to him about something. I wonder when he is free to meet." After hearing this, Lao Qin understood. This Ma Deqiang is not just talking. It seems that Mr. Huang is almost certain to be on the food festival. But Su Hao, who was standing by, was a little puzzled, but still politely said, "My boss is still busy now, and he is usually free after the business hours. However, I can help you convey it first. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. When Su Hao returned to the kitchen, he saw the flames licking the bottom of the pot happily, the oil stars singing in the flames, and his boss calmly shaking the wok. He walked to Wang Tao's side and relayed, "Boss, there is a person in charge of the Commerce Bureau outside, named Ma Deqiang, who wants to see you." "The Commerce Bureau? What do you want to see him for?" Wang Tao asked in confusion. "Did he tell me what he wants to see me for?" "No. He just said he wanted to talk to you." Su Hao shook his head and added, "But he came with Uncle Qin, and the two are eating in the restaurant now." "Oh, I see. I'll meet him after I'm done with my work." Wang Tao was busy. Su Hao was cutting the neck of the braised duck and said, "I told him the same thing." As he was talking, Wang Tao's crab fried cake came out of the pot. Lin Yuan, who was watching and taking notes, and was also a spectator, saw this and quickly offered the plate. "Boss Wang, here." But his eyes suddenly swept across the queue in the store. Ming. Damn. Why is he here too? Lin Yuan squatted down subconsciously. She wanted to use the kitchen stove to block herself. She must not let Ming find her. Wang Tao tilted his head and was about to pour the crab fried cake in the pot into the plate. But he could not see the shadow of the plate. Huh? Where is the plate? Huh? Where is anyone? Why is everyone gone? Just as he was wondering, he saw a white hand holding a plate slowly reaching up to the stove. Oh my God. Fortunately, he had a strong heart. Otherwise, he would have been scared to drop the pot. He looked down at the culprit Lin Yuan, thinking, "You are playing a Chinese ghost story here. Lin Yuan, what are you doing?" Lin Yuan quickly stretched out a finger, put it to her mouth, and said hush to him. Then he asked softly, "Boss Wang, can I squat here for a while?" Ming came here to line up. He must be here to buy dinner. If he stood up now, he would definitely be discovered. Wang Tao's face was full of question marks. Huh? Is this your period? He asked with concern. What's wrong with you? Is your stomach uncomfortable? If you are uncomfortable, go back and rest first. My stomach is fine. I'm not uncomfortable. She smiled awkwardly but politely. If she went out now, wouldn't she run into Ming? Run into him. Then her plan would be discovered. So hiding was her best solution at the moment. And Wang Tao thought, since she wasn't feeling sick, then she must be hiding from someone. Who is she hiding from? She must be hiding from her loved one. Thinking that she was learning to make crab fried cakes for her loved one. She must have wanted to give him a surprise. So she didn't tell him that she was here to learn how to cook. She must be worried about being caught by him. Wang Tao smiled and sighed in his heart. It's great to be young. Looked up at the queue. What a pity. He didn't have a pair of sharp eyes. So he couldn't recognize who among the guys was the one Lin Yuan loved. Since he couldn't tell, he didn't pay too much attention to it, and continued to work on his own work, cooking another bowl of crab fried cakes. Ma Deqiang was attracted by the crab fried cake and nourishing fish soup in front of him. The color and aroma are both excellent. He and Lao Qin started eating without saying a word. He sighed while eating. This swimming crab fried rice cake, the tender crab meat, and the soft and chewy rice cake complement each other. And it is chewy and fragrant. The two seemingly unrelated ingredients, after careful cooking, present an exquisite fusion taste. Delicious. This nourishing fish soup. The snow-white fish soup is dotted with green chives, like green lotus leaves floating in a white jade pool, making people feel salivating. Taste the fish meat. It is delicious. The soup is particularly delicious, and makes people linger on the taste. Ma Deqiang was completely impressed by the food in the Zenhachi restaurant. He felt that any of these delicacies would shine at the food festival. He wanted to invite the owner of the restaurant to participate even more. I realized that I didn't hear any response from Lao Qin. I looked up and saw that he was eating enthusiastically. The crab fried rice cake on the plate and the nourishing fish soup in the bowl were much less than his own. Good things should be eaten while hot. They are not delicious when they are cold. Lao Qin raised his head and replied. Scooped up a spoonful of nourishing fish soup. Drank a big mouthful leisurely. Ah! It's so delicious. Then lowered his head to continue eating. Seeing this, Ma Deqiang didn't say anything more. Just lowered his head and ate. The two ate quietly, with only the slightest sound of chewing. A moment later, both of them finished eating. Their stomachs were full, but they felt they could still eat. It would be no problem to gnaw a few more duck necks. but they still held back. Lao Qin was old, and he had to restrain himself in his diet. Ma Deqiang had to restrain himself because of his poor stomach. Besides, if you go to buy it now, you have to queue up again. Ma Deqiang wiped his mouth. This store is really good. I am responsible for countless food festivals, and I am confident that my ability to discover food is also first class. But there are still pearls hidden in the ocean. This store is newly opened and opened in the old street in the west of the city. It is understandable that you don't know about it. Old Qin waved his folding fan and said with a smile. That's right. Ma Deqiang thought about it and realized that if this store was located in a busy commercial area and the decoration level was improved, he would definitely be able to find it. Old Qin saw Huang Tao's busy voice through the kitchen glass and said with a smile, Manager Ma, Mr. Huang must be busy now and probably has no time to see you. What are your plans next? Do you want to go back first or wait here? Wait. There are too many people now, and it's not suitable to chat. Okay. But let's wait outside, and don't disturb Mr. Huang's business. As he said, Old Qin put all the crab shells on the table into the plate, wiped the table by the way, and then poured all the crab shells on the plate into the trash can and put the plate into the basket next to the dishwasher. This is a smooth and skillful action. It directly shocked Ma Deqiang. Is this still the Old Qin he knows? Before he recovered from the shock, he saw other customers dining in the store. After eating, they all looked at Old Qin and cleaned up the leftovers on the table. Oh my god! What kind of magical shop is this? Why are customers cleaning the tables by themselves? By the way, isn't cleaning the tables the job of the waiter? This scene completely refreshed his understanding of the catering service industry. He was led out of the store by Lao Qin in a daze, and came to the temporary shed set up by the uncles outside the door, and sat on the folding chair they brought, waiting. But his heart still couldn't calm down for a long time. Lao Qin simply introduced Ma Deqiang to the neighbors, and then chatted with them. Waited for a long time. The guests gradually dispersed. The uncles who were dining in the temporary shed also went back. They originally wanted to leave the folding chairs for the two of them, but Lao Qin declined. It was estimated that they would go in soon, and it would be okay to stand for a while. Mr. Qin, let's go in and take a look. Ma Deqiang saw that there were few people in the store, said to Lao Qin, and walked over. Hearing this, Lao Qin also stood up and followed him. At such an important moment, Lao Qin naturally wanted to witness it. Chapter 95 Side Quest. Get the top 3. Huang Tao finished his work and walked out of the kitchen. He looked around the dining area, but he didn't see Lao Qin and the others. Where are they? He couldn't help but wonder, and turned to ask Su Hao, how's he? Where is the person you said came with Uncle Qin to find me? At first, he was sitting by the window, but I didn't see him later. He must have finished eating and couldn't wait, so he left first. Su Hao scratched his head and recalled. Hearing this, Huang Tao thought it shouldn't be a big deal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left just like that. Thinking of this, he didn't care. Looking at the 2 adults and 1 child under the bright lights over there, their gentle laughter floated into his ears. A warm current surged in his heart, and he walked towards them. Daddy? Seeing Huang Tao coming, Xian immediately jumped off the chair and ran towards him. Oh! Huang Tao quickly hugged her, holding the little person in his arms. All Huang Tao's tiredness disappeared. He couldn't help but kiss her soft face hard. The little girl laughed like a silver bell. He carried Xian to the table, put her back on the chair, and shouted to his parents, Mom, Dad, Son, you must be tired. I just used the rice cooker to cook a pot of longan and egg soup. I'll serve it to you. Song Xiaolian stood up and wanted to take the rice cooker. Grandma, let me help you, Xian said sweetly with her big eyes blinking. No, you sit with your dad. Song Xiaolian served some longan and egg soup to Su Hao and others. This made Su Hao and others flattered, and they thanked her repeatedly. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Auntie. You're welcome. Eat. She smiled and divided the remaining ones into 4 portions. Huang Tao, Yu, and Huang Ida all had a lot of longan in their bowls, and each of them had 2 eggs. In her own bowl, there were only a few longans and an egg. Good things naturally go first to her husband, son, and granddaughter. Dad, you are tired. You should eat more. Xian is still young. You don't need to eat so many longans. Xian took a spoon and scooped a lot of longans from her bowl, and an egg into his bowl. Wangita also scooped an egg and some longanians from his bowl into Huang Tao's bowl. Son, you should eat more. You see, you have been tired and thin recently. Huang Tao looked at the bowl of longan and egg soup in front of him that was almost overflowing. All eggs and longanians. His heart was warm. And he smiled and said, too much. I can't finish it. He also gave some to Xian, Juanita, and Song Silian. A few eggs and some longanians went around in 4 bowls. The 4 people looked at each other and laughed happily. At this time, Ma Deqian walked in and looked around the store. But he didn't know who was Boss Huang. Lao Qin, who was following behind him, pointed to Huang Tao's table and said, Manager Ma. Look, Boss Huang is at that table. Ma Deqian walked over, looked at Huang Tao, and then walked straight to Juanita. He took out a business card and handed it to Juanita. Boss Huang. Hello. I am Ma Deqian, the head of the Municipal Bureau of Commerce. Juanita, who was suddenly called Boss Huang. He didn't know where to put his little hands. And he didn't know whether he should accept it. The real Boss Huang. Huang Tao. Lao Qin. Ouch. Wrong. 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 Lao Qin showed an awkward but polite smile and hurried forward to remind him, Manager Ma. This is Boss Huang's father. This young man is Boss Huang. Ma Deqian. He was extremely surprised. And his face was calm, and he turned his head to look at Huang Tao. After seeing Huang Tao's appearance clearly, a sentence instantly emerged in his mind. You can obviously make a living by your face, but you have to rely on your talent. No wonder he admitted his mistake. In his influence, those who can make such delicious food must be older, because such a delicacy cannot be made without a dozen or 20 years of practice. Who would have thought that it would be true that you can't judge a person by his appearance? And you can't judge the depth of the sea by a bucket. He was used to big scenes, so he naturally wouldn't panic because of this little episode. He smiled and stretched out his hand. It turns out to be Mr. Huang's father. Hello, Mr. Huang. Good. Good. Juanita smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hands. I didn't expect Mr. Huang to have such ability at such a young age. And his cooking skills are amazing. I'm sorry. He turned and came to Huang Tao and handed him his business card. I am Ma Deqian, the head of the Municipal Bureau of Commerce, and also the head of this year's 8th Food Festival. I came here to invite you to participate in this year's Food Festival. I wonder if you are interested. Xian, who greeted Lao Qin politely, was surprised and happy when she heard the 3 words Food Festival. I am even more proud of my father. It has only been a week since the store opened, and the sign Really Delicious has actually attracted the head of the Commerce Bureau to invite him. Song Silian and Juanita also looked over curiously, a little surprised. Surprised or not, the old couple just smiled and said nothing. This is their son's business, and they don't understand. In order not to hinder their son's conversation, the old couple took Xian to another table. Huang Tao was also surprised. So you are looking for him for this matter? He took the business card and saw the unit on it. By the way, the Commerce Bureau is also a formal department. Why did they take the initiative to invite him to participate in this year's food festival? Huang Tao knew about the Commerce Bureau. The city's annual food festival is led by the Commerce Bureau and actively organized. Every session is very successful. It has become a food brand event that showcases the city's characteristics, builds its image, gathers popularity, and promotes consumption. It is an annual winter carnival for the city's citizens and tourists. The whole event lasted for 3 days, from November 11th to 13th, and was held in the commercial pedestrian street. Generally, only high-end hotels can participate. At the end of the event, the top 10 will be selected through the scoring of expert judges and the voting of citizens. There are hundreds of hotels and restaurants participating every year. But why would they invite a small and unknown store like him to participate? He looked at Lao Qin on the side, thinking that it was probably recommended by Lao Qin. Thinking about his own task of killing 10,000 people. He has reached a bottleneck and urgently needs a large number of new customers. Therefore, this food festival is undoubtedly a good opportunity. He was moved. Just at this moment, the cold prompt sound of the system sounded in his mind again. Ding! The host is detected to be interested in participating in the food festival. Triggers the side quest. Please agree to participate in the food festival and get the top 3. The task is completed and rewarded with random cooking skills. This task is really timely and thoughtful. As for the top 3 system, you really think highly of Huang Tao. Interested? Wang Tao smiled and nodded, and invited Lao Qin and Ma Deqiang to sit down, and said politely, "Please sit down. The small shop does not have a special reception room, so I can only ask Manager Ma to sit at the dining table." "Hey, it's okay. The environment and sanitation of your shop are very good. I just ate in the shop, and the experience was very good." Ma Deqiang smiled and sat down. At this time, Song Xiaolian brought 2 cups of hot tea and placed them in front of Ma Deqiang and Lao Qin's table, smiling and saying, "Manager Ma, Uncle Qin, come, have some tea." "Thank you. Thank you." The two thanked in unison, picked up the teacups, and took a sip of tea. Wang Tao asked, "Boss Ma, if I want to participate in the food festival, do I need to fill out any forms? For example, registration forms?" "Boss Wang, don't worry about these. I will help you directly. If it is convenient, I will add your WeChat and send you the relevant information of this food festival and notify you of the assigned booth." "Okay. Thank you." The two added each other on WeChat. They talked about the food festival for a long time. Chapter 96. I can go to the food festival with my dad. "Boss Wang, it's getting late. I should say goodbye. Let's keep in touch by phone." Ma Deqiang drank up the hot water in the cup, then waved to Lao Qin. "Lao Qin, let's go." "Okay." Lao Qin put down the teacup in his hand and responded happily. Wang Tao stood up to see him off. "Both of you, take care." "Boss Wang, no need to see you off. Please stay." Ma Deqiang smiled and pressed his hand towards Wang Tao, signaling him not to stand up. Then he put his hands behind his back and walked out of the store with a bright face. The next second, he heard a childish voice, "Grandpa Qin, take care. Grandpa Ma, take care." Ma Deqiang. He looked at the starry sky and suddenly felt a little hesitant. He knew that he looked old, but it was the first time he found that he looked old enough to be called grandpa by a child. At this moment, he felt complicated. From the bottom of his heart, he said that he did not want to accept this honorific title. But he turned around to meet those clear eyes like lake water, looked at her innocent smile like an angel, and waved to them obediently. He sighed and let it go. Although this child's eyesight is not good, her words and deeds are indeed impeccable. She is a good and polite child. "Hey! Okay. Grandpa Qin knows." Old Qin turned around and smiled and nodded to Xian, while turning his head to look at Ma Deqiang, who was in his prime at the age of 45. But when his eyes fell on Ma Deqiang's short gray hair, Old Qin understood. "Hey! This is the misunderstanding caused by gray hair." Old Qin was calm and even wanted to laugh. Old Qin didn't show it on his face and asked politely, "Manager Ma, why don't you come over to my place and sit for a while?" No, I won't disturb you to rest. I'll talk to you another day when I'm free." Ma Deqiang, who had recovered from his shock, waved his hand. "Okay. See you another day." The two said goodbye and went back to their own homes and mothers. After the two left, Xian ran to Wang Tao with her thin legs, took his hand and asked, "Dad, when does the food festival you are participating in start?" The little guy was thinking about something, and as a father, he naturally knew it. He smiled and touched Shouan's little head. "Well, November 11th. Then can Xian go with you?" She raised her little face, blinked her big eyes expectantly, shook his hand, and said coquettishly. He squatted down, reached out and touched Shouan's face, and said yes. "But the prerequisite is, you are on holiday and not studying." Hearing this, the little girl's mouth, which had just been raised, suddenly shrank again. She pouted a little dissatisfied. "But Dad can help you check which day is a holiday." He scratched the little girl's nose, took out his mobile phone, and waved it in front of her. The little girl's face suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny, and her bright eyes curved into a bright crescent. She smiled sweetly at him and urged, Okay, Dad. Then you can check the calendar on your phone to see if it is a holiday?" "Okay, Dad will check." He slid the screen of his mobile phone and looked through the calendar with her. Wow! What a coincidence! November 11th is a Saturday. If the little one knew, he would be so happy. Seeing that his father was silent, Xian grabbed his arm anxiously and asked anxiously, "Dad, is it a holiday? Dad, please speak up. Dad, please tell Xian. Yes, it's Saturday. You can go for 2 days in a row. Yeah. Xian was as happy as a little yellow warbler singing happily in the woods. She hooked her hand around her father's neck and gave him a kiss. Then she ran to her grandparents with a giggle and told them the good news. Grandpa and Grandma, I can go to the food festival with Dad. And I can go for 2 days. The old couple smiled and nodded. And they were also happy and proud that their son was invited to participate in this year's food festival. Thinking that since the food festival is on a holiday, it would be a good time to come and help. Really? That's great. Yeah. The little guy danced with joy. Like an elf dancing. Then he ran away and ran to the kitchen, saying happily, Uncle Howsy, Aunt Suchin, Sister Yuhan, Sister Chioma, I can go to the food festival with my dad. Huang Tao laughed dumbly. This little guy. He wants the whole world to know. Su Hao and others who heard the news were all surprised and happy. What surprised them was that the person in charge of the Commerce Bureau came to the boss to invite him to participate in this year's food festival. In the past food festivals, all the guests were invited to 5-star hotels and well-known restaurants. The small restaurant was not among the invited guests. The fact that Jin Haoqi was invited this time undoubtedly broke the previous convention. The good news is that being able to attend the food festival is a good opportunity for Jin Haoqi to expand its popularity, and will also help Jin Haoqi's business to reach new heights. Su Hao and others were all looking forward to it, and hurried over to congratulate Huang Tao. Su Hao and Ding Suchin patted their chests and promised that they would work hard and make Jin Haoqi shine at the food festival. Okay. I'll have to trouble you too then. Huang Tao smiled, thinking that participating in the food festival would inevitably require a lot of effort and manpower to prepare in advance. It is estimated that some temporary workers will have to be hired to help. Thinking that there is still some time, we have to plan carefully to avoid being confused and laughed at by others. Boss, you are too polite. It's not hard. Not hard. Howsy, Sister Suchin, if you have finished cleaning, go back first. After that, Huang Tao looked at Lin Yuan on the side and said, Yuan, you prepare first. I will teach you how to make crab fry cakes later. Okay. Boss Huang, I will prepare it now. Lin Yuan took the apron handed over by Ding Suchin, put on the apron, and went to the kitchen. Su Hao looked at Shin Chioma on the side with gentle eyes, and said with a smile, Chioma, I will take you back to school. Okay. Shin Chioma smiled gently. The two said see you tomorrow to Huang Tao and others, and walked out of the store, hearing the baby voice of Xian behind him. Uncle Howsy, Sister Chioma, bye. See you tomorrow. Su Hao sighed helplessly in his heart, calling her sister and calling me uncle. This generation is a bit confusing. But what else can I do? I can only forgive the cute little Xian. On the other side, Lin Yuan was flipping through a small notebook. This notebook recorded the results of her afternoon of watching Huang Tao make crab fry cakes. It recorded how many grams of sugar to use when making this dish, how much soy sauce and other seasonings to pour, how many degrees the oil temperature should be when frying, and how long to stir fry when stir frying, etc. Almost all of them were quantified. This was also Huang Tao's only solution. She was a novice in cooking, and if he taught her complicated things, she wouldn't know how to do it. Right? So he could only try to quantify everything as much as possible, so that Lin Yuan could have an intuitive feeling. At this moment, she closed the notebook after reviewing the old and learning the new, and prepared to start the actual combat. She put a swimming crab with its claws and teeth bared into the pool. And the next step was the processing link that worried her the most. She put on rubber gloves, held a brush in one hand, quickly picked up the belly button of a swimming crab, and put it in the running water to scrub it clean. Put the washed swimming crab on the chopping board. Pick up the kitchen knife. Wave it a few times, but hesitate to cut it. You must cooperate with me, so that I can give you a clean cut and let you die more quickly. She raised the kitchen knife and said a few words to the crab. Well, hold the knife tightly. Don't raise it so high. Huang Tao stood at the door with his hands on his chest, and his toes were slightly tilted towards the door. This look is obviously afraid of being affected. Okay. Boss Huang. Lin Yuan took a glance, aimed the kitchen knife at the swimming crab on the chopping board, and silently mourned, and chopped it down with a knife. The swimming crab was split into two in an instant. Then, the swimming crab was chopped into small pieces. But the tenacious vitality made the already broken swimming crab still wave its claws. She turned her head to look at Huang Tao, and asked for help. Boss, the crab legs are still dancing. What should I do if they are in pain? You cook it. It won't hurt, Wang Tao said calmly. Okay. She started to operate. Marinate the swimming crab pieces with salt and white wine. Then start cutting rice cake strips. Although the cutting is a bit slow. Fortunately, the thickness is cut evenly. It's okay. Before frying, this crab must be coated with a layer of cornstarch. During the frying process, the starch will lock the nutrients and freshness of the crab meat. So the crab meat must be coated with a layer of starch. But not too thick. It should be more even. Yes. That's right. That's it. Okay. Okay. Wang Tao assisted from the side and pointed out her shortcomings. After all the preparations were done, Lin Yuan followed Wang Tao's instructions and poured oil into the pan. When it was 50 to 60% hot, she put the crab meat coated with flour into the pan and fried it first. When it turned red, she put the crab claws and crab shells into the pan and fried them together. It's done. Now you can put the cut rice cakes in and continue frying. Lin Yuan quickly poured the rice cake strips into the pan and fried them together. When the starch on the swimming crab turned golden yellow, Lin Yuan was still stirring with a spoon. Wang Tao quickly said, "It's done. It's done. Serve it first." Lin Yuan also quickly took out the shredded meat first. Then add soy sauce, sugar, vinegar, ginger, etc. into the pan and boil them into juice. When the juice is boiled, pour in the fried swimming crab and rice cakes and start stir-frying over high heat. After the crab and rice cake are put into the pot, stir-fry them like this. Remember to stir-fry them quickly and evenly so that the sauce can be absorbed well. Do not exceed the time. Otherwise it will not work. Although Wang Tao was giving instructions on the side. But after serving, the crab fry cake was still a little old. Lin Yuan said with a sad face, "It's really just a few seconds more. But it's already old. It seems that I still haven't mastered it completely." Don't be discouraged. It's already very good to do it like this for the first time. I believe it will get better and better tomorrow. Wang Tao encouraged. Thank you. I will continue to work hard. It's getting late. You should go back and rest early. Be careful on the way back, Wang Tao reminded. Okay, Boss Wang. I'll go back after I clean up the kitchen. As she said that, she quickly washed the kitchen utensils. Seeing this, Wang Tao didn't say anything and let her do it. Chapter 97 The most glorious moment of the old street in the west of the city. Sister Yuan. Bye. See you tomorrow. After watching Lin Yuan leave, Wang Tao also took his parents and Xian, closed the store, and prepared to walk home. Who let his little donkey not be able to carry their family of 4? Fortunately, home is not far away. He squatted and turned around, stretching his hands back at the same time. Xian, come! Daddy will carry you home. Xian looked down at the leash in her hand and hesitated for a moment. Then she looked up at the grandfather who was holding Mimi in his arms, and then looked at the empty-handed grandmother and smiled sweetly. Grandma, can you help me hold the crab? Yes. Song Xian smiled and reached out to hold her new favorite swimming crab. Thank you, Grandma. Xian smiled at her grandma. Song Xian gently pinched her granddaughter's pink and tender face. Our Xian is so polite. Grandma likes her so much. Xian was a little embarrassed by the praise, and after a little shyness, she lay on Wang Tao's back obediently and whispered in his ear, "Thank you, Daddy. Baby. You're welcome." Wang Tao's heart warmed, and he put his hands together to hold her little buttocks, and suddenly stood up. Hold tight. We're leaving. The little girl quickly reached out and hugged his neck, making a series of crisp chuckles. Boss Wang, are you going home? Jiang Wei from the convenience store next door heard the laughter, poked his head out, and saw that it was Wang Tao's family, and hurriedly greeted them. Wang Tao nodded. Yes. Brother Jiang, are you still busy? I'm not busy, but I have to wait until after 10 o'clock before closing. Hello, Uncle Jiang. Xian waved sweetly to Jiang Wei after getting familiar with him. Hey. Okay. Uncle Jiang. Let me tell you, my dad is going to participate in the food festival. Xian couldn't wait to tell Jiang Wei the good news. Her face was full of pride. Hearing this, Jiang Wei was surprised and happy and said, Really? Then Mr. Huang. Congratulations. I remember that the food festival is on November 11th every year. Right? Yes. It happens to be Saturday. Wang Tao nodded. That's great. Then, our family will definitely go there to show their support, Jiang Wei said as he walked out of the counter, picked up some snacks from the shelf, put them in a shopping bag, and handed them to Xian. Xian, here, take them home to eat. Ah? Xian, who was suddenly fed, was surprised and happy, tilting her little head to look at her father's profile. Wang Tao nodded with a smile. Uncle Jiang gives it to you. Just take it. After getting her father's consent, Xian accepted the snacks. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Good girl. Jiang Wei smiled. Brother Jiang, you are busy. We will go back first. See you tomorrow. Uncle Jiang. Hey. See you tomorrow. Dad Huang and Mom Huang. See you tomorrow. With Jiang Wei's eyes watching, Wang Tao's family of 4 walked along the old street in the west of the city towards home. They met many neighbors along the way, and they all took the initiative to greet Wang Tao's family enthusiastically. Boss Huang. Xian, are you going home? Oh, this is Dad Huang and Mom Huang. The 2 old people are really young. It turns out that Mr. Huang is so handsome. He inherited all the advantages of you 2 elders. Mr. Huang, go back and rest early. You must make more tomorrow. You don't know? I have only 1 meal in the past 2 days. But I am so greedy. Yes. Others are hungry if they don't eat a meal. But I am greedy if I don't eat a meal. That's right. I didn't get a meal yesterday. And I dreamed that I was eating the food made by Mr. Huang at night. But just when I was about to eat, I woke up. Then, I completely lost sleep. Ha ha ha. You are just dreaming. And those neighbors, who were carrying things in their hands, walked straight towards the father and daughter. Xian, come here. I just bought a bunch of bananas. Take a few back to try. Boss Huang, I planted some edamame. Take a few kilograms to try. I tell you, mine is all natural and pesticide-free. So you can eat it with confidence. My relative sent me some braised meat. It tastes great. Take some back to cook and try it. Boss Huang, I just bought some melon seeds. Come on. Grab a handful and eat. The neighbors living nearby, whoever has some good things, can't help but take them out and want to share them with Wang Tao. Nothing else. Just based on Boss Huang's character and craftsmanship, and Shouan's well-behaved and sensible appearance. They are also happy to let Wang Tao and his friends eat something good. Looking at the enthusiastic neighbors, Song Xiaolian and Huang Ida were a little surprised. My son is so popular. Wang Tao had no hands to take it, so he had to put Xian down first, and thanked her while taking it. Thank you, everyone. No need too much. I can't take it all. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma, Uncle and Aunt. Xian also thanked them repeatedly, and couldn't help sharing the good news with them. Grandpa and Grandma, Uncle and Aunt. I told you, my dad is going to participate in the food festival. The time is October 11th, which happens to be Saturday. Welcome you to the food festival and taste the food made by my dad. Yo, this is the beginning of soliciting customers for dad. Wang Tao couldn't help laughing. Huang Ida and his wife were also amused by her little appearance. The neighbors who heard the good news were also happy for Wang Tao. The congratulations were naturally indispensable. Boss Huang, congratulations. That's great. That's great. Boss Huang, congratulations. Boss Huang is participating in the food festival, so I have to support him. I didn't expect that one day the restaurants in our Qingxi Old Street would also be able to participate in the food festival. This is a great blessing for our Qingxi Old Street. This is definitely the most glorious moment for our Qingxi Old Street. Boss Huang, you are really a blessing for our Qingxi Old Street. Yes. Boss Huang, you hit it well enough. You didn't reveal any news at all. If Xian hadn't said it, would you have planned to keep it secret until the day of the food festival to tell us? Wang Tao smiled slightly. Neighbors, I didn't want to hide it from you. I just got invited. I want to wait until the stall is down before telling you. Just got invited? Oh, I remember. I seem to have seen Deputy Director Ma Deqiang of the Commerce Bureau appear in the store tonight. Did he personally invite us? A neighbor recalled, his eyes filled with shock. Uncle, you are right, it was Grandpa Ma from the Commerce Bureau who invited my father to participate in the food festival. Xian blinked and nodded solemnly. Hearing this, the neighbor's admiration for Wang Tao was like a torrent of water. After chatting for a while, The neighbors consciously let Huang Tao and his family leave. Before leaving, they also repeatedly told Huang Tao to have a good rest after returning, and not to delay making pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge tomorrow morning. Everyone felt that if Huang Tao didn't make one pan-fried bun tomorrow morning, it would be their biggest sin, because there might be another heartbroken hungry person among the neighbors. Huang Tao's family of 4 carried the food they were fed, and continued to walk outside the old street in the west of the city. When they were about to pass a small square, a deafening sound sounded in my ears. The vast horizon is my love. Flowers are blooming at the foot of the green hills. What rhythm is the most swaying? What song is the most cheerful? Huang Tao was naturally familiar with the sound of the small square. That was the popular square dance in China. On the flat ground in the center of the square, a group of aunties and grandmas dressed in fancy clothes twisted their bodies to the dynamic music, and everyone seemed full of energy. As a loyal fan of square dance, Song Salian became more energetic when she heard the music and couldn't help wanting to dance along. Old Huang, hold it for me. After Song Salian handed the things in her hand to Huang Ida, she walked over, stood behind others, and twisted to the music. Don't say it. The dance is so light. What Huang Tao didn't expect was that Xian would be very interested in square dance. After seeing her grandma dancing, she couldn't help but learn from her. At first, her movements were not standard, and even a little stiff. But she has a strong learning ability. In a short while, she had basically mastered all the dance moves. Don't say it. She stepped on the spot quite accurately. And every time she twisted, she stepped on the spot exactly. Huang Tao couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and recorded this beautiful scene. It seems that Xian, this child, really has an extraordinary talent for dancing. However, whether she wants to learn dancing depends on her willingness. He will not deliberately plan a complete life path for Xian, because such a life is boring. It is also not free. But this does not mean that he does not value Shouan's interests and hobbies. On the contrary, as long as Xian has talent, likes and is willing to learn, he is willing to spend time and energy to cultivate her hobbies in this area. And many of the people watching nearby were also attracted by her cute and standard dance moves. They praised her repeatedly. Wow, this little girl dances really well. Not only can she dance to the square dance music, but her dance moves are also very standard. Oh my! This little girl dances square dance very well. So cute. It's so cute. I love it. Oh! Isn't this the daughter of Mr. Huang? She dances really well. Hearing everyone's praise, Xian smiled happily, and was a little proud. Chapter 98. Where did Xian go? The night was getting darker. The crowd dancing in the square gradually dispersed. Dad? Mom? Xian? Let's go! Huang Tao went over and picked up Xian. Xian hugged his neck, tilted her head, and lay on his shoulder, and said softly, Dad, I want to sleep. She was probably tired of dancing and a little sleepy. Huang Tao turned his head and kissed Shouan's face, patted her back gently, and said softly, Sleep if you want to. Dad will hold you. Song Salian reached out and gently stroked the little guy's head, blaming herself. It's all Grandma's fault. I shouldn't have danced so late. Don't blame Grandma. Xian also wanted to dance. Xian, whose upper and lower eyelids had already started to fight, smiled. After a while, she fell asleep on her father's shoulder. Looks like she's really tired of jumping. Huang Tao carefully adjusted his holding position, stretched out his coat to the left and right, and wrapped Shouan's little body to prevent the little one from catching a cold. Xian said him. Ah! There are signs that she has been awakened. He rocked and patted her gently like coaxing a baby, and sang a lullaby softly in her ear. Sleep. Sleep, my dear baby. Daddy's hands are rocking you gently. The cradle will rock you to sleep quickly. The night is quiet, and the quilt is so warm. Sleep. Sleep, my dear baby. Daddy's arms will always protect you. Xian smacked her lips in the gentle singing of her father, and then fell asleep again. Huang Tao tried to walk more steadily to avoid waking the little one again. He carried Xian all the way back to the community. Son, you must be tired. How about I hold you instead? Huang Ida said softly with care. Dad? No. I can still hold you. He was afraid that Xian would wake up by doing so. So he declined his father's kindness. He looked down at Xian, who was sleeping on his shoulder. There was a faint smile on her pink face. It seemed that the little girl had a lot of fun tonight. Then be careful when you go upstairs, Song Salian warned. Wang Tao held Xian and went upstairs lightly, although the movements were as light as possible. But during the process of going upstairs, Xian still woke up in a daze. Dad? Are we home yet? Hearing the question from his daughter on his shoulder, Wang Tao replied softly, We will be home soon. Dad is holding Xian upstairs now. Xian lay on her father's shoulder, as lazy as a kitten, not even wanting to open her eyes. Xiao Tao. Put Xian in my room? Let her sleep with me at night. You can sleep well too. Song Salian, who was following behind, said with a smile, listening to her grandmother's words. Xian nodded dazedly. Okay. Sleep with grandma at night. But Xian hasn't taken a bath yet. It's okay. Don't take a bath at night. Take a bath tomorrow. Or get up tomorrow morning and grandma will wash you again. Well? Okay. Juanita, who was standing by, looked at the little girl who was lying on her father's shoulder and couldn't even open her eyes, but could still talk dazedly, and found it very interesting. Xian, wait for grandpa to open the door, and let your father put you on the bed, and you can sleep well. Juanita took the key and opened the door. Click. The light in the room was turned on by him. Wang Tao carried Xian to his mother's room and gently put her on the bed. However, when he stood up, he was hugged by Xian again. The little girl said softly in his ear, Daddy, don't forget to take me to the store tomorrow morning. This little one is so sleepy. But she still wants to go to the store. Wang Tao smiled and reached out to touch her little head. Well, Xian will accompany grandma tomorrow and sleep until dawn. Okay. When you wake up, Xian will take grandpa and grandma to the store. Okay? Well, okay. Xian opened her eyes dazedly, remembering that she promised grandma at noon to accompany grandma more. So when she heard her father's words, she nodded obediently. Then go to sleep. After Xian let go of his hand, she curled up and went to sleep in the quilt. Wang Tao wanted to cover Xian with the quilt, but was stopped by his mother, who said softly, Hey, go back and rest. I'm here. Pulling her son away, Song Salian sat on the edge of the bed, reached out and gently picked up her granddaughter, and helped her take off her clothes. Seeing his mother so attentive, Wang Tao had to turn around and go out. Seeing that his father was carefully settling Shouan's two good friends, he thought, it's really hard for his father. He reminded, Dad, it's done. You should rest early too. Oh, I know. You go to sleep first. Juanita nodded. Wang Tao went to the bathroom to wash up, before returning to his bedroom. He did not forget to listen to the noise in his mother's room next door. He listened for a long time. There was no movement inside the door. He thought his mother should have taken Xian to sleep. He returned to his own bedroom. Lying on the bed, looking at the empty space next to him, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. That's right. He missed the clingy little guy. But the problem is, the little guy is next door. Hey! Go to sleep. You can see her tomorrow. He talked to himself. Then he laid down on his side, hugged Shouan's quilt and fell asleep, as if the little guy was still by his side. Unconsciously, he fell asleep. In the dream, Xian grew up slowly. She finished elementary school, junior high school and high school, and was admitted to her ideal university. After graduation, she returned to the city and found a good job. At work, she met a handsome guy with similar interests. The two fell in love and finally entered the palace of marriage. Wang Tao just stayed by her side silently, watching her laugh to her heart's content, watching her spread her wings and fly all the way, and watching her find another man who was worthy of reliance and lifelong trust. The last scene of the dream was at their wedding. Xian, wearing a white wedding dress, took his hand and slowly walked to the stage. He personally handed Xian, who was full of happy smiles, to someone else. The pain in his heart at that moment was really indescribable in any words. Then, he was awakened by his mother's urgent call. Xian. Wang Tao heard his mother calling Shouan's name anxiously. He suddenly opened his eyes, and quickly got up to turn on the light. And I could vaguely hear my mother saying, Xian, I just went to the toilet. Where did you go? I'm here with Daddy, Xian said in a daze. Hearing the voice of his precious daughter, Wang Tao quickly turned around. The little girl was lying in the place where she used to sleep. Sleeping quietly. This little girl. When did she run over? Wang Tao was puzzled and inexplicably moved in his heart. He covered her with a quilt, walked to the door, opened the door gently, and whispered to his mother, "Mom, don't look for her. Xian is in my room." Hearing this, Song Salian was a little upset. Grandma is still not as close as Dad. This child. I just went to the toilet and disappeared. I guess she woke up and saw that I was not there. So she went to your room to look for you. That should be the case. Let her sleep in my room tonight. And you go back to sleep too. Song Salian nodded and went back to the room. Back in the room, Wang Tao lay on his side beside Xian and gently embraced her small body with his arms. It was like he was circling the most precious treasure in the world. The sky gradually dawned, and the earth was hazy, as if covered with a silver gray veil. Wang Tao woke up and turned his head to look at Xian, who was sleeping beside him. Xian was still sleeping soundly, with a smile on her pretty face. She was probably having a sweet dream. It was hard to disturb her. He reached out and touched the phone on the bedside table and checked the time. It was almost time to get up. As for Xian, he didn't plan to wake her up. After all, her parents were at home and could take care of her. She could sleep for another hour or two before getting up. He got up quietly, put on his clothes, and walked out of the room. Song Salian and Juanita, who woke up early, came out after hearing the noise. Seeing that only his son was there, he asked softly, "Son, where is Xian? Is she still sleeping?" "Mom, Dad, I don't plan to take her to the store this morning. Let her sleep a little longer at home. Please help me watch her, and don't let her kick off the quilt." Wang Tao smiled and said. She naturally cheered up and took care of her granddaughter with all her heart. "Don't worry. Your mother is good at taking care of children, and I will definitely take good care of you." Juanita, who was standing aside, said, "Son, are you going to the store now? I'll go with you. If you need to move goods or something, I can help you, so that you can relax." His father loved him, and he knew it. He accepted the kindness, but he didn't have to work. After all, there are enough people. Wang Tao declined politely. "Dad, no need. Howsy, Suchin and I can handle the moving of goods. Besides, the vendors who deliver goods will also help. You should just rest at home." After saying that, he did not forget to add, "Wait until Xian wakes up. Then you can come together." "Really not?" "Really." "Okay. I'll go back and take a nap." "Hurry up." Juanita went back to the house, and Song Salian went to Wang Tao's room to sleep, so that he could take care of Xian. Wang Tao washed and packed up, changed shoes at the door. Meow. Mimi changed her usual aloof style, and jumped towards Wang Tao with joy, wagging her tail non-stop, as if reminding Wang Tao not to forget to take it to the store. Shoo. Wang Tao quickly made a gesture to silence Mimi, fearing that its cry would wake up Xian. He reached out and grabbed Mimi by the back of her neck, then lifted her up and carried her out the door, then dropped her in the hallway. Mimi fell to the ground and immediately ran downstairs. Chapter 99. I don't know why I went to find my dad. Who? Wang Tao ran all the way to the old street in the west of the city. It was just poor Mimi, who was running behind him, panting, with a broken look in his eyes, and making a series of sad meow sounds. It should be in the basket, not running here. If I had known this, it shouldn't have jumped out. For a bite of food? Is it easy? Easy? Wang Tao didn't have time to guess Mimi's thoughts, and continued to run towards the Zinchiho restaurant. Some uncles and aunts who were walking their dogs for morning exercises met him and greeted him enthusiastically. "Hey, Boss Wang, are you going to the store?" "Yes. You are walking your dog." "Boss Wang, is the amount of Shengjianbo this morning the same as usual?" "The same amount as usual. I can definitely buy it." "Oh, okay. Then I'll go home to relieve myself and go right away." Arrived at the store entrance, Mimi was so tired that she squatted on the ground with her legs spread out, licking her thighs with her pink tongue. This cat is so tired. Well, what is this posture? Wang Tao retreated to it in surprise, watching it squat like a human, and suddenly felt that its posture was particularly funny. Perhaps it sensed that he was looking at it. Mimi raised her head, opened her big round eyes, and stared at the culprit. The look in her eyes seemed to say, "Tell me, How do you compensate this cat? 3 steamed buns are not enough. At least 5. No. 10. What a pity. His thoughtful look was not understood by the big shit shoveler. Okay. Then you stay. Don't run around. Wang Tao pushed open the door and walked into the store without looking back, leaving Mimi alone outside the store, enjoying the caress of the wind. Mimi, Ding Suqin, who was busy washing vegetables, and Su Hao, who was busy chopping meat, heard the sound of the door being pushed open and looked up to see their boss coming in. They all greeted him with a smile. The boss is here. Eh? Where's Xian? Why didn't she come with him? Ding Suqin asked in confusion when she saw that her little follower Xian was not with Wang Tao. Don't say it. The little cutie Xian is not here. It's so quiet. Wang Tao felt that he was really a contradiction. He smiled and said, her grandma and grandpa are at home. I thought about letting her sleep well at home until she wakes up naturally. So I didn't wake her up. That's right. Sleep is the most important thing for a 5 or 6-year-old child. Only by getting enough sleep can the body's development be guaranteed. As someone who has taken care of a baby, she nodded with deep understanding and lowered her head to continue washing vegetables. Wang Tao walked to Su Hao's side and asked, how's he? How is the cutting going? Boss, it's all done. Just waiting for you to mix the stuffing. Su Hao smiled. Wang Tao nodded and began to work. Not long after, many customers came to the door of the really delicious restaurant. A long queue slowly formed. The people in the front were all young people, and the people in the back were mostly elderly people. Old Qin, who was shaking his folding fan, chatted with old Lu and several other uncles. He looked back inadvertently and saw a young man at the back of the line. He glanced at the time on his watch from time to time, and then looked at the people in the front of the line. His face was full of anxiety. Hey! This is an office worker in a hurry. Old Qin, who understood, waved to the young man at the back of the line. Hey! The young man at the back. Come over here. I'll give you my position in the queue. Are you calling me? The young man at the end of the line looked back uncertainly, seeing that there was no one in line behind him. He was sure that the old man was calling him, but he didn't have the nerve to let an old man give him a seat. So he waved his hand and declined. No. No. Uncle. You go to your line. Come over if I tell you to. Why are you wasting time? Lao Qin folded his folding fan helplessly and slapped it on his palm. Uncle. Really no need. What do you mean no need? Eat early so that you can go to work. Anyway, an old man, don't have to go to work. Lao Qin knew that it was useless to say more, so he walked straight to his side and wanted to change seats with him. Young man, go over quickly. Then, thank you. Uncle. You're welcome. Lao Qin shook his folding fan and said with a smile. If it was noon or evening, no one would give up their seats. But if it was morning, these uncles and aunts wouldn't care. It didn't matter, because Wang Tao's pan-fried buns are made in large quantities in the morning, and they are always available. So at this time, although the queue is long, everyone gets along well. A group of old men and women are queuing at the back, talking and laughing. Lao Lu called out to his close friend Lao Qin through the people. Lao Qin, after we finish eating, let's play a game. Sure. With your poor chess skills, I can beat you in a minute. Lao Qin shook his folding fan calmly. Lao Lu said, yo yo yo. You are so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of hurting your waist? Lao Lu. My waist is fine. Thank you for your regards. Lao Qin replied calmly. Lao Lu. Daddy. Xian rubbed her eyes, looking like she had just woken up, and called Wang Tao vaguely. What a pity. It was not her father who responded to her, but her grandmother. Song Xian smiled and asked softly, Xian, you are awake. Her voice was very thin and soft. Do you want to sleep again? If not, can Grandma help you put on your clothes? Song Xian smiled and took her clothes to put them on her. Okay. She sat up and let her grandmother help her put on her clothes. Although she knew that her father would definitely not be at home at this time, she still asked with a glimmer of hope, Grandma, did Dad go to the store? Yes. He went a long time ago. Oh. She pursed her lips, feeling a little sad, but thinking that she had promised her father in person. It seemed that she should not blame her father. Song Xian saw her loneliness and said with a smile, Dad said before he left that when Xian wakes up, let Grandpa and Grandma take her to the store. When Grandma helps you pack, we will go together. Hearing this, she smiled. Xian, you ran to Daddy's bed without saying hello last night. Aren't you afraid of scaring your daddy? Song Xian asked jokingly when she saw her smile. Xian smiled playfully and said, I don't know why I went to find Daddy. Yo! You still don't know why? Miss Daddy. And worried that Grandma would be sad if she said this. This little girl is very smart. Song Xian saw through it but didn't say it. And changed the subject. Xian. Come! Grandma will make a beautiful ponytail for you. Thank you, Grandma. Xian sat up obediently. So good. Song Xian used a comb to comb Shouan's messy hair neatly. Then she started to braid her hair. She was quite skilled. It took only a few minutes to braid 2 ponytails for Xian. Take a look. Do you like it? Song Xian took a small mirror and looked at her. Looking at herself in the mirror, Xian twisted her head conceitedly, and a shallow dimple appeared on her cheek. She nodded like a chicken. I like it. Hearing her granddaughter say she liked it, Song Xian's face also became bright. The little girl conceitedly took a pair of children's sunglasses and put them on, looking left and right in the mirror. At this time, Juanita, who had just entered the house, looked at his granddaughter wearing sunglasses, and said jokingly with a smile, Oh, this little girl is really fashionable. Is she from Macau? Well, no. I came from the east gate of the community. Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes, thought for a while, and shook her head. Ha ha ha. The old couple couldn't help laughing. Xian, Grandma will take you to wash up. And when you're done, we'll go to your dad's store. Okay. Shouan's little face was covered with a bright smile, and she immediately stood up and pulled her grandma away. Grandma, let's hurry up. This child, when she heard that she was going to her dad's store, she was so happy. Looking at the little granddaughter's impatient look, Song Xian smiled helplessly again. Ah, Grandma is still not as close as Dad. But then she thought about it again. Why was she jealous of her son? Chapter 100. It turns out that she was thinking wrong. 10:30 in the morning. Fuling community on the west side of the old street. Grandpa Li's house is also bustling. Daughter Li Tong and her family of 4 came to visit the 2 old people. Hello, Grandma. The 2 children, Lain and Shao, smiled shyly and shouted in unison when they saw Aunt Li open the door. Aunt Li looked at the 2 grandchildren. Her eyes almost narrowed into a slit with joy, and said lovingly, Hey, Lain. Shao, you are here. Mom, Ming Jichong, who came to the house for the first time, smiled honestly and handed over the gift box in his hand a little awkwardly. Mom, this is the nutritional supplement I bought for you and Dad. Jichong, it's good that you are here. Why do you buy gifts? Aunt Li understood her son-in-law's intentions and smiled and took it. I don't know what you and Dad like, so I just bought some randomly. I hope you two like it. Seeing his mother-in-law take it, Ming Jichong was a little less nervous. We like it. We like whatever you buy for us. Aunt Li smiled and called, Come on. Come in and sit down. The family sat on the sofa in the living room. Come on. Shao. Lain. Eat a banana first to fill your stomach. Aunt Li smiled and broke a banana for each of the 2 children. Thank you, Grandma. Shao smiled shyly, thanked her, peeled the banana, and handed it to Li Tong beside her. Mom, you eat. Well, good child. Mom is not hungry. You eat it. Li Tong smiled sweetly and reached out to touch her daughter's little head. Mom, just take a bite. Take a bite. Shao handed the banana to her mother's mouth. Her black and bright eyes were full of expectation, and she said coquettishly, You kid. Then Mom will take a bite. Li Tong raised the corner of her mouth and hugged her in her arms, lowered her head, and took a small bite. Shao was so happy to see her mother eat it, like a 200-pound fat man. Eating the remaining banana happily, Auntie Li looked at the mother and daughter and felt relieved that they were so intimate and warm despite their lack of blood relationship. At such an old age, she had nothing to ask for. She just wanted her daughter to live happily. Mom, where is my dad? Where did he go? Li Tong hadn't seen her father for a long time, and wondered if his father had gone out again. So he asked in confusion. Aunt Li smiled and said, Your dad knows that you like to eat Zenchiho Shengjianbo, and he heard that your family is coming today. He thought that Zenchiho had new crab fried cakes and duck necks yesterday, so your dad is going to pack some for you to eat. Li Tong was stunned for a moment. Dad has always seemed to be a domineering character. Not good at talking. And always does more than he says. So that sometimes she feels that Dad doesn't love her. It turns out that she has always been thinking wrong. Now calm down and savor it carefully. But she finds that it is all her father's care and love for her. Zenki Heoho is already full. And a line is slowly forming outside the store. In the kitchen, Huang Tao is busy frying crab fried cakes. And Su Hao is helping him. Ding Suqin is busy serving rice and packing. Wang Yida and Song Xialian are responsible for taking care of Xian Xian. The old men waiting for their meals in the restaurant were chatting to kill time. Hey, old Li. You are in a good mood today. Your smile is almost reaching your ears. Tell us what's going on, so that everyone can have fun with you. Uncle Jiang, who was standing with Uncle Li, saw that Uncle Li's smile never stopped, and asked curiously, "Ah, the smile is almost reaching your ears? Is it so obvious?" Uncle Li touched his face subconsciously. It seems to be quite obvious. Old Li, are you happy because your wife didn't come with you, so you can eat secretly behind her back? Old Li joked. It's impossible to eat secretly. And I will never eat secretly in this life. Uncle Li glared at Lao Lu. Go away. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm happy because my daughter and her family are here. I came here to pack some food for them so that they can have a taste. You don't know? My grandson really likes the fried dumplings made by Mr. Huang. These uncles understood. They were all happy for Uncle Li. Really? That's great. Old Li, you've finally seen the light after waiting for the clouds to clear. In the future, everything will be fine. The most important thing for a family is to be neat and tidy. Lao Lu looked happy. My daughter and her family are here, so we should buy some delicious food to take back. Uncle Jiang, who felt deeply, nodded in agreement. Old Qin shook his folding fan and said with a smile, Old Li, once you bought it, hurry back to reunite. I know. Uncle Li nodded, thinking that my daughter and her family should have been home for a while now. Thinking of the little grandson calling him Grandpa, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. For a moment, Ding Suqin called out to him, Uncle Li, I have packed the food you ordered for you. Come and get it. Hey, here I come. Uncle Li carried the food bag and hummed a little song all the way, as if he had married a second wife. Don't mention how happy he was. Soon, he returned to Fulin community. He went upstairs. As soon as he entered the door, his son-in-law Ming Jiqiang greeted him with a smile. Dad, you are back. Hey, Jiqiang, you are here. I bought some crab fried cakes for you. Come over and eat together. Old Li nodded. Thank you, Dad. Ming Jiqiang took the food bag from Uncle Li, and then called his son and daughter, who were watching TV, Lulu. Xiao. Come and say hello to Grandpa. You see, Grandpa is so good to you. I even bought you crab fried cakes. Grandpa, thank you for buying crab fried cakes for us. The two children quickly turned off the TV and ran over to get close to Uncle Li. Hey, Lulu and Xiao are so good. Grandpa is happy. What is this called? Oh, this is called sharing delicious food with each other. Grandpa tells you that this crab fried cake is delicious. Uncle Li pinched the cheeks of the two children lovingly, with a smile on his face. Are there any delicious Shengjianbo? Lei is still thinking about the delicious Shengjianbo. Grandpa Li nodded affirmatively. Of course. But Grandpa also bought Shengjianbo for you. You can choose whatever you want to eat. Yeah. Lei was very happy to hear that. He also did not forget to describe the deliciousness of the pan-fried buns to his sister Xiao. Although the words were scarce, the little expression was well interpreted. Successfully aroused the sister's gluttony. Yeah. To be precise, she was aroused by the aroma emanating from the food bag. Uncle Li smiled and watched the two children playing together, just like siblings. Very good. Li Tong, who was helping in the kitchen, poked his head out. Dad, the dishes in the kitchen are also ready. You take the children to wash your hands, and we can eat. Okay. Uncle Li took his grandson with his left hand and his granddaughter with his right hand and went to wash his hands. He took them to the table together. Dad, Mom, this is the stir-fried pork I made. You try it. Li Tong smiled and picked up food for his parents. Ming Jiqiang took 2 bottles and asked with a smile, Dad, do you want to drink red or white? I'll pour it for you. Red. For a while, the father-in-law and son-in-law toasted each other and talked and laughed. Chapter 101. Boss Huang said it was sweet. So it must be sweet. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Kaling, who had taken a nap with Xian, cleaned up the room with Wangita. Then she took her own luggage bag and returned to the Zenhachi restaurant with Xian. Daddy? As soon as she entered the restaurant, Xian ran straight to her father. Hey! Huang Tao just turned around. The little guy had already pounced on Huang Tao's legs and rubbed his face against his legs. Come! Give me a kiss. Huang Tao smiled and reached out to pick her up, kissed her little face, and asked softly, Are you good during your nap? Good. Xian smiled sweetly, blinked her watery eyes, looked at Huang Tao, and said coquettishly, Daddy, Grandma and Grandpa said that they are going home. Can you ask Grandma and Grandpa not to go home? Let Grandma and Grandpa live in our house forever. Then why don't you tell Grandma and Grandpa? Even if I tell them, they won't listen to Xian. Xian had a helpless expression on her face, saying, What can I do? I am also desperate. Huang Tao sensed her low mood and nuzzled her little face with his nose. Xian. Grandpa and Grandma also want to stay in our house forever. But they have to go to work early tomorrow morning and have to go back. However, they said that they will come to see us again on the day of the food festival. Wait. You and Dad will send them to the bus stop. Okay? Okay. She stretched out her hand to hook her father's neck and kissed him. Song Salian and her husband wanted to say that they didn't need to send her, but seeing that their granddaughter was so happy, they couldn't refuse her kindness. Huang Tao put Xian down and went to the kitchen to take out several braised foods that had been packed in advance. Dad! Mom! I prepared some braised foods for you. Take them with you on the road. You kid! Keep them to sell for money. Your dad and I don't like them, Song Salian said with a smile. Wangita smelled the aroma of the braised food and couldn't help saying, Or, let's take a box. Song Salian, who was standing by, gave Wangita a sidelong look after hearing this. Huang Tao didn't bother to talk to them, and simply and roughly put the food bags into their handbags. Then he told the two generals in the store, took Shouan's little hand, and sent her parents to the nearby bus stop. While waiting for the bus, Huang Tao saw a small stall selling oranges on the side of the road. Thinking of buying a few oranges for his parents to eat on the road, he smiled and said, Mom and Dad, you sit here for a while. I'll go over there to buy some oranges and bring them back. Son, I'll go, Wangita said hurriedly. No, just help me look after Xian. He waved his hand, came to the orange stall, and asked with a smile, Boss, can I taste your oranges first? The stall owner was sitting on a tricycle, smoking a cigarette. When he heard the question, he quickly put out the cigarette and said with a smile, You can try it. Huang Tao picked up a very small orange, peeled it carefully, took a slice, and put it in his mouth. Very sweet. Your oranges are good. Sweet enough. Give me 5 pounds. Okay. The boss responded with a happy smile. He quickly picked up the plastic bag and was about to pick oranges, when he saw Huang Tao gently put the small orange he had just tasted into the plastic bag. The boss said quickly, No. You taste this and it's mine. I can't charge you. It's not easy for you either. These oranges are for me to eat, so of course I have to buy them. Thank you for your kindness. Huang Tao smiled. The stall owner smiled and said softly, Thank you, Uncle. He picked out big and good oranges for Huang Tao. Huang Tao paid. He walked to the bus stop with the oranges and met several familiar neighbors. Hey, Mr. Huang, are you buying oranges? Where did you buy them? Are they sweet? Very sweet. If Mr. Huang says they are sweet, then they must be sweet. Huang Tao took out a few oranges from a plastic bag and handed them to the neighbors. Here, take one and try it. No, Mr. Huang. Just tell me where you bought them. I bought them from the tricycle over there. The neighbors thanked him and walked to the orange stall. The first thing they asked was, The oranges that Mr. Huang bought just now are from this store. Right. After that, they picked the oranges one by one, and then weighed them and collected the money. They bought several kilograms at a time. Many neighbors passed by and saw them buying. They asked with a smile, Hey, are these oranges sweet? I haven't tasted them. But Mr. Huang said they are sweet. If Mr. Huang said they are sweet, then they must be sweet. Come on. Give me 2 pounds. I want 5 pounds too. I have a big family. Give me 6 pounds. The orange stall owner looked confused. By the way, who is Mr. Huang? Why do these people buy oranges without even trying them when they hear the name Mr. Huang? The banana vendor not far away was extremely envious. He didn't know what kind of luck the orange vendor had, and that his business was so good. On Huang Tao's side, the bus came. Huang Ida and Song Salian got on the bus one after the other, and lowered the window and told him, "Son, Xian, remember to take good care of yourself." "Okay. I know." Xian waved at them. "Bye, Grandpa and Grandma." Half an hour later, Song Salian and Huang Ida returned home. The fourth aunt next door was sitting at the door of her house, putting on her shoes. When she saw the couple, she smiled and greeted them. "Hey, Salian, Ida, are you back from Shouan?" "Yes, fourth aunt. Just back from Shouan." Song Salian took out the key and opened the door while speaking. She went into the house with Huang Ida and put down the luggage bag. Fourth aunt asked with a smile, "Kai Lian, how is the business of Xiao Tao's store?" "Business is good. Now the store has hired 2 people. We went there this time, originally wanting to help, but we didn't expect to be able to help at all. So we came back." "Oh, they hired people. That's good." Fourth aunt was also happy for Huang Tao, thinking that since they hired people, the store was basically revitalized. And Song Kai Lian thought that if there was anything delicious on weekdays, fourth aunt would share some with them. So she took some cut braised duck necks and braised pig's trotters and sent them over. "Fourth aunt, this is the braised food sold in Xiao Tao's store. Take it and try it." "Braised food? Don't they sell pan-fried buns?" "We also sell pan-fried buns and braised food." "Oh," fourth aunt nodded, wiped her hands with a smile, and took it. "Then I won't be polite. I'll try it." She tasted it curiously, wanted to see what the stewed food sold in Xiao Tao's shop tasted like. Took a bite of the stewed pig's trotter. Fourth aunt's eyes widened instantly. "Delicious. Isn't this too fragrant? And very tasty. It's several times more delicious than those stewed pig's trotters on the market. What a pity. Xiao Tao's shop is in the city. Otherwise she would go there often to buy it. This stewed food is so fragrant. This is the first time I have eaten such delicious stewed pig's trotters. Wow. This skill is amazing. Kai Lian, the stewed food chef hired by Xiao Tao's shop is not cheap. Right?" Song Kai Lian was stunned and said with a smile, "Fourth aunt, this is stewed by Xiao Tao himself." "Ah." Fourth aunt's eyes widened again. Huang Tao was raised by her, although he helped his family cook since he was a child. When did he know how to make stewed food? And it was so delicious? It's true that when you meet a man for 3 days, you should look at him with new eyes. Xiao Tao is a promising child. Auntie Four said with envy. Xiao Tao has been worry-free since he was young. He is good at studying, capable, and motivated. Unlike my grandson, he only knows how to play games all day long, does nothing, is idle all day long, and is lazy. Auntie Four couldn't help but complain wildly when she thought of her unsuccessful grandson. Her grandson, who was sitting upstairs and indulging in playing games, sneezed wildly at this moment. Who is saying bad things about me behind my back?" Auntie Four couldn't help but ask. "Kai Lian, who did your Xiao Tao learn this skill from?" "He learned it online." Song Kai Lian answered with a smile on her face, although she didn't believe this statement at first. Her son's skill was there, so she had to believe it. "Ah? You learned it online?" Aunt C was surprised. If learning online can achieve such a level, why don't she let her grandson who only knows how to play games learn to cook online? Aunt C's eyes moved. A plan came to her mind. She hurried to find her grandson. Monday, 8 o'clock in the morning. Ma Deqiang came to the unit as usual. "Deputy Director Ma." "Good morning." "Good morning." Many colleagues at work greeted him with a smile, and he also responded politely. This time, he did not return to the office immediately, but went to the office of Lin Yuan, the office director. "Deputy Director Ma, why are you here? Do you have something to talk to me about?" "Indeed, Director Lin. I came here to talk to you about something. We need to add one more place to the merchants of this food festival." "Deputy Director Ma, which merchant do you want to add?" Lin Yuan asked curiously. "What a delicious restaurant." Hearing this, Lin Yuan was confused. "Really a good restaurant? I don't have any impression." Chapter 102. This is the meaning of food. This time Lin Yuan was really confused. In previous food festivals, It was not uncommon for businesses to be added at short notice. He had also handled some of them. But basically, they were all famous restaurants and hotels in the city. But this is a really delicious restaurant. I have never heard of it before. He thought about it in his mind. In theory, he has been organizing food festivals for so many years. And he knows which area of the city has delicious and unique restaurants. But he has no impression of this really delicious restaurant mentioned by Ma Deqiang. But it shouldn't be. After all, it was Ma Deqiang who came here in person to ask him to add a quota. This is not a simple matter. Lin Yuan was very puzzled and poured a cup of tea for Ma Deqiang. When he handed it to him, he couldn't help but ask, Deputy Director Ma, this is a really good restaurant? Why don't I have any impression of it? Is it a newly opened restaurant? It is indeed newly opened. Just over the old street in the west of the city. But it is not a restaurant, but a small restaurant. Ma Deqiang, who was sitting on the sofa chair, took the teacup with a smile. Ah, it's a small restaurant? Lin Yuan was surprised. This is obviously inconsistent with the level of merchants they choose. Although Ma Deqiang is his superior, they are friends for many years in private. The kind of close friendship. So, he jokingly asked, Deputy Director Ma, this is a really good restaurant? It can't be opened by your relatives, right? Hearing this, Ma Deqiang was stunned. He understood, shook his head, and said with great certainty, No. No. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then smiled and joked, Old Ma, you didn't take money from others. Did you? Ma Deqiang glared at him. Go away. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up. Lin Yuan knew that Ma Deqiang was not really angry, and sat back in his original position with a smile. This guy. Ma Deqiang shook his head speechlessly. Old Lin. The reason why I want this restaurant to participate in this year's food festival is simply because the food made by this restaurant is delicious. It is no exaggeration to say that the food of this restaurant is the best I have eaten in all these years. It's a pity not to participate in the food festival with such good food. Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a little fantasy. When did the food in a small restaurant become so awesome? This makes other famous hotels in the city feel embarrassed. Of course, he still trusts Ma Deqiang's character. It's just, seeing that Lin Yuan still didn't believe it, Ma Deqiang directly suggested, Old Lin, why don't you go to the Jinhao restaurant with me at noon for a meal? After all, it's useless to listen to others say how delicious food is. Only after you have tasted it yourself, you will know how delicious it is. Okay. He admitted that he wanted to try the food at Zenhachi restaurant. Lin Yuan thought about it, nodded and agreed, okay. I'll go with you to try it. He wanted to see how delicious the food that Ma Deqiang praised as heavenly and unparalleled on earth was. The breakfast at Zenhachi restaurant had been sold out in advance. Ding Suqi was busy washing the kitchen utensils, and Su Hao was helping on the side. Huang Tao, who had sent Xian Xian to school, returned to the store and started his teaching mode. At this time, the door of the store was opened with a creak. Excuse me. Who is Huang Tao? A postal courier boy pushed open half of the door and asked. Huang Tao, who heard the shout, walked out of the kitchen. Hello. I'm Huang Tao. What can I do for you? Oh, your courier has arrived. Please come and sign for it. The postal courier smelled the aroma of the stew and couldn't help sniffing. Huang Tao thought it should be his takeaway bowl. He went over to check it. After it was okay, he signed for it. The postal courier helped to move the box into the store. Smelling the tempting aroma, he couldn't help asking, Boss, the stewed food in your store smells so good. How do you sell it? There is a price list over there. You can take a look. But the stewed eggs have been sold out in the morning. And the stewed pig's trotters and stewed duck necks will be sold out at noon. Really? The postal courier left with regret. But he made up his mind that he must come to buy a portion of stewed food to try at noon. Su Hao came out, ready to help move into the kitchen, and asked with a smile, Boss, what did you buy? Such a big box. I ordered some takeout bowls online, and they just came. Huang Tao took out a takeout bowl, looked at it carefully, and thought the quality was pretty good. He was going to go online later and add some more for the food festival. Su Hao looked at it and was surprised. Boss, the 3 words really delicious on this takeout bowl are flowing and natural, and don't look like printed fonts. Boss, you didn't write it by hand? Yes. Huang Tao nodded. Su Hao felt that his boss was really a treasure boss. It was almost 11:30. After finishing the work at hand, Ma Deqiang was a little impatient. He looked at the time. He walked out of his office 5 minutes early according to his time to get off work, and came to Lin Deju's office. Old Ma, it's just a meal. Why are you so anxious? Lin Deju, who had never eaten there, naturally couldn't understand Ma Deqiang's eagerness. I tell you, that store is doing very well. If you go late, you may not be able to eat. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Ma Deqiang pulled Lin Deju out. He got in the car. Ma Deqiang stepped on the accelerator and whooshed towards the old street in the west of the city. It was almost a real-life version of Fast and Furious. Fortunately, Lin Deju was strong. Otherwise his adrenaline would surge. When they arrived outside the Dingi restaurant, it was only 11:48, and there was a long queue. Seeing this queue, Lin Deju suddenly understood why Ma Deqiang was so anxious. He also suddenly believed what Ma Deqiang said. After all, he is also an experienced person. For example, restaurants that have a long queue at the door at mealtime are definitely better than those without a queue. But they are better than most. If they are not delicious, no one will go. If the store invites people to queue up just to attract customers, there is nothing we can do about it. However, he thinks the former is more likely, because he smelled the tempting aroma of braised food. This store does look very popular. Old Ma, let's go and queue up. Lin Deju is now active. They both got to the back of the line and lined up. Ma Deqiang looked out to see how many people were still queuing up in front. Lin Deju chatted with the people behind him in a familiar manner. Hey, this little brother. You look like you are still studying. Why did you come to the old street in the west of the city to eat? It just so happened that this boy was an old customer and a good chatterbox. When someone asked a question, he naturally had to answer politely. It was just right to kill the boring queue time. I am from Linjiang University. A few days ago, the campus posted that the pan-fried buns in this restaurant were very delicious. I happened to pass by and bought one to try. As a result, it was almost sold out by my roommate. After tasting it, my roommate and I thought it was super delicious and were instantly attracted. After that, I often came here to take away food. Anyway, it's not far away. When he talked about the whole thing, his eyes were full of spirit. He vividly talked about the live broadcast room and how the classmates in the school were attracted. Then he talked about how delicious the crab fried cake and braised duck neck were. He was in class at school and thought about this meal all day long. There were no fancy words, but the joy in his words was beyond words. Lin Deju was a little greedy. He also believed that those who lined up here were all here for the delicious food in this store. When it was their turn, Lin Deju thanked the boy and walked to the counter with Ma Deqiang. Plates of braised pig's trotters and braised duck necks exuded attractive colors and were extremely bright. The aroma of the braised meat was even stronger. It was even more tempting. He couldn't help but sniff his nose. It smelled so good. What do you two want to eat? Ding Suqing greeted with a smile, and recognized Ma Deqiang. Nodding at him, Ma Deqiang smiled and replied, I'll have a crab fried cake, a nourishing fish soup, a braised pig's trotter, and a braised duck neck. How about you? Lao Lin? I'll have the same as him. We'll both eat in the store. Lin Deju didn't know what was the best, so he ordered according to Ma Deqiang. Okay. You two. Find a seat first. I'll send it to you when it's ready. Ding Suqing still kept her smile. The two paid and found a seat to sit down. Lin Deju found that the table was very clean, unlike other small shops that were full of oil stains. And even if wiped with a rag, it would leave a greasy feeling. His favorability towards this small shop also increased by a few points. Don't mention it. The hygiene environment of this restaurant is pretty good. To be honest, the braised pig's trotters and braised duck necks I just got look very tempting. I'm a little hungry. Lin Deju smelled the rich braised smell in the store and felt that it was even soul-stirring. After all, in many people's inherent impression, small restaurants have unhygienic environments and unfresh ingredients. They are just small street shops. But yesterday, Mr. Qin brought me here and let me see a different small restaurant. It is clean and hygienic. Customers come here to eat purely because they are attracted by the delicious food in the store. They may even come here to eat every meal. Ma Deqiang looked at the dining customers and said thoughtfully, Here, small restaurants seem to have given people a different meaning. It can be the satisfaction of a full meal after a day of hard work, or the inexpressible joy and happiness of eating your favorite food. Of course, it may also be healing. Lin Did you listen to his friend's words, and thought of the boy who was standing behind him just now, thinking of the look on his face when he talked about eating Shengjianbo, along with the brotherhood of his roommates. Everything seemed to have changed. Perhaps this is the meaning of food. It was also Ma Deqiang who strongly recommended this restaurant, and it was really his idea to participate in the food festival. He was touched and understood. I will add the quota when I go back. Soon. The meals they ordered were delivered. The two of them were not in the mood to talk. They just started eating. The cooking skills of this boss are really awesome and delicious. Yeah. This braised pig's trotter and braised duck neck are definitely the best among the braised foods I have eaten. Not only is the meat fresh, but it is also handled very well, bringing out the meat fragrance to the extreme. And the control of spices is also at the master level. I dare say that this restaurant will definitely be very popular at the food festival. Lin Did you praised while eating. Ma Deqiang understood what he said and said with a smile, Hey, Lao Lin. From what you said, do you agree to let Zenhachi restaurant participate in this food festival? Lin Did you nodded very seriously. Of course we will participate. If such delicious food is not included in the food festival, it would be a waste of food. Chapter 103 mainly featuring marinated food. It was a little after 4 p.m. The preliminary preparations for the store had been completed. Wang Tao glanced at the time and said, Hazi, I'm going out for a while. You and Sister Suchi will look after the store. Boss, go ahead. Su Hao looked up, revealing his white teeth. Wang Tao didn't bother to pack up, so he went out on his electric bike to pick up Xian from school at the Golden Sun Kindergarten. The time was just right. Xuan's class had already arrived at the school gate under the leadership of Teacher Yi. Xian, your dad is here to pick you up. Teacher Yi looked at Wang Tao with a smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. Since eating the food made by Wang Tao, the two teachers in the class had become closer to him. Every time they met him, they would take the initiative to talk to him. Dad Xian, Xuan's performance in school today was very good. Really? That's great. Thank you for your trouble. Wang Tao smiled and thanked him. Yiwen pursed her lips, revealing a bit of shyness. Dad Xian, has the store been very busy recently? Yes, it is quite busy. Wang Tao smiled. She said with concern, then you have to pay attention to rest. You need to combine work and rest. Otherwise you will be too tired. Yes, I will. Now that the store has recruited people, it is much easier. The conversation between the two naturally attracted many parents to cast envious eyes on Wang Tao. After all, they have always longed for this treatment, but have not been able to get it. Wang Tao and Yiwen chatted casually for a few words. Then he said goodbye to her. Teacher Yi, I will take Xian away first. If you have time, you can come to the store and sit down and try the new products. They were just launched the day before yesterday. New product? It must be delicious. Yiwen's stomach was grumbling, and she was a little embarrassed. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Okay, I'll go with Teacher Su after I get off work. Goodbye, Teacher Yi. Xian smiled and waved. Wang Tao picked her up and asked softly, Xian, what skills did you learn in kindergarten today? Xian leaned her head on Wang Tao's shoulder, rubbing her little face against Wang Tao's handsome face. I know how to play with a ball. I can throw it, kick it, roll it around. What else did you learn? Xian blinked her eyes, tilted her little head and smiled brightly. Guess? At this time, Jiangling was holding Cece's hand with a smile. And when he saw Wang Tao and his daughter, his eyes turned over. He waved and greeted, Boss Wang. I heard from my Cece that you are going to participate in this year's food festival? Even if Wang Tao used his toes to guess, he knew who leaked the news. My precious daughter. He nodded, yes. Will the store be open by then? Jiangling came here just thinking about this bite of food. Closed. But if you want to eat, you can come to the food festival. But basically we will focus on braised food. The demand at the food festival is relatively large. And food such as frying and pan frying is time consuming and laborious. So we plan to focus on braised food. Okay. Then our family will go over to support you and satisfy your cravings. Cece and Xian shouted happily at the same time. I want to go too. Wang Tao and Jiangling smiled at each other. Dad, I have something for you. Xian seemed to suddenly think of something and shouted again out of the blue. What? Wang Tao asked curiously. But Xian didn't answer him directly, but kept digging in her coat pocket. What was she digging? Everyone looked at her curiously. Then she took out a waffle with a packaging bag from her pocket. She handed it to Huang Tao. Dad, this snack is for you. Huang Tao asked in confusion. Xian, where did you get the snack? Teacher Yi gave it to me when we had snacks in the afternoon. Every child has one. Shouan's eyebrows were curved and her dimples were exposed. Since this is the afternoon snack set by Teacher Yi, why don't you eat it? Well, Teacher Yi said that this snack is delicious, so I can't bear to eat it. Xian raised her head, blinked her big eyes, and said shyly, I want to bring it back for Dad to try. This is specially left for him to eat. It turns out that this little guy wants to leave the best food for him. I didn't expect such a young child to think about him while eating. He felt a little warm in his heart. How lucky to meet you. My daughter. You are the joy of my life. I am very happy to be your father in this life. Ling, who was watching this scene, looked at Huang Tao with envy. I think Huang Tao must have saved the Milky Way in his previous life. So he has such a beautiful, caring and sensible little cotton-padded jacket in his life. Wait. Ling also has a little cotton-padded jacket. He squatted down with an expectant look on his face, looked at his daughter Cici, and asked with a smile, Cici, did you save some snacks for Daddy? Dad, why should I save some snacks for you? I don't even have enough for myself. Cici didn't understand. She blinked her big eyes, a little confused. Ling, my little cotton-padded jacket is made of black cotton. Ling silently shed 2 wide noodles of tears in his heart. Uncle, Cici, my father and I are going back to the store first. If you want to come over later. Xian lay on Huang Tao's shoulder and waved to Cici and the others. Huang Tao carried her to the front of the electric bike, and the little guy huddled under it like a cute little hedgehog. Let's go! Back to the store. Xian jumped off the car, ran to Mimi who was lying in the sun at the door, squatted down, and asked with a smile, Mimi, did you miss me? Meow. Mimi responded lazily. I miss you too, but I miss my dad the most. She looked back at her dad, smiled sweetly at him, then walked into the store and greeted Ding Suqin and the others with a smile. Aunt Suqin. Uncle Hausi. Sister Yuhan. Hello. Hello Xian. Su Hao smiled innocently. Ding Suqin had a smile in her eyes. Hey. Our little Xian is out of school. Is she happy at school? She nodded. Happy. Lin Yuan, who was practicing hard, just raised her head to greet Xian. But she was so busy looking that she forgot the movements of her hands. She almost burned it. Oh, no. When she reacted, she hurriedly gave first aid. But she was in a hurry and panicked, and burned her hands. Her hands were all red. Why are you so careless? Rinse with cold water quickly. Seeing this, Ding Suqin quickly pulled her to the sink and rinsed her with cold water to lower the temperature of the skin surface. Su Hao quickly helped her to take out the crab fried cakes from the pot. Unfortunately, a pot of crab fried cakes that was in good condition was overturned again. You kid. Be careful next time. Scars on girls' hands are not good looking. Ding Suqin said a few words with pity. Lin Yuan squeezed out a smile. Thank you, Sister Suqin. I will pay attention next time. Sister Yuhan. Sister Yuhan. Is your hand burned? Does it hurt? Xian and Huang Tao heard the noise and rushed to the kitchen. Xian came to her side and asked anxiously when she saw her hand was red. She smiled. Not bad. Xian will blow it for you. It won't hurt after blowing it. Xian lowered her eyes, revealing her long eyelashes, and blew gently on the injured place with her pouting mouth, because when she was a child, she accidentally fell and scratched her skin, and her parents would blow on her wounds and tell her to blow it. As long as she blows it, the wound will not hurt. At that time, she really didn't feel any pain. Lin Yuan was full of tenderness, and stretched out her other hand to rub Shouan's bangs. Thank you, Xian. Sister doesn't feel any pain anymore. Xian heard this and raised a ripple of joy. Take this burn ointment and use it. Go back and rest later. Huang Tao found a burn ointment and handed it to Lin Yuan. Thank you, Boss Huang. But I'm fine. It's just a small injury. It's okay. I can still continue to practice. Time waits for no one. And she can't just give up halfway. Then be careful. Leaving this sentence, Huang Tao took Xian out of the kitchen. Xian, are you hungry? How about Daddy cook something for you first? Daddy? I'm not hungry now. Can I play with Xie for a while? The little girl remembered her Xie at this time. So she went to play with Xie obediently. Go ahead. But don't touch it with your hands. Yes. Xian knows. Wang Tao looked at the long chopsticks teasing the swimming crab. And he felt relieved. He changed his clothes, washed his hands, and prepared to start work. At about 4:30, customers began to arrive. Chapter 104 My Dad Wants It Too. Xuan's dad. From a distance, I saw 4 women walking quickly towards the Zenhachi restaurant. It was Yuan and Su Weiwei, as well as 2 other teachers. Yuan, who had just learned that Wang Tao's restaurant had a new dish, told Su Weiwei about it after returning to the office. Su Weiwei's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this, and she shouted that she wanted to come to the restaurant to taste it. Even the plan to lose weight was completely forgotten. After hearing this, the other 2 colleagues in the same office were also eager to try it, and wanted to try it. So, after get off work, several people rushed over immediately. Not for anything else. Just to be the first to eat Wang Tao's new dishes. After all, they have seen the terrifying queues in front of the store many times. Teacher Yi, Teacher Su. Wang Tao came over and greeted them with a smile. Several people trotted over and stopped at the door of the store. They took a deep breath, raised their expectant eyes, and asked with a smile, are there any new products? Crab fry cake. Yes. Wang Tao smiled and said, come in and sit down. Okay. Then let's each have a portion of crab fry cake. Yuan and the others walked into the store and smiled and greeted Xian, who was squatting in the corner. Xian. Can you tell the teacher what you were playing with? Teacher. I'm playing with my crab. Xian turned her head. Her eyebrows curved, and her little hand pointed at the swimming crab in the basin and said, come and see. This is the crab. Wow. What a cute crab. Several teachers smiled and watched her teasing the swimming crab. Don't say. It's quite interesting to tease crabs. Wang Tao saw that several teachers were still full of childishness and teased swimming crabs with Xian. He couldn't help but smile and went back to the kitchen. Howsy. Cut 5 braised duck necks for me, he said, and started to fry crab fry cakes. Lin Yuan stood quietly by the side, watching carefully, and wanted to help. Your hand is injured. Try not to get it wet. And don't help. Wang Tao glanced at her hand with a slight sign of bubbles and reminded her. She is an invincible cockroach. So this little injury is nothing. She playfully stretched out her other uninjured hand and shook it beside him. It's okay. I can use the other hand. Wang Tao smiled and continued the work at hand. And by the way, he detailed some of her shortcomings in crab fry cakes and the precautions in the details. He demonstrated while talking. Lin Yuan was enlightened and nodded repeatedly. She hurriedly memorized these key points and pondered them carefully. After a while, Wang Tao's crab fry cakes came out of the oven. Lin Yuan handed over the plate. Wang Tao served it in 4 bowls, arranged the plates, put it in the tray, and took it out. At Yuan's table, they were placed one by one. Teacher Yi, your crab fry cakes. Please enjoy. The other 2 teachers smiled and nodded. Thank you. Xuan's father. Yuan thanked with a smile in her eyes. Then, everyone was immersed in the food and couldn't help themselves. As ordinary diners, it was difficult for them to come up with any fancy words. But the delicious taste and touch from their mouths made them only use the simplest word delicious to express their extremely satisfied emotions at the moment. Wang Tao put 4 of the 5 plates of braised duck necks brought by Su Hao in front of their table one by one. Teacher, this is braised duck neck. A gift. Yuan said flattered. Ah. Thank you. Xuan's father. Thank you. Thank you. The other 2 teachers were flattered and thanked them again and again. They were benefiting from Yuan and Su Weiwei. Xuan's father. This crab fry cake is so fragrant and delicious. Su Weiwei couldn't help but give 2 thumbs up and praised. I'm glad you like it. Enjoy it slowly. The 4 teachers nodded at him and continued to eat with their heads down. While taking a breath, they picked up a piece of braised duck neck and took a bite. It is fragrant and delicious, and it leaves a lingering aftertaste. This is definitely a good choice for snacks while watching TV series. The 4 decided to buy some braised duck necks later. Eating braised food while watching TV series at night is a perfect life. Wang Tao naturally had no time to pay attention to their beautiful thoughts. At this moment, he came to Xuan's side and wanted to give her some braised duck necks first, while satisfying her cravings. She could also fill her stomach. Delicious. Delicious. Eating the braised duck necks fed by her father. Xian felt that it was particularly delicious. Squeak. The door was pushed open. Hello. Mr. Wang. Hey. Are there a few teachers here too? Jiang Ling and his daughter Cici came in. As soon as they entered, they saw 4 people chewing on braised duck necks. Who was chewing so intoxicated? He was immediately greedy. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Hello. Teacher. Cici called politely. Hearing the voice, Yuan turned her head and said with a smile, Hello. Cici. Hello. Cici's father. Are you also bringing CCT crab fried cakes? The crab fried cakes made by Shouan's father are delicious. You must order one to try. Su Weiwei had a little expression on her face that said if you don't try it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. The other 2 teachers also recommended it crazily. Braised duck neck is also a must-try. It's worth tasting. After saying hello, the few people continued to eat with their heads down. There is no way. It smells so good. I can't help it. Cici. Uncle. You are here. Xian saw her good friend coming over and greeted her. She smiled and waved to Cici. Cici. Come here quickly. I will show you the crabs I raise. Okay. Okay. Cici immediately broke free from her father's hand and trotted toward Shouan's position. She squatted beside Xian. When she looked down and saw the swimming crab, her eyes flashed instantly. Wow, this crab is so big. Xian smiled and introduced Cici. It is a crab. Crab? She is Cici, my best friend. The swimming crab curled up in the basin, looking indifferent. However, when Cici reached out to touch it, it became alert in vain and raised its 2 big claws. If you dare to move one, be careful that I will pinch you. Ah! Cici was startled and instinctively retracted her hand with a look of fear on her face. Don't be afraid. If you use long chopsticks, it won't be able to pinch you. Xian handed the long chopsticks in her hand to Cici. Cici tried it according to Shouan's method, and it really couldn't pinch you. This time, she was not afraid and smiled again. Cici. Come. I'll give you a braised duck neck. Wang Tao picked up a piece of duck neck and handed it to Cici beside him. Jiang Ling said with a smile, Cici, Uncle gives you something. What should you say? Cici raised her little head, looked at her father, thought about it seriously, then looked at Wang Tao and asked loudly, Uncle, do you have any more? My dad wants it too. This answer is too unexpected. Poochie. The 4 teachers couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Jiang Ling, who originally wanted to show off his daughter, was so embarrassed that he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. He said in his heart that he couldn't bear his daughter's considerateness. Fortunately, Wang Tao relieved his embarrassment. Yes, parents and teachers who come to the store to eat today will be given a braised duck neck. After that, several parents came to the store with their children to taste the new products. Without exception, Wang Tao also gave them a braised duck neck. After eating the crab fry cakes, they all had a clearer understanding of Wang Tao's cooking skills. The children enjoyed it even more. The crab fry cakes that Wang Tao fried were all adult portions. The portion was not small. A group of 4 or 5-year-old children, who didn't eat much, ate a whole plate of crab fry cakes. Parents who are always worried about their children not eating well are naturally relieved to see that their children have finished eating. However, mothers always hope to cook and make meals that satisfy their children. So, when they were at home a few days ago, they made some pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge for their children. What a pity! The child ate a few bites and found that the taste was not right. He didn't eat it anymore. He didn't give any face. They worked so hard in vain. Finally, the remaining big pot of pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat were left to the child's father. Since the child loves the food in Zenhachi, he should come often. After all, the ingredients in the store are very fresh. It's delicious. It also saves them from cooking at home and making a mess. Near 5 o'clock, the uncles and aunts nearby also came to Zenhachi one after another. The queue grew in a short while. Ma Deqiang was about to visit Lin Diju's office again. He saw Lin Diju walking out of the office with information. He hurriedly called him, Lao Lin. Has the stall of Zenchichi come down? It's down. Assigned to stall number 88. I'm planning to go to the Zenchichi store and deliver some information such as the stall sign to the store owner. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. How about I deliver it for you? I'm familiar with the boss. Ma Deqiang thought that after delivering the information, he would have a meal in the store. Kill two birds with one stone. Naturally, Lin Yuan saw through his little tricks at a glance. He declined, Deputy Director Ma. No. This is my job. I'll deliver it myself. It's okay. Let me deliver it for you. Ma Deqiang went forward to get the information. Colleagues nearby saw that the two of them were excited and almost got into a fight. On closer listening, they found out that they were fighting to deliver the stall sign. They never expected that the two leaders, who were usually serious, would actually fight because of competing for the booze sign. It's outrageous. I'm also very curious. What is the magic of this restaurant called Jinhaochi? It makes the two leaders fascinated by it. When I have time, I will definitely go and try it. Chapter 105. How can games smell as good as rice? Ming went to Jinchi restaurant as usual and packed a meal for himself. He also packed a meal for his roommate Shioji. He carried the packed box all the way back to his dormitory. Squeak. He pushed open the door of the dormitory. He saw his roommate wearing headphones, sitting in front of the computer, concentrating on playing games. He took out the lotus leaf glutinous rice and pork ribs rice and nourishing fish soup. Put them next to the other party's table. Tapped the table lightly and said, Shioji, I brought you the rice you wanted. Hey! Okay. Thanks, brother. Shioji, who had just reached the critical moment of the game, smelled the tempting aroma emanating from the packed box. His stomach reacted strongly almost instantly. He was clamoring to eat. Forget it. Let's eat first. The rice will not be delicious if it gets cold. Anyway, if you lose the game, you can play it again from the beginning. After finding an excuse, he immediately felt relieved of the burden of losing the game. He opened the takeaway box beside him, and he was enjoying it just by smelling it. He took a bite of the ribs. It was amazing. The bones fell off with a slight pull, and the meat was tender and elastic, fresh and delicious. The taste was neither too dry nor too greasy, and the taste was just right, not too salty or too light. The glutinous rice was full of sauce, which was very tempting. Xiaoji mixed a mouthful of glutinous rice and wrapped the ribs in it and ate it. It was just satisfying. Ming washed his hands and came back, and saw that Xiaoji, who was still playing games just now, had already eaten. That's right. Even cats can't resist the food made by Boss Huang. Not to mention people. He recalled the little yellow cat that could do backflips. He still felt a little uncomfortable when he thought of the pan-fried buns that were taken away by Mimi that day. He walked to Shioji, smiled, and joked, Oh, you just stopped playing the game when it reached a critical moment? How can the game be as delicious as eating? Shioji replied in a hurry. Ming nodded in agreement. He also joined the eating mode. He was immersed in the deliciousness of crab-fried cakes and couldn't extricate himself. The two of them didn't say a word throughout the whole process, just lowered their heads to eat, eating quietly, leaving only the slightest chewing sound. After Xiaoji finished eating, he leaned back on the chair and said with satisfaction, Ah, I'm so full. Me too. Ming also leaned back on the chair and said happily. At this moment, Xiaoji remembered that he hadn't heard Ming complain about his childhood sweetheart after returning to the dormitory in the past 2 days. And he hadn't seen Lin Yuan again. A few days ago, he could see Lin Yuan several times a day. Even if Ming avoided her, he could still see her downstairs in the dormitory. But these 2 days, she was nowhere to be seen, as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth. So, he couldn't help gossiping about Ming in person. Ming, where is your childhood sweetheart Lin Yuan? Why haven't you seen her these 2 days? What a joke. Ming looked at Xiaoji with some displeasure. Why do you care so much about her? Yo. What a look. You don't think that he is thinking about Lin Yuan and wants to steal her away, do you? Oh my. Xiaoji still understands the principle that a friend's wife should not be bullied. Xiaoji laughed twice. I'm not concerned. I'm just curious. Curious about why she hasn't come to bother you these 2 days? So I'm curious and want to ask you. The person involved. Ming smiled unhappily. But when he looked back, he couldn't help but think of Lin Yuan. That's true. Since he rejected her that day, he didn't seem to have seen her in school for the past 2 days. Her bicycle was not seen in the carport. I don't know where she went. Thinking of this, Ming couldn't help but frown. Damn! Why should he think of her? Isn't this what he has always wanted? Without thinking too much, he shook his head, trying to get Lin Yuan out of his mind. Xiao Ji, who still wanted to hear gossip, saw him in a daze and urged, Ming, you should speak. What does it mean to keep silent? Well, the thing is, she confessed to me the day before yesterday, but I rejected her. I think she should have given up. So she didn't come to me. Ming pulled his mouth and looked at Xiao Ji, with a slightly fluctuating emotion in his tone. Oh my god, why did she reject? Xiao Ji opened his mouth and looked very surprised. A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. What are you thinking of leaving such a good childhood sweetheart? Xiao Ji had a look on his face that said, did your brain get stuck in the door when you left? She has been secretly in love with you for so many years. And now she has the courage to confess to you. But you reject her directly. She will be heartbroken. Heartbroken? How heartbroken? Ming's calm mood was still disturbed by the 3 words heartbroken. It was like pepper turning over in his heart. He quickly called Lin Yuan. What a pity! No one answered. He hung up the phone, leaving a sentence Xiao Ji. I'm going out for a while. He rushed out of the door, leaving Xiao Ji with a confused look on his face. He came to the downstairs of Lin Yuan's dormitory. He called Lin Yuan, but no one answered. After that, he went to the library and the teaching building. He searched everywhere she could go. Still no sign of her. No way to find her. Finally, he met her classmate and learned from her classmate, Lin Yuan has asked for leave these 2 days. Then do you know how she feels these 2 days? He asked with concern. The classmate shook his head. I don't know about this. I haven't seen her these 2 days. Okay. Thank you. If you see her, please tell her that Ming is looking for her. He left a little lonely. Really delicious restaurant. Boss Wang, we have delivered the food, so we won't bother you anymore. We will go back first. Ma Deqiang and Lin Dizhu came together after get off work, and saw Huang Tao was busy, so they had a meal in the store first. After eating, seeing that Huang Tao was not so busy, they explained their purpose to Huang Tao. Look, after the work is done, I am ready to go home. Huang Tao smiled and said, don't bother me. Thank you for coming here in person, and for your busy work for me. As he said that, he took the 2 food bags that Su Hao had packed in advance. There were 2 portions of braised pig's trotters, 2 portions of braised duck necks, 2 portions of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, and 20 pan-fried buns. You can let your family taste the braised pig's trotters and braised duck necks after you go home. The rest can be heated up tomorrow. The taste will be slightly worse, but it should not be bad. It's just a small gift. Please accept it. This, Boss Wang. You are too polite. Ma Deqiang and Lin Dizhu were a little surprised. They thought, Boss Wang is a really good person. You helped him. And he also thought about you in his heart. But this gift really can't be accepted for nothing. You have to pay. They also know that if they give money directly in person, Huang Tao will definitely not accept it. So, they plan to scan the code to pay before leaving. Huang Tao, who didn't know what they were thinking, insisted, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. They are all food in the store. Take it. Okay. Then I'll take it. The 2 took it, looked at the things in the bag, and estimated the value. While Huang Tao was not paying attention, they scanned the code to pay. When Huang Tao reacted, the 2 had already left the store. Hey, you! Huang Tao hurriedly chased out, looked at their backs as they went away, and smiled helplessly. Forget it. Let them be. I'll give them a discount next time. I also thought that the booth number had been given. So when I have time, I'll go to the commercial pedestrian street to check out the location and size of booth 88. But this matter will be discussed tomorrow. When I returned to the store, I saw Lin Yuan sitting at Shouan's table, and asked with a smile, Yuan, do you want to continue practicing for a while tonight? At this time, Lin Yuan was holding her phone in a daze, and didn't hear his question at all. He walked forward in confusion, seeing her staring at the missed call, and on the screensaver of the phone, there was a photo of a boy. He felt that he looked familiar, so he took a few more glances. He also recognized the other party. College student Ming. He thought, so he is the person Lin Yuan loves. But he also felt that there seemed to be a little problem between the 2 of them. During these days together, he still heard a little about Lin Yuan. It was a little after 7 o'clock. Lin Dizhu returned home with a heavy bag. As soon as he opened the door, he happily shouted to the house, Wife. I'm back. I brought you delicious food. His wife was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Hearing the sound, she looked over and asked in confusion, "What delicious food? Wait until I finish watching this episode of TV. Come here. I tell you, this thing today is delicious," he said while changing his slippers. He walked to the dining table in slippers and put the food bag in his hand on the table. He washed his hands first and then took off the plastic bag outside. Then opened the takeaway box and said, "Wife, come here quickly. I guarantee you will taste a bite of happiness for a night. And I guarantee you will want to eat it next time." His wife smelled the fragrance, paused the TV, and came to greet him. Looking at the food opened on the table, she smiled and said, "Braised pig's trotters? Braised duck neck? Steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice? Pan-fried buns? Which one? Did you pack it from Xinglongli? I tell you, it's much better than theirs. Try this braised duck neck." Lin Yuan took a piece of braised duck neck and put it to her mouth. She took a bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. She raised her head with a look of surprise. "Delicious. This braised duck neck is really delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious braised duck neck before. Which restaurant made it?" Lin Yuan smiled when he heard it. "It's a really delicious restaurant. It's also the only small restaurant participating in the food festival this year. Well, such delicious braised food is really worthy of being on the food festival. The craftsmanship of this restaurant is really good." Then she tried a piece of braised pig's trotter, tasted some steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, and ate a pan-fried bun. After eating almost every one, she couldn't help but sigh with her husband how delicious it was. Lin Yuan thought about letting his daughter, who was coming back from self-study that night, taste the braised food. So he smiled and reminded her, "Leave some braised food for our daughter later." I know. He said he knew, but his mouth continued to eat the braised food. Chapter 106, The New Model of Chef and Food. Chapter 106, The New Model of Chef plus Food. When the day once again pressed the night to bed, the sun was born. The next morning, around 8 o'clock, Wang Tao rode a battery car and took Xian to the Golden Sun Kindergarten. When he took Xian there, many parents had just sent their children. There were people coming and going at the gate. It was very lively. Some small class children, who were not yet adapted, were still unwilling to leave their parents and were clamoring to go home. In the end, it was the teacher who came forward and coaxed them into the gate. Shouan's father. "You are here." Yuan, who was on duty at the school gate, looked at Wang Tao and his daughter, and said to Wang Tao with a smile. Wang Tao smiled and nodded. "Teacher Yi is on duty. You have worked hard." "Hello, Teacher Yi." Shouan's eyebrows were curved, and she waved her little hand at her. He squatted down, put a small school bag on Shouan's back, and said to her with a smile in his eyes, Xian, go in. Dad will come to pick you up in the afternoon. You must listen to the teacher in the kindergarten. Understand?" Xian nodded obediently and agreed, "Yes. I will be good, Dad. Don't worry." He stretched out his hand and hooked her little nose. "You are so good." He stood up with a smile and said to Yuan, "Teacher Yi, thank you for your trouble." Shouan's father. "You are polite." Yuan smiled and held Shouan's hand. Xian, go in with the teacher." Wang Tao let go of his hand and let Xian follow Teacher Yi into the gate of the kindergarten. At this time, the entrance of the kindergarten was still bustling with people. But Wang Tao's eyes were only focused on the little person in front of him. The little person in front seemed to sense it and turned around. She saw her father still standing at the door and blinked her beautiful eyes. "Dad is still there." Xian smiled and waved to him happily and reluctantly. Wang Tao also waved and watched Xian and Teacher Yi walk into the teaching building. He was ready to turn around and leave until he could no longer see the little person. At this time, Jiangling hurriedly got down from the cab. When he saw Wang Tao, he smiled and greeted him, "Boss Huang. Good morning. Are you going back after sending the child?" "Yes. I'm just about to go back." "You just sent the child here." He smiled and nodded. "Boss Huang, you don't know? I overslept this morning. When I looked at the time, oh my god, it was almost 8 o'clock. I didn't even have time for breakfast and rushed to send the child here. Fortunately, I was not late." As he spoke, he opened the back door and called out, "Cece, don't dawdle. Get out of the car." But the back seat was empty. There was no trace of his daughter at all. He was confused. Hey, where is she? Shit, he drove the child to school. But the protagonist was not in the car. He couldn't have left Cici at home. He slapped his forehead speechlessly. What's wrong? Wang Tao, who didn't know the situation, asked in confusion. But when he saw that there was no one in the back seat, he probably guessed what was going on. I was going to send Cici to school, but I got in the car and drove away. And she didn't get in the car at all. Jiangling answered while hurriedly getting in the car. Boss Huang, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I have to go back to pick her up. Wang Tao watched Jiangling hurriedly drive away, and really wondered if Jiangling had drunk forget baby milk in the morning, which was why he left his baby girl at home. He felt sorry for Cici, who was at home at this time. How big a shadow must she have in her heart? With a helpless smile, he rode the battery car and left the kindergarten. But he was not in a hurry to go back to the store. Instead, he rode the battery car to the commercial pedestrian street. That's right. He came to check the place, to see the location and size of the 88 stalls. More than 10 minutes later, his figure appeared near the commercial pedestrian street. Park the battery car. Walk to the location of the food festival. Take a rough look outside. The food stalls of this food festival are more distinctive and more reasonable, using containers as prototypes. They are combined into special booths, which are quite eye-catching. It is also suitable for checking in and taking pictures. Compared with previous years, this year's food festival, the Municipal Commerce Commission and Alipay have carried out in-depth online and offline cooperation. Alipay scan code payment covers every booth. At the same time, Alipay has also designed a red envelope specifically for this food festival. Foodies scan the code to receive the red envelope before paying. After payment, you can receive bonuses of different amounts. The highest bonus amount is as high as 4,888 yuan. Moreover, this food festival also innovatively introduced a new model of Chef Plus food. Foodies not only enjoy the feast and eyes, but also learn the essence of cooking on the spot. During the event, chefs from merchants will be invited to demonstrate on site, teaching neighborhood cooking skills from material selection, cutting, cooking, and heat. There are also many seats on site. Customers can clearly see the chefs on the stage and the whole process of cooking food through the large projection screen while sitting in the seats below the stage. They can also understand the food culture behind the dishes and taste the freshly baked dishes of the chefs on site. The venue is set up rest areas and dining areas in the central area and the surrounding areas, with tables, chairs, parasols and wash basins. Customers can enjoy food comfortably here. Although at this moment, many staff members are still moving items and continuing to tinker with the finishing work of the venue. But at this time, the food festival venue has already taken shape. It is estimated that it will be completed in 2 days. He stepped forward and explained his purpose with a smile to a staff member. Hello. I am the merchant of stall number 88. Can I go in and take a look at the stall? The staff member was also a reasonable person and reminded him, go in. Be careful. And don't touch anything. Okay. I know. Thank you. He thanked him and went in to find his own stall. The stalls of this food festival are arranged in a similar shape. There are 3 wide avenues in the middle, and 1 wide avenue on each side. Stall number 88 is the 3rd stall in the 2nd row of the main gate. The size of the location is about half the size of an ordinary container. After seeing it, Wang Tao was basically satisfied. The 2nd row of the main gate is relatively forward. No matter which aisle the customer walks first, he can basically see the stalls in the 2nd row. The rest, he can only rely on the food sold in the stalls to retain customers. After checking the spot, he rode his electric car and went home. When passing by Lin Yuan University, he could not help but turn his head to look at the campus gate a few more times when he heard the noise of playing on campus. At this time, he heard an uncertain voice shouting, Boss Huang? He blinked, looked over, and saw a boy walking towards him. This boy was Ming. He nodded yes. It's me. Oh, it's really you. Boss Huang. Ming smiled. You are wearing a helmet. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Boss Huang. Why are you in my school? Is there something wrong? Nothing. I just happened to pass by. He smiled. Oh. When Ming first saw Wang Tao appear at the school gate, he thought that his store had started a delivery business and was delivering food. I didn't expect that it was just his wishful thinking. It was a waste of time. He said a little sadly, Boss Huang. You are busy. I have something else to do. So I won't talk to you anymore. Okay. Wang Tao thought for a while, and called Yan Ming again. Oh, by the way, Yan Ming, are you free in the afternoon? Hearing this, Yan Ming was stunned. I don't know why Wang Tao suddenly asked this. He said puzzledly, I just happen to have no classes all day today. So I am free in the afternoon. Boss Wang, what do you want me to do? Nothing. Just if you are free in the afternoon, you can come to my store to taste. Ah? Faced with Wang Tao's sudden invitation, Yan Ming was immediately flattered. How could he be invited by Boss Huang to taste? He thanked Wang Tao for the invitation in his heart. I also suddenly felt that I have been particularly favored by the goddess of luck recently. Not only did he win 1,000 yuan by buying a lottery ticket, but now he ran into Mr. Huang when he went out, and was invited by Mr. Huang to taste the food. At the same time, he asked in confusion, Mr. Huang, do you want me to help you taste the new products and give you some advice? If you understand it this way, it's okay. Wang Tao thought Yan Ming's words were pretty good. It saved him from having to find lame excuses again. He nodded and said against his will, yeah, Mr. Huang, although I'm not professional enough in food, I will definitely work hard to be a qualified taster. Yan Ming said excitedly. Wang Tao looked at his excitement and couldn't help laughing. Then come to the store at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay. I'll be there on time in the afternoon. Mr. Huang. See you in the afternoon. I'm leaving first. Yan Ming waved at him as he walked. He accidentally bumped into a big tree on the side of the road and rubbed his nose in pain. Looking at his reckless look, Wang Tao really didn't understand what Lin Yuan liked about him. Maybe it's because the eyes of the beholder are always beautiful. Chapter 107 Fully Automatic Baking Machine. When passing by the herbal medicine shop, Wang Tao bought a lot of marinade ingredients. He returned to the store with bags full of them. Hey, Mr. Wang, why did you buy so many herbs? Jiangwei came over to help with a smile. Wang Tao smiled and said, let's prepare for the food festival. Come, I'll help you get some. Jiangwei helped without saying anything. Wang Tao was not polite, thanked him, and started to work with him. Su Hao and Ding Suqin saw it and came over to help. Moved to the kitchen and stored properly. Wang Tao saw that Lin Yuan had already started practicing. Thought for a moment, and said, Yuan, I met Yan Ming on my way back just now. I thought your crab fry cakes had already become popular, so I invited him to the store to taste it. But I didn't tell him that it was you who made it, although it was a bit unexpected. She also knew that Boss Huang wanted to help her. Thank you, boss. I see. Then you continue to practice. After that, Wang Tao went to do other things. Boss Huang, I'm here to taste. At 3 p.m., Yan Ming arrived as scheduled and walked into the Zinchiho restaurant. Come on. Then go sit over there for a while. And you can taste it when it's ready. Wang Tao pointed to the table for two in the corner and motioned Yan Ming to sit over there. Okay. Yan Ming followed Wang Tao and happened to catch a glimpse of a figure busy in the kitchen. But he didn't think much about it. Wang Tao deliberately looked in the direction of the kitchen. Today I'm asking you to come and try the crab fry cake. This dish was cooked by one of my guests. She just learned from me for a few days, and her cooking skills are pretty good. Yan Ming, who was originally looking forward to Wang Tao's new dishes, felt speechless when he heard Wang Tao say this. Although he felt a little disappointed, he didn't show it on his face and laughed twice. Oh, good. Come, have a cup of tea first. Wang Tao, who was now free, handed Yan Ming a cup of tea and sat down opposite him, leisurely drinking the homemade wolfberry tea. The reason why he was so leisurely was that Lin Yuan had learned the crab fry cake. But whether he could meet the requirements of the system, he could only leave it to fate. After all, he had done his best. Thank you. Yan Ming held the tea and thought about what Boss Huang had just introduced. The person in the kitchen seemed to be a guest. But why did the guest cook and let him taste it? Yan Ming felt a little strange. But he didn't ask Wang Tao about it. Don't ask why. The reason for asking is that he knows the real meaning of coming here, to be a guinea pig. So there was nothing to worry about, and nothing to ask, so as not to embarrass each other. Just look sideways, looking at the person wearing a mask and cooking in the kitchen not far away. I always felt that this figure was a little familiar, but I didn't think much about it. Drank a sip of water and retracted my gaze, seeing that Wang Tao was only drinking tea and didn't seem to want to chat. He took out his mobile phone and swiped the screen. Don't disturb the other party. In fact, at this moment, Wang Tao was not pretending to be aloof and not talking to Yin Ming. But the cold reminder sound of the system suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. You have taught Lin Yuan to make a crab fried rice cake in 3 days. A random prize, a fully automatic roasting machine, and a roast duck cooking skill. P.S. The fully automatic roasting machine has been placed in the system space, and the host can take it out at any time as he wishes. This surprise came too suddenly. Wang Tao, who was drinking tea, coughed a few times and almost choked. Boss Wang, are you okay? Yen Ming, who heard the noise, shifted his attention from the phone to Wang Tao and asked with concern. He found an excuse to cover it up. It's okay. It's okay. I was distracted just now and accidentally choked. The next second, the information about the method and experience of roast duck instantly flooded into his mind. After a while, he absorbed it thoroughly. He also clearly understood its method. I thought this task could not be completed, but I didn't expect it to be completed as scheduled. This Lin Yuan is still very powerful. Of course, it's also thanks to the system's evaluation criteria, which are not so harsh. Otherwise, it would be a close call. However, this wave of rewards is indeed very rich. At least richer than the previous rewards. With these 2 prizes, he can launch this new product before the food festival. And then the food festival will focus on roast duck and braised food. Soon, a plate of crab fried cakes with good color and fragrance was brought to the table by Su Hao. Wang Tao smiled and said, Yin Ming, try it. Yin Ming picked up the chopsticks and picked up a chopstick of fried cakes. Taste. His eyes lit up slightly. How is it? Su Hao asked impatiently. Wang Tao was very calm. After all, he had passed the system level, so the taste was naturally very good. Very good. Yin Ming nodded with satisfaction. Of course, compared with Mr. Huang's skills, it is still a little bit worse. However, it is really good to have such a level after learning for a few days. He looked at Wang Tao with admiration, thinking that Wang Tao, the master, taught well. That's good. Su Hao was relieved and happy for Lin Yuan. He quietly made an okay gesture in the direction of the kitchen. At this time, Yin Ming tasted another crab. Just as he was feasting, the guest who was busy in the kitchen finally came out. Wang Tao hurriedly stood up to make room and called her over. Chef, come and sit for a while. You have worked hard. Yin Ming was thinking about seeing the face of the guest, but when he looked up and saw the person standing opposite taking off his mask, he couldn't help but be stunned. Yuan. He was stunned there, and the chopsticks in his hand fell on the table with a click. Lin Yuan smiled. Yen Ming, I made this crab fried cake specially for you. This? Yen Ming looked at the crab fried cake in front of him that he had not finished eating, and then looked at the smiles on Wang Tao and Su Hao's faces. For a moment, he immediately understood. So, this is what happened. Wang Tao looked at Lin Yuan and told the truth. She, for the sake of her beloved, she came to me to learn how to make crab fried cake. She suffered a lot to learn this dish. Hearing this, Yin Ming raised his head slightly, and his eyes fell on Lin Yuan's hand. There was an obvious burn mark on her white and tender hand. There were some bandages wrapped around her fingers. I don't know how she spent the past few days learning to cook. In the past, she hated going into the kitchen the most. Now, she went to learn to cook for him. There were waves of inexplicable ripples in his heart. Is your hand okay? Does it still hurt? This concerned greeting made Lin Yuan feel a little warm. At least it was the first time he looked at her and cared about her. She nodded and shook her head. Does it hurt? Or doesn't it hurt? You fool. He frowned slightly in annoyance and stood up to check her wound. She smiled. I applied the ointment, and it doesn't hurt anymore. Wang Tao and Su Hao left silently, leaving this stage to the two of them. Yen Ming noticed it, showed an awkward but polite smile, returned to his seat, and continued to make crab fried cakes. Lin Yuan sat opposite him, holding her little face, watching him eat quietly. After eating crab fried cakes, Yen Ming and Lin Yuan said goodbye to Wang Tao and went back to school together. On the way, Yen Ming couldn't help but look at Lin Yuan. Yuan, you don't need this. Hearing this, Lin Yuan also looked at him with a smile on her lips. It's okay. Don't feel any psychological burden. I do this willingly. Yen Ming pulled the corner of his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. Finally, he was silent. When they arrived downstairs of Lin Yuan's dormitory, Lin Yuan finally couldn't help but ask again, Ming. Now, do you like me a little bit? Well, it depends on the situation. Depends on the situation? Lin Yuan was a little disappointed. But from his tone, it seemed that she still had a chance. Thinking of this, her mood improved a little. After saying goodbye to Ming, she went upstairs. In fact, Ming himself didn't know that after saying this to Lin Yuan, when he turned around and left, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. Chapter 108. Is this the new product tonight? Dad, we played with balls again during extracurricular activities today. I hit more than 20 balls at once. Teacher Yi and Teacher Su praised me for my good performance. They also asked me to stand in the front and demonstrate to the children. Hee. Dad, during lunch, Chi-Chi was picky about food and didn't eat carrots. But I wasn't picky about food. I ate all the food on the plate. And didn't waste any food but I still think the food made by Dad is the most delicious. Dad, let me tell you how's afternoon nap. Dad, do you know? This morning, Cece was late for school. Her dad sent her to school. But her dad drove away by himself and left Cece at home. Later, he found out that Cece was not in the car when he arrived at the kindergarten gate. Then he drove home to pick up Cece. And finally Cece was late. Dad, do you think Cece's dad is a confused dad? Dad, I got 3 little red flowers today. The children are so envious of me after school in the afternoon. On the way home, Shouan squatted in front of the electric car, like a cheerful little sparrow, chirping nonstop. Sharing with her father what happened in the kindergarten today, Huang Tao rode the electric car and responded to her happiness and joy with a smile. Oh, Shouan is awesome. She has learned how to kick the ball. And she is so good at it. Really? Then tell Daddy what you want to eat. When you get home, Daddy will make it for you. Really? Well, Cece's daddy is indeed a confused dad. Wow, so many little red flowers today. Shouan is really great. The father and daughter talked and laughed along the way. When they met familiar neighbors along the way, they all greeted them kindly. Boss Huang, have you picked up Shouan from school? Oh, Shouan has 3 little red flowers on her forehead today. So great. Unlike my little grandson, who only makes trouble at school. Every time I pick him up from school, the teacher pulls me to complain, which makes me so embarrassed. I have no place to put it. Shouan, your mouth is a little dry. The weather is dry now. Remember to drink more water. Shouan waved at them obediently. Thank you, Grandma and Grandpa, for your concern. Shouan remembers that Shouan and Dad will go back to the store first. Grandpa and Grandma, see you in the store later. Okay. See you in the store later. The neighbors smiled happily, and liked this well-behaved and sensible little girl from the bottom of their hearts. Huang Tao took Shouan back to the Zenchichi restaurant. Parked the car. He took Shouan off the electric car. Shouan, as usual, jumped to the door of the store and greeted Mimi, who was lying at the door as a door god. Mimi, I'm back. Meow. Mimi responded lazily as usual. As if report if there is something, leave if there is nothing. Fortunately, Shouan had a new playmate, so she didn't pet it this time. Waited for her father to come, held his hand, and went into the store together. Boss is back. Shouan. Su Hao saw the visitor in his busy schedule and greeted him with a smile. Then he devoted himself to the business of cutting side dishes. Oh! Shouan got 3 red flowers today. That's great. Ding Suqing gave a thumbs up and praised without hesitation. Shouan was a little embarrassed and said, yeah. Shouan, Daddy will cook some noodles for you. Okay? Huang Tao touched her little head and asked with a smile. She looked up with curved eyebrows. Okay. Okay, I love whatever Daddy cooks. Huang Tao went over to tie an apron, washed his hands, and started to cook noodles. Scoop a few spoonfuls of the nourishing fish soup that had been boiled in advance into the pot. Put the fish slices into the fish soup one by one. And cook. Put the noodles in another pot. When the noodles are cooked, put them in a bowl. Pour the nourishing fish soup on them. And sprinkle with green garlic sprouts. A bowl of fresh and thick fish soup noodles is ready. It looks very appetizing. Su Hao, who was standing aside, looked at the fish soup noodles that were as rich as milk and felt a little greedy. Huang Tao suggested, how about we have nourishing fish noodle soup for dinner? This is a good suggestion. I have no objection. Su Hao accepted it happily. Wang Tao smiled and brought the nourishing fish soup over. Xian. It's time to eat noodles. It smells so good. Xian, who smelled the fragrance, didn't bother to tease Xie, but hurried to wash her hands, sat down at the table obediently, and enjoyed the food. 1 chopstick of noodles. 1 spoon of soup. The little mouth ate like a little hamster, with a noodle stuck on her cheek. Wang Tao smiled, and wiped the noodles on her face, and the soup left at the corner of her mouth with a tissue. Shouan's father, Teacher Yuan and others came again. There were also several parents, who came with their children. Teacher Yi, you are here. Sit down. Wang Tao greeted. Okay. Before Yuan and the others sat down, they saw Xian eating fish soup noodles, and their eyes lit up. They asked in surprise, Shouan's father, is this noodle a new dish tonight? Sorry. This is just Shouan's dinner. We don't plan to launch fish soup noodles for the time being. Wang Tao also has his own concerns. After all, the taste of dried noodles is much worse than hand-rolled noodles. Tonight's fish soup noodles are not perfect in general, so he won't launch this noodle for the time being. As for the future, if he gets the skill of rolling noodles, he will probably consider launching it. Hearing this, Yuan and several other teachers and parents' eyes dimmed. Ah, what a pity. Now, they can only envy. But the child was acting like a spoiled child with his parents, shouting that he wanted to eat the same noodles. Mom, I want to eat this noodle. It smells so good. Uncle, can you cook me a bowl too? My mom will give you money. Xian, Dad, why are the noodles you cook so spicy and fragrant? The little guys were talking to each other, making Wang Tao unable to hear what they were saying. He could only smile awkwardly. At this moment, he suddenly felt someone pulling the corner of his clothes. Looking down, a little boy with a watermelon-like hairstyle was pulling the corner of his clothes and looking up at him. Xian, Dad, do you still need a son? How should he answer this? Wang Tao was a little amused. Fortunately, before Wang Tao could say anything, the boy's parents took him away with an apologetic look on their faces. After they ordered the meal, Wang Tao went to the kitchen to work. Soon, the elderly people nearby and the college students, who had no classes in Lin Yuan, came to line up to buy. Soon, a long line formed. One group of customers left, and another group came. The flow of people never stopped. Wang Tao and his 2 capable men were also busy. It was close to 7 o'clock. The customers in the store gradually dispersed. These customers all walked in standing and left with the help of the wall. Boss Wang, see you tomorrow morning. Hey, see you tomorrow morning. Take care. Send the customers away. Ding Suqing began to wash the pots and pans, and Su Hao went over to help. After they were done, the two said goodbye to Wang Tao and Xian. Boss, Xian, we will go back first. Wang Tao said, okay. See you tomorrow. Be careful on the road. Aunt Suqing, Uncle Hausi, see you tomorrow. Xian waved her little hand and said goodbye to them. After seeing them off, Wang Tao touched Shouan's soft hair and said softly, Xian, you read here well. Dad will go to the kitchen to tidy up, and we can go home after we are done. Yeah. Xian nodded obediently and lowered her head to continue reading the picture book. Wang Tao pursed his lips and smiled, and walked into the kitchen. He simply tidied up the kitchen clutter and moved the other kitchen utensils to leave enough space. He had an idea in his mind. He received the fully automatic baking machine. In an instant, a fully automatic baking machine appeared in front of him out of thin air. It was as tall as a freezer and quite wide. The bottom was the assembly of the oven, with several hidden rails in the middle, which could be inserted into the tray like a microwave oven. There are only 2 extremely simple buttons on the front of the fully automatic roasting machine. On and off. The word fully automatic is used to the extreme. I guess even little Xian can use it, since the fully automatic roasting machine is already in hand. I will arrange the roast duck tomorrow. By the way, arrange the ingredients for the food festival. After arranging the fully automatic roasting machine properly, he returned to Xian. Xian, it's time for us to go home. Dad, are you done? Well, tomorrow when you come back from school, Dad will make you roast duck. Okay? Yeah. Xian happily jumped and followed Wang Tao out of the store. The night wind blew coldly. The clouds above moved slowly, and the moon shadow floated with it. Shio Mo. Su Hao. who was waiting under the girls' dormitory, greeted Shinchio Mo when he saw her figure, and smiled and handed her the snack bag in his hand. You bought me so many snacks again. Hazi. You want to feed me fat on purpose so that no one wants me after I get fat. Right? If I get fat and no one wants me, you have to take responsibility. Shinchio pretended to be angry, wanting him to anxiously say he wants it or he is responsible. What a pity. This trick doesn't work on him at all. He just smiled innocently. Don't worry. You are a person who can't get fat. You won't gain weight even if you eat a lot. Even if you get fat, you will be very thin. Shinchio. Suddenly, there was a feeling of powerlessness, like punching cotton. It's cold outside. Go up quickly. Otherwise you will get cold. Haozi smiled, and hung the food bag on her wrist. Shinchio walked a few steps with the snack bag helplessly, but couldn't help but turn back and asked, Haozi, you don't have anything to say to me? What? Oh. Good night. Su Hao pretended to be confused and waved at her. Shinchio, you know what I want? Why do you talk about other things? Okay. I'll give you some time until the last agreed deadline. If you don't say it then I'll. She was afraid and didn't want to think about it anymore. She went upstairs with the snack bag tired. Back to the dormitory. Xiao Weiye and Lin Yuan were lying on the bed, watching TV series. Seeing her coming back with a bag of snacks, Xiao Weiye hurriedly asked her the result. How is it? Is this trick useful? No. Shinchio sighed and put the snack bag on her desk. Xiao Weiye looked incredible. No way. It's been said so far. He still doesn't climb up the pole. This rat. Is there a paste in his brain? Xiao Weiye said speechlessly. It's okay. This trick doesn't work. Then I will teach you another trick. You come here. What trick? Shinchio walked to her bed in confusion and sat down. Xiao Weiye whispered a few words in her ear. Will this trick work? I dare not guarantee it. Anyway, you haven't made any progress. What if you stimulate it? Maybe your rat will be stimulated and confess? You can just treat it as a last resort. Then, I'll think about it. Chapter 109, This roast duck must be delicious. Voila voila. In the bathroom, as hot water gushed out of the faucet, it filled the children's bathtub. Wang Tao used his elbow to test the water temperature in the tub. The reason for using his elbow to test the water temperature is that the elbow's perception of temperature is relatively more accurate than using his hands to test the water temperature. After all, children's skin is very delicate. If the bath water temperature exceeds a certain limit, it is easy to cause burns. And if adults use their hands to measure the water temperature, it is easy to make a misjudgment. So you have to use the relatively sensitive elbow to test the water temperature. These parenting common senses are also what he learned after he had Xian and slowly learned parenting knowledge. Well, the water temperature is right. He tried it and found it was okay. He shouted to his precious daughter outside the door, Xian, the water is ready. Come and take a bath. Great. Great. Take a bath. Xian ran into the bathroom with her thin legs. She came to his side. Come. Daddy will help you. He helped Xian take off her clothes. He carried her into the children's bathtub. Xian was soaked in hot water, with only her little head exposed. Wang Tao reached out and took a bath ball and children's special shower gel from the shelf. Squeezed a little shower gel on the bath ball, put it on the palm of his hand and rubbed it gently, and rubbed out a bunch of bubbles. He spread it in the children's bathtub. Under the bright light, the bubbles glowed with colorful luster, which was very beautiful. Xian was in a playful mood, holding a bunch of crystal clear bubbles. She pouted her little mouth from time to time and blew gently. Ah! All the bubbles, like colorful little balloons, flew up and down in the air. Shouan's eyes curved. Wow! Daddy! Look! The bubbles are flying. Yeah! Like a little balloon. Wang Tao responded, while wiping her back with a towel. She playfully stretched out her little hand to poke the bubble in front of her. And the little bubble immediately made a bang sound. It was popped. The little one laughed happily. Before the hot water in the children's bathtub cooled down, Wang Tao helped her take a bath. He wiped the water droplets off her body with a bath towel and put on her pajamas. He threw the clothes he changed into the washing machine. After she finished washing, Wang Tao took the children's face cream, unscrewed the lid, dipped a little face cream with his fingers, and dotted it on Shouan's forehead, cheeks, nose and chin in turn. It was a little itchy, The little girl couldn't help but giggle, waiting for her dad to finish applying the cream. She raised her hands and rubbed them on her little face, spreading the cream evenly. She didn't forget to look at herself in the mirror. Okay. It's time to go to bed. Daddy, I still want to hear a bedtime story. Can I? Of course. Wang Tao held her and went to the bedroom and put her on the bed. He pulled the quilt over her and covered her. He turned off the headlights and turned on the wall lamp. Wang Tao sat down beside her, picked up the bedtime story on the bedside table, and told her a story. Today, the story Daddy wants to tell you is the story of the ugly duckling. Xian turned her face to the side, and her blinking eyes were full of anticipation. He read with great emotion, once upon a time, a mother duck laid many eggs, and soon all the eggs gave birth to ducklings. One of the ducklings was particularly ugly. Not only was it not accepted by the ducks, but even his relatives excluded it. In desperation, the ugly duckling flew over the fence and ran away. 8 minutes later, the story was over. But Xian, who was listening attentively, had not fallen asleep yet. He helped her tidy up the quilt, patted Xian gently through the quilt, and said gently, "Go to sleep, baby. Dad will tell you tomorrow." Xian nodded obediently and closed her eyes. Wang Tao looked at her lovingly. "Ah, my little cutie. It is really a very happy thing to watch you lying next to your father every day and watching you fall asleep, thinking that you, who are still lying next to your father now, will grow up one day. It really feels amazing." At this time, Xian quietly opened one eye. Result? It happened to meet Wang Tao's eyes. Ah, barbecue. She was caught by surprise, and she shuddered all over. She subconsciously closed her eyes and pursed her lips, making a small expression of "I'm trying hard to sleep." Puff. Wang Tao couldn't help laughing. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead, and said softly, "Go to sleep quickly, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow." She closed her eyes, nodded, and tried to let herself fall asleep so that she could get up early tomorrow and go to the store with her father. Pa. Wang Tao reached out to turn off the light and lay down beside her. Xian came over and hugged his left arm. Wang Tao touched her head. "Good night. Dad will always be with you." A moment. Shouan's breathing became thin and long. The shutdown speed exceeded 99.8% of the country. She fell asleep quickly. She slept soundly. The sky gradually dawned, and the pale blue sky was inlaid with a few remaining stars. The earth was hazy, as if covered with a silver-gray veil. "Baby, it's time to get up." In the bedroom, Wang Tao woke up, looked at the time, leaned over and whispered in Shouan's ear, "We should go to the store." Although the little guy was a little sleepy, he only hummed twice, then tried to open his eyes, stretched out his hand to rub his eyes, and said vaguely, "Well, Xian is going to the store with Dad." She sat at the head of the bed, took the clothes handed over by Wang Tao, looked at them, and put them on. After washing up, the father and daughter took the pet out. Riding a battery car, they came to the store. As usual, he greeted Su Hao and Ding Suqin. Xian was well behaved and went to play by herself, not causing trouble for her father. Wang Tao went to the kitchen to prepare live stuffing and make pan-fried buns. "Hey boss, when I came here this morning, I saw a new machine in the kitchen. Is that a new machine you bought? Is it a toaster?" Su Hao and Ding Suqin saw it when they entered the kitchen this morning, but they looked at it for a long time and couldn't tell what model the machine was and what it was used for. Finally, Su Hao took a picture and searched for the same model on the internet, but he didn't find the same model, only something that looked like the same model. "I probably know this thing. It's probably a toaster." Wang Tao smiled and nodded. After reviewing the prepared speech last night, he lied with his eyes open. "Yes. This is a fully automatic roasting machine. I asked a friend abroad to buy it. It is not available in China at present. It just arrived last night, and I asked the logistics staff to help move it in. No wonder I can't find the same model on the internet." Su Hao scratched his head and believed Wang Tao's words without thinking much. Ding Suqin didn't think much about it. After all, she didn't know these high-tech equipment at all. Whatever the boss said, that's it. She is an employee. Just do her job well. Su Hao smiled and asked, "Boss, you bought a fully automatic roasting machine. Are you going to sell barbecue food? I plan to add a roast duck today." "Oh, okay. Boss, Your cooking skills are so good. This roast duck must be delicious. Su Hao said with some expectation. Let's get to work first. The roast duck can't be arranged until noon at the earliest. For a while, the three of them were busy and devoted to the work in the kitchen. Not long. Outside the store, customers came one after another. The old men and women were the first to come. They basically come every day. They are retired. They have time and money. The children have all started their own families, and their lives are pretty happy. There is nothing to worry about. They just want to eat something they like when they are old. And the food in Huang Tao's store, they like it more and more. Besides, Huang Tao has spoiled their mouths, and the food in ordinary stores is no longer acceptable to them. So, when they go out to eat, they only recognize Huang Tao's sign. Grandpa and Grandma, you are here. Do you want to come in and sit? Xian stood at the door, poking her head, and greeted them with curved eyebrows. Hey, Xian, wait until your father is done, and then Grandpa will go in, the old men said happily. Then everyone took out their folding chairs, put them at the door, and lined up. Some chatted, some played chess, some listened to music. It was very lively. After a while, the taxi drivers who had finished their early shifts also came over and lined up behind these uncles and aunts. The line slowly got longer and longer. Chapter 110 3 Days Suspension of Supply. Xian, be good at school. Come in. Daddy will pick you up in the afternoon. Yeah, Daddy will see you in the afternoon. Huang Tao stood outside the kindergarten and watched Xian enter the kindergarten until her figure disappeared in the teaching building. He rode his electric bike to the vegetable market. He discussed with the owner of the frozen food stall, Lao Wang of the pork stall, and the owner of the fish stall about the amount of ingredients needed for the food festival. Lao Wang of the pork stall and the owner of the fish stall were surprised that Huang Tao suddenly changed the supply and delivery time. When they learned that this supply and delivery time were only for the 3 days from the 11th to the 13th, they agreed. But they were a little disappointed. If this amount was the same in the future, they could at least work less for half a year. The owner of the frozen food stall and the vegetable stall were surprised and happy at the sudden increase in Huang Tao's orders, and the sudden increase in the types of ingredients. This is all money. One by one, they promised to deliver it to Jinhaochi restaurant on time. As for the rice cake vendors and seafood vendors, Huang Tao asked them to stop delivering swimming crabs and rice cakes for 3 days starting from the 11th of this month. This wave of operations directly confused the two owners of the rice cake stall and the seafood stall. Subconsciously, they thought that Huang Tao didn't want to cooperate with them. One by one, they asked Huang Tao anxiously, what did they do wrong that made Huang Tao dissatisfied? The owner of the seafood stall even said with a little expression of what I did wrong. Tell me. I will change it. Boss Huang, you know that the quality of my swimming crabs is absolutely impeccable. Every time I send you swimming crabs from your store, I always pick the biggest, fattest and most lively ones to send to you. If I didn't do something right and made you feel unhappy, you can tell me directly. Or you can say that you think the price I gave is not appropriate and you want to negotiate a lower price. Huang Tao is the only customer who orders so many swimming crabs every day. And Huang Tao's daily purchases support more than half of the seafood stall owner's daily turnover. Such a big customer is rare. The seafood stall owner naturally doesn't want to lose this big customer and thus cut off this business. But if Boss Huang wants to use this to lower the price, he still has some hesitation in his heart. After all, the price he offered was already very low. No matter how low it goes, he can't give up much. Huang Tao didn't expect that his actions would confuse the two bosses. He smiled and shook his head. You misunderstood. I didn't mean that. And you don't have to think too much. The reason why the supply was suspended for 3 days is that my store is going to participate in this year's food festival. The store will be closed for 3 days. And the food festival is not suitable for selling crab fried cakes. So I won't order swimming crabs and rice cakes for these 3 days. On the 14th, you can deliver it according to the previous quantity and agreed time. So that's the situation. Then I'm relieved. Okay. I'll deliver it on the 14th. The seafood stall owner heard what he said, and his hanging heart was completely put down. The rice cake owner also breathed a sigh of relief and said, Hey. Good. Boss Huang. You said that. Then I'm relieved. Both of them also said that when they're free, they will definitely go to the food festival to support Huang Tao. After a while, The news that Huang Tao will be attending the food festival spread throughout the vegetable market. All the vendors smiled and congratulated Huang Tao, and also expressed that they would go to the food festival to show their support. Okay. Welcome. Welcome. Huang Tao thanked him, and came to the live poultry area. That's right. He planned to use live ducks to make roast duck. Although many roast duck restaurants on the market buy frozen ducks. After all, the price is cheap. But Huang Tao, who pursues quality, still wants to choose live ducks. Hey, Mr. Huang, do you want to buy chicken or duck? Tell me. I'll pick it for you. The vendors in the live poultry area greeted him enthusiastically, waiting to be picked by Huang Tao. Okay, let me take a look first. He walked past several stalls selling chickens, ducks and geese, and selected them one by one. Finally, he stopped in front of a stall with relatively fat and tender duck meat. When the lady boss saw them, she immediately greeted them warmly. Boss Huang, you have a good eye. These ducks are all raised by our family, and are fed with grains. Each duck weighs about 5 kilograms. Look at the duck meat. It is plump and firm. After cooking, it is so tender and plump. It is even better when used in soup. This soup is so delicious. Well, it is really good. But I need you to help me kill and pluck the feathers, and make a small incision of 7 centimeters from the duck's armpit to take out the internal organs. But I don't want the internal organs. Okay? In fact, Huang Tao did not think about the internal organs. It's just that the amount of internal organs is a bit useless. Make braised food. But the amount is too small. Stir fry it. My skills are not good enough. It is not suitable for selling in the store. Eat it casually by yourself. The amount is too much. I guess you will end up vomiting in the end. After weighing the pros and cons, not eating is the wisest choice. The requirements of slaughtering, plucking, removing and washing the internal organs are very common in the southern market. But Huang Tao's request for no offal is not common. There are often customers who ask for some duck blood and duck intestines. The boss lady didn't say anything, and smiled and said, sure. There are special people who buy offal. If you don't want it, I can buy it for them. That's troublesome. Huang Tao smiled slightly, thought about it, and asked, boss lady, give me 50 first. What's the price? The cost of using live ducks is higher, so the price of this roast duck will not be cheap. About 188 yuan. He was worried that the price was a bit expensive and many customers would not be able to accept it. So the amount he asked for was much less than other ingredients. Test the water first. The boss lady and the boss on the side were very happy when they heard that Huang Tao wanted 50 ducks at once. After all, this is a big business. They directly bought nearly 2/3 of the ducks they brought in the morning. Such a big customer must be maintained well. The couple whispered a few words and reached a consensus. The lady boss said with a smile, if you, Mr. Huang, want it, then of course I will give you the lowest price. If you don't want the internal organs, it's 65 yuan per duck. It was originally sold for 90 yuan per duck. Okay. Then please help me take care of it and send it to my store. No problem. Even if you, Mr. Huang, don't ask, I will help you send it to the store. The lady boss readily agreed. The boss picked out the best ducks and started to kill them swiftly. One cut to the throat. Clear and neat. The lady boss, wearing gloves, swiftly put the killed ducks into a large stainless steel bucket and evenly scalded the duck feathers with boiling water. Unlike other stalls, they used tar to scald duck feathers. This is one of the reasons why Huang Tao chose to cooperate with them. Other chicken and duck sellers were envious of the couple when they saw how busy they were. I don't know what kind of luck the Su couple had, but they were spotted by Boss Huang at first sight. Their business will only get better and better in the future. Although their business at the stall this morning was not bad, compared with the Su stall, it was like a sesame seed meeting Optimus Prime. Huang Tao and Su added each other on WeChat and paid for the goods. By the way, they reserved the amount of ducks needed for the 3-day food festival. The Su couple smiled happily when they heard this. Chapter 111. Most likely a new product. In the kitchen, Huang Tao poured all the ingredients, such as bay leaves, star anise, cumin, cinnamon, and peppercorns, that he had prepared in advance into the salt. Use a large pot to fry the moisture in the eyes until it is dry and fragrant. After about 5 minutes, serve and set aside. Apply the fried salt evenly and appropriately on every inch of the duck's skin. Give them a full body SPA. Put the smeared duck meat into a basin. Cover it with plastic wrap. And marinate for 20 minutes. While marinating, he was not idle either. Start to prepare the roast duck syrup. Boil water in a pot. Add maltose to dissolve. After cooling, pour in an appropriate amount of white vinegar, red Jejong vinegar, rose wine, huadio, erguota. Drip in some lemon juice. Stir well. And set aside. After the duck meat is marinated, he directly inflates the duck. The main purpose is to separate the skin and meat of the roasted duck. Achieve the effect of crispy skin. And color it evenly. In short, this is an indispensable process. Let the whole duck body expand. Wang Tao holds the duck head with his left thumb behind. Lift the duck. Use the right thumb and index finger to pinch and stretch the skin of the duck neck. And then use the right index finger to reach into the incision on the side of the body and pick up the duck support. The rest of the hands hold the right wing of the duck to make the duck body vertical. At this time, Wang Tao relaxes the duck head with his left hand, moves it downward, and grasps half of the duck neck with his hand. He lifts the duck neck upward with his thumb, bends the duck neck, and holds the duck neck with the head facing down. And the other 4 fingers hold the duck neck firmly. He holds the duck hook in his right hand, stands the hook upright, passes it through the back of the neck about 3.3 centimeters, and then passes it through the muscle on the inside of the cervical bone, so that the duck hook is obliquely pierced on the neck. Howsy, is your pot of boiling water ready? Boss, it's already boiled. Then, Wang Tao held the hook ring with his left hand, so that the duck breast was facing outward. He scooped a spoonful of boiling water with his right hand, first washed and scalded the incision on the side of the body, so that the water flowed from the shoulder, and then scalded the duck breast, and poured hot water 4 or 5 times in a row. Then put it in boiling water and blanch it for 8 seconds until the duck skin is completely tight. The protein in the epidermis is coagulated. The subcutaneous gas expands to the maximum extent. The skin is dense and stretched, and it is shiny and smooth. Finally, pour the secret sugar water on the duck twice. Pour every part evenly. The roast duck with sugar water is directly air-dried. In order to save time, he uses an electric fan to air-dry. After more than 10 minutes, the duck is air-dried. It's time to prepare the roast duck. Wang Tao put the plywood into the fully automatic roasting machine, which just forms 2 layers. Then hang the ducks one by one in an orderly manner in the roasting machine. It looks small, but the capacity is not small. 10 ducks can be hung on each of the upper and lower sides. 20 ducks can be hung at a time. It seems that I will have to buy them in batches in the future. Wang Tao closed the door of the fully automatic roasting machine while thinking. After turning the button to open, he stopped and observed the situation inside the machine. Su Hao was busy on the side, but after seeing the movement here, he also came over curiously and said with surprise, "Boss, it starts roasting like this? This roasting machine is too smart." Right? Every time he uses the roasting machine in his school, he has to set the heat and duration. Different dishes have different heat and duration settings. Unlike this machine, it can be done with one button, which is very convenient. I just don't know what the final product will look like. It's said to be fully automatic, so the temperature and duration will naturally be set automatically according to the dishes. Wang Tao said with a profound look. To be honest, he himself didn't understand the principle at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent time observing here. Su Hao didn't understand it either, but Wang Tao's reason was reasonable, so he didn't think much about it and continued to work. Wang Tao and Ding Suqin rolled the dough into thin pancakes. The initial steps are similar to dumpling skins. When there are enough dumpling skins, apply oil layer by layer and stack them up. 3 or 4 pieces are rolled together into thin dough. Wang Tao glanced at the dough rolled by Ding Suqin. The dough was very thin, almost the same as his own. The key is that she is an old hand and has a great speed. He smiled and said, "Sister Suqin, you rolled it very well. Then the job of rolling the dough skin will be handed over to you." "No problem. Boss, I will try my best to do my best." Ding Suqin, who was entrusted with an important task, agreed. After some rolling, Wang Tao asked Ding Suqin to put it on the pot and steam it for 5 minutes. After giving instructions, he went to the fully automatic baking machine and took a look. The brown translucent machine door can vaguely see the situation inside. At this time, the skin of the roast duck gradually baked a beautiful color, and the oil continued to secrete and slide down bit by bit. It's really smart. Not bad. Not bad. Let's prepare the sweet noodle sauce first. He poured flour into the big iron pot. It's almost done by stir-frying on low heat. Pour out enough water and stir it into a milky white color. Add sugar, salt, soy sauce and other seasonings. Finally, put it back into the pot. Simmer over low heat until the color gradually changes from light brown to dark black. When the thin liquid like water starch becomes thick, it can be served. The sweet noodle sauce is done. It took 30 minutes. On the other side, the fully automatic baking machine made a tick-tick sound. As soon as the sound fell, the button on the fully automatic baking machine automatically jumped to the off direction. Wang Tao walked over and looked inside through the machine door. The skin of the 20 ducks was evenly waxed, shiny and beautiful. You can tell at a glance that the skin is crispy. At this time, he did not open the machine door immediately, but waited until the temperature dropped slightly before putting on protective gloves and opening the machine door. In an instant, a strong fragrance rushed out, drifting into the kitchen, into the store, and into the street outside. Those who smelled the fragrance stopped what they were doing, and pedestrians on the street also stopped moving forward. One by one, they couldn't help but move their noses and take a good sniff. It smells so good. Whose family is poisoning? Su Hao and Ding Suqin, who were busy in the kitchen, smelled the rich fragrance and couldn't care about their work. They couldn't help but run over to take a look. Looking at the plump, reddish-red roast duck, it exuded steam and swirled into clouds. The aroma of duck meat was magnified to the extreme after being marinated and roasted, exuding a mellow roasted aroma. It was mouth-watering, and both of them couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Ding Suqin smiled and praised, "Boss, this roast duck is so fragrant. It is dozens of times more fragrant than those roast ducks sold outside. And it feels completely different. How to say it? The roast ducks in those roast duck restaurants outside can only be tasted after they are put into the mouth. But the roast ducks made in our own store are so fragrant as soon as they are opened. And they are very strong." Su Hao next to him also said with a smile, "This roast duck is really well roasted. You can tell at a glance that it is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Then I will take out a roast duck later and slice it for us to try." "Aw, thank you, boss. This roast duck is expensive." But the boss said nothing and wanted to slice it for them to try. This made the two flattered. They all felt that it was their blessing to have such a boss. Wang Tao took out a sharp knife, cut a knife in the middle, and started slicing from the duck breast. Slices of roast duck appeared under his hands and fell on the round plate. As he placed them, from the inside to the outside, they gradually formed a beautiful peony flower. When the last piece of duck meat was put down, there were exactly 108 slices, and each piece of roast duck meat was sliced so evenly, with thin and crispy duck skin and lean duck meat, shaped like a willow leaf. Su Hao, who was watching from the side, was shocked. In the school, if he dared to claim second place in knife skills, no one would dare to claim first place. But in front of Wang Tao, it was still not good enough. He praised with admiration, "Boss, your knife skills for this piece of duck are amazing." Wang Tao smiled, chopped the remaining duck rack into small pieces, and sprinkled some starch. Heat oil in a pan. Wait until the oil temperature is 60% hot. Put the duck rack in. Fry it until crispy, and then take it out. In another pot, add some oil, a little dried chili and pepper. Stir-fry the onion, ginger and garlic until fragrant. Put the fried duck rack in. Add some MSG, cumin, a little sugar. Stir-fry evenly, and it will be another delicious dish. Come and try it. After Su Hao finished cooking, everyone started eating. In the past, everyone would chat a little while eating. But at this moment, Su Hao and Ding Suqin's actions were similar. They pulled the pancake, put a piece of duck meat in it, brushed some sweet noodle sauce, put some cucumber strips and green onion shreds, rolled it lightly, and started eating directly. Delicious. After eating one roll, I want to eat the second roll. Wang Tao also rolled one for himself and ate it. The thin pancake skin has a slightly floury feeling. With a little force from the teeth, the pancake skin broke. The sweet and salty sweet noodle sauce wrapped inside appeared in the mouth instantly. The taste was a little bit strong, but it was soon replaced by the crispness of the cucumber, the crispness of the roast duck skin, and the meaty aroma of the roast duck meat. Multiple flavors interacted and harmonized with each other. Finally, They converged into a surprising delicacy in the mouth. In short, it tasted great. While eating the delicious roast duck, Wang Tao was concerned about Xian. He wondered how she was eating at school, Golden Sun Kindergarten, because there was an activity in the afternoon. We had lunch half an hour earlier at noon. Yuan greeted the children. Little friends, line up and wash your hands. The little friends lined up like the little pigs. Under the leadership of Teacher Yi, they walked into the bathroom in an orderly manner. Little friends, come and wash your hands. Roll up your sleeves and wet your hands. Rub with soap, rinse in clear water, and wipe with a towel. My little hands are so clean. Xian stood in front of the sink, following the hand-washing song sung by Teacher Yi. She rolled up her sleeves with some effort, turned on the faucet, soaked her hands, and applied soap. She washed her hands very seriously. While the children were washing their hands, the life teacher was busy serving meals to the children. Because they were all children, the kindergarten was afraid of danger. And basically, there were no fish with bones. However, the meals in the kindergarten at noon were still very good. There were pork ribs and corn soup, stir-fried Chinese cabbage, braised shrimps, and pork-fried mushrooms. The rice was 5-grain rice. When the children came out after washing their hands, the meals were basically ready. Xian and the children sat down in front of their seats obediently. Start eating. But when Xian thought of the food her father cooked, she felt that the food in the kindergarten was not delicious. When Teacher Yi saw Xian holding a spoon and staring at the food on the plate, she walked to her side with some concern, bent down, and asked softly, Xian, what's wrong? Why don't you eat? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Teacher Yi, I'm not feeling uncomfortable. I miss my poop. Xian pouted. So that's the case. She was worried for nothing. Yuan smiled. Well, in a few hours, you can see your father. Actually, I missed the food my father cooked. Shouan's beautiful big eyes curved into crescents. After saying that, Yuan also missed it a little. The food cooked in the kindergarten actually tastes very good. The chef they hired is also professional. He has won cooking awards. The food they cook is also a good combination of meat and vegetables. But compared with the food Wang Tao cooked, it was still far inferior. When Yuan thought of the pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge she had in the morning, she suddenly felt that the food in the kindergarten was not delicious. Xian, just make do with it for now. When you go home in the evening, you can eat the food your father cooks. Yeah, my dad said he would make me roast duck today. Roast duck? It's so delicious. Cici and other little friends at the same table all looked at Xian with crazy envy. Hey! Another day of envying Xian. Wow, Xian. You are so lucky. Your dad will make delicious food for you as soon as you get home. Unlike my dad, who is not good at anything, and is the best at playing games. My mom even said that she would be unlucky to marry someone like my dad. Wow, Xian. Your dad can also make roast duck. Does your dad know how to cook all kinds of dishes? Xian, is there any roast duck in the store? I want to eat it too. Xian, I want to eat roast duck too. Talk to your dad and sell some to us. For a while, Xian became the most popular child in the class. Yuan's appetite was also aroused, and she asked with a smile, Xian, is this roast duck a new product in the store today? Xian blinked her big eyes and thought for a while. It should be. I heard from my father and Uncle Housie this morning that the roast duck can only be arranged at noon at the earliest. So, the store should have it for sale. Otherwise, when my father comes to pick me up in the afternoon, you can ask him. Cici and others nodded solemnly, thinking that after school, they must ask their parents to take them to Shouan's father's store again. Even if you can't eat roast duck, you can eat other delicacies. After hearing what Xian said, Yuan concluded that this roast duck was most likely a new product. Of course, she wanted to try it as soon as possible. She looked at Su Weiwei and invited her. Teacher Su, let's go to Shouan's father's store after get off work. Because Su Weiwei weighed herself last night. She saw the slightly soaring number and thought about it. She was ready to skip dinner in the future. When she heard roast duck, her gluttony was already aroused. Now that Teacher Yuan invited her again, she immediately broke down and nodded in agreement. As for the weight loss plan, she once again ruthlessly threw it behind her. According to her words, only when you are full can you have the energy to lose weight. Chapter 112. It's even more of a rip-off than Disney. The rich aroma of roast duck drifted out of the store from time to time with the wind, drifted into the convenience store next door, and went straight into Jianghui's nose. This time, Jianghui, who had already smelled the aroma, was completely greedy. He couldn't help but mutter, "It's really terrible. It's almost noon. How can I sit still when I smell this smell?" Chen Wenli, who was folding vegetables in this small kitchen, smelled the aroma and guessed that Huang Tao was making new dishes again. Of course, her greed was also aroused. So she leaned over and said to Jianghui, who was sitting at the counter, with a smile, "Since you can't sit still, then you can go over and take a look, and buy one to try. I'll guard the store." "Okay, then I'll go over." As he said, he quickly stood up, picked up his phone, and walked to the door of the store. A ray of warm sunlight came in through the glass window, shining warmly on Huang Tao and the others. Sunshine. Delicious food. So cozy. "You guys eat first. I'll go to the door to get the price of roast duck." Huang Tao walked to the door of the store, squatted in front of the electronic blackboard, and ordered more than 4 pounds of roast duck, 188 yuan per duck. Duck skeleton can be processed. Processing fee 20 yuan per time. The quality of the live duck, plus Huang Tao's craftsmanship, is totally worth the price. But when Su Hao and Ding Suqin learned about his pricing, they both thought it was too cheap. Especially Su Hao. When he traveled to the capital with his friends a few years ago, he went to a famous local century-old brand to taste the authentic capital roast duck. I ordered a grand peony, which cost nearly 300 yuan. But there were only a few dozen slices of duck meat. And even the duck frame with a lot of meat was taken away. Even the lotus leaf cake, sauce, and green onions were charged separately. Of course, service charges are also indispensable. At that time, he felt that eating this roast duck was just like eating RMB. And it felt more cheating than going to Disney. As for the taste, it's not bad. But it's definitely not as delicious as the one made by my boss. Even if the roast duck made by my boss sells for 400 yuan, there will definitely be a large number of people coming to eat it. It's just that my boss is too honest. He only wants to do business steadily, and doesn't want to earn too much premium. Such a boss is a blessing to customers. What Su Hao and the others think, Huang Tao naturally can't see through it. At this moment, he was ready to go back to the store. But Jianghui's voice came to his ears, "Boss Huang, what new product do you have? I smelled the aroma of barbecue a long time ago." Huang Tao smiled and joked, "Hey, brother Jiang, you have a sharp nose. You can smell it all. It's not my nose that's sharp. It's because you made it so fragrant that I was sitting in the store, swallowing my saliva." Jianghui smiled and asked impatiently, "Tell me, what new product do you have?" "Roast duck." "Roast duck? My favorite." Jianghui rubbed his hands and felt that he would have a good meal at noon. But when he saw the price on the electronic blackboard at the door of the store, "Okay, to be honest, I was discouraged." He said that he couldn't afford it. After all, a roast duck on the street only costs 30 yuan. 180 yuan is enough for him to buy 6 roast ducks. Of course, he also knew clearly that the aroma and taste of roast duck on the street could not be compared with the roast duck made by Huang Tao. The aroma from the store alone was dozens of times better than the roast duck on the street. The taste, of course, goes without saying. Just thinking that he and his wife, a whole roast duck, probably can't be finished. If it is left for dinner, the taste will definitely be greatly reduced after reheating. So, he had an idea and asked with a smile, "Boss Huang, a roast duck is too big. My wife and I are just 2 people, and we can't finish a whole one. Can you sell me half a duck?" Huang Tao instantly understood what Jianghui meant. That is to say, like other roast duck restaurants, you can choose half a roast duck or a whole roast duck, equivalent to half a duck and a whole duck. Both need to be priced separately. Then the customer can choose the corresponding amount according to their needs. This operation can satisfy some people with small families who can't eat too much. However, if it's half a duck, the price is estimated to be a little more expensive. After all, the cakes and sauces have to be prepared again. Thinking of this, he smiled and nodded and said, "Of course. Thank you for your reminder." As he said that, he quickly added another item on the electronic blackboard. More than 4 kilograms of roast duck, 188 yuan per duck. 98 yuan for half a duck. Jianghui originally just wanted to try it out, But he didn't expect that Huang Tao would directly adopt it. He said happily, "Boss Huang, then you can give me half a roast duck. And I can process the duck frame. A total of 118 yuan. Right. Not so much. We are all neighbors. Give 80 yuan. Huang Tao said with a smile. Jiang felt very warm. Then you will lose money. Right? No loss. Just less profit. Huang Tao insisted. And Jiang couldn't refuse hypocritically, thinking that he would do more work in the future as long as Huang Tao could use it. After Huang Tao finished, Jiang took it, hummed a little song, and happily carried it back to the convenience store. Just arrived at the door of the store. Then his wife Chen Wenli came over with a smile and asked, "Are you back?" Then she quickly took the food bag from his hand, looked inside the takeaway box, and said with joy, "Oh, roast duck. One look at the waxy skin. You can imagine how crispy it is. The price of this roast duck is not cheap. Right? 188 yuan per duck. I thought that there are only 2 of us, and we can't finish 1 duck. So I bought half a duck. I heard from Mr. Huang that this roast duck is made of live ducks. Just based on this point, the price is worth it. Coupled with Mr. Huang's craftsmanship, it must be worth the money. Just smelling the fragrance and looking at the appearance, you can tell that this roast duck must be extraordinary." Chen Wenli nodded in agreement. "Well, wash your hands first and eat." Jiang went to wash his hands obediently. Chen Wenli quickly brought the food bag to the folding table and took out the takeaway box and sauces. She rolled a roast duck burrito for Jiang and handed it to him. "Thank you, my wife. You are so good to me." Jiang took the roast duck roll. The roast duck meat inside was still warm. It was sandwiched with 2 green onions and 2 cucumbers, and dipped in secret duck sauce. It was wrapped in a lotus leaf pancake. He pinched the roll and took a bite. Crispy duck skin, tender and juicy duck meat, paired with pancakes, cucumbers and scallions. These flavors mixed together will turn into an invincible delicacy. He said excitedly, "Well, it's really delicious. I have never eaten such delicious roast duck. It's really delicious." Chen Wenli also rolled the roll and ate it happily. The harmonious relationship between the couple, until there was only 1 piece of roast duck left on the plate. The atmosphere gradually became serious. "Wenli, haven't you been losing weight recently? Let me help you eat this piece of duck meat." As he said, he stretched out the chopsticks in his hand to the last piece of duck meat in the takeaway box. "Go away. During your physical examination in the first half of the year, the doctor said that you can't eat too greasy food. Let me eat this duck meat for you," Chen Wenli said, and quickly reached for the last piece of duck meat. It happened so fast. The chopsticks of the 2 people simultaneously grabbed the last piece of duck meat. Lao Jiang. Chen Wenli still had a smile on her face, but in Jiang Guo's eyes, it was full of murderous intent. "Okay. You have to pamper the wife you chose with tears. Just let her be." He silently took back his chopsticks, smiling on his face. But in his heart, he said bitterly, "Wife, you have worked hard. Eat more." His performance deeply won Chen Wenli's heart. "Then let's each have half." Chen Wenli bit off half of the duck meat and fed the other half to Jiang. After eating, the 2 still felt unsatisfied. It felt like they didn't eat enough and didn't have enough fun. "Lao Jiang, how about you buy another half?" Chen Wenli licked the corner of her lips, still unsatisfied. Jiang was thinking about how to talk to his wife. After hearing what his wife said, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go buy it now." But when he left the store, he saw that there were already many people queuing up, and he felt very worried. He regretted it in his heart, regretting why he didn't choose a whole one just now. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Chapter 113, I can't even eat enough for myself. It's so delicious. What a nice smell. This rich aroma is so tempting. I'm greedy just by smelling it. Fuck. This dish smells so good. How delicious it must be. Everyone, look. There's a new dish on the electronic blackboard. Wow. It's roast duck. Mr. Huang's store has new roast duck? This is too surprising. But wait. The price. 188 yuan. Although roast duck is delicious, the price makes me, a student, shed tears of poverty. Indeed, the price makes me unable to afford it. Mr. Huang's cooking skills are not good enough. If I go to a 5-star hotel would definitely charge more than this price. The price of this roast duck is about the same as that of a restaurant outside, but the taste is definitely better. Don't ask why. Just smell the aroma for yourself. Is it worth the price? Indeed. The smell of marinated, salty and roasted meat outside the store is mixed together. It is surprisingly not unpleasant. And even a little fragrant. The customers in the queue in front of the store were mixed with joy and sorrow after seeing the price of roast duck on the electronic blackboard at the door of the store. The joy is that the new dishes that they have been looking forward to day and night are finally here. The sorrow is that their pockets are cleaner than their faces. They entered the store one after another. The first to arrive were Shouan and Xiaoji, who came together. The reason why there were only the two of them, and no good friend Yin Ming, was because Yin Ming forgot his friends for the beauty. He went on a date with Lin Yuan to watch a movie. If nothing unexpected happens, when they go back, they will definitely welcome their sister-in-law. But the two of them were not in the mood to care about this at the moment. They stood in front of the counter and asked curiously, "Is this roast duck delicious?" "It's a bit expensive." "It's delicious. The roast duck in our store is roasted from live ducks. It tastes crispy, but it retains its original fragrance. It tastes fat but not greasy. And the meat inside is very tender. The whole thing is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside." Ding Suchin spent a lot of brain cells to sort out this speech. And then smiled and said, "Also, each roast duck will be served with a pancake, cucumber, white garlic shreds, sweet noodle sauce, and other ingredients." The two people who were originally tempted by the fragrance heard the waiter's description, and they were simply greedy. "How about we buy half a duck together to try it? I think it's okay." The two of them thought this method was feasible after discussing it. So he smiled and said to Ding Suchin, "Then give us half a roast duck, 2 bowls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and 10 pork-filled pan-fried buns. And we'll eat here." "Okay. Do you want to process the duck bones?" Hearing this, the two looked at each other and nodded, "Yes." A total of 164 yuan. WeChat and Alipay are both okay. Ding Suchin smiled. One of them paid WeChat to the account. 164 yuan. "Okay. Both of you, please sit down for a while, and I'll serve you the food later." Ding Suchin smiled and said, and then began to serve the next customer. The college students who followed behind did not order roast duck. There was no way. The economy did not allow it. Many uncles and aunts did not order roast duck either. The price of 188 yuan was indeed a bit beyond their expectations. And Xiaowei and Xiuji, who sat down at the table closest to the kitchen, looked at the kitchen with great anticipation. "Look! The roast duck looks very shiny and glossy on the surface. And the skin is waxy and crispy. Indeed, Mr. Huang will definitely not charge a high price. The roast duck should taste very good, even if you only watch Mr. Huang slice the roast duck. It is worth the price. Look! Mr. Huang's concentration on slicing the duck is like a musician playing the violin attentively. Each slice is sliced so evenly, not too thin or too thick, with skin and meat. The knife skills are amazing." The two of them admired and communicated until the ordered meals were brought over by Su Hao. "Hello. This is the roast duck you ordered, as well as the preserved egg and lean meat porridge and pan-fried buns. Please enjoy it first. The processed duck rack will be served to you later." As soon as the roast duck was placed on the table, it attracted the attention of many customers, looking at the roast duck meat on the plate that looked like a beautiful peony in full bloom. The customers in the store exclaimed one by one, "Wow! The presentation is so beautiful. It almost blinded my 24K titanium dog eyes. Wow! This is the roast duck that costs 188 yuan. If you look closely, you can clearly see the feathers on the skin. I suddenly understand why a roast duck costs 188 yuan. Boss Huang, give me half a roast duck. Boss Huang, give me half a roast duck too." Several customers, after seeing the actual roast duck, thought that the price of 188 yuan was worth it, and immediately ordered roast duck. In order to avoid disputes, Xiaowei and his partner have already started to share the food. "You take a piece of roast duck. I take a piece. Cut it in two. Then start eating." Xiaowei picked up a piece of duck meat that was particularly good in color and aroma, dipped it in some sweet noodle sauce, and put it into his mouth to taste it. I instantly felt the rich taste of the sauce, and the crispy texture made me hear the sound when I bit it. Chew twice. The crispy duck skin and tender duck meat, along with the sweet noodle sauce, bloomed in my mouth with a wonderful taste, as if all the deliciousness was concentrated in the meat. It was so delicious that I almost cried. Xiaowei couldn't help but show an intoxicated expression. Delicious. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. This is definitely the best roast duck I've ever eaten. Xiaoji grabbed the pancake, spread some sweet sauce, sandwiched a piece of duck meat, and then put some cucumber strips and scallions, rolled it up, and started eating. The crispy duck skin, fat but not greasy, accompanied by the sweet and delicious sweet noodle sauce, the delicious and tender duck meat, the fragrance of cucumbers, and the freshness of scallions, instantly filled my mouth with fragrance. Every taste bud is filled with a taste of happiness. Ah, it's really delicious, so delicious. The classmates who stayed in the restaurant to eat nearby saw the two of them eating happily and intoxicated, smelling the tempting aroma, and were so greedy that they almost cried. One classmate couldn't help it, so he took his meal and walked to their table. Classmates, can I discuss something with you? This made the two people who were immersed in the world of roast duck raise their heads and look at the classmate with a puzzled look. Xiaowei asked in confusion, "What's the matter? Which one of you can give me half of the roast duck? I'll pay." The classmate said a little embarrassedly. Xiaoji. Xiaowei. When the two heard that the classmate came for their roast duck, they quickly protected the plates of roast duck in front of them. Xiaowei said apologetically, "Sorry, I won't share this roast duck. No, I don't even have enough for myself." Xiaoji refused righteously. Now, the classmate got anxious. "Oh, don't. You too. Just because we are from the same school. Give me a little bit. Just give me a little bit." A big and strong boy actually acted like a spoiled child to a boy of the same sex for a few slices of roast duck. Is this a moral decline? Or a distortion of human nature? Xiaowei and Xiaoji had goosebumps all over the floor, and they subconsciously hid aside. What is it like to have a big and strong man act like a spoiled child to you like a little girl? Xiaoji and Xiaowei both said, "Thank you for the invitation. It's so disgusting." But they were pestered and had no choice. The two had to reluctantly give each of them a piece of roast duck to this classmate. The remaining roast duck was not enough for them to eat. Of course, it was impossible to share it with others. The two of them quickly finished the roast duck on the plate, while vigilantly looking around to see if there were any other classmates. They were afraid that other classmates would miss it again, come and ask for it. The students who were lucky enough to get 2 slices of roast duck tasted it carefully, as if they had found a treasure. The duck skin was very crispy, and the fat under the skin was so fragrant. The duck skin was crispy but not greasy, and the duck meat was tender and not dry at all. It really has a good color, aroma and taste. It's so delicious. This is the real roast duck. With a roast duck, the roast duck sold outside is simply pig food. After hearing what he said, the classmate next to him couldn't help asking, "Is it really so delicious?" The duck skin is crispy but not greasy. There is no fat under the skin. The taste is rich. The duck meat is tender. The taste is mellow, and it makes people linger. Oh my God! How delicious it must be! Listening to his description, the people around him couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Many classmates who couldn't help but want to enjoy the feast also began to follow Xiaowei and his classmates, looking for familiar classmates to buy half a roast duck together. For a while, the orders for roast duck were also gradually increasing. The number of people eating roast duck in the store also gradually increased. The praises rang out one after another. Delicious. So delicious. This roast duck is much better than the roast duck I had at a century-old restaurant. The price of 98 yuan for half a duck is really worth it. Kaisha is so delicious. How did this roast duck become so crispy on the outside and tender on the inside? It's amazing. Lao Qin, who had just come in, smiled and said, "To make the duck crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, you actually need to achieve these 4 key points: scald thoroughly, apply color evenly, blow dry, and roast evenly." The so-called scalding thoroughly means that the duck is boiled in boiling water until the skin is tight. Apply color evenly, which means that after the duck embryo is scalded and tightened, maltose is applied, and it should be evenly applied all over the body. Blow dry, which means that after the duck embryo is applied with maltose, it is placed in a ventilated place to blow dry, so that the skin is crispy and not curled after baking. Bake evenly, which means that when baking, the fire must be even and the temperature must be kept constant. The duck baked in this way has a waxy yellow skin, which can achieve the characteristics of fragrance, crispness, freshness, tenderness and lightness. After popularizing knowledge for everyone, Lao Qin said to Ding Suqin, "Give me half a roast duck." I haven't seen such a delicious roast duck in many years. He had only eaten roast duck roasted to this degree a few times. Huang Tao sliced the duck for Lao Qin quickly. Soon, the roast duck slices were ready. Su Hao brought the sliced roast duck to Lao Qin's table. "Uncle Qin, enjoy your meal." Lao Qin looked at it carefully and admired Huang Tao very much. This roast duck was cooked to perfection. It also fully complies with the 4 key points of scalding thoroughly, coloring evenly, drying thoroughly, and roasting evenly. He picked up a piece of duck meat, dipped it in some sweet noodle sauce, and tasted it. The taste was surprisingly good. The sweet sauce was not greasy. The skin was crispy but not hard, and it fell off as soon as you bit it. It also retained the original flavor of the duck meat to the greatest extent. Not only was the meat firm, but the moisture inside was still there, and it was very tender and delicious. It was beyond imagination delicious. Not bad, fragrant, crispy, crisp, fresh, tender, and shiny. All the characteristics are achieved, even better than before. The old men and women, seeing Lao Qin, the former 5-star chef, were impressed by Huang Tao's roast duck. Seeing him enjoying it so much, they couldn't help it. "Boss Huang, give me half a roast duck too." "I want one too." Chapter 114, The Doubled Sales. "Wow! This roast duck is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Fat but not greasy. Delicious. I suddenly understand why a roast duck costs 188 yuan. It's all hard work. It's really worth it." In the store, customers who ate the roast duck all praised it with an intoxicated look on their faces. Uncle Li and Aunt Li just saw that other uncles had ordered it, and the idea of trying something new came to their mind. So, they ordered half a roast duck. A treat. At this time, the ordered roast duck was served on the table. Uncle Li picked up the thin dough that had just been spread, dipped it in some sweet noodle sauce, and rolled it into a roll with scallion shreds, cucumber strips, and roast duck. He stuffed a full mouthful. The taste was super good. The lotus leaf cake was soft and chewy, and the sweet noodle sauce was moderately salty and sweet, especially the duck meat. The skin is very crispy, not hard at all, and the mouth is full of oil and fragrance when you bite it. The duck meat is firm and tender, and it is delicious when you chew it. Uncle Li showed a satisfied smile on his face and sighed. "This roast duck is really good." As he said, he rolled another one and put it on Aunt Li's plate. Then, he picked up another piece of duck meat and ate it. He was greedy for its crispy skin, and was even more pleased that the meat was fragrant and not hard. The whole person was in high spirits when eating. Aunt Li's teeth are not very good. She had 2 more teeth filled at the beginning of this year. Since then, she generally dare not bite too hard things. At home, the meals she cooks are mainly soft and rotten. Just now, she agreed to Uncle Li's ordering half a roast duck with an attitude of trying new things. It hasn't started yet. The old man rolled it for her and put it on the plate. How could she not understand the old man's thoughts? He must have tasted it and thought the roast duck was not hard and delicious. So he specially rolled it for her. She smiled and picked up the rolled pancake, took a bite gently, and the skin broke, and she ate the cucumber and green onion inside, which was refreshing and moist. The duck skin was so crispy, and the duck meat was not dry or hard. You only need to chew it a few times to swallow it, without any teeth. These days, it is not easy for elderly people like them to find a roast duck that is not difficult to chew and delicious. It is really a treasure shop. Uncle Li, who was satisfied with the meal, touched his slightly bulging belly and sighed. "Oh, this is life." It was about 11:30. In the campus forum of Lin Yuan University, another post about the really delicious restaurant appeared. In a few seconds, it quickly became a hot post, and it covered hundreds of floors. On today's new discovery of Zenhachi restaurant, roast duck is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Fat but not greasy. Fresh and tasty. And a delicacy that is out of this world. Countless students clicked in without hesitation just based on the 4 words Zenhachi restaurant. Then, take a closer look at what new products are available today. LZE today. The host took advantage of the fact that there was no class in the morning and went to Zenhachi restaurant early to queue up for lunch, but unexpectedly found that Mr. Huang quietly launched the roast duck. The waiter said that the roast duck was roasted from a live duck bought by Mr. Huang. Such a conscientious merchant deserves our praise. LZ, without saying too much, Here's the picture, which is irresponsible for making you greedy. Picture JPG. The picture filled the entire screen with a close-up of a beautifully arranged roast duck. The roast duck slices were arranged in the shape of a blooming peony flower, and cucumber strips and green onion shreds were placed on both sides below, like two emerald green leaves, which was very beautiful. The skin is shiny and red, and it looks crispy. Looking at the tender meat underneath, you can imagine how crispy it is on the outside and tender on the inside. 1L, damn! I am greedy even through the screen. My saliva is flowing down. 2L, the new roast duck served at noon looks delicious. From now on, my mother will no longer have to worry about me not enjoying my meal. 3L, I am shamefully greedy just by looking at the photo. And then I look at the description of the host. Wow, this is a farm duck. Boss Huang is so honest. Just for this reason, I have to go and support him. 4L, wow, the presentation is so beautiful. Like a flower. Boss Huang's hand must have been kissed by God. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? 50L, picture JPG. Everyone, I am also enjoying the freshly baked roast duck in the store now. It is so crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It is so delicious that you can't imagine. The roast duck roasted by live ducks in the farm is really different. And this crispy duck skeleton is so fragrant. 51L, picture. JPG. My family, I've made it. I actually had such delicious roast duck in a small restaurant today. It was so delicious that I licked the plate. 52L, I'm jealous or I'm in class. 53L, those who posted pictures upstairs. Are you polite? Don't you know that the poor kids in their 20s are being kept out of class by the teacher? 98L, picture JPG. Dear friends, I've eaten it too. Friendly reminder, there are only 49 roast ducks for lunch. First come first served. And when it was my turn, there were only 5 or 6 left. 99L, I have to ask. What's the price of this roast duck? Just looking at the picture, I think it's worth a lot. 100L, 188 yuan for one duck. 98 yuan for half a duck. And 20 yuan for duck skeleton processing fee. 101L, oh! Roast duck is really unfriendly to us poor people. Even if we only order half a duck. 98 yuan is gone. 102L, birds. The roast duck is very good, but the price is expensive. 103L, I also thought that Mr. Huang's roast duck was expensive at first, until I tasted the roast duck. It turned out that I was not very knowledgeable. 104L, if you think it is too expensive but want to eat it, you can find a friend and buy half a duck together, so that you can taste the deliciousness of roast duck. I am so tired. You can also do it this way. The smart people, after seeing this reminder, hurriedly dragged their roommates and rushed in, betting that they might be able to buy roast duck. When you hesitate a little, and want to find a good person to order together, you will see the latest post as soon as you scroll through the post. 298L, everyone. Go away. Go away. Don't come over. The roast duck is sold out. 299L, the water of West Lake. My tears. 300L, help. Without the roast duck, I bought a portion of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. Okay. Steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice is also very good. But I still have an inexplicable feeling in my heart. It's very uncomfortable. 301L, ha ha ha. I almost laughed like a goose. The person above. Do you want to say that the baby is bitter? The repeated hot posts have also successfully attracted the attention of many teachers. Looking at all kinds of words describing food and pictures that can arouse people's appetite even through the screen. Shamefully greedy. Everyone is thinking, is the food in this store really that delicious? They also want to try the world's most delicious food that everyone says. At the Dingi restaurant, Ding Suchin said to the customers in line behind her with an apologetic look on her face, sorry. Everyone. The roast duck is sold out. Please bear with me. Hearing this, the customers behind her all wailed. Especially those office workers, who came to eat as soon as they got off work. When they learned that the new roast duck was on the menu, they were as happy as a 200-pound fat man. But before they could recover from their happiness, they learned that the roast duck was sold out, which made them feel like a roller coaster. How could they not wail? Stop! Such a delicious roast duck. You can smell and see it but can't eat it. This is just a torture. Damn! Just sold out? It's outrageous. The fish cries. The water knows. I cry. Who knows? Boss Wang. Just make more roast duck. We are still waiting for your roast duck to survive. Woo woo woo. Boss Wang. Can there be roast duck in the afternoon? Have pity on us office workers. We can't buy roast duck at noon. If I don't eat this roast duck, I will definitely not be able to sleep tonight. They cast a sad look at Huang Tao in the kitchen. This little look, if you don't know, you might think Huang Tao has done something to them. Huang Tao was speechless and held his forehead. But he was also quite surprised. At first, he was worried that the price of roast duck would discourage a large number of customers. Although the price did discourage some customers at first. But after tasting it, some customers praised it as delicious. Many customers who were originally on the sidelines rushed to buy half a piece to taste it. And after tasting it, they couldn't help but order a whole piece. This is a huge consumption. The roast duck was sold out first. Huang Tao looked up and said with a smile, "The roast duck for lunch is new and is still in the testing stage. If many people like it, we will consider increasing the quantity in the afternoon. Please bear with me." He said it politely. These customers felt embarrassed. "Ah, it's okay. We just think that Mr. Huang's food is so delicious. We especially want to try the new roast duck. Then I will come to try this roast duck in the afternoon." "Mr. Huang, why do you think so? Your cooking skills are unprecedented and unparalleled. Everything you cook is so delicious. As long as it is a delicacy produced by your family, I will definitely buy it to eat. You don't know that we office workers look forward to eating your delicious food at noon every day when we go to work. Yes, the food made by you, Mr. Huang, must be supported. Besides, these days, roast duck roasted with live ducks from farmers is a rare treasure. Indeed, it's so rare. I have to come here to queue up at 4:30. You come at 4:30. I come at 4. I don't believe it. I still can't eat a bite of roast duck. Fuck. Are you really so eager? If you keep going like this, shouldn't they come here to queue up at 3 o'clock? Office workers said they couldn't wait any longer. Huang Tao listened and advised speechlessly, "You don't have to come so early. Just come at mealtime. Otherwise, you will be exhausted just waiting outside." "Right, Boss Huang. How many roast ducks do you plan to make in the afternoon?" Huang Tao thought about it. He planned not to make pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge for lunch and dinner, but only in the morning. In this way, he will have more time and energy to make other dishes. He smiled slightly. "No more than 100 per meal. Starting from this afternoon, our pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge will only be served in the morning." Hearing this, everyone felt regretful. But when they thought that pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge were indeed more suitable for morning sales, they did not object. After all, the amount of roast duck has increased. Someone asked in a negotiating tone, "Boss Huang, in this case, can you make more roast duck? If you make more, it will delay the preparation of other dishes." "Oh, I'm so sorry. Boss Huang, why do you make everything so delicious? It's so entangled." Everyone wanted to eat roast duck, but couldn't bear to give up the previous dishes. So they said helplessly, "Then, forget it." Everyone bought crab fry cakes or lotus leaf glutinous rice, and pork ribs rice as usual. Huang Tao sent a message to Lao Su at this time. Ask him to prepare 100 ducks. And after processing, deliver them to the store around 2 p.m. When Lao Su received the message, he was too happy to care about it, and hurriedly said, "Wife, you stay here to look after the stall. I will go back home first and bring 100 ducks over." "Why do you want to bring 100 ducks? Boss Huang just sent a message, asking me to send 100 ducks before 2 p.m. I have to hurry to do it for him." "Then go quickly. I'm here. 50 in the morning, 100 in the afternoon. This is the rhythm of delivery." This doubled sales volume made other chicken and duck vendors nearby shed tears of envy. Chapter 115, Comforting the Tired Heart of the Wanderer. After school in the afternoon, Huang Tao took Xian back to the store. The first thing he did after arriving at the store was to give her a piece of roast duck that he had been longing for. "It smells so good. So good. Xian wants to eat it." Xian, who was sitting in her seat, just smelled the fragrance, and her stomach began to growl. She silently stretched her neck and looked towards the kitchen expectantly. "Okay. It will be ready soon." Huang Tao smiled slightly, sent the roast duck on the plate to her table, and said softly, "Baby, your roast duck. Wow. It's so beautiful. Shouan's attention was immediately attracted by the beautiful flower shape on the plate. She exclaimed, and her little mouth opened wide, enough to fit an egg. She was very ladylike, and subconsciously covered her little mouth with her little hands. Blinking her eyes, she asked incredulously, "Dad, is this really roast duck?" Wang Tao didn't expect that his normal plating would cause his precious daughter to make a sound of surprise. However, Wang Tao naturally felt a sense of accomplishment for being able to make his precious daughter happy. "Yes, this is the duck meat that Dad sliced from the roast duck, and then arranged the duck meat in the shape of a flower. Do you like it?" "I like it." Xian nodded like a chick, with light in her eyes, pursed her lips, and looked like she was drooling but reluctant to eat it. "It's all because Dad arranged it so beautifully." Xian couldn't bear to eat it. Wang Tao looked at her tangled little expression of Xian wants to eat but can't bear to eat it, and couldn't help laughing. "Come on, Dad will roll one for you." As he said, he put the duck meat on the pancake, brushed some sweet noodle sauce, put some cucumber strips and green onion shreds, rolled it gently, and handed it to Xian. "Here, eat it, baby." "Well, the beautiful flowers have been eaten by Daddy. If you don't eat it, it's a pity." Xian, who had been salivating for a long time, couldn't help but take it and took a big bite with her little mouth. There were a few naughty green onion shreds left outside, and the little guy stretched out his white and tender little hand and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed it with big mouthfuls. It's so delicious." Her beautiful big eyes couldn't help but narrowed up. Before finishing a bite, the little guy stuffed the roast duck roll in his hand into his pink mouth and took a big bite. The little face was bulging with food, like a cute little hamster. So cute. Wang Tao curved his lips and smiled gently. "Eat slowly. Don't swallow it." She narrowed her eyes and wrinkled her little nose. As soon as she rolled it into her stomach, she praised, "Dad, the roast duck you made is so delicious." "It's delicious. Then eat more," Wang Tao said with a smile, seeing her father looking at her with a smile on his face. She blinked and thought for a while. She knelt on the chair, stretched out her white and chubby hands, and picked up a pancake like Wang Tao. She picked up a piece of duck meat with chopsticks, dipped it in the store's sweet noodle sauce, picked up scallion shreds and a few cucumber strips, and then wrapped it up. She stretched her arms hard, handed it to Wang Tao's lips and said, "Dad, you eat too." This unexpected feeding made Wang Tao's heart warm. He opened his mouth and took a bite. Why does it feel better than the roast duck we had at noon?" Wang Tao ate it in his mouth and felt sweet in his heart. Xian wrapped another piece and stuffed it into her mouth, using her actions to prove how much she liked the roast duck made by her father. Squeak! At this time, the store door was pushed open. 4 college-looking boys walked in. As soon as they opened the door, they greeted Wang Tao. "Hi, Mr. Wang. Good afternoon." "Hello," Wang Tao replied with a smile. Xian's mouth was stuffed, and her voice was a little unclear. "Hello, brothers." "Hello, Xian too," they responded to Xian, and then asked Wang Tao with a smile, "Mr. Wang, it's already past 4:20. It's time to open, right?" "Well, we are the first batch of customers tonight." "Right." The 4 of them stood at the door and looked around. The store was so small that you could see it at a glance. In addition to Wang Tao and his daughter and 2 employees, there were only 4 of them. They felt very sorry that they couldn't eat roast duck at noon, and they secretly vowed that they must eat it in the evening. So they stayed in the old street in the west of the city and waited until now, while they had no classes in the afternoon. Facing the eager eyes of the 4 people, Wang Tao said with a smile, "Come in and sit down first. Order what you want to eat first. I will make it for you in a while." Okay, Boss Wang. You go ahead." The 4 people watched Xian eating roast duck happily, and their long-suppressed gluttony could no longer be suppressed. "What are you waiting for? Order first. Go to the counter and find Ding Suchin to order food." Many customers who were thinking about roast duck also wanted to come early, so they came one after another. After a while, a line formed at the door of the store. Yiwen and Su Weiwei walked towards the store and were dumbfounded when they saw the line of people from a distance. "Why are there so many people? We came here right after work." After a rough count, there were about 30 people. Thinking that Wang Tao had said that there would be 100 roast ducks in the evening, there was still hope that they could buy some. They ran over and lined up. The parents who followed were also slightly surprised when they saw the queue, and then quickly joined the queue. They were afraid that if they hesitated, the roast duck would be gone. Sister Ling, who came later, also came early to buy dinner for her daughter and prepared to send her to school. Seeing this queue, Sister Ling, an old customer, was already accustomed to it and waited in line obediently. Chen Lingqiao also came to buy at this time. At noon, she talked to her daughter Dingi on the phone, and the girl also told her to come to the Zenhachi restaurant on the old street in the west of the city to pack a portion of crab fried cake for her to take back. In fact, if her daughter didn't remind her, she would have almost forgotten her previous agreement with her daughter. Thinking about the delicious taste of the crab fried cakes she had tried last time, she was a little greedy, and the nourishing fish soup was also quite good. So she didn't make soup. She planned to buy a portion later to supplement her daughter's nutrition. Just looking at the queue, the new customer Chen Lingqiao was really shocked. Is it so expensive to buy a meal these days? She was not the only one who was confused. The parents of several high school students who came to buy later were also confused. After a little surprise, they all went to line up obediently. Jiang Han was sent on a business trip by the company during this period. He was busy all day, and because of the difference in location, he was not used to the food. After a few days, he lost 2 caddies. During his business trip, he could only rely on the food from Zhenhaochi restaurant posted by his fellow fans in the fan group to satisfy his cravings. Seeing is equal to eating, to comfort his tired heart as a foreigner. When chatting with fans in the fan group, he knew that Zhenhaochi restaurant would participate in this year's food festival on November 11th, which made him look forward to it. Of course, he also knew that Zhenhaochi restaurant had recently launched several new foods. There are steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, nourishing fish soup, braised duck neck, and crab fried cake. I heard that they are all very delicious. I missed a lot and missed it for a long time, and it almost became an obsession. Look! As soon as he got off the bus and returned to Wenling, he planned to drag his colleague Kai Bo to Zhenhaochi restaurant for a meal. Even such an important matter as reporting back to the company was postponed by him. In his words, only when you are full can you have the strength to report. Besides, it's time to go back to the company and get off work soon. So, I decided to report to the company tomorrow morning. As soon as he left the train station and completed all the inspections, he persuaded and dragged Kai Bo to take a taxi directly to the old street in the west of the city and rushed to the Jinchi restaurant. Jiang Han, dragging his suitcase, urged, Kai Bo, please walk faster. Kai Bo, you didn't seem to be anxious to catch the train. But now I'm anxious? And you said you would take me to eat delicious food? Come here? I really believe your lies. Kai Bo dragged his suitcase and looked at his anxious colleague. Frowning, Brother Han, you said you would take me to eat delicious food. Why did you come to the old street in the west of the city? Yeah. Last time I came here to explore the shops. I found a shop called Really Delicious. The food inside is so delicious. I tell you. This shop is definitely a treasure. The boss's cooking skills are first class. And even 5-star chefs can't compare to him. These days, Jiang Han has been itching to eat the crab fried cakes, the duck necks, and in short, he is greedy for the new dishes that Huang Tao's shop has recently launched. He added, trust me, buddy. It's definitely delicious enough to make you cry. Let's go. It's gone if you go too late. After hearing what he said, Kai Bo didn't know what to say for a moment. So he had to follow him. Oh! There are still so many people queuing. Let's go. Let's go. Jiang Han dragged Kai Bo to the back of the line. I heard the people in front chatting, talking about new products, roast duck and the like. Only then did he suddenly realize that Boss Huang seemed to have launched a new dish. Haha. I'm really lucky today. After coming back, the first time I came to Jinhao restaurant for dinner, I encountered Shangshin roast duck. Thinking of the pan-fried buns, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and the taste of braised pig's trotters he had eaten before, he couldn't help but think of this roast duck, which must taste great. Just when he was looking forward to the delicious roast duck, the phone in his pocket rang at an inopportune time. I send you away. Thousands of miles away you are silent and black and white. Maybe the silent era shouldn't be too far away, love. I send you away. Are you still there beyond the end of the world? Where does the sound of the piano come from? Life and death are hard to guess. Spend a lifetime waiting. Jiang Han. Without looking, he knew who was calling. Brother Han. Your phone is ringing. Seeing that Jiang Han didn't answer, Kai Bo thought he didn't hear the ringtone, and couldn't help but reach out and pat his shoulder lightly, reminding him. Originally, Jiang Han didn't want to answer, pretending that he didn't hear it, so that the other party would know to hang up the phone. But he was afraid that if he didn't answer the call, the other party would not give up easily and call Kai Bo instead. If that happened, it would be barbecue. Because he thought that the newbie Kai Bo would have a hard time holding up the manager's questions and would definitely tell the truth directly, which would result in him not being able to eat the delicious food tonight. Chapter 116. The sky is falling. I have my brother to hold it up, he said with a look of hindsight. Oh, it turned out that my phone rang. After that, he took out his mobile phone and saw. Sure enough, it was a call from manager Wei Tongheng. When the newbie Kai Bo glanced at the caller ID, he panicked and said anxiously, Brother Han. It's the manager. He must have called to ask about us because he saw that we haven't returned yet. What do you think we should do? Otherwise, let's go back to the company now. After all, if the manager blames them, it will probably be enough for them to eat a pot. If the information was not with Jiang Han, he felt that he could turn around and report back to the company in the next second. But Jiang Han, a veteran in the workplace, didn't think so. He still understood the manager's character. So, it's not a big problem. He had an expression of if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Smiled and patted Kai Bo on the shoulder. Don't panic. I'm here. I'll talk to the manager. After that, he swiped the screen of his mobile phone and answered the call. As soon as he answered the call, Wei Tongheng's voice floated from the other end of the phone. Jiang Han. You and Kai Bo have left the train station now, right? Are you on your way back to the company now? Oh, manager. I'm telling you, I'm stuck in traffic. I guess I won't be able to get to the company for a while. I'm also very anxious now. Jiang Han was possessed by the spirit of drama in a second, and his face was even more painful. I'm also very anxious, but I can't do anything. Damn. What else can I do? Kai Bo, who was standing aside, saw Jiang Han lying to his boss without blushing or beating his heart, and his expression was very appropriate, and suddenly felt that his own workplace cognition was overturned. In his heart, he even said, Oscar owes Brother Han a little golden man. Of course, he couldn't help but sweat for him and himself. Kai Bo was not the only one who was surprised. The customers who were queuing in front and behind were also shocked when they heard Jiang Han's words. This guy is a ruthless person. For a bite of food? He even dared to fool the leader. But, to be honest, if it were them, they would also choose food. Can the food made by Boss Huang be compared with the leader? Wei Tongheng on the other end of the phone said with a puzzled look, It's only 4:40 now, and the evening rush hour hasn't arrived yet. Why is there a traffic jam? Who knows? I guess there was a traffic accident ahead. Kai Bo and I are also very anxious. But there is nothing we can do. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the company today. Don't worry. We will definitely go to the company early tomorrow morning to report to you. Okay. Let's do this for now. My phone is running out of battery, so I won't say any more to you. The manager. See you tomorrow. After saying that, he hung up the phone happily, muttering, Great. It's finally done. I can line up for dinner with peace of mind. That's great. But why do these people look at him in a strange way? Jiang Han saw the customers in line, glancing at him from time to time, and touched his face in confusion. Did they recognize him as a store visitor? Brother Han, you don't have to go back. Are you really okay? Kai Bo was still a little worried. Don't worry. I've got it done. Just put your heart at ease. After queuing for nearly 10 minutes, when it was Jiang Han's turn, Jiang Han reported a series of things in one breath. I want 2 servings of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. 2 servings of nourishing fish soup. 2 servings of crab fry cakes. 2 servings of braised duck necks. 2 servings of braised pig's trotters. For beef stuffed pan-fried buns, a roast duck, and duck frame processing. That's all. Eat in the store. After he finished his report, the customers behind him all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't order all the roast duck at once. Seeing that he ordered so much at once, Kai Bo was worried that he couldn't finish it. So he advised, Brother Han, isn't this a bit too much? There are only 2 of us. We won't be able to finish it. How about reducing it a little? Jianghan said disapprovingly. A lot? I think it's too little. If it's not enough, you won't be able to buy it when you line up again later. Kai Bo. Exaggerated? Ding Suchin said politely. Sorry. You too. We don't have Shengjianbo in the evening now. We only serve it in the morning. Ah. So that's it. Then don't take Shengjianbo. Jianghan couldn't help but show a trace of regret on his face. Okay. A total of 528 yuan. WeChat Alipay. Both are fine. Okay. Jianghan used his mobile phone to scan the code to pay. 528 yuan via WeChat. This price made Kai Bo feel a little painful. And he couldn't help but mutter quietly, this meal costs 528 yuan. 264 yuan per person. Isn't this a bit extravagant? Don't worry. It's definitely worth the money. Jianghan smiled and didn't explain too much. When the dishes come, Kai Bo will naturally understand how much the 528 yuan is worth. He took Kai Bo to find a seat. Seeing Huang Tao slicing roast duck in the kitchen, he was already greedy. And now seeing Huang Tao slicing roast duck, he couldn't wait. See, Boss Huang's skill in slicing the duck. Doesn't it look amazing? It's quite amazing. Kai Bo smiled and thought, what does this have to do with roast duck? While waiting for the meal, the 2 of them browsed their phones out of boredom. Hello. This is the roast duck you ordered. Steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. Nourishing fish soup. And 2 braised dishes. Please enjoy them first. Crab fried rice cake and processed duck rack will be served to you later. Su Hao carried the tray and put it on their table one by one. The fragrance went straight into their nostrils. Oh! The dishes are served so soon. Let's eat first. Jianghan couldn't help but start eating. He picked up a piece of dough. Picked a piece of ruddy duck meat. Dipped it in some sweet noodle sauce. And paired it with green cucumber strips and white scallions. Wrapped it into a duck roll. Put it in his mouth. And took a bite. Chew slowly. Experience the silky texture of the meat. The crispness of the duck skin. The freshness of the cucumber. And the spiciness of the scallion. Dancing a beautiful waltz on his tongue. Then scoop a spoonful of nourishing fish soup into his mouth. The delicious fish soup seeped in. And the layering suddenly became richer. Looking at Kai Bo across from him, he was only focused on eating. His mouth was full and full of oil. He was like a starving ghost reincarnated. Jianghan shook his head speechlessly. This is not how you taste delicious food. He looked down again. Damn! There was only less than half of the whole plate of roast duck left. Damn! What are you waiting for? Just do it. He also lowered his head and ate quickly, fearing that Kai Bo, the hungry guy, would finish it all. As for food tasting, he forgot all about it. His heart, eyes and brain were full of food. When Su Hao brought the crab fried cakes and processed duck racks, the 2 of them didn't say anything. Just took them and continued to eat. Ah! I'm really full after this meal. How about the food in this restaurant? It's delicious. Right? Don't you think I ordered too much now? Don't you think it's extravagant now? Jianghan ate everything. Even the chopped green onions in the fish soup. He leaned back and touched his stomach and said jokingly, although they were colleagues, they had a good relationship in private and often joked with each other. It's really good. The boss's cooking skills are really amazing. Just now I thought Jianghan's words were too exaggerated. The dishes he ordered were too many. And the price was too extravagant. But after eating, I realized that it was not exaggerated at all. The dishes he ordered were not too much. And the price was not extravagant at all. Just based on this cooking skills. It's hard to find in the whole Zhejiang province. Brother Han. Let's come back tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 117. A familiar customer. Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. It was already over school. But Dingi didn't rush to the cafeteria to get food as usual. Nor did she rush to the corridor at the school gate to wait for her parents. Instead, she was curled up in her seat doing homework. She seemed to be doing homework. But in fact, her heart had already drifted away. From time to time, she looked down at the old phone in the desk drawer to see if her mother had sent any new messages. Although the school does not allow students to bring mobile phones, old phones are allowed. This makes it convenient for children and parents to contact. She kept reading the messages because her mother had just sent her a message saying that she was on the way to school. When she arrived at the school gate, she would send her a message. And then she would go downstairs. Jiai. My mother is already at the school gate. Do you want to go with me? Lin Yuan smiled with a light in her eyes. Dingi naturally understood this kind of joyful mood. She smiled and said, You go first. My mother is still on the way. And it will probably take a while to get to the school gate. So I won't go down yet. Okay. I'll go first then. Lin Yuan waved to her, took her phone, and walked out of the classroom quickly. Dingi continued to do her homework with her head down. And after doing 3 or 4 questions, she couldn't help but glance at her phone. After waiting for nearly 15 minutes, the message she had been waiting for finally came. Yeah. She danced happily, then jumped out of the classroom, attracting several classmates who stayed in the classroom to cast curious eyes on her. When she went down the stairs, she ran into Lin Yuan, who was climbing up the stairs. She greeted happily, Yuan. My mother is at the school gate now. I'll go there, see you later. Okay. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. She walked into the classroom and put the snacks and daily necessities her mother brought her in her own seat. She opened the takeaway box. This time, Sister Ling brought her crab fried cakes and nourishing fish soup. The golden color of the rice cake attached to the crab, fully absorbing the delicious crab meat and the rich crab roe. The color of the crab was also very tempting, and the appetite was immediately aroused. And Dingi, all the way, took out the speed of a 100-meter sprint and ran to the school gate. He was almost panting like a dog. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. Look how anxious you are. Chen Lingqiao saw this, and quickly took out a pack of tissues from her handbag and handed it to her to wipe her sweat. She couldn't help but mutter a few more words. I usually ask you to run more. But why are you running so fast now? She knew her daughter very well, so she naturally didn't think that her daughter was running so fast to see her. It was probably because of the food she brought from the Jinchi restaurant. But when she thought that she was not as important as the food in the Jinchi restaurant in her daughter's heart, she felt a little disappointed for some reason. But then I thought, why should I compare myself with really delicious food? Isn't this just to make myself feel bad? Thinking this way, I felt relieved. Hee hee. Thank you for your hard work, Mom. She smiled happily, wiped the sweat from her forehead with a tissue, and then asked impatiently, Mom, did you buy the crab fried cakes I asked you to buy? I bought it. I went there early in the evening, but I didn't expect that there were so many people. I waited for a long time before it was my turn. She smiled and held the food bag in front of Dingi, saying, Look, it's here. I just went to the convenience store next door and picked out some snacks and bread for you. If you're hungry during the evening self-study, you can eat them. Thank you, Mom. I knew you loved me the most. Dingi's mushy words were pouring out as if they were free. She reached out to hug her mother's shoulders and coquettishly pressed her face against her mother's. Ah. 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 Okay. Okay. The crab fried cake and nourishing fish soup are going to be crushed by you. Chen Lingqiao said this, but she enjoyed it in her heart. She was very happy. When she heard that the food she had been thinking about was going to be crushed, she quickly let go. Hurry up and check it out. Luckily it didn't get crushed. You are so impatient when it comes to food. And you are not reserved at all. Chen Lingqiao said unhappily. She grinned, hee hee. Okay. Take it back to the classroom and eat it. And you, when you get along with your classmates, you can't be so rash and slick. Others are not as tolerant of you as your mother. Maybe they are unhappy but embarrassed to say it. Chen Lingqiao couldn't help but start the mother's nagging mode again. Okay. Okay. I know. When she heard her mother start nagging again, she interrupted and changed the subject. Mom, what about you? Did you buy one for yourself? Of course I did. Your dad is working overtime tonight and won't be home for dinner. I went to pack it up, so I bought one for myself. But my share is in the car. Chen Lingqia's share is glutinous rice and pork ribs rice and nourishing fish soup, which is more affordable than her daughter's. A few minutes later, Dingi said goodbye to her mother and went to the teaching building with her bags and bags. Back to the classroom, she walked to her seat and said to her desk mate happily, Yuru, my mother went to the Zenhachi restaurant today and packed crab fried cakes and nourishing fish soup for me. I'm so lucky now. Really? My mother also brought me these too. Lin Yuan was eating halfway when she heard the voice, looked up and smiled and responded, and then said, my mother wanted to buy me roast duck to try, but the price is a little expensive. She was worried that packing it would affect the taste. so she didn't buy it. She said she would take me to the restaurant to eat when I was on vacation. Roast duck? Dingi was surprised. Just hearing the word roast duck made her greedy. She also thought about how to persuade her mother to take her to eat when she got home from school next time. Yes. My mom told me that it's a new product for lunch today. Oh. By the way, I also heard that Jinhaochi restaurant will participate in this year's food festival? Food festival. When is it? November 1st. Let me check the time. What day is it? Foodie Dingi is thinking about the food festival again. She quickly checked the calendar on her phone and found out that it was Saturday. She said happily, Yuru? Which day of the food festival is Saturday? How about we go to the food festival together? Okay. The two decided happily. Dingi picked up a crab with chopsticks and started eating. The crab was in her mouth. Her whole face was relaxed, full of joy of tasting delicious food. After a while, a female classmate came into the classroom with the same food bag and greeted them with a smile. Hi. Yuhan. Jia. I also asked my mom to buy the steamed glutinous rice spare ribs and nourishing fish soup from Zenhashi. I was so greedy, and I finally ate them today. That's great. Shino. You finally got what you wanted. Lin Yuan smiled. Welcome. Welcome. Dingi applauded and welcome. And the happy classroom eating group added another person. 2 minutes later, another female classmate came in with the same food bag. After seeing the takeaway boxes of the three of them, she instantly showed a little surprise. Wow. You are also eating food from Zenhashi? What a coincidence. I also asked my mom to pack a portion for me. The three of them expressed a warm welcome, and the classroom eating trio instantly grew to 4 people. The head teacher Jiang Meiyu will follow the evening practice tonight. After dinner, she walked out of the office and went to the class. Before she even reached the classroom door, she smelled a tempting aroma and couldn't help sniffing. Huh? Why does this aroma feel like it's coming from my class? She walked a few steps closer to the classroom and saw several female students eating through the glass window. They were talking and laughing, enjoying the food, and sharing the food with each other. When one saw that the other had taken a little more, she couldn't help but glare at him and complain. She just thought they were classmates who had a good relationship and shared the food that their parents had packed and sent over. She didn't think much about it. After all, most parents would bring some food when they came to see their children. She just sighed in her heart that the child's mother was so skillful that she could cook such delicious food. But when she saw the identical takeaway boxes, her mind was full of active thoughts. She walked into the classroom with a smile and greeted, Are you all eating? What are you eating tonight? Dingi. This little girl was not only very active in eating, but also very active in answering questions. She immediately shared with Jiang Meiyu happily, Yes. Teacher Jiang. We are all eating. You don't know how delicious the food in this restaurant is. We specially asked our mothers to go to the old street in the west of the city to pack it up and bring it over. This child is very honest. She told Jiang Meiyu everything she wanted to know. She was originally thinking about how to ask these children which restaurant these glutinous rice steamed pork ribs and crab fry cakes were packed from. When she heard the specific address and roll call, she felt a ripple of joy in her heart. But the basic cultivation of a class teacher made her expressionless. And she just nodded lightly, Well, not bad. It smells good. You all should eat quickly. The evening practice will start soon. Okay. Teacher Jiang. Lin Yuan and Dingi nodded. They both had almost finished eating. Jiang Meiyu smiled and turned to the podium. And they continued to eat. Huang Tao's side also ushered in the peak period. Many customers also came for roast duck. The quantity tonight was doubled. And some high school parents in front did not choose roast duck because of the price. And some of them had never eaten the food of Jinhao restaurant. This also gave the later customers a chance to buy roast duck. Of course, only a small part of them could buy it. There is no way. These customers basically buy one by one, rarely half and half. So the consumption is large. Huang Tao, who was busy, took a breath and picked up the teacup to drink wolfberry tea. When he looked up, he inadvertently found a familiar customer in the dining room. Huang Tao was a little surprised by his appearance. Chapter 118 Planning to give them a free meal. Wenli, let me tell you, this roast duck is a new product launched at noon today. We have to come early in the evening to buy it. Many students in our school didn't get it at noon and were wailing on the campus forum. Li Jiqing said with a smile to his wife Lin Wenli across from him. He knew his wife loved roast duck. So, when he saw a post about roast duck posted by a student on the campus forum at noon, he thought about bringing her here in the afternoon to try it together. Well, okay. In fact, when he was having lunch at noon, he accidentally saw a post on the campus forum, and was tempted by the picture and text description of roast duck in the post. He suddenly felt that the food in the cafeteria was not delicious. So he decided to bring her here in the evening to have a feast together. It seems that the charm of this roast duck is very great. Then I will try it carefully to see if it is as delicious as you say. Lin Yuan smiled, picked up the chopsticks, first picked up a piece of roast duck, dipped it in some sweet noodle sauce, and took a bite. The next second, her face, which was slightly marked by the years, showed a look of surprise and joy. Having eaten roast duck in many places, the one she was reluctant to leave in the end was the roast duck in her hometown. I still remember how delicious the roast duck was. In Wenling, when her family went out to eat, they also ordered roast duck, but the taste was not as good as the one in her hometown. So in the afternoon, when she received a call from her husband saying that he would take her to eat roast duck, she was not interested. When she heard her husband say that the roast duck in this restaurant tasted very good, she just wanted to try it, and did not think that the roast duck in this restaurant could compare with the roast duck in her hometown. However, after tasting it now, it is really amazing. The red and shiny duck slices are evenly layered, with skin and meat, and the taste is particularly good. When you bite it slowly, your taste buds will first feel a layer of barbecue crispness, and there will be a trace of fat overflowing, followed by a firm, smooth and tender taste of meat, which is very smooth, sweet first and then salty. Just right. When you chew it carefully, you can also feel the juice coming out of the duck meat. The mouth is full of fragrance. Extremely delicious. After swallowing it, she couldn't help but exaggerate. The roast duck here tastes really good. The duck meat is firm and tender, and it is roasted just right. The skin is crispy, and the duck meat inside is not dry or woody. And you can taste the juice. The taste is also very tasty. And the sweet noodle sauce is just right. It's really good, with good color, fragrance and taste, and it really lives up to its reputation. After trying the taste, Li Zicheng agreed, and instantly understood why those students were wailing on the campus forum because they couldn't eat it, and suddenly understood why those customers queuing at the door would rather spend a lot of time waiting. Just for the taste, he was willing to spend a lot of time waiting. He couldn't help but ask jokingly with a smile, "How does it compare to the roast duck in my hometown?" Now that she had tasted the roast duck she had been longing for, Lin Yuan was very satisfied and said truthfully, "Well, I can only say that it is better than the original, and the price is much more affordable. It is worth the money. Wow! The evaluation is so high." However, this evaluation is also true. Then the two of them changed the way of eating, wrapping it in pancakes, and sighed with satisfaction at the same time. Then they immersed themselves in enjoying the delicious food. Even Huang Tao walked to their table without noticing. "Teacher Li. Hello. Do you remember me?" Huang Tao smiled, and went forward to say hello. In fact, when he saw Li Zicheng just now, he felt surprised, but also felt it was reasonable. After all, Linjiang University is nearby. Moreover, many Linjiang students come to his store every day to pack, which makes him famous in Linjiang University. It is normal that teachers from Linjiang University come here to visit. However, what kind of experience is it to run into your own university class teacher in your own store? In this case, it would be a bit embarrassing to take the initiative to say hello. But if you avoid it, it will be more embarrassing if you are recognized by the teacher in the future. So, when he saw Li Zicheng, he thought for less than 3 seconds and came to say hello. Of course, the most important thing is that Teacher Li is a very good person. Like the annual financial aid for poor students in the school, Teacher Li was afraid that the poor students in the class would not be able to enjoy the quota. He personally inspected the situation of the classmates in the class, and then decided who to give it to. Because of the small number of places, he let the poor students take turns to get the quota. All the awards in the class were fair and just. And he also took good care of Huang Tao when he was in school. It was reasonable. He should have given this greeting. Li Zicheng was surprised. He had a deep impression of Huang Tao. He knew that Huang Tao got a job in a good company right after graduation. Later, he heard about Huang Tao's family misfortune. He felt sympathy for him, but was distressed that he could not help him at all. Later, He heard that Huang Tao had recovered from the pain. In addition, he was busy with work, so he did not pay much attention to Huang Tao's affairs. Unexpectedly, he would meet Huang Tao here tonight. He stood up in surprise and sighed. What a coincidence. Huang Tao. I actually met you here. Teacher Li. Please take a seat. I am sorry for not hosting you well. I was busy in the kitchen just now, and didn't notice you and your wife coming. I am really sorry. Huang Tao smiled, and asked Li Jiqing to take a seat. Li Jiqing realized the meaning of the words, and asked in surprise, Huang Tao. Did you open this door? Yes. I just opened this store recently. Huang Tao smiled slightly. Li Jiqing never expected that among his students, there would be someone who is proficient in cooking. His cooking skills are still first class. Although it is a pity that Huang Tao did not continue to work in the financial industry. He found another way, and made a great success in the catering industry, which is also very good. His students are so outstanding. He is naturally happy and proud. He is happy for Huang Tao. Your store is doing very well. Work hard. Okay. Huang Tao chatted with the couple for a while, talking about each other's work. Huang Tao asked about their health with concern, and they were concerned about his personal emotional problems. After chatting for a few sentences, Huang Tao took the initiative to say, Teacher Li, I have something else to do, so I won't disturb you and your wife for dinner. If you need anything, please tell me at any time. After Huang Tao left, Lin Wenli couldn't help but exaggerate, oldly. Your student is really amazing. He is so young, but he has such good cooking skills, and he runs the store so well. He glanced at Huang Tao's back and said with a smile, This kid is really good. He thought about it, and took out his mobile phone. Find a good angle. Took a few photos of the food, and took 2 photos of the store. Posted to the teacher group, and added, I just found out that this store is opened by my student Huang Tao. I came to try it, and the taste is really good. Those of you who are still waiting and hesitating can come and try it. As soon as his message was sent, several teachers in the group replied, Professor Wei, I heard from students in the class that there is a delicious food store near the school. It seems to be the one owned by Lao Li's student. Professor Su, I heard that the food in this store tastes great. I was still hesitating whether to try it. Since Lao Li, you have tried it, and it is opened by your student, then I will definitely go to support it. Professor Sun, really? Since it is opened by your student, Lao Li, then I will definitely go and try it someday. Many teachers in the classroom group were recommended by Li Jiqing, and decided to find time to come to Huang Tao's store and try it. And Huang Tao didn't know that Li Jiqing was advertising for him. At this time, he walked to the counter and asked Ding Suqin, Sister Suqin, have the customers at the 2-person table by the window paid? Some customers who dine in the store will pay after they finish eating. If Teacher Li and his friends have not paid yet, Huang Tao plans to give their table a free meal. It doesn't make sense to charge his former class teacher and his wife for their first meal in the store. It's a bit unreasonable. Right. Hearing this, Ding Suqin was a little puzzled, but didn't ask any more questions. She just glanced at the window seat a few times. After seeing the people clearly, she smiled and said, Boss, that table paid when they ordered the meal. Oh, I see. Since they have already paid, Huang Tao had to give up, thinking that he would talk about it next time when he had a chance. But on second thought, he went back to the kitchen to prepare some marinated food, ready for them to take back and taste later. Chapter 119. You are a male tiger. I am a female tiger. This meal made Li Jiqing and his wife very satisfied. Lin Wenli touched her bulging belly, and couldn't help but said with a smile, I broke my vow tonight. This is the first time in all these years that I have eaten so much at night. It's okay. It's okay. If it tastes good, just eat more. At worst, I'll take you for a walk later. Li Jiqing, who was full, put his head on the backrest of the dining chair, gently stroked his bulging belly with both hands, and smiled to comfort him. It can only be like this. Lin Wenli smiled and nodded. She has always been consciously controlling her diet, but tonight, she couldn't control herself. I'm so full. Ah! The habit of eating only 80% full for dinner that I had maintained for decades was broken just like that. However, this meal was really delicious. Even if it made me burst my stomach, it was worth it. Originally, after tasting the delicious roast duck, she was thinking about packing a portion of the food in the store and bringing it back for her son to try when she returned. However, After learning that this store was opened by her husband's students, she felt embarrassed to buy it again. After all, if she asked for it, the other party would definitely feel embarrassed to take her money. As a family member of the former head teacher, it was not good for her to take advantage of this. Besides, this was also a small business, and the money earned was hard-earned. If she paid for her dinner, it would not be appropriate. So, she gave up the idea. But when she thought about not being able to eat in the store or take away food in the future, she felt a sense of regret for no reason. It would be nice if there was takeaway. However, after sitting in the store for so long, she didn't see the takeaway guy come in or out. She knew her hope was dashed. But she thought about it, and suddenly had a good idea. Because she and Lao Li were recognized by Huang Tao. They were embarrassed to come to his store to eat. So they took away the food. But Huang Tao didn't know their son. Wouldn't it be better to let their son come here to take away the food after get off work and eat it at home? In this way, their family of 3 can eat. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her idea was good. If she wanted to eat in the future, she would let her son come to this store after get off work to buy it. Thinking of this, she felt happy again. Take a short rest. The two got up, took their own belongings, and prepared to leave. Seeing that Huang Tao was still busy in the kitchen, Li Ziqing took the initiative to say goodbye to Huang Tao. Huang Tao, we will go back first after we finish eating. Teacher Li, master's wife. Wait a minute. Huang Tao smiled and tried to keep her. Then he hurried to get the food bag he had prepared in advance. His actions were seen by Li Ziqing and his wife, and they naturally understood it in their hearts. It seems that it is not possible to eat in Jinchi restaurant again in the future. The two exchanged glances, and they both understood the intention of leaving first as a sign of respect from each other's eyes. Huang Tao, I have something urgent to do at school, so I'll leave first. If you have anything to say, we'll talk next time. After that, the couple walked out of the store quickly. Hey, Teacher Li, wait a minute. When Huang Tao chased out with something in his hand, the two had already walked dozens of meters away and turned back to wave at him. Huang Tao, the teacher really has something to do. Let's talk next time. He had no choice but to smile helplessly and shouted to them, okay. Then Teacher Li, master's wife, take care, and welcome back next time. Li Jiqiang responded, okay. See you next time. After seeing the two off, Ding Suqin also heard it and exclaimed in surprise, the two customers just now turned out to be your teacher and master's wife. This is too coincidental. It's really quite a coincidence. Huang Tao said, Sister Suqin, if they come to the store to eat again next time, just tell me and don't charge them money. Just give them a free meal. Okay, boss. I remember it. Ding Suqin nodded, recalled the faces of the couple in her mind, and remembered them firmly in her heart. She felt that this impression was not deep enough, so she decided to recall it every day, so as not to forget it herself. Sister Suqin, take these braised foods back to your daughter. Huang Tao handed her the food bag in his hand. She waved her hands with a flattered look on her face. Boss, you should keep it and sell it. It's already packed. It won't sell well again. You should keep it. She took it and thanked him. Then thank you. Boss, if that girl knew, she would be very happy. Huang Tao smiled and glanced at Xian not far away. Seeing that she was sitting on a chair reading a book, he didn't bother her. He went back to the kitchen to continue working. It wasn't until the 7th store. The customers in the store gradually dispersed. As expected, one by one, they all walked out of the store door holding the wall. Oh, I'm so full. Hiccup, I ate a roast duck, a big bowl of crab fried cakes, a bowl of nourishing fish soup, and a braised pig's trotter. Now I'm so full that I can't even walk. Oh my god. My weight loss plan has been ruined again. Boss Huang has made me a mistake. That's right. It's all because Boss Huang's food is so delicious. I've gained 3 pounds in this week. I have to go back and lift weights. Otherwise, a handsome guy, will become a greasy uncle. But fat is fat. Eating is eating. These customers hate fat meat, but they eat until they are full at every meal. Huang Tao, who had some free time, came to Xian at this time. Seeing that his precious daughter was still concentrating on reading, he did not disturb her, but sat quietly beside her to accompany her. But the little girl noticed it. She tilted her head and looked at him, her big eyes twinkling. She smiled lightly, and the dimples on her cheeks were looming. as cute as a fairy. He couldn't help but reach out and hook her little nose. And said lovingly, "Oh, my baby actually found Daddy. Daddy is so big. How could I not find him?" She smiled so hard that her eyes curved into crescents. What he said made sense, and it was impossible to refute. "Then what book were you reading just now? You were reading so seriously." "Dad, I was reading a book about tigers." Shouan happily showed him the book she was reading, pointing to the pictures in the book while saying, "Dad, look. The one wearing a hat is a male tiger. And the one with a bow is a female tiger." Huang Tao laughed dumbly and corrected her, "Shouan. Tigers don't distinguish between males and females. This is a male tiger, and that is a female tiger." Shouan blinked and thought for a while. "Dad, you are a tiger daddy. And I am a tiger baby. You are a male tiger. And I am a female tiger." Huang Tao, smiley face. "Baby, we can't call ourselves tigresses. Shouan, you have to remember that animals are only divided into male and female. And we humans are only divided into male and female. When it comes to us, we have to say men and women. Understand?" "Yeah." Shouan blinked her beautiful big eyes and nodded as if she understood. "Boss, we have packed up and will go back first." Ding Suchin and Su Hao cleaned up the kitchen and the store, and greeted him with a smile. "Okay, then you guys go on the way. Heart." Aunt Suchin. "Uncle Hausie. See you tomorrow." Shouan. "See you tomorrow." After Ding Suchin and Su Hao walked out of the door, they parted ways. Su Hao, as usual, came to the downstairs of Shinchioma's dormitory with a bag of food. The night air was a little humid, and the cool breeze blew on his face and lingered around his ears. With a slight chill, he tightened his coat and sat on a row of stone steps next to the basketball court, waiting for her to appear. After waiting for a while, she came, and she brought another person with her. Chapter 120. Don't blame me if you mess up. Luchin, I remind you, when he asks you questions later, try to say as little as possible. If there is anything, I will handle it. When Shinchioma saw Su Hao's figure, she reached out and held Luchin's arm, and whispered to him. That's right. She finally listened to Xiao Wei's advice. And then, after weighing the pros and cons, she asked her cousin to pretend to be her boyfriend. She wanted to stimulate Su Hao in this way. Perhaps that Hausie felt a sense of crisis and bravely confessed his feelings? Of course, this is just her best idea. Cousin, I'm only 20 years old and look so young. Is it appropriate to pretend to be your boyfriend? It won't be exposed. Right? Besides, if you want to find someone to pretend to be your boyfriend, you don't have to ask my cousin to pretend. There are so many people chasing you in school, and any one of them is better than me. When Luchin heard that his cousin asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend to stimulate the person she liked, he was shocked that he almost spent a whole year. He never expected that the bloody plot in the novel would happen to him one day. Is there no one else in the school? Are all the thousands of people dead? And which blind boy forced his cousin to do this? Shinchioma, a popular figure on campus, naturally has many suitors. But she didn't want to use those innocent bystanders to test Su Hao, let alone impose the grievances between her and Su Hao on them. After all, they did nothing wrong. They just liked her. The wrong person, at the wrong time, she said firmly. Those people? No. Hearing this, Luchin glanced at his cousin's profile and felt that it was a bit unsafe to find those people. But if you pull me over here at short notice, I'm afraid I'll be exposed later. You should at least give me a few days to prepare, such as changing to a more mature and more aura hairstyle. Okay. Stop talking. You're just a cannon fodder. What's there to prepare for? She ignored Luchin and dragged him forward. Cannon fodder. Luchin smiled bitterly. Okay. I'm just a cannon fodder. There's nothing to prepare for. But I'll make it clear in advance. Don't blame me if it goes wrong. Okay. I don't blame you. Just cooperate with me in the performance, and everything will be fine as long as you listen to me. Yeah. He nodded helplessly after being forced to do something. Look. The one sitting on the stone steps is him. Try not to talk later. Shinchioma took his arm, walked toward Su Hao with a smile on his face, and did not forget to whisper a word. Luchin followed her line of sight and saw Su Hao in a black coat. A little handsome, but also a little dark. If it weren't for the streetlights, he couldn't see the other person's face clearly. I don't know what kind of magic potion this guy gave his cousin to make her want him. At this time, when Su Hao saw the two intimate figures walking not far away, his heart, it felt like a hole was stabbed. And it suddenly hurt. Everything in front of him felt like a dream. But he had imagined such a scene. But when it happened, he seemed unable to accept what was happening in front of him. He sat on the stone steps in a daze, as if he had lost consciousness, and didn't move for a long time. Even when Shinchioma and the others walked in front of him, he didn't notice it until he heard Shinchioma's voice. Hazi, you are here. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Lu Qin. Honey, this is my high school classmate Su Hao, who is also my friend. He has always taken good care of me. Hello. My name is Lu Qin. Nice to meet you, Lu Qin said with a smile. Hazi looked up, looked at their arms and said nothing. He just handed the heavy plastic bag in his hand to Shinchioma. Then he turned and left, looking at Su Hao's back as he left. Shinchioma was really at a loss. He was also panicked. I didn't know whether I should catch up with him. Lu Qin frowned slightly and persuaded, cousin. He just left without saying a word? We don't want such a person. We would rather get lost in the forest than hang ourselves on this tree. Okay. Stop talking. I know my own business. You go back first. Shinchioma, exhausted, interrupted him. Okay. The cannon fodder is finished. Okay. I'll go back first. You go back to the dormitory by yourself. Don't run around, Lu Qin said, and left. Shinchioma left the snack sent by Su Hao with the ant at the door of the dormitory, and then walked aimlessly from high school to college. He followed her all the way. She thought their relationship was a sure thing, but she didn't expect that all this was just her dream. After so many years of entanglement, she still couldn't take that step. But she was just a little bit short of love. In this case, why not let go and pursue your own happiness? That's good. She thought so in her heart. But she still felt as if she was in another world, and her heart was torn apart by pain. Unconsciously, she walked to the restaurant where Su Hao worked. It was really delicious. She ran into Huang Tao and his daughter, who were about to close the store and go home. She twitched the corners of her mouth, but her smile was uglier than crying. Hi. When Xian saw her, she smiled and waved to her. Sister Chioma, are you here for dinner? But my dad is about to close. Xian, I'm not here for dinner. I just happened to pass by. Huang Tao saw that she came here alone, and also saw that her mood seemed a little low, and asked with concern, how's he should have gone to your school to find you? Didn't you two meet? Or did you two have a quarrel? She kicked a small stone under her feet, lowered her head and said, Howsy and I didn't have anything to do. He didn't like me at all. How is it possible? Huang Tao smiled incredulously, thought for a while and said, wait. I'll show you something. Huh? Just when Shinchioma was wondering, Huang Tao took out his mobile phone, swiped the screen, clicked on a video, and handed it to her. See for yourself. She took the phone. It was a video. I guess it was when she came to the store to see Howsy, and when Howsy went into the kitchen to make shredded pork and glutinous rice for her. Boss Huang secretly recorded it. In the video, the handsome Howsy was preparing the ingredients skillfully, and there was no difference between him and the ordinary chefs. Wait! Why was he carving words? He carved words on every ingredient, from a piece of green onion for decoration to a piece of meat to be cut into shreds, with a carving knife used to carve radish flowers. After carving, return to the regular procedure. Cut what needs to be shredded. Cut what needs to be cut into sections. Slice what needs to be sliced. And stir-fry what needs to be put into the pan. She murmured to herself in wonder, what words did he carve on the ingredients? If you look carefully, you can find the answer from it. Huang Tao smiled, and did not directly explain the mystery to her. She nodded, turned the video over and over again, and watched it carefully several times. Her fingers also followed the direction of Su Hao's carving knife, and wrote those words blindly. At first, she couldn't figure out what he wrote until the sixth time, when she saw what Howsy wrote in the lightning and thunder. It was clearly, Shinchioma, I love you. When she learned the 6 words, she was stunned in disbelief. Huang Tao saw her expression, and knew that she had found the answer she wanted, and nodded at her. I know he loves me. She jumped up and cheered. Then he happily hugged Xian. When Huang Tao reacted, his phone had been taken away by Shinchioma. Xian looked at Shinchioma's back, blinked her big eyes, and pulled Huang Tao's clothes. Dad, your phone was taken away by Sister Chima. It's okay. Sister will return it tomorrow. Huang Tao reached out and rubbed her little head, smiling in his eyes. Let's go. Let's go home. Yeah. She nodded obediently. At this time, Shin Xiaomo came back to his senses, turned back, and returned the phone to Huang Tao. Boss Huang. I'm sorry. I was so excited just now. It's okay. I understand. Or I can send the video to your phone. Okay. Then I'll add your WeChat. The two added each other's WeChat. Huang Tao sent the video to her. Boss Huang. Xian. I'm leaving first. Sister Chioma. Bye. Xian waved at her back. And then her father carried her onto the electric car. The father and daughter set out on the road under the starlight and returned home under the moonlight, singing and laughing all the way. Chapter 121. Know his secret. The cold wind outside the window lifted the drawn curtains, and the cold wind took the opportunity to blow in, blowing on Su Hao's face, which was red from drunkenness. He held a dozen beers, leaned against the wall decadently, and sat on the bed drinking. At the door of the dormitory, there was a box of unopened beer. Empty beer cans were scattered all over the floor. He didn't know how many cans of beer he had drunk, and he just wanted to numb himself with alcohol. But Shin Chiomo's joyful voice just now still echoed in his ears in fragments. Haozi, you are here. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Lu Chen. Dear, this is my high school classmate Su Hao. Also my friend. He has always taken good care of me. Haozi, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. These words, like a dagger, deeply hurt Su Hao's heart one by one. But this result now, isn't it what he has always wanted? He is willing to help her and pursue a better love. But why did it really come to that moment? His heart. It hurt so much. A tear fell from the corner of Su Hao's eye. Lin Zifeng, his roommate, was puzzled as he watched him drinking alone. Huh? Strange. Why did Haozi come back so early today? Still sitting in the dormitory drinking? Drinking so hard? Haozi, don't drink. Don't drink. The roommate looked worried and hurried forward, stretched out his hand to grab Su Hao's hand, who wanted to open another bottle of beer, and stopped him. You drank too much this time. Don't mind me. But Lin Zifeng's behavior didn't help at all. Su Hao reached out and pushed away Lin Zifeng's hand on his sleeve, and continued to pour the hot wine into his throat. Let me drink. But, if you drink like this, something bad will happen. Lin Zifeng frowned and looked at Su Hao. Don't worry. I know what's going on. What happened? You can tell me. Maybe it won't be so painful if you tell it. Su Hao tilted his head and grinned. It's okay. I just want to drink some wine. Do you want to drink with me? Yes. This is the rhythm of not wanting to talk about it. It is estimated that it is probably because of emotional problems. After all, the job Su Hao is looking for now is the best among their classmates in terms of treatment. He was envious. If you don't want to talk, forget it. Lin Zifeng didn't ask any more questions. He patted Su Hao's shoulder and said earnestly, okay. Drink by yourself. But don't knock yourself down. He raised the beer can in his hand, smiled bitterly, and continued to drink by himself. And Shin Chiomo's face kept appearing alternately in his mind. Can't get rid of it. Can't get rid of it. When I think of her, I feel sweetness in my heart, and an indescribable bitterness, and even an urge to cry. At the age of teenage love, people who like someone will really like them for a long time. It's hard to forget. It's also hard to let go. But I have to let go. Shin Chiomo ran 2 stops, happily, before she remembered that it would be faster to take the subway. After leaving the subway station, she ran happily towards Su Hao's school. The cool breeze of the night hit her face, as if a girl gently brushed her cheek with silk. The shadows of the trees were heavy, and the moonlight was pouring down. She was so happy running on the tree-lined path that she wanted to fly. She ran all the way to the dormitory building where Su Hao was. She broke into the boys' dormitory and came to the door of Su Hao's dormitory. As soon as the door was pushed, a strong smell of alcohol emanated from the room. The ground was full of wine bottles. She looked at Su Hao, who was sitting on the bed with his back against the wall and a flushed face, actually because he drank too much. This guy. He was drinking alone to relieve his sorrow. Lin Zifeng, who heard the sound of the door being pushed, subconsciously looked at the door and saw a beautiful strange girl standing at the door. She asked in surprise, Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Su Hao. She pointed at Su Hao. Although Su Hao was drunk, his mind was still clear. When he heard this voice that was ingrained in his bones, he suddenly looked up and looked at the door. When he saw that the person coming was Shinchioma, he didn't dare to believe it at all. He felt that he had drunk too much and had hallucinations. He just stared at her blankly. Shinchioma looked at him, then smiled and said politely to Lin Zifeng beside him, "My classmate. I want to talk to him for a few words. I wonder if you..." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Zifeng, who understood immediately. "Well, my friend just asked me to have a midnight snack. I have to go out now. You two can chat. I will be back around 11 o'clock. After speaking, he took his mobile phone and went out, closing the door by the way. At this moment, Su Hao realized that all this was not an illusion. It was really her. Shinchioma. He felt mixed emotions. He stared blankly at her walking to his bedside, watching her sit down on the edge of his bed, and wanted to say to her, "I love you. I like you." These words had been entangled in his heart for many years. He wanted to speak so many times, but was beaten back by his own reason and cowardice. This time, those words, without exception, turned into a sentence. "Why are you here? Let me show you this." Shinchioma directly opened the video and showed it to him. The moment he saw the content of the video clearly, he couldn't help but reveal a touch of surprise in his eyes, wondering where she got the video. Recalling that day, it seemed that only the boss had entered the kitchen. So, this video was taken by the boss. So, she also knew his secret? Seeing that he was silent in front of the evidence, she asked helplessly, "How's he? Since you dare to carve the 6 words Shinchioma, I love you on the food, why don't you dare to tell me in person? What are you afraid of and hesitating about? You want me to enjoy love on the mountain. But the best love in my heart is to live with you in the valley. 2 people in one house. 3 meals a day. For seasons. 2 people sitting face to face, saying nothing, and can laugh like a fool." Su Hao was stunned for a moment, and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. "What's the point of saying this now? This will deeply hurt your boyfriend." "You fool. That's my cousin, not my boyfriend. I deliberately provoked you." A smile slowly appeared in her deep eyes, and she heard her own firm voice, which slowly overflowed from her lips. "Su Hao, let's be together. This is not a whim. I have thought it through, and will give my all to be with you wholeheartedly." Su Hao's complex mood made it difficult to conceal his excitement. He simply hugged her and kissed her. For a long time. When he let her go, he whispered, "I love you, Chioma." Sometimes, no method or reason is needed, even though the two of them are not so compatible together. And he, Su Hao, is not good enough. But this time, he didn't want the most beautiful love to be worn out by the missed opportunity. And he didn't want Shinchioma, who loved Haozi that year, and Haozi, who loved Shinchioma, to be locked in the green time. He will hold her tightly and never lose her. Chapter 122. I don't want to be fed dog food at the dinner table. Early in the morning, Wang Tao woke up on time due to his stubborn biological clock. Although he didn't sleep well last night, because a little guy was very restless and kept kicking the quilt. The first thing he saw when he woke up was a little guy who was still sleeping soundly. She was sleeping so sweetly, lying on her side, and saliva could be vaguely seen flowing from the corner of her mouth. It was hard to wake her up. "Let's sleep for a while." He got up gently and put on his clothes. The result? Xian was still woken up by his almost inaudible movement. The little guy turned over and rubbed his sleepy eyes in a daze, saying, "Daddy." "Hey!" He quickly agreed. He didn't bother to put on his coat, and quickly sat on the edge of the bed, hugged her in his arms, and stretched out his hand to pull the quilt to wrap her up to prevent her from catching a cold. If she really caught a cold, it would be really painful and frustrating. Xian was suffering, and he was frustrating. Xian, who was wrapped up, twisted her little butt to make herself more comfortable in her father's arms. She leaned her little head on her father's chest, hummed twice like a sleepy little pig, and closed her eyes in a daze, looking a little sleepless. He reached out and gently brushed away the messy bangs on her forehead, lowered his head, and kissed her smooth little forehead, and said softly, "Daddy will hold you. You sleep a little longer." Looking at the little person clinging to him in his arms, Wang Tao's happiness in his heart was about to overflow. Xian squinted for a while, twisting her body. She wanted to get out of the quilt. He hugged Xian and asked with a smile, "Don't you want to sleep?" "Well, I want to get up and go to the store with Daddy." "Okay. Then put on your clothes first." He pulled the clothes over and helped her put them on. "Daddy, I'm going to the bathroom first." After the little girl put on her clothes, she jumped off the bed and ran to the bathroom. She peed on the toilet first, and then she went to the sink. Although the sink was a little high for her, she couldn't reach it. But she had a magic tool to raise her, a small stool. This small stool was bought by Huang Tao specifically for her to use as a footrest. It was printed with her favorite Peppa Pig pattern, which was very cute. She dragged the small stool under the sink out and stood on it. There were 2 sets of toiletries on the sink, one large and one small. The faucet is turned to the left for cold water, and to the right for hot water. The right side is on the right-hand side, which is the side where you hold chopsticks and pens. Xian picked up her father's Bluetooth cup. Recall the formula for adjusting the water temperature that her father taught her. Turn the faucet to the right, and filled it with warm water. After filling it with her father's, she filled it with her own. She squeezed some toothpaste on her father's toothbrush, and put it on her father's tooth cup. After that, she squeezed children's toothpaste on her own toothbrush. Although Huang Tao had taught her how to put hot water, he was worried that she would not be able to do it. So he came to supervise her after he had tidied up the quilt. When he saw his daughter, she was standing on a small stool and had squeezed toothpaste, and even prepared his share for him. This little person is so considerate. He reached out and gently touched her little head, and said with a doting face, "My Xian is great. She can adjust the water temperature by herself. And she has also helped Dad to do it." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Hee. She tilted her head. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. "From now on, I can take care of my dad too." Xian felt a little proud. The father and daughter stood in front of the mirror on the sink together. Even the way they held the toothbrush and the direction they brushed their teeth were exactly the same. Brush, brush, brush. Brush out a mouthful of white toothpaste foam. Gulp, halt, puff. Spit out the mouthwash. The father and daughter tilted their heads back, opened their mouths, and made a grinning motion. Check if the teeth are clean. The father and daughter took the towel and washed their faces in sink. Of course, applying perfume is also essential. The kitten is washing her face. When she finished applying perfume, Huang Tao had almost finished combing her hair into a bun. The little girl looked at herself in the mirror conceitedly, and felt that she was already beautiful. So she took her father's hand and walked out to the living room. As a result, the scene in the living room made her open her beautiful eyes wide and shout, "Mimi!" The scene of Mimi and the swimming crab confronting at the door of the bedroom was played out in front of her. Since Mimi was defeated by the swimming crab last time, she was timid for a day or two. But it only remembered to eat, not to be beaten. Look! It was on the verge of death again. Madly testing. In the end, not only did it not get any advantage, but it was almost pinched by the swimming crab's claws. Even the little owner, who once loved it the most, stood on the side of the swimming crab. "Mimi, you bully the crab again." Xian ran over, led the swimming crab with its claws bared to her side, and said to Mimi earnestly, "Mimi, look at your size. So big. And the crab is so small. You should give it some leeway. Don't bully it. Okay?" Meow. Mimi's eyes were as big as copper bells, and she looked incredulous. It seemed to be saying, "My dear, you can't judge strength by size. Its big claws are enough for me to drink a pot if you want to give way. It should be let me give way." But Xian didn't get what it wanted. Of course, Xian still likes Mimi very much. After all, Mimi is also her good friend, and a good friend who can do backflips. So, when going to the store, she naturally has to bring Mimi with her. She held Mimi in her arms, holding the rope tied to the swimming crab in her hand, and went out happily with her father. She took the battery car and came to the store. Mimi immediately jumped out of the basket and ran to lie in the exclusive nest at the door of the store. "Hee, you little lazy cat." Xian couldn't help laughing, wondering if she had given Mimi the wrong name, and should call it a little lazy bug. "Never mind it. It's cold outside. Let's go in." Huang Tao held Shouan's hand and walked into the store. Su Hao and Ding Suqin both looked up and greeted Boss. "Xian. Good morning." "Aunt Suqin. Uncle Hausie. Good morning too." She held the little hand of the swimming crab and waved it slightly to prevent the swimming crab from being uncomfortable. Without waiting for Huang Tao to speak, she raised her little head and looked at Huang Tao, saying caringly and obediently, "Dad, you go and get busy. Okay. Then you play with the swimming crab. And Dad will make breakfast and bring it to you later." He reached out and touched the little guy's head, watched her go to play aside, and came to the kitchen. "Boss, I have chopped and cut the meat and ingredients, and I am waiting for you to prepare the stuffing," Su Hao said with a smile. Huang Tao smiled. "Howsy? You look in a good mood today?" "Yes, boss. Did you notice it? Your mouth is almost stretched to your ears. It would be strange if I didn't notice it." Huang Tao pointed at Su Hao's face and smiled. Su Hao subconsciously touched his own face. It is indeed very obvious. Huang Tao rarely gossiped. Is it because of Chiu Mo? Well, Chiu Mo and I are together, and she is my girlfriend now. Then congratulations. Lovers finally get married. You must treat Chiu Mo well in the future. She is a good girl. Don't lose her again. Huang Tao was also happy for them. After all, these two people who have loved each other for many years, but always regarded themselves as good friends, have not been together for so many years. But they just lack the courage to be together, and the impulse to spend their lives together. Huang Tao inadvertently gave the two of them a push, allowing them to bravely face each other's feelings and be together. It is indeed comforting and happy. Well, I will definitely treat her well. Su Hao nodded, and then thanked, "Boss, I can be with her. And I have to thank you for your help. Chiu Mo said that he will treat you to a meal another day. Thank you for being a matchmaker. I don't dare to be a matchmaker. And there is no need to have a meal. After all, I run a restaurant, and I don't mind this meal." Huang Tao didn't think he had any credit. It was just a small effort. Of course, he also wanted to save money for these two young people. Okay. The main reason is that he didn't want to be fed dog food at the dinner table. How can that be? If I don't, Chiu Mo will tell on me. Wow. He's a henpecked husband. Huang Tao smiled and said, "Let's wait until the food festival is over before we discuss the dinner." That's fine. Su Hao thought about it and nodded in agreement. Huang Tao originally thought that there were only 3 of them at the food festival, and the manpower was obviously insufficient. "I'm going to post a job posting today to recruit temporary workers to help at the food festival. Of course, I have to hire a kitchen assistant as well, and it has to be a long-term one. I originally planned to recruit one on the recruitment website, but it took too much time. I thought that Su Hao was from a cooking school, and maybe someone could recommend one. So I thought about asking Su Hao first. Howsy? I want to hire another assistant chef. I wonder if any of your classmates are interested in working here. Can you help me ask?" "Boss, there are candidates, but I have to ask them first. I'll tell you when I've contacted them." "Okay. Try to contact them today. The salary is 6,500 yuan for a 1-month probation period, and 7,500 yuan after the probation period. Social security is paid. 3 meals are provided, and there are 2 days of rest every month. If you do a good job, you will also get a bonus at the end of the month." "Okay. I'll contact them after this busy period." The two chatted, but they didn't neglect their work. Outside the store, there were already customers lining up. Huang Tao also started to fry the steamed buns. After a while, the house was filled with fragrance. Ding Suqin smiled and said to the customer in the front of the line, "Uncle Jiang, you can come and order." "Here we go!" The customers quickly lined up and started to buy crazily. There are more and more people lining up outside the store. There are more and more cars parked in the surrounding parking lots. Many customers like Jiang Han, who live far from the old street in the west of the city, drive more than 10 minutes to come here to eat. Chapter 123. A matchmaker who was delayed by cooking. Do you deserve this ragged cape? Do you want to fight with the most humble dream? To the sobbing and roaring in the dark night? Who says that only those who stand in the light are heroes? Xian was like a cute little hedgehog, crouching in front of the electric car, singing the recently learned nursery rhymes in a sonorous and powerful voice, and came to the kindergarten. Huang Tao was puzzled. How did this animation-themed song derived from the game become a nursery rhyme? Not only is it the favorite of Chinese primary and secondary school students, even the feng shui treasure land of the kindergarten has been conquered. It became popular among the children in the kindergarten. After parking the car, Huang Tao held her and got out of the car. He held her little hand in one hand, and her school bag and small kettle in the other hand, and walked to the door of the kindergarten. Xian, let's go in at the school gate. He bent over, put the school bag on the little girl's back, and slung the small water bottle across her body. He couldn't help but remind her again, you must have a full lunch and listen to the teacher. Dad will come to pick you up early in the afternoon. Xian nodded obediently and said him. Wang Tao turned his face to her. Come on. Give me a kiss. Xian immediately straightened her little body and quickly kissed her father on the face. Go in. Dad will watch you go in. See you in the afternoon. Dad. The little girl waved to him. And when she walked into the kindergarten gate, she politely greeted the older children, who were acting as etiquette angels at the gate. Good morning. After watching her disappear in the teaching building, he went back to the store. On the way back, he stopped by a nearby printing shop. He printed a recruitment notice and a notice of suspension of business. He planned to post the notice on November 10th to avoid posting it too early and causing unnecessary panic. So, he posted the recruitment notice in the most conspicuous place at the door of the store. Recruiting for temporary workers. Age 20 to 40. Clean and tidy. Healthy. Efficient. With 3 meals included. Salary, $300 a day, paid every 3 days. Working hours, November 11th to November 13th, 3 days. 10:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Job content, packing, cashier and other miscellaneous work. Done! Hope it will work. Otherwise, Wang Tao will have to go to the labor market in person to recruit people. At this time, the uncles and aunts who stayed in the store to eat came out one after another. Naturally, many people noticed the new recruitment notice posted at the door. Eyes flashing. What does it mean to be a temporary worker at the food festival? It means that you don't have to queue for 3 days, and you can eat the food made by Boss Wang. You can also enjoy the lively scene of the food festival. What's the big deal about doing some work? As long as they are fed. They are willing to work every day. Anyway, they are idle at home. So they are idle. One by one. They can't wait to interview with Wang Tao. But when they see the recruitment age clearly, I only regret that I was not born 10 or 20 years earlier. Those aunts and uncles shook their heads helplessly and left with a little disappointment. In the kitchen, Su Hao, who had finished his work, had time to deal with the business that Wang Tao had asked him to do. He called his good roommate Lin Zifeng. After a while, the call was connected. Lin Zifeng's joking voice came from the other end of the phone. Howzy? You missed me so much after just a few hours? You even called me specially. Su Hao, leaning against the wall. If he wants to think, he should think about his Chiomo. Why would he think about you? A big man who picks his feet. Don't be funny. I have something serious to talk to you about. What is it? Where I work. I need a kitchen assistant now. The salary is 6,500 yuan. After the probation period, the salary will be 7,500 yuan. Social security will be paid. 3 meals will be provided. And there will be 2 days of rest every month. If you do a good job, you will also get a bonus at the end of the month. You don't think the treatment in your internship restaurant is not good? You want to change jobs? Why don't you change jobs to work here? Hearing this, Lin Zifeng was delighted. He envied Su Hao in his dreams for finding a job with such good salary and benefits. Just thinking, if he could also find a job with such treatment, how great it would be. Unexpectedly, after just a few minutes of envy, Su Hao called him and asked him to change jobs to work in Su Hao's restaurant. This is really like a pillow for you when you are sleepy. It's just what I want. I couldn't ask for more. Brother, you are still thinking about me. This job is what I want and dream of. He was so happy that he wanted to start working at Zenhachi right now. Howzy? Tell me quickly. When will I go for the interview? Now? From your tone. You didn't go to work today? Yes. I just submitted my resignation letter to the restaurant where I practiced this morning and settled the salary for this period. I just received your call now. Hazi, you are my lucky star. Su Hao thought that Lin Zifeng was just talking when he said he wanted to resign a few days ago. But he didn't expect him to be a man of action. He took action so quickly and resigned. Okay. Wait a minute. My boss is back. I'll ask him about the interview time. When Su Hao saw Wang Tao walk into the store, he quickly called him, Boss. My classmate Lin Zifeng is willing to work here. I want to ask you about his interview time. If it's convenient, he can come now. Then let him come now. Bring all the relevant documents. Wang Tao didn't expect Su Hao to be so quick and immediately confirmed the candidate for the assistant chef. Of course, the interview procedure is still necessary. Okay, boss. Su Hao nodded, and then told Lin Zifeng what Wang Tao said. Lin Zifeng listened. Left a sentence, I have all the documents with me. How's he? Send me the location. I'll go there right away. And hung up the phone. After getting the location set by Su Hao, he quickly took the subway and went to the Zenhachi restaurant. Lin Yuan and Yan Ming came to the Zenhachi restaurant on the old street in the west of the city hand in hand. As soon as they arrived at the door of the store, the two saw the eye-catching red recruitment notice. Huh? Boss Wang is looking for temporary workers. Yan Ming, a foodie, was instantly attracted by the 3 meals provided in the recruitment notice. Of course, it would be nice to make some extra money. This way, there is no need to worry about the date expenses. Why? You want to apply? Lin Yuan smiled. Yes. Yan Ming nodded without hesitation. Then let's apply together. No. This job is physical and not suitable for you girls. Yan Ming was worried that she would not be able to handle it. I can do jobs like flipping pots. And I can do miscellaneous jobs like packing and cashiering. Lin Yuan grumbled unconvincedly, and then said coyly, as long as I am with you, I am willing to suffer. The unexpected confession made Yan Ming lose his temper. Hey! I really can't do anything with you. Let's go. Let's ask Boss Wang first. Yan Ming looked at her tenderly, and took her to push open the door. Squeak! Wang Tao, who heard the door being pushed open, turned his head and saw. He saw Lin Yuan and Yan Ming, holding hands and coming in, and smiled knowingly. Congratulations. Both of you. Thank you. Boss Wang. I can be with him. Thanks to you, Lin Yuan thanked. Wang Tao, who was thanked twice in a row in the morning, fell into deep thought. How could he, a cook, make up 2 couples in a row? Could he be a matchmaker who was delayed by his cooking skills? This idea almost made him laugh. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. He smiled and waved his hands. You two came here. Didn't you just want to thank me? Boss Wang. At first, I really just wanted to thank you. But we just saw the recruitment notice posted at the door of your store. So we too want to apply for the job. Do you think we can do it? Wang Tao was worried that no one would apply for temporary work. These 2 young people came to apply. He was naturally very happy. But he also had some concerns. It's okay. But won't it affect your studies if you come to apply for temporary work? I need 3 days. And I have to come on Monday. It's okay. We don't have classes on Monday. That's fine. Do you have health certificates? Yes. Lin Yuan and the other 2 nodded. Wang Tao thought, since he could recruit 2 college students like Lin Yuan, then it shouldn't be difficult to recruit 2 more college students to work as temporary workers. After all, now, except for the elderly, college students who don't have classes are the most idle. He smiled and asked, does anyone among your classmates want to work as a temporary worker in my store for 3 days? If so, can you help me find 2 people to come? No problem. My 2 good buddies Xiaowei and Xiuji have time. And they are definitely willing to do it. Yan Ming thought of his good buddies at this time. Then please help me contact them. Yan Ming sent the information that Wang Tao wanted to recruit temporary workers to the roommate group. As soon as the message was sent out, a wave of exclamation marks immediately appeared in the group. Xiaowei. Xiaoji, great. Xiaowei, I dreamed of working in Mr. Huang's store. So is my dream coming true now? Xiaoji, Yan Ming. Tell Mr. Huang that I will be the temporary worker for these 3 days. I will go to apply for the job in a while. Xiaowei, me too. Yan Ming. I must be the temporary worker. Yan Ming handed the phone to Wang Tao and said with a smile, Mr. Huang, my 2 buddies are happy to do it. Okay. Let them bring their health certificates to my store at 8 o'clock on the morning of the 11th. And the same goes for you too. No need for the 11th. They will be here soon. Just talking. Lin Zifeng pushed the door open and walked in, seeing the 3 of them standing in the store. He smiled and asked, excuse me, who is the boss among you? Wang Tao glanced at them. I am. What can I do for you? I was introduced by Su Hao. My name is Lin Zifeng. I'm here to apply for the position of assistant chef. Lin Zifeng stated his purpose. Zifeng, you're here. After hearing his roommate's voice, Su Hao also came over. After greeting his roommate, he smiled and said to Wang Tao, Boss, He is the classmate I told you about. Wang Tao nodded. Hello. Zifeng. Have you brought all your documents? Yes. Lin Zifeng took out a stack of documents from his backpack and handed them to Wang Tao. This is my health certificate and ID card. Wang Tao took the various documents handed over by Lin Zifeng and checked them. Overall, not bad. Although not as good as Su Hao. He is also a top talent in the school. It is more than enough to be an assistant chef in the store. The store will be very busy. And we will be participating in the food festival soon. So it will probably be even busier. Are you mentally prepared for this? Yes. 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 How's he told me before? I know this. The busier the store is, the more I will be reused. It's rare that he doesn't have that kind of arrogance. And he can be calm and positive about joining a small restaurant. This is a good thing. As long as he is willing. He can also grow in this Zinchiho restaurant. Wang Tao smiled and said to Lin Zifeng, Okay. It's you? Do you know the salary and benefits? Yes. How's he told me? Then welcome to join Zinchiho restaurant. Wang Tao and Su Hao applauded. Thank you, boss. I will work hard to do this job well, and will not let you down. Okay. Wang Tao smiled and nodded. How's he? Take Zifeng to get familiar with the working environment. Zifeng. Come with me. Su Hao brought Lin Zifeng a set of chef uniforms, and took him to the kitchen. With the recruitment of all the staff, Wang Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 124. The chef lineup has grown again. With the addition of Lin Zifeng, the chef lineup of Jinchi restaurant has gradually grown again. Wang Tao is the same as before. First, Lin Zifeng is arranged to be responsible for cleaning, cutting side dishes and other tasks. He took over Su Hao's original job. After a while, he will be arranged to be responsible for some cooking work according to the situation. In response to this, Lin Zifeng had no objection and readily agreed. After Su Hao unloaded the burden of cleaning and cutting side dishes, he was entrusted with an important task. He was responsible for making roast duck, sliced roast duck, braised pig's trotters, braised duck neck, and nourishing fish soup. Wang Tao took him, prepared the marinade package in advance, boiled the marinade, made roast duck, nourishing fish soup, and was responsible for crab fry cakes. He took him for a whole morning, and basically let Su Hao complete these tasks independently. After all, Su Hao was by his side, and had been influenced by him for some time. In addition, he was really talented in cooking, and learned it at a glance. Wang Tao saved a lot of energy. In this way, Su Hao can handle everything on his own at the food festival. Thus, he can share a lot of workload for Wang Tao. At this time, the three of them were walking around in the kitchen, preparing for the business at noon. This work efficiency is naturally much higher than before. Very soon, the preliminary preparations for noon have been completed. The lunch for the employees in the store has also been prepared. Very rich. There are steamed crabs made by Wang Tao, crab fried rice cakes, roasted duck, steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, and nourishing fish soup. Then Su Hao's braised pig's trotters and braised duck necks, taught by Wang Tao, are 9 points of his true teachings. Zifeng also cooked a dish and filled a large table. Wang Tao called out, Sister Suqin, Ming, Yuhan, Xiaowei, Shuji, come and eat first. And the 4 temporary college students, after successfully applying for the job, voluntarily chose to stay in the store to help wash the ingredients. They wanted to adapt to this busy work first, so as not to be busy and messy at the food festival because they were not familiar with the business. They did this voluntarily, and never thought of asking Wang Tao to take care of the meal. At this moment, Wang Tao suddenly called them to eat, and they all showed a surprised expression of, is this something I can eat without spending money? Wang Tao saw that they were stunned, and couldn't help shouting to them again, why are you all stunned? Come and eat. Then, we won't be polite. Thank you, Boss Wang. The 4 smiled and thanked him in unison. Wang Tao suddenly felt that these college students were a little cute. He said sincerely, why are you being polite? This is my duty. You helped me with the work, so I should treat you to a meal. If you must thank me, then I should thank you. Ming and the others smiled a little embarrassedly, walked over. When they saw this big table of food, they were almost moved to tears. This is too happy. What kind of work can be more attractive than this meal? When Xiao Ji and Xiao Wei saw this table of food, their first reaction was to take pictures and send them to various groups to show off. Xiaoji, dear friends. I dreamed of eating the delicious food made by Boss Huang without queuing. I didn't expect that today. My dream finally came true. No regrets in this life. As soon as this picture and message were sent out, various alumni groups went crazy. It was almost lunchtime, and everyone in the group was highly active. Once this blatant boasting came out, even those who had been slacking off for a long time were blown away. A straightforward person doesn't talk behind people's backs. Haha, Shuji. Keep dreaming. There's everything in dreams. Simple love. I was originally holding an 80-meter long sword and wanted to accuse Shuji of cheating with photos. But such a tempting table of dishes must be really delicious. Woohoo. Peerless flirtatious, too much. It's almost time for dinner to pose such tempting things. Shuji. Are you still a human being? Don't you know that the poor people are still in class? That year. All the way to the north, Shieji. Where did you find the pictures on the internet? It's immoral to cheat with photos. You know? With someone like you. Boss Huang invited you to dinner. Do you want to make me laugh to death so that I can inherit my Huabei? See Lei, Shuji. Today is not April Fool's Day. You can't cheat me. For those who believe in him, there's no need to say too much. For those who don't believe in him, no matter how much you explain to them, it's useless. Xiaoji was too lazy to explain, and simply and crudely shot a video in all directions and sent it to various groups. As soon as the video was released, there was a deathly silence. 10 seconds later, in all the major groups, it exploded again. Laughing and sighing at the beauty of the world, at first I thought Xiaoji and his friends were liars. Until I saw the video. It turned out that I was ignorant. Looking up to face God, damn! Did I miss some important plot? Shuji. Tell me quickly. How did you do this? I begged Xiaoji to teach me the secret. Lionian, wow! We are all friends who spend tens of dollars a day. Why can you? Shuji. Eat the food made by Boss Huang without queuing? Please explain. A name that is long enough to attract the goddess' attention. Xiaoji. You are not kind. You have this way. But you let us brothers jump back and forth on the edge of the pain of queuing every day. Doesn't your conscience hurt? The user has been resurrected. People are not as good as they used to be. Is this how you treat dads? Xiaoji looked at the group of students who were playing tricks in the group, smiled, and replied, Xiaoji, do you want to know how your dad can eat the delicious food made by Mr. Huang without queuing? The user has been resurrected. Dad, please tell me. Your son is all ears. Xiaoji told them in detail about applying for a temporary job this morning. Now, the classmates who learned about this situation all looked painful. If I had known that I should have stayed in the store after buying breakfast in the morning, I would not have missed the job announcement. Thus I missed out on the delicious food on this table. I feel like I missed out on more than 1 billion. The name must be long enough to attract the goddess' attention. Look up and face God. Are you still hiring temporary workers? No money. Just provide food. After all, I'm so cool. You four are so lucky. We didn't even see the shadow of the recruitment notice. And the recruitment was over. The name must be long enough to attract the goddess' attention, the lucky one favored by God. I envy you. The user has been resurrected, I cried. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have gone back to school directly. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Xiaoji didn't have time to pay attention to the wailing of his classmates in the group. He was already enjoying the food on this table happily. Pick up a piece of roast duck. Take a bite of the oily, crispy duck skin and tender and juicy meat. It's really fragrant. Ah, life with delicious food is really happy. Comfortable. Lin Zifeng held a small bowl, blew it a few times, gulped down a big mouthful of nourishing fish soup, and sighed with satisfaction. Originally, Su Hao had always heard that the food made by his boss tasted very good. At that time, he thought that Su Hao was praising his boss and exaggerating a little. But after tasting it today, he felt that it really lived up to its reputation. At this moment, he was impressed by Huang Tao's cooking skills, and even felt that Huang Tao's cooking skills were 10 times better than those of the teachers in their school. Everyone couldn't stop eating, and the whole store was left with only slight chewing sounds and slurping soup. When everyone had almost finished eating, the customers who came to buy at the door of the store were also anxious to stop eating after smelling the fragrance. Boss Huang, can we order now? Yes. Please come in. After hearing this, everyone lined up in an orderly manner, walked in, and ordered. All of a sudden, the store became busy. Chapter 125. It's not illegal to show off. Let's go. Let's go to the Zenchichi restaurant today. Okay. This oldie has been praising his students' food in the group. I want to try it, and see how delicious it is. I also want to try how delicious it is. Let's go. I heard that the business is booming. If you go late, you will have to queue. The three professors of Lin Yuan University were very much looking forward to the food in Huang Tao's restaurant after Li Jiqing's crazy recommendation in the group. After all, Li Jiqing praised Huang Tao's food to the sky. Look! After class, they made an appointment to come to the old street in the west of the city. Just arrived near the Zenchichi restaurant. Even though they were mentally prepared, the three of them were really shocked when they saw the long queue in front of them. My goodness! There are too many people in the queue. Right? Several professors were slightly shocked. If Li Jiqing were here, he would surely show off to these professors. See, I was right. My student's restaurant is doing very well. Looking at the long queue, Professor Wei took out his phone, swiped the screen, turned on the camera function, took a photo, and sent it to the teacher group. These teachers have a good relationship in private, and usually share some health content and videos. Of course, delicious food is also indispensable. Professor Wei, Lao Li's student's restaurant is really popular. Look at the queue. It is estimated that there will be nearly 100 people before it is our turn. As soon as the message was sent, many teachers responded in the group. Professor Chi, wow! So many people are lining up. This business is so good. Professor Chen, wow! This business is so hot. No wonder Old Li is showing off his proud student to us like crazy. Did he? Li Jiqing. Show off? He didn't show off at all. He was just stating the facts. Besides, his student is so outstanding. It's not against the law for him to show off. Li Jiqing, who was peeking at the screen, couldn't help laughing at Professor Chen's teasing. This old guy only knows how to tease him. Professor Shui, he. Mr. Li has the capital to show off. If I had such an excellent student, I would also show off like crazy. Unfortunately, I don't have one. Professor Ding, ha ha ha. Mr. Shui, you said what I was thinking. You are queuing now. Right? It just so happens that I haven't eaten yet. And I also want to try Mr. Li's student's food. If it is your turn, please help me order first. I will be there soon. Professor Wei at Professor Ding. You always say you will be there soon. But every time you say so, it takes nearly an hour. And every time we wait until our daylilies are cold. This time I will give you 10 minutes. If you still can't make it in 10 minutes, I suggest you go to the school cafeteria to eat, so that everyone won't get thin waiting for you. Professor Wei at Mr. Li. Don't you come to treat us? Li Jiqing. He wanted to treat us, but he was afraid that as soon as he showed up at the Zenhachi restaurant, Huang Tao would treat him instead. That's too embarrassing. So, it's impossible to treat someone to a meal. I don't think I'll ever be able to do so in this lifetime, since I couldn't treat them. I replied to them truthfully. Fortunately, these teachers didn't really want him to treat them at all. After a few jokes, they let him go and talked about what to eat later. Finally, they decided to order all the dishes in the restaurant and eat together. At this time, Li Jiqing got a meal and ate in the canteen. In the past, he didn't think the food in the canteen was anything special. But after seeing the message in the group and learning that these teachers went to Huang Tao's restaurant to eat delicious food, he remembered the delicious food he tasted in Huang Tao's restaurant last night, and suddenly felt that it was still too bland on his tongue. Looking at the food in the lunch box in front of him, he sighed with boredom. Alas, it's all because Huang Tao's cooking skills are too good, making him feel bored when eating other food. He hurriedly took a few bites, filled his stomach, and returned to the office to rest. Li Jiqing felt bad, so he picked up his phone and sent a message to his son, asking him to go to the Zenkihaoshi restaurant on Qingxi Old Street to pack a roast duck, 3 servings of nourishing fish soup, and 3 servings of crab fried cakes after work in the afternoon. If the roast duck is gone, buy some braised food. It stands to reason that at his age, he would not worry about a bite of food. But he was really obsessed at this moment. He wanted to eat so much. Ding dong. The phone rang, bringing his thoughts back. He opened his phone and saw. It was a reply from his son. Son, Dad, what's going on with you and Mom? Why do you always ask me to go to the Zenkihaoshi restaurant on Qingxi Old Street to pack food? Son and Dad, Isn't your place closer to Qingxi Old Street? Why do you ask me to go far away to buy it? What on earth are you and Mom playing? Li Xiqing didn't expect that his wife, who had always been very self-disciplined, couldn't stand it, and asked his son to buy it. Alas, this is mainly because Huang Tao's food charm is too great to resist. Since my son is suspicious of his and his wife's behavior, I can only tell him the truth. Li Xiqing, I went to this restaurant with your mother yesterday. The food was delicious and I thought that we would go there to eat when we have time. As a result, the owner of this restaurant is my student. He said he would treat us to a meal yesterday. Fortunately, I paid in advance, and he also gave me some braised food before I left. Fortunately, you and I went there first. Li Xiqing, let's not talk about how I can't accept the student's kindness. It's not easy for him to start a business with a child. For this reason, your mother and I dare not go to his place for dinner. What if he refuses to accept the money? How embarrassed will your mother and I be? Right? Li Xiqing, we asked you to buy it after get off work, because we thought he didn't know you. If you don't want to, forget it. Son, Dad, I didn't say I don't want to. It's really not easy for you to buy it in your situation. I'll go there after get off work this afternoon. Seeing his son agreed, Li Xiqing hummed a little song in a happy mood. On the other side, several professors chatted for a long time before they finally got their turn. Glancing sideways in the direction of the kitchen, he saw the roast duck in Huang Tao's hand. The roasted duck exuded an attractive luster and was shiny. This roast duck looks very good. Indeed, it smells good too. And it should taste delicious. Look at the color of the braised pig's trotters. It's also quite good. And you can tell it's well seasoned. That's right. The three of them were greedy. Ding Suqin said politely, Hello? What do you want to order? Give me a roast duck. The duck skeleton needs to be processed. 3 bowls of nourishing fish soup. 3 servings of crab fry cakes. 3 braised pig's trotters, and 3 braised duck necks. And 1 serving of steamed glutinous rice spare ribs. Eat here. Thank you. Professor Wei said the meal that had been discussed in advance. Ding Suqin smiled and greeted, Okay. A total of 638 yuan. I'll pay or WeChat is fine. Professor Wei paid the money, and found a seat with the other 2 professors. A moment. Lin Zifeng brought the meals they ordered. A closer look. The caramel-colored roast duck is beautifully presented on the plate. The peony shape is very beautiful, with an attractive oily sheen. The duck skin is very crispy at first glance, and it looks delicious. The nourishing fish soup also looks very delicious. The soup color is like milk, and some chopped green onions are sprinkled in the bowl. The green and white color. The slightly exposed fish meat is crystal clear under the light, and it looks very tender. In short, every dish is very appetizing. The 3 professors couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to exchange a few words. But now they didn't have time to talk. The roast duck was caramel-colored, and the steamed paper-thin dough was added, mixed with scallion shreds, cucumber shreds, and sweet noodle sauce, gently wrapped together, and took a bite. The warm lotus leaf pancake and roast duck allowed the noodle sauce to be fully secreted, and the cucumber was also refreshing and greasy. The whole roll was satisfying. It felt like the fragrance went straight from the mouth to the stomach, and it was very comfortable. The high-intensity work in the morning was relieved at once, and the fatigue on the body was swept away. And the duck skeleton. The moderate-sized duck skeleton was fried, and it tasted hard and dry. It was wrapped with a thin layer of pepper and salt granules, plus the super-flavored celery and coriander, and it tasted particularly fragrant. Professor Sun and Professor Su, one by one, didn't care about their image, and directly threw away their chopsticks, and ate the duck bones with their hands. Oldly is not lying to me. His students' cooking skills are really first class. Yes. Yes. It really lives up to its reputation. Yes. Thanks to Oldly. Without Oldly, I would have missed this delicious food. I tell you, I didn't dare to believe it when I saw the post before. If Oldly hadn't taken a photo and posted it in the group, saying that this was his student's restaurant, I wouldn't dare to try it. The 3 of them ate with their mouths full of oil, and their hands were not slow at all, for fear of not eating enough. Many students also came to Huang Tao's restaurant at noon. Some students actually found that some teachers were also eating in the restaurant, and they were eating with their mouths full of oil. The students never expected that the professors, who were usually very serious and paid attention to their manners, one by one, didn't care about their image, and actually ate directly with their hands. Alas! It can only be said that Mr. Huang's cooking skills are so good that even the teachers are impressed. Chapter 126. More than a decade of friendship cannot beat Boss Huang. Time passed, and it was November 10th in a blink of an eye. That day, the Zenchichi restaurant was open as usual. As usual, Wang Tao rode his electric bike to send Xian to the garden at around 8 o'clock. Then he rode his bike directly back to the store. At this moment, he remembered the notice of suspending business for 3 days that he had placed in a corner of the counter. So, he took it out, posted it directly at the door of the store. Our store will suspend business from 11th to 13th, and will participate in the Wenling Food Festival, and set up a stall in the commercial pedestrian street. Interested customers can go to the food festival and taste new food. As soon as the notice was posted, it naturally attracted the attention of many neighbors. Everyone was happy for Huang Tao, and they all said they would go to the food festival to support him. There is nothing we can do. Who told Huang Tao's shop not to be open? If they want to eat Huang Tao's food, they must drag their old arms and legs to the food festival to squeeze in the crowd. And Jiang Wei looked at the notice posted by Huang Tao. His eyes lit up. Hey, Boss Huang, what are the new foods at your food festival? New braised food. If you and your sister-in-law are free tomorrow, you can come to the food festival. I will send some for you to try. Huang Tao said straightforwardly. Just give me a discount. Don't lose money. I will definitely go there to support you tomorrow. As for your sister-in-law, she still has to take care of the shop. I will bring her some back to eat, that's all. Jiang Wei rubbed his hands, smiled happily, and said enthusiastically, Boss Huang, if you need any help, just let me know at any time. Don't be polite to me. What he said was not a polite remark, but a sincere one. It was not easy for Huang Tao to attend the food festival for the first time, and he must have a lot of tedious things to do. As a neighbor, he would help out if he could. Huang Tao thought about it and smiled slightly. I really need some help. Do you know where to rent a small truck? Pickup trucks or small four-wheelers are fine. I need to use it to transport goods tomorrow. Jiang Wei clapped his hands. My friend Su Donglin has this kind of small truck, and there are many of them. I will ask if I can borrow one for you. He immediately took out his mobile phone and called the other party. Old Su. This is Old Jiang. I want to ask if you can lend me one of your trucks tomorrow. Just borrow it for 3 days. Old Jiang. My trucks are all busy delivering goods. What do you want to borrow for 3 days? Su Donglin on the other end of the phone said with embarrassment. To be precise, I'm not the one who wants to borrow it. It's Boss Huang who needs a truck for the food festival. I'm asking for him. Boss Huang. The Boss Huang from the real food restaurant? Yes. Okay. I'll arrange a car tomorrow morning. Is 8 o'clock okay? Wow. You're not even as fast as you in Sichuan opera. Jiang Wei didn't expect that more than 10 years of friendship would be no match for the 3 words Boss Huang. He laughed and looked at Huang Tao beside him. Seeing Huang Tao nod, he continued to talk to the phone and said, Old Su. 8 o'clock is okay. Boss Su. Thank you. How much is the 3-day fare? I can't let you help for nothing. Huang Tao said to Jiang Wei's phone. No need to pay. I'll come to your restaurant to eat next time, and you just give me a discount. Su Donglin has been so busy lately that he has no time to eat at Huang Tao's restaurant. But he still misses the delicious food in the restaurant very much. He only regrets that he can't be there twice. Otherwise he can come here for every meal. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Huang Tao thanked Jiang Wei. Brother Jiang. Thank you this time. It's just a small favor. Then you go ahead. I have to go back to work. You wait for the car to be collected tomorrow. After that, Jiang Wei left and went back to his convenience store next door. Huang Tao also walked into his own store and went to work in a dormitory building in Linjiang. Lin Yuan thought that Boss Huang would participate in the food festival tomorrow. As a temporary worker in the store and half an apprentice, she must help promote it. So she posted a post in the campus forum. Big news! Big news! Big news! From the 11th to the 13th of this month, new food is waiting for all the handsome men and beautiful women in the commercial pedestrian street. I hope everyone can go there to support it. By the way, move your lucky little fingers to cast a precious vote for the Jinchi restaurant. Heart. I will share with you tomorrow morning after the stall is set up. Please look for stall number 88. It is a really delicious restaurant. Here are some flowers.jpg. Students quickly rush to occupy the floor. 1L, stay. Stay. I am the first one. I am looking forward to what new food will be. Looking forward, looking forward, looking forward. 2L, support. Support? Must support strongly. It happens that the 11th is the weekend. I will definitely call my roommates to go and support it together. 3L, these days, I rely on Mr. Huang's food to keep me alive. Although I usually sleep until noon on weekends. I will get up tomorrow, even if I have to go to the commercial pedestrian street to support Mr. Huang. 4L, oh my god. We have waited for a long time, and finally the food festival has come. Happy, happy, happy. 69L, oh my god. Once the food festival comes, won't our treasure shop be known to everyone? 70L, no. There are already many people queuing up for food every day. Now that the food festival has come, will we still have food to eat in the future? Originally, the classmates were still excitedly discussing the food festival. And basically they were ready to go there to show their support and take photos and check in. But as soon as this sentence came out, everyone instantly fell into deep thought. What you said makes so much sense. Every day, competing with those old men and women and office workers for food is already very tiring. If a large number of outsiders come to compete with them for food, can they still eat the food made by Boss Huang? After closing the business in the evening, Ding Suqin and others were washing pots and bowls. Wang Tao opened 6 pots to cook the marinade. We have to simmer the marinade packets in advance and make the marinade fragrant and thick, so that the marinade can be flavored in the shortest time tomorrow. Squeak. The door of the store was pushed open. Wang Ida and his wife walked into the store exhausted. Son. Xian, I guessed you are still in the store. Hearing the shout, Xian looked up at the door and saw her grandparents. The little guy jumped off the chair happily and ran towards them, shouting sweetly, Grandpa and Grandma. Hey! My dear granddaughter. Song Xian smiled and bent down, reaching out to hug her lovely granddaughter. Wang Tao was a little surprised and said, Mom and Dad, why are you here now? I thought you would come tomorrow morning. I was originally planning to come early tomorrow morning, but your mom thought you must be very busy. She was worried that you didn't have enough manpower. So we decided to come here right after work to see if you wanted to help. Wang Ida said with a smile. Parents all over the world are so caring. I told them on WeChat that we had already recruited some helpers, but they were still worrying about it. Although he thought so, Wang Tao's heart was still slightly warm. It feels so good to be cared for. He smiled. I have already recruited helpers, so you guys don't have to worry about it. Haven't you eaten yet? I'll go cook something for you. No. Your dad and I ate some bread and cake on the way, and we are still full. I'll cook some midnight snacks when we get back later. Although Song Xian and the others missed the delicious food made by their son, they were still afraid that he would be tired, so they declined. Okay. You guys sit down for a while. I'll be done soon. Let's go back together. Okay. Song Xian and his wife took Xian to play nearby. Xian, we're going to the food festival tomorrow. Are you happy? Happy. Chapter 127. If you have a son, give birth to another one. Mom. Xian, are you two ready? Wang Tao and Huang Ida were at the entrance, changing their shoes. Seeing that Song Xian and Xian had not come out yet, Wang Tao could not help but stand at the door and shouted in the direction of his mother's room, We can go to the store. Okay. Okay. It will be ready soon. Song Xian responded and quickly put a headband on Xian. She held Shouan's pink little face with satisfaction and doting, and said with a smile, My little Xian. She is so beautiful. Let's go. Let's show it to Dad and Grandpa. After that, she took Shouan's little hand and walked out of the room. Ding ding ding. The little girl happily spun around on the spot under the guidance of her grandmother, showing off her beautiful little skirt. After standing still, she asked with a bright smile, Dad, do you think my new skirt is beautiful? This is what Grandma bought for me. She had a bun and a cream-colored wooden branch headband on her head. She wore a pink plush knitted sweater spliced with a gauze skirt, with a ruffled collar. Beautiful and unique. Mesh design sewn on the shoulders and chest, with exquisite embroidery and three-dimensional flower decorations, and wool lace cuffs. The hem of the gauze skirt is made of 4 layers of gauze and knitted sweater lining, and the skirt is designed with three-dimensional flower decorations. Light and elegant, with white thickened leggings and a pair of black leather shoes on her feet. After her mother's skillful dressing, Xian standing in front of Huang Tao was like a little princess from a fairy tale book. Sweet and cute. Oh, my little Xian is so beautiful. Like a little fairy, Huangita said happily and exaggeratedly. Xian was a little embarrassed and looked at her father expectantly. She wanted to hear her father's praise more than her grandfather's. Very beautiful. Huang Tao praised her generously. Then picked up the little cutie and couldn't help but kiss her on her pink face. Let's go. After leaving the community, the group hurried to the old street in the west of the city. When Huang Tao and others arrived at the store, Su Hao and others had all arrived. At this time, Lin Zifeng had already washed the various meats that were delivered early in the morning, and he had almost finished washing them. Su Hao had already started to deal with the preliminary work of roast duck. Ding Suqin was also washing the vegetables that were delivered early in the morning, and even Shin Chiomo came to help wash them. Lin Yuan, Yan Ming, Xiao Ji, and Xiao Wei also packed up their things. For example, they prepared the takeaway boxes and chopsticks to be used at the food festival. All the stainless steel plates used for stewed food were rinsed with hot water. They were busy one by one, but the division of labor was clear and orderly. Wow! Lin Yuan, who noticed Xian first, exclaimed, Xian is so beautiful today. Like a little princess. Who bought you this dress? It's so beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Sister, this is the dress my grandma bought for me. Xian smiled sweetly. What a beautiful, cute, well-behaved and polite child. Lin Yuan's eyes almost turned into a heart shape, and she swore in her heart, when she and Yan Ming get married in the future, they must have a daughter. If a son is born, then give birth to another one. With great expectations, she continued to devote herself to the great work of hot stainless steel plates. Huang Tao looked at everyone working hard and felt that it was great to have you. He smiled and pointed at the 8 of them, and said, Everyone, you have to work hard these days. After the food festival, I will give you bonuses. With bonuses to be received, they are naturally happy. Su Hao and other 3 regular employees thanked, Thank you. Boss, we have it too. Yan Ming and the other 4 temporary workers were surprised. Yes. Thank you. Boss Huang. Shin Qiuma declined, Boss Huang. I don't need it. I just came here to help when I am free. Okay. Then you take care of the food. Huang Tao was too lazy to be polite with her. At most, he would give Su Hao more bonuses. At the end, he did not forget to ask for everyone's opinions. What do you want to eat in the morning? Whatever. Anyway, we all love the food you make. Boss Huang. Xiaoji grinned and laughed happily. We can all, since no one has any requirements for breakfast. Huang Tao thought that he could only cook according to his daughter's preferences. Mom and Dad, I'm going to get busy. I'll leave Xian to you too. Huang Tao left Xian to his parents and went into the kitchen. He reheated the braising pot that he had cooked last night. 2 chicken pots, 1 duck pot, 1 goose pot, and 1 pig's trotter pot. After more than an hour, if any pot is cooked, you can also cook the prepared vegetarian pot. Su Hao, after cooking, you can bring a whole pot of meat and vegetables here. I will ask the driver to pick you up. I also trouble you to do the preliminary work of roasting duck. Zifeng and Xiaowei, you 2 stay in the shop to help with the braising meat. Thank you for your hard work today. Okay, boss. Don't worry. We will definitely work hard. Everyone responded in unison. Everyone knew the importance of this food festival, and everyone was full of fighting spirit. While the stew pot was still boiling, he boiled the fish soup, and then he and Zifeng started to prepare breakfast in the morning. After breakfast, it was already 7:30 in the morning. Beep beep. At this time, the small truck sent by Su Donglin arrived at the door of the store in advance. As soon as the driver got off the car, he walked to the door of the store and asked, Excuse me, is Mr. Huang here? Hello. I am you. Oh. Hello. I was sent by Mr. Su. He asked the people and the car to listen to your orders for the next 3 days. If you need any help, just ask. I have plenty of strength. Thank you, Master. I have enough manpower to move the goods. I will trouble you to help us move the equipment to the food festival. Huang Tao smiled and thanked. And invited, you haven't had breakfast yet. I just made some pan-fried buns and nourishing fish soup. You can go over and have some first. The driver declined at first, but Huang Tao insisted. So he was embarrassed to refuse again, and went in to enjoy breakfast. Wang Tao and Su Hao and other boys worked together to move the items and equipment needed for the food festival onto the small truck one after another. Although there were a lot of items to be moved, but they were all young and strong guys with high efficiency. It took more than 10 minutes to move the items back and forth. After all the items were moved onto the small truck, the driver had finished his meal and was ready to go. Wang Tao got on the small truck and headed to the commercial pedestrian street where the food festival was held. The van had limited seats, only 2 in total. So Xian, his parents, and Ding Suqin, 3 temporary college students, took taxis from Lin Jinsong's taxi company to go. The commercial pedestrian street was already decorated with lights, and people were surging. The news that the food festival officially opened today was brainwashed to all Wanling citizens through local TV stations more than a week ago. It happened to be a weekend. Therefore, after hearing the news, the foodies in all districts of the city were all looking forward to today's food festival. Although it was still early, the sun was shining today. With such good weather, people naturally didn't want to stay at home. Many nearby residents came out early. Therefore, a large number of people had gathered near the commercial pedestrian street. The stall owners who participated in the food festival also came one after another, busy moving the cooking tools and ingredients they brought to the scene, and came to their temporary stalls according to the instructions of the staff. Make the final arrangements for the stalls. Many uniformed urban management officers, police officers, and traffic police came here to sort out the order on the scene. In short, the entire commercial pedestrian street was very lively. Chapter 128. This price is a bit of a rip-off. When the small truck Huang Tao was riding and arrived at the outskirts of the commercial pedestrian street, Ding Suqin and the 3 college students, as well as his parents and daughter, had already arrived in advance. See him get off the car. Xian waved her little hand happily at him. Dad, we are here. Hey! He went over, squatted down, smiled and touched his head with Xian. And after a little intimacy, he asked his parents to take Xian to stall number 88 first. He, together with Ding Suqin and others, they gradually moved the ingredients and equipment out of the car, moved to stall number 88. Wang Tao found that the organizer had thoughtfully replaced the promotional paper in front of the stall counter with a simple design poster of Zinhashi Restaurant. Above the stall, there was also a red banner of Zinhashi Restaurant's braised roast duck. I have to say that the organizers of the food festival are really attentive. Let's clean up first. Before the words fell, everyone was busy cleaning the booth. After cleaning, everyone arranged the booth in an orderly manner as agreed in advance. Ming and Xiaoji placed the fully automatic roasting machine on the left side of the counter, and placed the boiled fish soup with a lid on the right side of the counter. Lin Yuan took out a stack of takeout boxes and chopsticks, and placed them next to the fully automatic roasting machine, and took out another stack of takeout boxes and chopsticks, and placed them on the right side of the counter. Put the remaining takeout boxes in the cabinet under the counter, in case there are not enough. Ding Suqin put the semi-finished roast duck and sliced fish fillets, and steamed spare ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice in a basin, and covered them with plastic wrap. After Huang Tao placed the heater in the middle of the counter, placed it in place, plugged it into the socket, and checked it. She took out the iron plates that had been scalded with hot water one by one, placed them in the middle of the counter, and temporarily covered them with plastic wrap. The remaining supplies were all placed behind the stall. Huang Tao then pasted the payment code prepared in advance to the most conspicuous position of the stall. Then he took out the standing mobile whiteboard prepared in advance, and wrote the selling price on it with a black oil pen. During the Jinchi Food Festival, the following delicacies were launched. Roast duck, 98 yuan for half a duck, 188 yuan for a duck. Nourishing fish soup, 28 yuan a bowl. Steamed spare ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, 28 yuan a serving. Braised pig's trotters, 26 yuan a piece. Braised duck neck, 10 yuan a piece. Braised chicken feet, 10 yuan a piece. Braised chicken wings, 10 yuan a piece. Braised chicken legs, 15 yuan a piece. Braised goose feet, 15 yuan per piece. Braised kelp, lotus root slices, potato slices, bean curd skin, dried tofu and other vegetarian dishes, 10 yuan per portion. This food booth provides packaging services, and no additional packaging fees are charged. After Huang Tao finished writing, he carefully browsed it and felt that there was no problem. He put the mobile whiteboard next to the booth so that customers could see the prices at a glance. Wangita and his wife took Xian to the organizer and brought 6 plastic chairs over. He greeted happily, "Son. And you 4. Sit down first. It will be time later. I guess there will be a lot of customers. You should take a rest first so that you have the strength to work. Daddy. Come. Sit here." Shouan's little hand gently touched the plastic chair and called out caringly, Xian. Daddy won't sit. You sit." Wang Tao thought that he would be busy soon, so he declined their kindness. Shouan's beautiful big eyes blinked and thought for a while, and asked in a sweet and baby voice, "Daddy, do you need love?" His daughter's words shocked him. Looking at his daughter, he hurried over, squatted down and hugged her. "I need it." "Thank you, my baby." He kissed her smooth little forehead. The little person in his arms laughed happily. "It's still early. How about Daddy take you for a walk first?" He thought about it and asked with a smile. Okay. Everything here made Xian curious. She had wanted to go shopping for a long time, but seeing that her father was busy moving things and sorting, she buried this desire in her heart. Now that her father proposed, she naturally agreed happily. "Then let's go." He picked up Xian and sent her gently. Xian then straddled his neck. Xian, who felt the feeling of flying in the clouds for the first time, screamed a little scared, but after making sure she would not fall, she giggled happily. "Dad, Mom, you guys come too." Wang Tao called his parents to experience the lively atmosphere of this food festival together. This food festival is a feast of local food with a full range of varieties. It is a chance for Wanling foodies to have a carnival. There are no snack stalls, roadside goods, gutter oil. All the food is prepared by the chefs of major hotels and restaurants in Wanling, which is simply high-end. For example, the food booth on the left of Wang Tao is Ziweiji, where they make various special iron plate barbecues. The main dishes are fried abalone and squid on the iron plate. The iron spatula flew between the chef's fingers. Hot smoke rose from the iron plate, and the tender abalone was roasted with a sizzling sound, which was very auditory. The aroma of the abalone was completely stimulated by the hot iron plate, and the aroma lingered everywhere, constantly exuding a warm temptation to the taste buds. Fry the abalone until it is browned. Sprinkle with various seasonings. Turn it over, and continue to sprinkle with seasonings. The seasonings are absorbed by the abalone little by little under the iron plate, and at the same time, a strong fragrance is emitted. Finally, sprinkle garlic and chopped green onions on the abalone that is half the size of a palm, which is simply as beautiful as a picture. It can be called an art that integrates vision, taste, smell and hearing. It naturally attracted a large number of die-hard fans who love iron plate barbecue. The food booth on the right of Wang Tao is a new Kaiyuan restaurant. They mainly make pasta. The main products are steamed dumplings, green dumplings, pancake rolls, black rice cakes and colorful siamai. The varieties of siamai are quite rich. Yellow skin, green skin, red skin, and even black skin. These thin-skinned and well-stuffed siamai are steaming hot and fragrant, and they look great, and the visual effect is quite shocking. The masters who make siamai have very fast hands. They can make a siamai in just a few seconds. The speed of taking them out of the oven is also fast. After a while, the siamai, steamed dumplings and green dumplings in the steamer over there have been steamed. It attracts customers in an endless stream. They gathered in front of this booth and rushed to buy siamai, steamed dumplings and green dumplings for breakfast. The scene was quite sensational. Opposite Wang Tao's booth is Su Mansion. The main dishes are roasted whole lamb and roasted suckling pig. The tender lamb, roasted in the fire, slowly becomes slightly golden. The fat on the lamb melts under the high temperature, sizzles on the lamb, and emits an attractive aroma. Many tourists present smelled the fragrance and came forward to ask, "Your roasted whole lamb is very fragrant. How much is it sold?" "Don't worry. It will take at least 30 minutes to roast. 20 yuan per serving." The chef was also very happy to see a bunch of customers surrounding the stall. After all, they all came for his cooking skills. And the 5-star hotel facing the center of the gate is the International Hotel. Their main dish is lontong sihai. The large lobster, after shelling and picking the meat, is placed in the middle of the plate, surrounded by bowls of egg custard with lobster meat. The lobster meat is plump and juicy, firm and tender, very tempting. Xuanjia is a xinglongli. It also focuses on stewed food. There are many kinds of duck necks, chicken feet, braised beef, etc., which look good visually and are quite tempting. Huang Tao and his group took a quick look. This food festival has many catering brands, famous dishes, famous restaurants, and famous chefs. It is a food festival that can be appreciated, tasted, and learned. In a nutshell, the food festival is simply a paradise for foodies and a paradise for gourmets. It's really lively today. Huang Tao looked at this prosperous and lively scene inside. It's good to have more people. If your restaurant can make a name for itself this time, the business will definitely be even better in the future, Juanita said with a smile. That's right. Huang Tao smiled and nodded. Bought some bursting durian for Xian. The little guy took the puff and couldn't wait to suck it. Just like drinking a durian milkshake. Delicious, the little guy said with a smile. Then, the group returned to their stall. Boss, shall we start roasting the duck now? Ding Suchin saw that other shops had already opened, but her own shop had not yet started, and she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Then let's start. Huang Tao nodded in agreement. Although the food festival will not officially start until 10:30. However, for customers and merchants, it actually started at 8 o'clock. The so-called 10:30 is just an official statement. At 10:30, the organizer of the food festival will attend and give a speech. That's all. Okay, Ding Suchin said, and took out the ducks that had been prepared for the preliminary work. Hang the ducks in the roaster one by one in an orderly manner. Close the door of the fully automatic roaster. Press the button to the open direction. Huang Tao also put on the fire to cook the nourishing fish soup and steam the spare ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. Xian finished eating the bursting durian and wiped her mouth. Dragged the chair to the side of the mobile whiteboard. A beautiful little girl, who looked like a Barbie doll, stood motionless and guarded the mobile whiteboard like a mascot. What's more, the little girl also called out in a baby voice, "Come and take a look. Take a look." Passers-by all cast curious eyes. Even the chefs and waiters at the booths on the left and right stretched their necks to look at Xian. She was so cute again. Huang Tao and others were amused by her cute little appearance. Several customers were so cute that they couldn't find their way around her and gathered around with a smile. Most of them were young girls. "Little sister, what do you sell?" "Sister, it's all written here. Take a look." Xian pointed to the mobile whiteboard next to her and smiled sweetly. "Sister, let me tell you, everything my dad makes is delicious." An aunt also joined in the fun and gathered around. She walked to Shouan's side, supported her eyes on the bridge of her nose, and carefully looked at the price list on the whiteboard next to her. Roast duck, 98 yuan for half a duck. 188 yuan for one duck. The price of this roast duck is a bit expensive. The roast duck outside is only 30 yuan a duck. The aunt complained that it was expensive. After seeing the price of roast duck, more young people had similar thoughts in their minds at almost the same time. Sure. I can buy almost 3 roast ducks with this half roast duck outside. This price is really a bit of a rip-off. Although the food at the food festival may be a little more expensive than the usual small stalls, this is still understandable. But the price of this roast duck is indeed not 1 or half a star expensive. Chapter 129. The aroma is the best advertisement for food. Facing the doubts raised by the auntie wearing reading glasses, Huang Tao smiled and explained, "Hello. The roast duck in our store is roasted with local live ducks, and it tastes particularly tender." When the auntie wearing reading glasses heard that the roast duck was roasted with local live ducks, she looked half believing and half doubting. If it is really roasted with live ducks, then the price is indeed okay. Not very expensive. After all, buying a live duck costs nearly 100 yuan. It's just the mouth of the merchant. A deceptive ghost, who knows that this roast duck is really roasted with live ducks. Anyway, she didn't see the step of killing the live duck with her own eyes, so she was still skeptical. Moreover, the roast duck in the machine had just started to roast. Although the duck's skin was roasted with a layer of fat, and it made a sizzling auditory effect when it was passed under the roasting machine, the fragrance had not yet dissipated, and it could not arouse her appetite. In addition, the price was still a little beyond her budget, and it did not arouse her desire to buy. So, she turned around and left without hesitation, and went to other stalls to have a look. After hearing Huang Tao's explanation, the female customers in front of the booth did not leave immediately, but everyone's face showed a half belief and half doubt. Obviously, They were not completely convinced by the live duck. But on second thought, all the participants of this food festival were invited by the relevant departments of the city based on their qualifications. They were all hotels and restaurants with excellent reputations. So the ingredients should not be inferior. However, they did not plan to buy roast duck and braised food, which are high-calorie foods. After hesitating for a few times, he turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Wang Tao's heart was not disturbed, but very calm. After all, he has always insisted on making customers sincerely like his food and spend money, rather than relying on marketing methods to coax people to taste his food. He will never force customers to leave. Besides, he has confidence in his craftsmanship. Seeing this, Ding Suqin and Lin Yuan, several employees, felt a little anxious. Long before the food festival, the old customers in the store had vowed to come and support him. But until now, none of them have shown up. Is the bed at home too comfortable and can't get up? Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the post she specially posted yesterday was posted in vain. Otherwise, why didn't she see anyone now? Hey! We agreed to come early to show our support? Do they have any misunderstanding about early? Of course. The four of them still have great confidence in Huang Tao, and believe that what Huang Tao makes will definitely be liked by countless diners at the food festival. After all, Huang Tao's cooking skills are 10 times better than those of the chefs. If these people don't buy, they don't know the goods, which is the biggest loss in their lives. Huang Ida and his wife looked left and right and looked forward. Beside them, whether it was Zuweiji, which mainly served grilled abalone and grilled squid, or Zhenkayuan restaurant, which mainly served noodles, or Sugongwen, which mainly served roasted whole lamb and roasted suckling pig. Each of these booths was quite popular, and there were many people queuing. The waiters were also very busy. The business owners all showed satisfied smiles, and it was obvious that they made a lot of money this time. For the city government leaders, the food festival is conducive to promoting food culture exchanges and the vigorous development of the tourism industry. But for businesses, it is an opportunity to make money and make a name for themselves. Huang Ida and his wife felt a little uncomfortable at the moment. It's not that they are jealous of those booths with booming business. It's just that the situation of their son at the moment is a little different from that in the store. In the store, there is a long queue before meal time. It's very popular. But now, this small booth is a little deserted. Alas, I can only say that my son must start all over again here. Everything is back to square one. But they believe that since their son can run the store so well, this small booth can also be run well. They have absolute confidence in Huang Tao. Xian saw that the sisters were all leaving, and she tilted her little head, and a big question mark appeared in her mind. Daddy's food is so delicious. Why do the sisters want to leave? After the little guy figured it out, he was worried that his father would be sad because of this. And he comforted him, Dad, those sisters just haven't tasted what you make. Once they taste it, they will definitely like what you make. Well, Dad knows. Don't worry. Huang Tao smiled and opened the lid of the big boiler. As soon as the lid was opened, a delicious fish soup aroma floated out from the booth. This rich aroma is different from any aroma in the food festival. This rich aroma is like a fresh and refined lotus suddenly appearing in a pile of rouge and powder. The aroma is faint, but it makes people feel refreshed. Smelling the delicious taste of fish soup, Ding Suqin and others suddenly felt that other flavors at the food festival were very ordinary. Huang Tao's nourishing fish soup is still the best, although the air is still mixed with the smell of oil smoke and various seasonings. But the strong aroma of fish soup stands out among the various complex flavors. It goes straight into the noses of nearby diners. The female customers, who just walked a few steps, smelled a strong smell of fish soup. This smell is so good. Ah! It smells so good. It's really fragrant. What kind of food is it? It smells like the freshness of fish soup. They and some nearby diners all stopped, and some even closed their eyes and sniffed carefully. Everyone was guessing what kind of food smelled so good. Even the customers, who were tasting Qingtuan and iron plate fried abalone in front of the booths on the left and right, couldn't help but stop and start taking a deep breath. One by one, they followed the aroma and came to Huang Tao's booth. It turns out that the fish soup we smelled came from this booth. The female customers, who were about to leave, followed the aroma and came over. When they saw Huang Tao's booth clearly, they were surprised and embarrassed. They hesitated whether to buy. The main reason was that they didn't buy it just now, and now they came back to buy it. which was a bit embarrassing. But after getting close to the booth, they found that the delicious fish soup smell was even stronger. The fish soup was like milk, very fragrant, and they couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Then, they were addicted. "Boss, give me a nourishing fish soup. Quick! Boss, I want one too. I want one too." Other diners also ran to the booth as if they had discovered something new. When they asked the price, it was only 28 yuan per bowl. Not expensive. So they also wanted to buy a bowl of fish soup to try it. "Boss, a nourishing fish soup. I want a nourishing fish soup too. Give me one too. Can you please let the one in front pass? You won't buy it. Boss, give me one." Facing the sudden influx of customers, Huang Tao said calmly, "Okay. Wait a minute. Please line up first. Don't squeeze. Come one by one." Sure enough, the fragrance is the best advertisement for food. Many customers couldn't help swallowing their saliva after seeing the fish soup that looked like milk. This is the role of appearance. For a food to be attractive, it is inseparable from the words color and fragrance. Chapter 130: A huge contrast. Of course, not all customers who came here for the aroma joined the buying procession. There were several customers. They were not sure whether Huang Tao's nourishing fish soup tasted good. So, they stood aside and watched other people's reactions silently. That's right. They were all very cunning. If others praised the soup after tasting it, then they would buy a bowl of nourishing fish soup to try it out. And the diners who wanted to buy it had already lined up at this time, waiting for Huang Tao to serve the food. Looking at the booth that was originally empty, a line began to form all of a sudden. Although there were not many people in line, but at least it was a good start. Huang Yida and his wife, and the group of employees were all very relieved. Xian was also happy for her father. And Huang Tao did not hesitate and started to fry the fish slices. The fish slices were as thin as cicada wings, and they tasted best after frying for 5 seconds. He poured the frying fish slices into the boiling fish soup and sprinkled some chopped green onions. A bowl of fish soup is done. The short-haired girl standing in the front came back with an empty stomach in the morning to taste the food at the food festival. After smelling the fresh aroma of the fish soup, her stomach couldn't help singing the song of hunger. At this time, of course, she paid quickly, wanting to eat it quickly. Alpay has arrived. 28 yuan. Ding Suqin, who is responsible for packing the nourishing fish soup, quickly covered the nourishing fish soup with a lid, put it in a transparent plastic bag, put a pair of disposable chopsticks and a disposable spoon, and then handed it to the short-haired girl in front of her, saying with a smile, "Please take your nourishing fish soup. Welcome next time." After the girl with short hair took the nourishing fish soup, she didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, she looked around and set her eyes on the empty plastic chair next to Xian, just when she was hesitating whether to go over and sit. Then she saw the cute little sister jump down from the chair and walk to her. Then she held her hand. "Sister, my father and the others are very busy. I will entertain you," said. Xian took her to the chair, stretched out her chubby little hand, patted the plastic chair lightly, and greeted the girl with short hair with curved eyebrows. The girl with short hair couldn't help but smile, and also stretched out her hand to pat the plastic chair that Xian originally sat on. "Little sister, you sit too." "Yeah." Both of them sat down on their chairs. The customers in line looked at this scene, and their hearts were melted by Shouan's cuteness. How could there be such a cute little girl? Everyone said to Huang Tao with envy, "Boss, is this your daughter? So cute. She knows how to help her father greet customers at such a young age. This little girl is so pretty. Boss, I really envy you." "Hey, I envy you. Boss, my daughter would rather sleep and then accompany me to the food festival. And I can't afford to invite her even if I spend money. Another tricking me into giving birth to a daughter series. This is a little angel who has landed on earth." Huang Tao glanced at Xian and replied proudly, "Yes, she is my daughter." He often thought that he must have saved the Milky Way in his previous life. So he was lucky in this life to have such a cute and sensible little girl. "It's great to have you." Xian winked at him playfully. He also winked at her in response. The short-haired girl couldn't wait to open the plastic bag, uncover the lunchbox, hold the bottom of the lunchbox, and pick up the disposable chopsticks and spoon with hunger. "Sister, it's a little hot. You have to be careful," Xian said sweetly. "Okay. Thank you." The girl with short hair thanked him, then took the chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish to taste it. The moment she ate the fish again, she couldn't stop. This fish, without a single bone, is tender and juicy, and not fishy at all. Each piece of fish is as thin as a cicada's wing, and tastes great when eaten. She couldn't help but continue to eat the fish in big mouthfuls. While eating the fish, she didn't forget to drink some fish soup with a spoon. Wow! This fish soup is so delicious that she almost swallowed her tongue. Such delicious fish soup with fish meat. The taste is really great. Eating, an indescribable sense of happiness immediately overflowed on the face of the short-haired girl. The fatigue from staying up late to watch TV series last night also dissipated instantly. She was glad that she came back. Otherwise she would have missed such a heavenly food. Song Salian and his wife quietly observed the short-haired girl, looking at her slightly changed expression. You know that this bowl of nourishing fish soup has completely conquered her. After drinking this nourishing fish soup, the short-haired girl stood up from the chair with a takeaway box in her hand. Ah, this fish soup is so delicious. Boss, another bowl. She never added more rice to her meal before. She would just taste a little bit of food and eat until she was about 60% full. But this time, she not only finished the large bowl of nourishing fish soup, but also wanted to eat more. There was no other way. The fish soup was so delicious. Of course, she had to drink a few more bowls of such delicious fish soup. When the other male customers, who were enjoying the fish soup, heard her shout, they were afraid that the fish soup would be gone. And they couldn't help shouting before they finished eating, "Boss, give me another bowl." "No. 2 bowls." "Me too. 2 bowls." "I want 2 bowls too." The customers in line behind were all stunned. This girl with short hair, skinny and small, has such a big appetite? After finishing such a large portion of nourishing fish soup, she still wants another bowl? And these people haven't finished the ones in their hands yet. They're thinking about the next bowl of fish soup. They ordered 2 bowls at 1 o'clock. That's quite fierce. The reactions and actions of the girl with short hair and those diners who haven't finished the fish soup but are eager to order the next bowl make people believe that this bowl of nourishing fish soup is really delicious. So, those who haven't eaten yet shouted in unison, "Queue up!" The girl with short hair and other customers who haven't finished eating had no choice but to queue up at the back to buy. After a while, those who queued up also got their own fish soup one after another. There was no place to sit, so they stood by the booth and ate it. After tasting the fish soup, they finally found out why those who had eaten wanted another bowl or 2. Oh my god! This bowl of fish soup is so delicious that they can't help but eat it. At this moment, their faces are also filled with happy expressions. They drank the fish soup while chattering and praising. This fish soup is so delicious. This is definitely the best fish soup I have ever tasted. Kasher is delicious. So fresh that my eyebrows almost fell off. It's so delicious that I can't stop eating it. There is no fishy smell at all. But the fish soup retains the freshness of the fish. Although this bowl of fish soup is small, it is rich in a lot of cooking skills. The boss's craftsmanship is really great. Well, it's really delicious. I want another bowl. When they drank the nourishing fish soup, they couldn't help but praise it. The diners who were watching and hesitating silently before couldn't help swallowing their saliva at this time. Then, they silently went to line up and bought the nourishing fish soup. After just the first sip, they regretted why they hesitated just now. Such delicious food. But they took so long to taste it. How regretful. So, they decided to drink a few more bowls to make up for the missed time. These customers were eating happily in front of the booth. The scene of them eating one bowl and then another attracted the attention of many nearby diners. What kind of food booth is this? Why are so many people buying it? It seems to be selling nourishing fish soup. A bowl is 28 yuan, which is not expensive. I just don't know if it tastes really good, but judging from their appearance, it should be good. It is said to be very delicious. This fish soup smells really good. I won't say more. I have to queue up too. Shit. I chatted with you for a few minutes. And suddenly there are several more people lining up. The booth of Jinchi restaurant is unprecedentedly popular, which is undoubtedly a huge contrast with the previous lack of customers. This sudden booming business made the chefs and employees of Zuweiji and Zenkaiyuan Hotel nearby look at Huang Tao's booth in surprise. Especially the chef of Zuweiji put down his work and stood on tiptoe to look at Huang Tao after seeing the customer being snatched away. With a complicated expression, How can a small restaurant that has never even heard of the name be liked by so many diners? The chefs couldn't help but wonder. What is the secret of this young boss? Chapter 131. Only food is the most important. This is the power of food. It is also the affirmation of Huang Tao's cooking skills by customers. Huang Tao watched more and more customers come to line up to buy. And he was naturally happy in his heart. But his face was calm as water. And he was still concentrating on cooking. Bowls of nourishing fish soup. Under his skillful hands. Fresh out of the oven. Then Ding Suchin packed it and handed it to the customer. Everything went on in an orderly manner. On the other side, with a tick sound, the button of the fully automatic roasting machine automatically jumped to the off direction. The aroma also floated out and wandered in the booth. Boss, this machine jumped to the off direction. Is it considered roasted? Ming, who was in charge of roasting duck, stood in front of the fully automatic roasting machine and lowered his head to look inside through the machine door. Because it was the first time to contact this high-tech product. He asked Huang Tao uncertainly. Yes, but don't open it yet. Wait until the temperature drops a little before opening it. As he said that, Huang Tao immediately stopped what he was doing, walked to Ming's side in 2 steps, and checked the roast duck. Hey, boss, where's my fish soup? Boss, my saliva is about to flow out. Huang Tao looked through the machine door and saw that the roast duck was bright red, shiny all over, and the skin had completely turned crispy. Perfect, he reminded Ming. Put on gloves to avoid burns. Okay. Ming put on cotton gloves and opened the machine door. As soon as it was opened, the strong aroma of roast duck rose to the sky with the hot air. Very strong. The customers at the front of the booth smelled the strong aroma of barbecue, which was different from fish soup. Wow! It smells so good. They greedily inhaled the aroma of barbecue in the air. Just smelling the smell, their mouths couldn't help but start to drool. Ding Suchin looked at the customers in front of her. They stared at the golden and crispy roast duck just out of the oven with their eyes wide open. It smells so good. Boss, how much is this roast duck? A tall man in front saw the finished roast duck and smelled the fragrance, and couldn't help asking. Hearing someone asking about the price, Xian suddenly became energetic and smiled, and pointed to the mobile whiteboard beside her. Uncle, the price is here. The tall man stretched his neck to see. Half a piece is 98 yuan. And 1 piece is 188 yuan. It's a bit expensive. He was not the only one who felt this way. When the people in the front row saw the price clearly, they also felt that it was a little expensive. Seeing that they were a little hesitant, Lin Yuan explained with a smile, everyone, the roast duck in our store is roasted with local live ducks. And the taste is very delicious. It is definitely worth the money. When they heard that it was roasted with local live ducks, everyone felt that the price was acceptable. In addition, everyone had tasted the wonderful taste of nourishing fish soup, so they naturally trusted the craftsmanship of this store. Then give me half a duck. Then I'll take half a duck. All of a sudden, many customers, who had already tasted the delicious nourishing fish soup, wanted to continue ordering nourishing fish soup. But after seeing the tempting color and tempting aroma of the roast duck, they had an urge to taste it. Okay. Wait a moment. Wearing disposable gloves, Huang Tao picked up a whole roast duck with a ruddy and shiny color, placed it on the flat chopping board, held the duck neck with his left hand, held the knife with his right hand, and prepared to slice the roast duck. His silver and sharp blade cut into the ruddy and shiny roast duck meat, and cut the skin in an instant, instantly revealing the tender, white duck meat inside. With a flick of his wrist, he deftly sliced out a piece of skin-lined meat, thin but not broken duck meat. The skin was crispy, the outside was charred, and the inside was tender, plus the wisps of hot white smoke. Gudong. The people in the queue in front stared straight, and their throats rolled up and down to swallow the saliva that was constantly secreted. At this time, Huang Tao was still calm and at ease. His wrist was flexible, and the knife flew around. Slices of duck meat were then neatly and orderly placed on the 2 packaging boxes handed over by Ding Suchin. Each piece was as uniform in size as a clove leaf. The whole roast duck also slowly revealed its skeleton under his powerful duck slicing skills. More and more. More and more. Finally, the meat of the whole roast duck was sliced cleanly by him. There was not a single piece of meat on the remaining skeleton. This precise control almost blinded the 24K titanium dog eyes of the customers in line in front. They looked at the duck slices with excellent visual effects and praised them. Fuck. Each slice has skin and meat. Thin but not broken. The size, shape and thickness are the same. This knife skill, wow. It's amazing. Indeed. This knife skill is amazing. This knife skill is better than the duck slicing master of Quanjude. Just watching the boss slicing the duck is also a visual enjoyment. The boss's knife skills are first rate. And the presentation is beautiful. This roast duck really gives people a high-end feeling. Indeed. If you don't tell me, I would have thought it was produced by a 5-star hotel. No. No. Just the color, fragrance, and knife skills of this roast duck are much better than those produced by 5-star hotels. After Huang Tao sliced the roast duck, Ding Suqin also packed the sweet noodle sauce, cucumber strips, scallion shreds, and thin pancakes that she had prepared, put them together in a plastic bag, and handed them to the customers who had paid. After these customers received it, they walked aside. They didn't care about how to eat it with the sauce and the pancakes. They couldn't wait to pick up a piece of roast duck and taste it. Try it. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Fat but not tender. It's delicious. They were all intoxicated by the crispy roast duck. While they were eating roast duck, the old lady with reading glasses, who had not bought roast duck just now, unknowingly followed the crowd and wandered around to Huang Tao's booth. As soon as she got closer, she smelled a strong aroma of roast meat. Why is it so fragrant? She saw a few people enjoying the food happily not far ahead, and recognized one of them as her neighbor. So she smiled and greeted him. Hey, Lao Ding. What are you eating? So enjoyable? Roast duck. Roast duck? The old lady with reading glasses was stunned for a moment, and looked at the roast duck in his takeaway bowl. The color was bright red and moist, and it looked delicious. She couldn't help asking Lao Ding, can you give me a piece to try? Although the neighbor who was called Lao Ding was very reluctant, he still gave her a piece to try because of their many years of friendship. Taste it. Her cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god! This roast duck is so delicious. She was instantly attracted by the taste of the roast duck and asked with lingering interest, Old Ding, where did you buy this roast duck? It tastes really good. Look! I bought it from this stall called Really Delicious. The auntie with reading glasses looked in the direction of his finger, looking at the familiar picture. The familiar people. Oh my god! I just visited this store. I didn't expect that his roast duck is so delicious. Looking at those people in line, shouting to order roast duck. What are you waiting for? Just buy it. She rushed over to line up. Didn't you see the step of killing the duck with your own eyes? What are you watching? Killing the duck alive. I have forgotten everything. Now the only thing that matters is food. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Old Ding saw that she was already in line to buy, and realized that she had also been conquered by the deliciousness of the roast duck. But he was also glad that she went to line up. Otherwise, he might not be able to keep the half box of roast duck in his hand. Boss, I want a roast duck too. The auntie wearing reading glasses shouted from behind, fearing that the roast duck would be sold out when it was her turn to go to the stall. So he took the lead. Boss, I want half a duck and a bowl of nourishing fish soup. I want one. Seeing this, other customers also shouted with the same idea, as if they would not be able to buy roast duck if they did not do this. At this moment, such a lively scene appeared in front of the Really Delicious booth. Many customers were still more than 10 meters away from the booth, and they shouted loudly to buy roast duck. Please line up in an orderly manner. Juanita, who had nothing to do, wanted to do something for his son. So he smiled and stepped forward to maintain order at the scene. After all, if there was any trouble, it would be more trouble than gain. Faced with the calls of this group of lovely customers, Huang Tao naturally could not respond one by one. They could only come in the order of the queue. He kept moving his hands and said with a smile, everyone, please line up, one by one. Today, the ingredients are quite sufficient, and you will definitely buy them. After hearing Huang Tao's words, the customers also quieted down and stopped calling for orders. After all, calling for orders is useless. The queues that should be lined up still have to be lined up. Huang Tao was also completely busy, and he was responsible for cooking the food. Ding Suqin and 3 temporary college students assisted in the rest of the small things. After the roast duck and nourishing fish soup received more and more praise, the sales of steamed sparrows with lotus leaf and glutinous rice also increased. Of course, many people who came to the food festival also heard about this booth and came here directly, because everyone praised it. And the food in the store was delicious. Many customers would pay for a sample. After tasting it, they couldn't help but buy other delicacies again. So there was a continuous queue in front of the really delicious booth. On the other side, the host stage of the food festival was already full of gongs and drums. And the music was playing, which was very lively. Many people followed the sound. They rushed to the host stage. They wanted to join in the fun. Chapter 132, Voting for the Top 10. Huh? What's that sound? Hearing the noise, Xian stretched her neck and looked in the direction of the sound. Song Xian looked at her granddaughter's curious eyes and couldn't help but smile kindly. Xian, do you want to watch the opening ceremony? Yes. Xian blinked and thought for a while. Then Grandpa and Grandma will take you to watch it. Okay? Okay. Her eyebrows were curved. 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks. And her bright eyes were shining in the sunlight. Very smart and cute. Then she turned her head to look at her busy father and asked sweetly, Dad, can I go to the opening ceremony with Grandpa and Grandma? Of course. As long as you like it. Wangtao nodded. And said worriedly, however, there must be a lot of people at the event site. You and Grandpa and Grandma should be careful and don't squeeze into crowded places. In fact, he also wanted to go with Xian to join in the fun. But the current situation of the booth did not allow it. Okay. I know. Xian nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. And then said seriously, Dad, don't worry. I will take good care of Grandpa and Grandma. She said it like an adult. Everyone couldn't help laughing after hearing it. How could there be such a cute and sensible little girl? Okay. I'm relieved that you can take care of Grandpa and Grandma. Wangtao smiled lovingly. Then turned his head to his parents and said, Mom and Dad, I'll leave Xian to you. Wangita and his wife nodded and said in unison, Son, don't worry. Wangtao was still very relieved about his parents. At this moment, Wangita squatted and turned around, stretching his hands back at the same time. Xian, come. Grandpa will carry you over. The road is not far, and there are many people. Carrying over is the most appropriate. Xian hesitated for a moment, shook her head and said, Xian has to take care of Grandpa and Grandma, so Grandpa can't carry her. As she said, she slid down from the chair. One little hand held Grandpa's slightly rough hand, and the other little hand immediately held Grandma's slightly rough hand. Being held by Xian like this, Wangita and his wife felt very warm and happy. Xian couldn't spare any time, so she raised her Grandma's hand and waved to her dad. Dad. Bye. We're leaving. Okay. Bye. See you later. Wangtao watched her and her parents disappear into the crowd, and then continued to be busy slicing roast duck, cooking shabu-shabu fish slices, and fish soup for customers. The food festival was crowded with people, and it was the most lively and noisy time. Xian held her grandparents' hands and walked through the crowds, taking a quick look. Everything in front of her felt very fresh. When the three of them walked towards the opening ceremony, a little girl with twin ponytails, holding a man's hand, came towards the opening ceremony. Cici. Xian was sharp-eyed and recognized the other person at once, and immediately shouted out. The other person was her good friend Cici. The two little guys hadn't seen each other for several hours. Cici heard the voice and looked over. He immediately broke free from his father's hand and ran toward Xian. Xian. Cici. Xian also let go of her grandparents' hands, opened her arms, and ran towards Cici. The two little people hugged each other, jumping and dancing, very happy. Xian. Cici. Xian. Cici. Shouan's eyebrows curved, revealing 2 dimples. Cici. Why did you come to the food festival just now? I've been here for a while. It's all my dad's fault for sleeping in and refusing to get up. I called him several times before he was willing to get up. After getting up, he was still dawdling, so he was late. Cici pouted, with a frowning expression on her face that said, What can I do? I'm helpless too. She also sighed with a tired face. Hey, my dad is just a big lazy bug, and a super invincible big ink stain. Jiangling, who was given the 2 titles of Big Lazy Bug and Super Invincible Big Ink Stain as soon as he came over, scratched his head awkwardly. Hey! His little cotton-padded jacket is leaking cotton again. Seeing Wangtao's parents, he was not surprised at all, and greeted them with a smile. Dad Huang. Mom Huang. Hello. On the way here just now. Cici kept talking about Xian. I was going to look for Xian after watching the opening ceremony. But I didn't expect to meet her here. Really? Then let's go and watch it together. Okay. The three adults, each holding their own children, came to the opening ceremony of the food festival. When they came, there were already many people at the scene, and all the front seats were taken. Everyone was not surprised. After all, if you want a good seat, you must come early in advance. In order to let the two children see the stage better, they walked forward to the side where there were fewer people, then stand in a corner of the stage. Although the position is not very good, at least you can see the stage clearly. And the organizer, in order to set off the atmosphere of the scene, before the host came on stage, dynamic electronic dance music came from the speakers on both sides of the main stage. Groups of young and beautiful men and women took turns to perform energetic songs and dances. The scene was very lively. Xian and Cici, the two little people, were infected by the atmosphere of the scene, swaying their little hands and swaying left and right to the rhythm. Old man, record a video quickly and send it to your son later, so that he can also see it. After Song Salian reminded him, Wanga quickly took out his mobile phone and took a video of Xian. Jiangling also took out his mobile phone to take a video of the live dance and the live audience, and posted it on WeChat Moments to check in. 15 minutes later, the host appeared on stage. Good morning, everyone. The female host in a pink dress waved to the people under the stage with a charming smile. I am the host of this event, Lu Qianqian, the host of the news channel of this city's TV station. Welcome everyone to the event side of the 8th Wanling Food Festival. Wow, there are so many citizens paying attention to our food festival this time, which makes me feel the enthusiasm of Wanling citizens all of a sudden. The male host in a suit also waved enthusiastically to the people under the stage as soon as he came on stage, and then asked, Qianqian, let me ask you a question. Do you know how many food booths there are in this food festival? This? I really don't know. I only know that this food festival is the 8th food festival held in Wanling City. From the initial single and simple food gathering to the current food festival that seeks diversification and plans the city's brand positioning. Brother Young, can you tell me how many food booths there are this time? Ma Young smiled mysteriously. There are 88 food booths this year, and the selection by the organizers this year is as strict as in previous years. Now the merchants in each food booth are elites from the well-known catering industry in Wanling City, and the chef's skills are also unique. Wow! So, this year's food festival, we have a feast for the taste buds. Not only that, Qianqian, this year's food festival, the city's Commerce Commission and Alipay have launched in-depth online and offline cooperation. And Alipay QR code payment covers every booth. At the same time, Alipay has also designed a red envelope specifically for this food festival. Foodies scan the code to receive the red envelope before paying. And after paying, they can receive different amounts of bonuses. Guess, what is the highest bonus this time? For 1,888 yuan? Congratulations. You got it right. Ma Yong spoke in a high-spirited tone, then smiled and said, and at the end of this event, the top 10 and the package king of this food festival will be selected through the scoring of expert judges and the voting of citizens. Compared with previous years, this food festival innovatively introduces the new model of Chef Plus Food. During the event, chefs from merchants will be invited to demonstrate on site every afternoon, teaching neighborhood cooking skills from material selection, cutting, cooking, and heat. This afternoon, the head chef of the International Hotel, which ranked first among the top 10 in the previous year, came on stage to teach cooking skills. As for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we need to look at the data to select. Wow! Not only can you eat delicious food, but you can also watch the chefs teach cooking skills on site. And more importantly, you can also participate in the vote to select this year's top 10. It's really exciting and exciting. Ma Yong and Lu Qianqian, the two hosts, chatted with each other for a few words. According to the process, the relevant leaders of the Wanling municipal government and the leaders of the organizers came to the stage to speak one after another. After a long opening speech, several leaders cut the ribbon for the opening ceremony of the food festival together, announcing that the 3-day Wanling Food Festival officially kicked off. Xian and Cici, the two little ones, naturally had no interest in this speech and ribbon-cutting ceremony that was boring and made people sleepy. She yelled to leave. So Juanita and his wife prepared to take her back. Jiang Ling originally wanted to taste the food, and now that his daughter yelled to leave, he naturally agreed to escape from this boring opening ceremony. On Huang Tao's side, Su Hao called and said that the driver had already transported the stewed dishes on the way, and asked him to send someone to pick them up when the time came. He quickly arranged Yan Ming and Xiao Ji to meet at the door of the booth and move the stewed dishes over. Chapter 133. Want to eat the food of the same trade? Everyone, please make way. Please make way. When Jiang Guowei helped Yan Ming and the others to move the braised food and other ingredients, he was a little surprised to see the queue of people in front of the booth. Wow! So many people are queuing. It seems that Mr. Huang's food is also very popular at the food booth. Great! Great! A touch of envy instantly jumped into Jiang Guowei's eyes, and he was happy for Huang Tao in his heart. Huang Tao saw it and thanked him. Brother Jiang, you came here specially to help me move things. Thank you. It's not special for me. I just happened to meet you and helped you by the way. Jiang Guowei originally planned to come to the food festival to support Huang Tao. When he just left the store, he saw Su Hao and the others moving the braised food and other ingredients into the small truck and discussing who would escort them. After hearing this, he volunteered to take on the task and took a ride here. Brother Jiang, put these stainless steel barrels here first, and Sister Suqin will come to deal with them later. Huang Tao kept working and signaled with his eyes. Jiang Guowei understood immediately. He did it smoothly. Yan Ming and Xiao Ji also brought a barrel over. The three of us took turns. Soon, everything was done. Yan Ming, come and wipe your sweat. Lin Yuan took out a tissue and handed it to Yan Ming with gentle eyes, asking him to wipe the sweat on his forehead. Yan Ming smiled foolishly and took the tissue. My wife still loves me. Xiao Ji, a single dog who was caught off guard and fed a mouthful of dog food. Yuhan, come over and take over my job. I have to put out the braised food. Ding Suqin shouted as she picked up the stainless steel plate covered with plastic wrap and prepared to put the braised food in. Oh, okay. Lin Yuan responded and smiled gently at Yan Ming. Then I'll go over and get busy first. Go ahead. Be careful when packing. Don't be careless and burn yourself. Yan Ming couldn't help but worriedly remind her when he remembered that she had burned her hand while frying crab and fried cake for him a few days ago. She gave him a look that said don't worry, then walked to Ding Suqin's side and took over Ding Suqin's job. Sister Suqin, go ahead. Leave this to me. Ding Suqin nodded and handed the stainless steel plate to Yan Ming and Xiao Ji on the side, asking them to put out the braised food together. The lids of 3 stainless steel barrels were opened one after another. Instantly, the rich aroma of stewed food floated out from the booth, drifting hundreds of meters with the wind, and could be smelled by most of the food festival. Many diners at the food festival couldn't help but move their noses and sniff carefully. This stewed food smells really good. At first, they subconsciously thought that this rich stewed food smell was the new stewed food launched by the Xinglongli booth at the corner. It's no wonder they thought so. After all, after everyone comes to the food festival, they basically take a rough walk to see what each booth sells. And after walking around, only the Xinglongli booth specializes in stewed food. As for why I didn't expect the stewed food at the booth to be really delicious, it was because when I was walking around, although I saw it on the sign, there was not even a shadow of stewed food at the booth. So, they didn't think about the Zenchichi booth. Many diners who like to eat braised food, after smelling the rich aroma of braised food, all have their mouths watering, want to eat. So, they all rushed to the Xinglongli booth. The chefs and waiters of Xinglongli saw so many customers coming at once, and they felt that business was coming. The waiter hurried forward and greeted them warmly. Excuse me. What do you want? You can line up here to order first. Hearing this, diners lined up one after another. It was just that, after getting close to smell the braised food produced by Xinglongli, I suddenly felt that this smell was very different from the braised food I had just smelled. How to say it? The smell of the braised food was very overbearing. It rushed straight into the throat. Just smelling it makes people intoxicated and yearning. And the braised food in front of this store smells fragrant. But it's just a little more fragrant than the general braised food on the market. No, it's not that smell. The first customer in line shook his head and left. Waiter? The customers behind him also showed the same expression after smelling it. Then, they all left without any nostalgia. The chefs and waiters of Xinglongli looked at their backs as they left, all confused. What's going on? What's wrong with the smell? Why did these people just smell it a few times and then leave? Are they all imitating painting cakes to satisfy hunger, and want to do painting cakes to satisfy hunger in ancient times, and smell fragrance to satisfy hunger today? Are they shooting a short video? But there is no camera equipment. They sniffed their noses in confusion and always felt that there was a good smell of stewed food in the air, which was more fragrant than the stewed food in the store. What is going on? Does the braised food become more fragrant as it is braised? They didn't think much about it. After all, there were other customers to take care of in the store. They didn't even notice that a Zenhachi restaurant not far away also had new braised food. Wang Tao and his employees were busy entertaining customers. As soon as various braised foods came out, they were immediately bought by customers queuing up. Many of them were customers who were conquered by the nourishing fish soup at the beginning. After tasting roast duck and steamed ribs with glutinous rice one after another, although the stomach was almost full and the mouth was shouting that it couldn't eat anymore, it was still reluctant to leave. The body is even more honest. The moment I smelled the aroma of the braised food, I couldn't help but order every braised food. A taste of the rich braised chicken feet. Wow! The chicken feet were completely cooked, and the bones and meat separated with just a light bite. Not only is it well seasoned, but it is also very chewy and tender. Delicious. This braised food is amazing. I will buy some more to take home for my family to try. TSK. This braised food is authentic. This is definitely the best braised food I have ever eaten. The customers who have received the braised food are chewing it with relish, and they don't even bother to wipe the marinade off their faces. They even wish they had 8 stomachs so that they can stuff more of the food from Shen Hao restaurant. The diners who just went to Xinglongli to smell the aroma came here following the aroma, and saw those customers chewing the braised food happily. They sniffed hard again. Yes, that's the smell. Yes, this smell is coming from this store. After determining their target, they all came together and joined the long queue to buy braised food. The queue has grown inadvertently. It's only been a short time. The queue of customers has never stopped, and it's getting longer and longer. Wang Tao's booming business has made the chefs in the surrounding food booths crazy envious. The chefs all looked out to watch. How delicious is the food in his store? Why do customers come back to buy after tasting it? They are almost full, but they are reluctant to leave and keep buying. And why is the braised food in his store so fragrant? Many chefs in these food booths are the chefs with the highest cooking skills in major hotels and restaurants. They are also well known in the local chef community, and they have participated in every food festival. Experienced, excellent cooking skills. The food they make has also gained many repeat customers. Many people who come to the food festival to taste the food come for the food they make. But the return rate of repeat customers is not as high as that of this unknown small restaurant. An unknown small restaurant can be liked by so many diners at the food festival for the first time. The chefs around couldn't help wondering, how delicious is the food in this restaurant? Zhuiji, on Huang Tao's left, had good business in the morning. But later, they gradually found that their business was not so good. When many guests walked into this area, they would be attracted by the food at the Zenhashi booth. Many people didn't even look at their grilled abalone and grilled squid. The chef of Zhuiji was a little curious. Is the food next door so delicious? Shihu, come here. I want to tell you something. He called his apprentice Shihu over, wanting him to go to the next door to buy some food and come back to study it. He has been making food for his whole life, and he wants to see why the food next door is so attractive. Shihu asked in confusion, Master, what's the matter? Go to the next door to buy some stewed food, fish soup and roast duck. Ah! Shihu was so surprised that his mouth opened wide, enough to fit a duck egg. The master who has always been conceited and noble actually wants to eat the food of his peers? Today's sun is probably coming out from the west. Right? However, when Xiaohu was carrying the ingredients just now, he also noticed the booth next door. After getting the ordered meals, the guests next door stood aside and enjoyed the food. Everyone had a happy and joyful smile on their faces. Some exaggerated guests even couldn't help but close their eyes and enjoy the food when they ate the food. Xiaohu is also a person who loves to eat. Because of work, he had eaten a lot of delicious food, but he had never seen such an intoxicated and enjoyable expression. He had never seen such a reaction from any customer in any store. From the faces of those customers, he knew that this expression was not acting, but a true expression. What made him wonder was the food in this booth really so delicious? Now that the master had spoken, he naturally went to the next door to queue up and buy it. Originally, due to the reasons of the same industry, the chef of Ji wanted Xiaohu to go quietly, so as not to let the owner of the next booth know that he was from Ji. Who would have thought that his own apprentice would not have concealed it at all? He even wore the chef uniform of Ji and went to line up. The chef of Ji was a little amused. Why did he accept such a stupid apprentice? He didn't even know how to compete with his peers. After waiting for a long time, Xiaohu quickly returned to his booth with a takeaway box. Xiaohu smiled happily. Master, I bought what you wanted for you. Then everyone come and try it. Try the food next door. Why is it so delicious? The chef of Ji invited other chefs to come and taste it. The chefs gathered together. Each picked up chopsticks and spoons and tasted it. Damn, this fish soup is so delicious. No wonder those customers want another bowl after drinking one bowl. Wow! This roast duck is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It is fat, but not greasy and very delicious. The key is that the knife skills are also unique. TSK. The braised flavor is so tempting when you smell it up close. The gravy flowing from the torn part of the braised chicken leg tells you that the taste of the braised chicken leg is absolutely delicious. It is true after tasting it. The aroma of the brine is deeply soaked into the chicken leg. The two are combined into one and complement each other. Listening to these compliments from his subordinates as if they were free, the chef of Ji felt mixed emotions. He has been the chef of Ji for more than 10 years. And he has never heard these subordinates give him such a high evaluation. Just after taking a bite of the food from the next booth, the reaction of these subordinates was so strong. How embarrassed he was. He took a bite of the roast duck without believing in it, and was stunned as soon as he chewed it. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a mellow taste and a special delicious flavor. Delicious. Extremely delicious. You are right. This roast duck is really delicious. The chef of Ji and his staff rushed to pack the food in the box excitedly. In the end, nothing was left. Not even a drop of fish soup was left. Chapter 134. What happened? Ming, Xiao Ji. The braised chicken feet, braised chicken wings, and braised duck necks are almost gone. Hurry up and scoop some over. Lin Yuan, who was already responsible for packing the braised food, saw that some of the braised food in the stainless steel plate was almost sold out, and couldn't help but ask Ming and Xiao Ji to restock it quickly, so as not to keep the customers waiting for a long time. Hey, arrange it immediately. Ming and Xiao Ji quickly divided the work and cooperated. Each of them scooped some urgently needed braised foods such as braised chicken feet, braised chicken wings, and braised duck necks from several stainless steel barrels behind them with a spoon and filled the stainless steel plate. The two of them were quite good at seeing that the other braised food in the stainless steel plate was almost consumed by half. Hurry up and get new ones. Fill it up. The business of the booth is much more prosperous than expected. Huang Tao also told Su Hao in the store. Let him lead Zifeng and Xiaowei to continue stewing meat, making nourishing fish soup, and the preliminary work of making roast duck. Then wait for his notice and send it over. At this time, Xian, holding the hands of her grandparents, took Cici and Jiangling father and daughter back to their own booth. Before seeing the person, you hear his voice first. Daddy, Daddy. Xian. Huang Tao listened to his daughter's sweet call and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. His eyes were full of tenderness. He asked softly, "You're back? Was the opening ceremony good?" Well, at the beginning, the dancing was pretty good. But later, the uncle's speeches were boring. When Xian thought of those speeches that were like a ball of yarn, she felt that there was nothing good about the opening ceremony. Cici, who followed closely, also nodded and agreed yes. It's boring. It's not good at all. Oh. Cici also went to see it. Huang Tao asked with a smile, then nodded to Jiangling as a greeting, and turned sideways to tell Ming behind him, Ming, take some braised chicken wings and braised chicken legs, and let Cici and the others try them. Oh. Okay. Boss. Ming nodded and did as he was told. When Jiangling received the braised food handed over by Ming, he thanked him a little flattered. Xian Dad, you are so polite. Thank you. Cici, who had been trained at home, also apologized politely. Thank you, uncle. So good. Huang Tao smiled. In order not to affect Huang Tao's business, Jiang took his daughter to a corner and stayed with Jiang Wei. Of course, before tasting the food, he did not forget to take photos and check in to his moments to promote it. Dear friends, come to the food festival to eat food. Please look for booth 88. I guarantee you will want to eat more after eating it. And you can't stop eating it. Many relatives and friends were very curious about the taste of booth 88 when they saw the message he sent. Cousin, is it really that delicious? I remember that the food at previous food festivals tasted good, but it was not to the extent that I wanted to eat more after eating it. Cousin, what is so special about the food at booth 88? Tell me. Tell me. Jiang looked at the comments of relatives and friends and was too lazy to explain. He just smiled and replied in unison, it's really delicious. If you don't believe it, come and try it together later. Cousin, sure. Anyway, I just got up and haven't had breakfast yet. I'm just hungry. It's a good time to go eat and solve breakfast and lunch at the same time. Don't cheat on my feelings. Cousin, my best friend who works in a food magazine invited me to go to the food festival this afternoon. Then we will go to the booth recommended by my cousin to see if the food there is really as delicious as my cousin said. After seeing that his publicity had some effect, Jiang sent the pictures he had just taken to the kindergarten class group to show off. Cece's father, I have already tried Shouan's father's new braised food. Parents, how about you? How's mother? I was driving here. I was waiting for the green light when I saw this tempting picture of the braised food. It made me drool, and I almost missed the green light. Fortunately, I stepped on the accelerator fast enough. Chi-Chi's mom, wow. Braised chicken wings. Shouan's dad actually made my favorite braised chicken wings. I originally thought that there would be too many people on the first day, so I planned to take my children to shop on the last day. Now I see the photos sent by Cece's dad. Well, I admit that I am greedy. Wait, I will take my children there now. I can't wait to taste Shouan's dad's craftsmanship. Teacher Yi at Chi-Chi's mom. I also thought that there would be too many people on the first day, so I planned to go on the last day. Now I see the pictures, and my greed is aroused. I can't help it anymore. Let's meet at booth 88 later. Teacher Sue, I heard that this food festival will be the same as previous years. The top 10 will be selected, and there will also be a takeaway king. Shouan's dad is so dedicated to this event, and he must also want to win this opportunity. If you like the food made by Shouan's dad, you must support him and cast your precious vote for him. Teacher Yi, agree. How's mom, agree +1. Chi-Chi's mom, agree +2. After Teacher Sue reminded him, Jiang remembered that there was indeed a vote. It seems that there is a voting page for this year's food festival on the Alipay interface. Click in and vote for your favorite booth. Only for customers who pay with Alipay. And each customer can only vote once. And you can also participate in a lottery by scanning the code with Alipay. I thought that when I queue up to buy later, I must use Alipay to scan the code to pay, and then vote for Zenchiho restaurant. As for the red envelope reward for scanning the code, he doesn't care much. Just a Buddhist mentality. If there is, it's icing on the cake. If there is no, he doesn't need the money. And more people are queuing at Wang Tao's booth. Basically, they are attracted by the aroma of the stewed food. After asking the price, they decisively buy some. When they were about to leave with satisfaction, they saw the nourishing fish soup on the side, which was as white as milk. The color of the roast duck was also very tempting, and the fragrance of the steamed spare ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice was very appetizing. They were already a little tempted. And then, they heard the waiter say that all the roast ducks were roasted alive. The nourishing fish soup was also boiled with lively silver carp, and the spare ribs were all freshly purchased in the morning. So they ordered one of each. These are all new customers. And the old neighbors and some college students, who came one after another, came to line up to buy. And basically the opening remarks were, Boss Huang, I'm here to show my support. Then, they looked at the 7 or 8 plates of braised food on the booth, which were very tempting. They were all the braised food collections that they had begged Wang Tao to release before but never did. The more active college students couldn't help but say, oh, I've finally got the braised food collection that I've been looking forward to for so long. Oh my god! These braised chicken legs, braised chicken wings, and braised chicken feet are all my favorites. Ah! I feel like I'm about to faint from happiness. Basically, the old customers who came together ordered all the new braised food. Of course, Roast duck and nourishing fish soup are naturally a must-buy. Everyone also paid with Alipay. Finally, they didn't forget to go to the voting page. Cast your precious vote for the really delicious booth. Then, they stood by the booth with a takeaway box and ate the braised food. Everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. This enjoyable scene naturally attracted many customers who just passed by. They all came over because they were greedy. Joined the long queue to buy braised food. After tasting the food that Shouan packed back, the chefs of Zhuangji were all overwhelmed and completely conquered by the delicious food. Of course, they all felt that they didn't enjoy the food enough. So they took advantage of the fact that there were no customers in front of the booth at noon and went to the booth of Zinchichi to queue up for purchase. Even the chef of Zhuangji, who has always been conceited and arrogant, joined the queue half-heartedly at the invitation of Shouan. There were crowds of people in front of Huang Tao's booth. This made the chefs in other booths around him envious. In addition, seeing that the chefs of Zhuangji came out in full force this time to queue up in front of the booth of Zinchichi, this shocked them so much that they were all shocked. They all understood instantly that the chefs of Zhuangji were impressed by the food at the Zinhachi booth. They also understood instantly that the food at the Zinhachi booth must be delicious. They were originally restrained by their status, but now they couldn't help it. So, they all gave up their booths and lined up to buy the food at the Zinhachi booth. Some hungry diners just entered the food festival and were ready to buy some food nearby to fill their stomachs. As soon as they walked to the nearest booth, they found that the chefs and waiters were not there. And they didn't even see a shadow of a person. Huh? Where did the chefs and waiters go? The chefs and waiters of the seafood hotel are gone. The chefs and waiters of the Lin hotel are gone. The chefs and waiters of the Holiday Inn are gone too. The chefs and waiters of the Su Mansion are still gone. Oh my god. What the hell? What's going on? Did something unexpected happen at the food festival? The chefs and waiters from all the booths went to eat melons and watch the fun. Even ignoring their own booths? A big question mark appeared in the minds of many diners. They walked around the corner in confusion and found a booth with particularly hot business. The chefs and waiters who disappeared from other booths were now in the queue. Very eye-catching. Good guy. I looked for them thousands of times in the crowd. But when I looked back, they were queuing at other booths. Some chefs and waiters rushed to the queue one by one, as if they were afraid that they would be sold out. Seeing this scene, the diners were all in tears. It is said that when people of the same trade meet, they are particularly jealous. But the chefs and waiters of each booth of this food festival actually went to take care of the business of a booth called Jinhaochi. They actually became customers of Jinhaochi. Chapter 135. I'm not in the mood to chat with you. The diners who had just come in and hadn't figured out the situation saw the chef in the queue and shouted, "Hey, why are you all queuing at other people's booths? Don't you want to do business?" "That? I want a plate of squid. Please come and make it. Business must be done." But now, seeing that it was almost their turn, the chefs and waiters of Zhuangji were naturally unwilling to give up. So, several people kicked the ball to each other, wanting the other party to go back to greet the guests. But the ball was kicked around, and nothing was kicked out. No one was willing to take this job. Even if they were threatened with deducting their bonuses, they couldn't shake their decision to continue queuing to buy. Everyone had to apologize and said, "Young man, please wait a moment. We will come over after we buy the things." The young man who wanted to contribute to the performance of others, but was ruthlessly ignored. Why? What is the magic of the braised food in this really delicious restaurant? It actually made these chefs ignore the customers and queue up to buy? This young man is not the only one who has this idea. The other diners who just came in have the same idea. But, smelling the aroma of braised food in the air, watching the customers, who were eating braised chicken feet and braised chicken wings not far away, showing a happy smile of enjoyment, they got it at once. It's because it's so delicious. The diners who were greedy by the sight and smell ran to the back to queue up and wanted to buy some to try. The chef of Su Mansion, who was standing behind the chef of Zhuangji, was waiting for the people of Zhuangji to leave so that he could move a few queue positions to the front. Who would have thought that these people were all ruthless? They were unmoved. The chef of Su Mansion, whose beautiful idea was dashed, couldn't help but smile and joked, "Hey, Laotian, there are customers coming to buy your grilled squid. Why don't you go back and cook for the customers? Don't you know that customers are God? How dare you say that to me? Aren't you the chef of Su Mansion, also queuing here to buy? Wait until I buy the things in this store first. And then I will go back and cook for the customers. The chef of Zhuiji, Lao Chi, turned his head and looked at the chef of Su Mansion, with a look of I have seen through your heart and liver in his eyes, and said, these chefs are familiar with each other. They are now ignoring their own booths, just wanting to taste the food at Huang Tao's booth. As chefs, they have seen all kinds of food. To be honest, they are basically not interested in all kinds of food. These chefs rarely go to other hotels to taste food. But the stewed food of this Dingi restaurant smells so good today. They have never smelled such delicious stewed food. So they are curious and can't help but want to taste it. Huang Tao and others never expected that the chefs and waiters in the surrounding booths would come to line up to take care of his business. And Zhuiji, the neighbor next door, actually visited his booth for the second time. Everyone is a guest. Huang Tao and others greeted them with a smile and packed for them quickly. The chefs and waiters of each store smelled the stewed aroma and fresh fish soup, the crispy aroma of roast duck, various flavors mixed together, surprisingly not unpleasant, but also very fragrant. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. After getting the food I ordered, I immediately went back to my booth. As soon as I got back, I couldn't wait to taste the braised food. After just one bite, these chefs found that this braised food was not an ordinary braised food. It was mellow and sweet, and the fragrance lingered in the mouth. It was truly a mouthful of ecstasy. It's no exaggeration to say, the taste of this braised food directly surpassed all the food at the food festival. After tasting them all the chefs were silent. Fuck. You still don't accept that the small restaurant is on the food festival. And you still don't accept that the small restaurant is good business. But the cooking skills of the boss are here. Why don't you accept it? The cooking skills of this small restaurant boss are too superb. Far better than these ordinary chefs. Far better than the chef. After tasting the food of Zenhashi, the chefs of these hotels and restaurants all accepted this fact. The food of this Zenhashi restaurant is so delicious. It deserves that its business is so good. Alas, they can't compare. They can't compare. But fortunately, the food they sell at their booth is not the same as the food of this Zenhashi restaurant. They can still survive in the cracks. Otherwise, they may really have nothing to do with this food festival. But Xinglongli is a little worried at this time. At the beginning, the braised food at the booth was okay. But later, there are many people smelling, but few people buying. Business is very slow. The chefs braise the food, but only a few customers come every few minutes. The waiters were so bored that they were getting bored. Everyone was wondering at first. But when they saw a customer walking by their booth and eating a packaged box of braised food, they thought, could there be a booth selling braised food at the food festival? They also realized belatedly why those customers, who only smelled but didn't buy, kept complaining that the taste was wrong. They also realized belatedly that the aroma of braised food in the air was not from their own booth at all. They were just thinking of sending someone to other booths to take a look. Then, they saw the chef of Lei Yuman Hotel, who they had a good relationship with, walking into the store with a smile. Old Chu, I brought you something. Come and try it. I'm not in the mood to eat or chat with you now. Xinglongji chef Old Chu said seriously. You must be interested in what I brought. Then the chef of Lei Yuman Hotel took out a packaged box from behind and opened the lid. In an instant, a domineering aroma of stewed food rushed straight into Lao Chu's throat. This stewed food is natural, simple and authentic, deep and mellow, and long-lasting. Unlike the unique taste made with additives nowadays, Lao Chu has been making stewed food for more than 10 years. Just by smelling it, you can tell that the real skills in this stewed food are not something that ordinary people can do. His eyes lit up. This stewed food? I knew you would be interested. I bought it at a booth called Jinhaochi. Try it. The chef of Lei Yuman Hotel signaled him to take it. Lao Chu tasted a piece of duck neck. The stewed food is rich. The meat is soft, fragrant and tasty. Even the bones are tasty and soft. After eating, Lao Chu felt complicated. This really delicious stewed food completely beats their Xinglongli stewed food. Of course, at this time, he didn't have any bad thoughts. After all, he also realized the gap between himself and his opponent, which was really too big. Since he couldn't compete with his opponent in braised food, he should change to another kind of food, in order to avoid the egg hitting the stone and hurting himself. Chapter 136 Selection of Most Popular Booth. In a building on the commercial pedestrian street. In a room, dozens of surveillance videos covered an entire wall. There were small windows on the surveillance interface. Almost all the scenes of the commercial pedestrian street were reflected in it. Several men and women in suits sat in a row, staring intently at the screen on the surveillance interface. Then, they looked down at the lines of data recorded in real time on the notebook in front of them to see if they were correct. These data are very important. They will serve as proof for the daily selection of the most popular booth and the Panicking 3 days later. The chef of today's most popular booth will be invited by the organizer to participate in the on-site teaching tomorrow afternoon. As for the candidates for this afternoon, they have been finalized. The head chef of the International Hotel, which ranked first among the top 10 last year, will personally come on stage to teach cooking skills. In previous years, the head chef of the International Hotel took charge of the 3-day on-site teaching. It can be said that it is a unique one. Who else can do it but me? This year, the booth of the International Hotel is also included in the selection of the most popular booth. Of course, the International Hotel is still determined to win the 3-day on-site teaching and the first place in the top 10 competition. On the monitoring screen, in addition to the booths of several well-known big stores, like the International Hotel, there is another booth that is also extremely eye-catching. From the monitoring screen, this booth is an unknown small restaurant. The name of the store is not a high-end 5-star hotel at first glance, and it also exudes a tacky atmosphere. It's called Really Delicious. The main food is also ordinary food. But what is surprising is that such an inconspicuous booth has a long queue of 5 rows. At first glance, it is full of people. And there are men, women, young and old. Several staff members and food judges in suits on the scene stared at the screen on the monitor and fell into deep thought. They all asked a soul-searching question: what is so special about the food in this really delicious booth? Of course, except Lactation. Lactation looked at the monitor screen and saw that the whole stall was full of braised food. 6 or 7 plates were placed together, which was particularly tempting. Many of them were new braised food that he had never tasted. His eyes lit up, and he whispered to himself in surprise, "Oh, Boss Huang has a new braised food this time. This can have." This time, he felt that the glutton in his stomach was completely aroused, and he couldn't sit still at all. He immediately stood up and bowed to the food judges present, saying, "Everyone, I'm leaving first and going to the Zinchichi booth to buy some braised food. I'll be back soon." "Okay, Lactation, since you want to buy it, just go and buy it." A fat old man next to him smiled and nodded. Another gray-haired old man was silent for a moment and said, "Lactation, wait for me. I'll go with you." He wanted to go and see how the food at the Zinchichi booth tasted. It seemed that Lactation knew the owner of the Zinchichi restaurant. I don't know why Lactation was so anxious. When Lactation saw that it was the former national banquet chef Wei Mingwa, he smiled and stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. "Okay, Lao Wei, let's go together." As they said that, the two walked towards the door. As soon as they walked out of the room, a voice came from behind. "Lactation, Lao Wei, remember to bring some back for me. One of each." Wei Mingwa's figure swayed, and he almost fell down. "I say, Lao Zhu, if you want to eat, come with us. These old guys are also greedy." Lactation gently shook his folding fan and smiled without saying anything. Commercial pedestrian street. Really delicious booth area. 6 or 7 plates of braised food were consumed very quickly. The braised food in the stainless steel barrels at the back was also scooped out. Huang Tao also hurriedly called Su Hao and asked the driver to deliver a few more barrels. "By the way, bring more boiled fish soup, sliced fish meat, and roast duck that has been prepared in the early stage." Su Hao, who had already prepared the goods, hurriedly asked the driver to deliver it after receiving the call. Jiang Wei and Jiang Ling volunteered to go to the outside of the booth with Yan Ming and Xiao Ji to meet the customers. Huang Tao continued to be busy slicing roast duck and hot pot fish for customers. Ding Suqin assisted in packing. Lin Yuan was busy packing braised food for customers. After a while, the braised food and roast duck were in short supply. They were all sold out. When there were more diners in line to order roast duck and braised food, Lin Yuan apologized and said, "I'm sorry. The braised food and roast duck are sold out now. The new braised food is still on the way. It will take you about 10 minutes. The roast duck still needs to be roasted. It is estimated that you have to wait for more than 20 minutes. Can you wait?" "Ah. Okay. It's okay. I can still wait for more than 10 minutes for the braised food. If I wait for more than 20 minutes for the roast duck, well, That's fine. I'll wait. The people in the queue in front smiled, and said that they consciously stood aside and checked their phones while waiting. The people in the queue behind who wanted to buy braised roast duck nodded and agreed to wait, and then followed the people in the queue in front and stood by and waited. Well, how should I put it? Delicious food is worth waiting for. If it weren't for the aroma of the braised food in this really delicious booth, he would not be willing to wait here as soon as he walked nearby. Not even a minute. After all, there are too many delicious foods in the food booth. If this booth is not good, just change to another booth. To be honest, waiting in line is just a waste of time in life. Okay. Thank you for your understanding. Lin Yuan smiled sweetly politely. Wang Tao was still busy frying fish slices for the customer, who originally ordered nourishing fish soup. The diners who were browsing their phones and waiting for the braised food on the side could not help but feel their throats surging when they smelled the delicious nourishing fish soup. And their stomachs were even more eager to eat. I want to drink it. Since it's boring to wait, why not have a nourishing fish soup first? It can not only kill the waiting time, but also satisfy your cravings. So the people in the queue ordered nourishing fish soup without any prior agreement, to contribute to Wang Tao's 10,000 people slaying task, and make a small contribution. Wang Tao took a break from his busy schedule, and clicked on the task interface with his consciousness. Check the progress of the 10,000 people slaying task. 10,000 people slaying. As a future chef who controls food, your ultimate goal is to let more and more customers experience the ultimate deliciousness. Please use nourishing fish soup to attract 10,000 customers. Task progress, 9,468 people. If you work hard, maybe you can complete it after the food festival ends today. Wang Tao suddenly felt the dawn of hope of completing the 10,000 people killing and waved his hand. He was a little fluctuating in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face, and began to concentrate on shabu shabu fish. 1 serving. 2 servings. 3 servings. Wang Tao's cooking speed was very fast. In less than a few minutes, the customers, who were waiting for the braised food and roast duck on the side, also got their own nourishing fish soup. As soon as they took the takeaway box, they started to eat. Wang Tao had just eaten a few bites when he heard the excited conversations of these customers. It's so delicious. Wow. It's really delicious. This fish meat doesn't even have any fish bones. I'm going to buy another bowl later and take it back for my grandfather to try. I came here hungry, but now I drink such a delicious bowl of fish soup. My stomach is warm and comfortable, and I feel a special sense of happiness drinking this bowl of delicious fish soup. They are more looking forward to the fragrant stewed food. At this time, Jiang and 4 others who went to the outside of the booth to receive the goods, together with the stainless steel barrels of stewed food, returned to the Zinchiho booth. Boss Huang, I put the stewed food you want here for you. After Jiang said this, he went to move other ingredients with Jiang Ling and others. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. Wang Tao smiled and thanked them from behind, and then asked Ding Suqin not to worry about packing and to serve the stewed food. Ding Suqin and Lin Yuan hurriedly scooped the marinated food from the stainless steel bucket into the stainless steel plate. Ming and Shao Ji, who had come back from moving goods, were also busy. Put the ducks into the fully automatic roaster one by one. After a while, Ding Suqin and Lin Yuan also scooped the braised food. The booth was full of braised food again, and customers were free to choose. The customers waiting in line looked at the 6 or 7 plates of braised food, each with its own fragrance, color and attractive taste. They all felt that their wait was worth it. 1 braised pig's trotter, 1 braised duck neck, 2 braised chicken feet, 2 braised chicken wings. I want a braised vegetarian dish. 1 braised chicken leg, 1 braised duck neck. Lin Yuan held the takeaway box in her left hand and the long chopsticks in her right hand, and quickly picked up the braised food ordered by the customer, put it in the takeaway box, and then packed it. A busy and hot scene. When Lao Qin and Wei Mingguo arrived at Wang Tao's booth, they saw this hot scene. They were mentally prepared, but they were really shocked by the popularity. On the surveillance screen, you can only see that there are many people, but when they got to the scene, they felt the atmosphere. Wei Mingguo had never seen a situation where people could argue over drinking more fish soup or eating more fish. And they were a pair of twin sisters, who were 15 or 16 years old. They ate faster and faster. They wanted to put their faces in the takeaway box. The girl who was a little shorter was at a disadvantage, and couldn't help but said, "You have half." I have half. Don't be so ugly. Why? You just ate one more piece of fish than me. The girl who was a little taller said angrily. But you drank one more sip of fish soup than me. You ate one more piece of fish first. Neither of these sisters would give in to the other. They were about to fight. But fortunately, their mother spoke up and stopped them. She also promised to buy each of them a bowl of nourishing fish soup, which calmed the dispute. Otherwise, the two sisters would definitely fight for it. Seeing this scene, Wei Ming's old face showed a puzzled look. This nourishing fish soup? Is it really so delicious? These two twin sisters almost turned against each other and fought for a bowl of nourishing fish soup. This is too exaggerated. He just followed Lactation with curiosity and wanted to try the taste of the things in this booth. But now, he actually has some expectations. After all, the public's eyes are sharp. This nourishing fish soup is so popular. So the things in this booth must have his unique features. So, he walked to the end of the queue with full of expectations. Just think about it. He is the former head chef of the state guest house. But he actually queued up with a bunch of young men and girls, as well as the elderly and children to buy. If the news gets out, I don't know how many people in the industry will be shocked. Wei Ming is also well known in the Chinese catering industry. His name is a living golden signboard. Back then, when he retired from the state guest house, a wealthy businessman hired him to cook at home for a high price. But he refused it outright. Instead, he returned to his hometown to enjoy his old age. If it were normal, he would never come to this small booth. But today is different. The booths gathered in the commercial pedestrian street are all representatives of local famous delicacies. Although this Zenhashi restaurant is a small restaurant, it can be selected for this food festival. And it is so popular at the food festival, which means that there must be something special. So, he wanted to taste it. But Lactation behind him didn't think so much. He was just greedy for the food made by Huang Tao. Come to satisfy his craving. Chapter 137 Old Man. Are you okay? The queue was moving slowly. The closer you get to the booth, the aroma of the stewed food and the fresh aroma of the nourishing fish soup became stronger and stronger. Especially the mellow stewed aroma, which was quite strong and high profile. Just smelling this aroma, Wei Ming couldn't help swallowing saliva in his throat. Just smelling it was so tempting that Wei Ming couldn't help but look forward to how amazing it would be when he ate it. He smelled it and exclaimed, "Wow! The stewed soup of this stewed food must be made with pork bones and old hen broth. It smells so delicious. Old Wei, you are still as good as before. You can smell it from such a distance. Amazing." Old Qin smiled and praised, then shook his folding fan and calmly recommended a really delicious restaurant to Wei Ming. This stewed food is indeed made with pork bones and old hen broth. Old Wei, let me tell you, everything in this store is very delicious. Absolutely treasure level. And the boss's cooking skills are also superb. Once the chatterbox is opened, it can't be stopped anymore. As he was talking, Lactation started talking about how he first met the chef because of the pan-fried buns. How delicious the braised pig's trotters, steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, roast duck, crab fried rice cake, etc. were, and how the neighbors lined up like crazy. Wei Ming couldn't help but open his eyes wide, revealing a look of surprise. Are you still the Lactation I know? He never expected it. Lactation, who always spoke sparingly to his colleagues, actually praised the chef who was really delicious, and praised him as if he didn't care about money. The evaluation is still high. He, the former head chef of the state guest station, has never been treated like this. It made him feel that the former head chef of the state guest station is not as good as a chef in a small restaurant. He wanted to see how delicious the food in this store is. Excuse me, what do you want? Lin Yuan asked with a smile, holding a takeaway box and long chopsticks. Wei Ming realized belatedly that it was his turn. He glanced at the 6 or 7 plates of braised food on the stall. The aroma of meat was overflowing and spreading in the air. The color of the marinade was very tempting. Even the vegetarian dishes looked very tasty. And even people who didn't like vegetarian dishes couldn't help but want to taste them. Behind each stainless steel plate, there was a small paper sign with the names of various braised dishes. He scanned them one by one. There were braised chicken feet, braised chicken legs, braised chicken wings, braised duck necks, braised goose feet, braised pig's trotters, etc. The vegetarian dishes included braised kelp, lotus root slices, potato slices, bean skin, etc. The marinade is rich, bright red, fragrant, soft and oily, and it is a top-grade marinade. It makes people salivate. I want to taste it. He smiled and said, please give me one portion of all the food in the booth, and a whole roast duck. While waiting for the meal, his occupational disease came back. He began to look at Huang Tao's cooking techniques in booth. As a qualified chef, no matter how busy he is, the table must always be kept clean and tidy, so that the food cooked can be guaranteed to be hygienic. Secondly, the hand skills are very important, like flipping the big spoon, turning the pot, taking out the pot, taking the dishes, and plating. These are all exquisite. A good chef can do this set of actions smoothly like flowing water, without any delay. The plating technique seems simple, but in fact, how to make the shape and color of the dishes beautiful and meet the hygiene standards is also a science. When plating, it is necessary to ensure that the beauty of the food will not be destroyed. He looked at Huang Tao carefully with a scrutinizing eye. Although Huang Tao was very busy when he was shabu-shabu fish slices, but his movements were orderly and his hand speed was flying. But the table was always kept very clean. After each piece of fish slices, he would wipe off the remaining soup on the table as quickly as possible without disrupting the rhythm of his shabu-shabu fish slices. Seeing this, Wei Minglan nodded in approval. This calm expression and this smooth movement are very chef-like. Just a small action of cleaning the table is the quality that a good chef should have. And all the actions of Huang Tao in cooking nourishing fish soup are very clean and neat. Put the thin fish slices. Pour in the boiling fish soup. Sprinkle with chopped green onions. The whole process. There is no extra movement. It looks very ornamental. And the control of the heat is also very precise. This skill, at least 20 years of cooking can be achieved. This level of control of the heat cannot be achieved without 20 years of skill. Wei Mingwa thought to himself. After seeing Huang Tao's duck slicing skills again, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This knife skill is amazing. Uncle, please take your takeaway box. A total of 340 yuan. You can pay by scanning the Alipay code, and you will have a chance to get a red envelope, Lin Yuan said, and handed the packed food bag to Wei Mingwa. Okay. Thank you. Wei Mingwa recovered and thanked him. After taking the food bag, he scanned the code to pay. Alipay has arrived. 340 yuan. He walked aside with the food bag, ready to wait for Lactation to buy it, and then go back together, looking at the braised pig's trotters in the top packing box in the food bag. The color is rich. I wonder if the taste of this braised food is as amazing as it smells. He opened the top box and took out the braised pig's trotters. The braised pig's trotters are very soft and can be torn directly with a light bite. The tendons hang on the bones and bounce up and down. Instantly, the plump pig's trotters, full of collagen mixed with the aroma of the braised food, burst on the tip of the tongue. Soft, glutinous, fragrant and smooth. The aroma of the braised food is overflowing. A special sense of happiness arises in my heart, stimulating every cell of Wei Mingwa. Tears can't help but flow from his eyes. It tastes so good that it makes you cry. People with a particularly sensitive sense of taste can often feel the happiness of delicious food more than ordinary people. Over the years, countless people have asked him the same question. How to describe the most perfect delicacy? To be honest, he has not had an accurate answer over the years. But now, he has it. The most perfect taste is that it tastes so good that it makes you cry. Before he retired, he also made some braised food. He loved to study recipe innovation all his life. He also improved the marinade formula several times. It can only be said that it is slightly better, but it is definitely not as amazing as this marinade. The rich, overbearing and fierce marinade makes any meat fragrant. And the same is true for braised vegetables. Whether it is the store owner's own creation or the ancestral recipe, it is a specialty. This is really delicious. It is definitely a dark horse of this food festival. He reached out and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Old man, are you okay? A concerned voice came from the side. Wei Mingwa turned his head and saw that the head chef of Zuweiji, Lactation, was leaning over and looking at him in confusion. After seeing Wei Mingwa's face clearly, Lacation's eyes suddenly flashed with shock. The customers in line may not know Wei Mingwa, but as a member of the chef industry, how could Lactation not know the big names in the same industry? However, he did not expect that Wei Mingwa would actually come to the booth of Zinchichi to queue up to buy. What he did not expect was that Wei Ming cried, because of a braised pig's trotter. Wei Lao. It's you? I felt familiar just now. I didn't expect it to be you. Old Qian said excitedly. The name of Wei Mingguo was naturally like thunder in Lao Qian's ears. You can even say he is your idol. At this moment, the chefs of Zuweiji all looked over when they heard the chef's excited voice. They also recognized Wei Mingguo. Looking at the food bag in his hand, and the braised pig's trotters, that he had not yet finished chewing. It suddenly became clear that even the former head chef of the Gourmet station was impressed by the food of Zenhashi restaurant. Of course, they didn't think it was strange. After all, the food of Zenhashi restaurant was really delicious. No one can resist it. After Wei Mingguo and Lao Qian exchanged a few polite words, seeing that Lao Qian had already bought it, he said goodbye to Lao Qian, reunited with Lao Qian, and went back together. As soon as he returned to the monitoring room, the fat Lao Zhu immediately came over and said, "Let me try it quickly. I want to see what's special about the food at this Zenhashi booth." Wei Ming was subconsciously said, "It's so delicious that I cry." Old Wei. How do you know? Old Zhu looked at Wei Mingwu with a look of brother seems to have a story. Wei Mingwu didn't hesitate and admitted directly, "I tried it." Tried it? Old Zhu looked shocked. As if to say, is this something I can listen to for free? After the shock, he couldn't wait to have his favorite braised chicken leg to calm down, and taste it to see if it was really as delicious as Wei Mingwu said. Old Zhu opened the takeaway box of braised food. The braised food that was so close to him ran his sense of smell wave after wave of ruthless crushing. It seemed to be a revenge for his disapproval. In this regard, Old Zhu had no resistance and let it whip. Gurgle. His throat surged, and he took a bite of the braised chicken leg. At that moment, his taste buds were greatly satisfied. It has been boiled over high heat for at least 3 times. But why is the meat still so tender? The moment you bite it, it even bounces against your teeth. The meat is also full and juicy, and you feel like the juice is bursting in your mouth. Even the bones are very tasty. Often, it is difficult to taste the bones of braised chicken legs. And even if they are, the meat is not so tender. But this chicken leg is so tender that it is so tender that it can be crushed. So tender that it can be removed from the bones. And it is so perfectly combined with the marinade. There are only 2 ways to do this. That is the heat and the marinade recipe. I didn't expect that this unknown booth actually mastered the heat and the ratio of various spices to such a fine degree. Wow! The taste is first class. The taste is first class. This braised chicken leg is top-notch. After eating a braised chicken leg, he immediately commented, "Just now, he thought that Wei Ming was saying that it was so delicious that he cried was too exaggerated. Now, where is it exaggerated? Not at all. What's so good that it makes you cry? It's so delicious that you want to swallow your tongue." Chapter 138 Baba. Is 1 bite enough? What? What did you say? Master Wei Mingguo also went to the Zenchichi booth to queue up to buy? And said it was so delicious that it made him cry? I was just at the booth called Zenchichi, and saw many chefs and waiters from other booths queuing up. But Master Wei Mingguo was there. Why didn't I see him? I seemed to be in the crowd at that time, and saw an old man who looked very much like Wei Mingguo, crying while eating braised pig's trotters. Now that you said that, I am sure that I saw Master Wei Mingguo. Oh my god. I actually missed the opportunity to take a photo with my idol. The food at the Zenchichi booth was praised so highly by Master Wei Mingguo. It's amazing. If you ask me, the true identity of the owner of this Zenchichi must be very complicated. There is a big shop behind it. To be honest, the food at this Zhenhaoqi booth is really delicious. It is not surprising that it can attract other colleagues. Master Wei Mingguo and Mr. Qin. That's right. The food at this booth is amazing to everyone who has tasted it. And everyone who has smelled it praises it. It completely conquers diners with its excellent color, aroma, taste and shape. Very good. This Zhenhaoqi booth has successfully attracted my attention. I have to go and try it to see if it is as delicious as Master Wei Mingguo said. The news that Wei Mingguo went to the Zhenhaoqi booth to queue up and commented that the food at the Zhenhaoqi booth was so delicious that he cried. And that many chefs and waiters from various companies visited the Zhenhaoqi booth at the food festival. Spread like wildfire. And it spread from 1 to 10. From 10 to 100. People at the food festival basically knew that there was a booth called Zhenhaoqi that was praised by Master Wei Mingguo and recognized by his peers. The Zhenhaoqi booth, which was already full, became even more popular. People kept gathering towards the Jinhaoqi booth, wanting to taste how delicious the Jinhaoqi food that Wei Mingwei exaggerated to be so delicious that it made people cry was. Once they arrived nearby, everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes and sniffed it with enjoyment at the strong aroma of the stew. What a nice smell. I've never smelled such a rich and mellow braised food. Just by smelling it, I know that the taste of this braised food must be great. TSK TSK TSK. This mouth-watering rich braised food. Just smelling it. The glutton in my body is ready to move. I can't suppress it. No. No. I can't stand it anymore. I have to buy some to try. Boss, give me 1 portion of all the braised food in your store. I want 3 portions of each. Other diners who came one after another after hearing the reputation. When they heard someone shouting to order food from a distance, they were afraid that if they didn't shout, the boss wouldn't hear them and miss the braised food. So, they also shouted. In front of the booth of Zinchashi, such a bizarre scene appeared. Many diners who came from all directions, several meters away from the booth, shouted to buy braised food. Some diners even had some minor frictions in order to compete for a queue position closer to the booth. New customers, please line up in an orderly manner. One by one. Don't squeeze. Facing this group of enthusiastic new customers, Wang Tao hurriedly spoke to comfort them. At the same time, Huang Yida, Jiang Guwei, and Jiang Ling hurried forward to maintain order at the scene, for fear of a shoving and trampling incident. If this happens, joy will turn into sorrow. Xiao Xianxian also stood on a chair and shouted to the new customers in a baby voice, "Uncles, aunts, grandpa and grandma, you have to line up one by one and obey the order. This little look is so cute. Who is this little girl? She is so beautiful. Children know to line up one by one. We should set a good example. That's right. We can't teach children bad things." Everyone started to line up. But because there were so many people, it was crowded. Everyone came from different directions again. The scene became extremely chaotic. Looking at this somewhat chaotic scene, Shouan's beautiful eyes widened. Oh! Why is it getting more and more chaotic? She felt that she seemed to help more than help. At this time, several staff members in charge of the on-site order saw that there was something wrong with Jinhaoqi and came over. What's wrong? What happened? Why is it so chaotic? It's like this. Everyone wanted to line up. But because there were too many people, there were some small collisions. We are now maintaining order. Wang Yida smiled and explained to the staff. So that's it. Then let us help you. After asking about the situation at Jinhaoqi, the staff also helped to maintain order. With the joint efforts of many parties, the chaos at the Jinhaoqi booth was finally under control. 5 columns were lined up, and in the blink of an eye, they stretched out for dozens of meters, like 5 long dragons. It was spectacular. Huang Tao and others were also busy. Huang Tao only had to be responsible for cooking. Ding Suqin and others assisted in the rest of the chores. Fortunately, they were all very capable, saving Huang Tao a lot of energy and effort. Just do the work of shabu-shabu fish slices and roast duck slices. Song Xiaolian saw that her son and others were always busy, but she couldn't help. So she could only help take care of the children. Although taking care of the children, but Xianxian was well-behaved and sensible, and she didn't have to worry about it at all. At this time, she was very free. But she was also a person who couldn't sit still, seeing that everyone was so busy that they didn't even care about their saliva. She went to the side and got a few bottles of mineral water, and also thoughtfully helped them open the lids and insert a straw to make it convenient for them to drink. This thoughtful move naturally made the employees feel warm in their hearts, and thanked them again and again. "Auntie, you are so thoughtful. Thank you. You have worked so hard. I should bring you some water." Song Xiaolian's face was filled with a kind smile. Then she walked to Wang Tao's side, handed him the bottle of mineral water with a straw, and said with a smile, "Son, come, drink some water first." "Hey!" After Wang Tao drank a few sips, he threw himself into the great cause of cooking. Seeing that her father was always busy, Xianxian asked with concern, "Dad, are you tired of slicing roast duck and shabu-shabu fish slices like this? How about I help you massage your arm?" "Ah!" Wang Tao smiled. "I am sure you are a little tired. But Xianxian doesn't need to massage your arm. Xianxian just needs to encourage Dad." Xianxian blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked in confusion, How to encourage? Well, it's very simple. He smiled and raised his hand, pointed to his cheek and said, "Kiss daddy and cheer him up." That's encouragement. Xian understood and hurriedly stepped forward with her thin legs. Wang Tao bent down and tilted his head. Baji. Xian pouted her pink little mouth and kissed Wang Tao on the face, blinking her eyes and asked, "Daddy, is one kiss enough?" Ouch. Wang Tao felt like his soul flew away. The little guy saw that he didn't answer and thought it was not enough. So, she pouted her little mouth again and kissed him hard on the face. She curved her eyebrows and said, "Daddy, is this enough?" "Well, it's enough if Daddy kisses Xian too." He smiled in his eyes, pouted his mouth, and said something vaguely. Xian thought about it, and took the initiative to put her little face against Wang Tao's mouth. Wow! Wang Tao suddenly felt full of strength. International Hotel booth. The news that Wei Mingwa, Lao Qin and many colleagues went to the Zinchichi booth to line up to buy reached the ears of Ma Qingxiong, the head chef of the International Hotel. Head chef Ma. Now the Zinchichi booth is full of customers. Basically they are going for the evaluation of Master Wei Mingwa. Ma Qingxiong's expression was a bit complicated after hearing the news that his subordinates had inquired from somewhere. The booth that could make Wei Mingwa personally line up and give such a high evaluation must have its special advantages. He was also a little worried because of this. Worried that the other party's business was too good. It would affect their hotel's business. But this worry soon dissipated. The International Hotel is a 5-star hotel. After all, whether in terms of the taste of the food, or the popularity and market reputation, they are also well recognized by the majority of customers. Moreover, the main attraction of this time, Longting Sihai, takes a people-friendly route. The price is not expensive, and is deeply loved by customers. It is really as a customer said, the dishes are still delicious in big stores like yours. And the special dishes brought specially, such as smoked fish at 15 yuan per portion, and shrimp dumplings at 15 yuan/4, are also very popular among packers. He is very confident about the food in his booth. He said with an indifferent look of not caring about it or not paying attention to it. "We don't care about other booths. Just do our own work well." After that, he went to prepare the ingredients needed for the on-site teaching at 3 p.m. Although it was still early for the on-site teaching, he still wanted to prepare early to make sure everything was foolproof. Chapter 139 Fish soup with rice cake is still a little sweet. Around 1 o'clock, Wang Tao's booth stopped selling braised food and roast duck. It's not that he didn't want to sell. It's just that they were sold out. The new braised food is still being braised in the store. The new roast duck is still hanging in the store, waiting to be blown dry. There are not many nourishing fish soup and steamed glutinous rice ribs left. After hearing the news, the customers in the queue behind also expressed their understanding and said they would go shopping first and come back to buy later. As for Jiang Gui and Jiang Ling, father and daughter, they went back long ago after moving the ingredients. Before leaving, Wang Tao gave them both some new braised food to express his gratitude. At this time, seeing that the customers in the queue had almost dispersed, Wang Tao simply took advantage of this free time to let several employees take a break and have lunch. Eat enough so that you can have the energy to continue working in the afternoon. Wang Tao smiled and asked, "For lunch, let's have fish soup with rice cake, steamed glutinous rice with spare ribs, and the 2 roast ducks I reserved." "Okay. Sure. I couldn't ask for more." The roast duck could be sold, but the boss kept it for them. Besides, there was fish soup with rice cake that you couldn't buy even with money. Naturally, they happily agreed. As long as it's made by Dad. I like it. Xian's beautiful eyes curved into crescents. Anyway, in her mind, as long as it's made by Dad, it's the most delicious in the world. These words sounded very pleasant to Wang Tao's ears. Ouch. This is a kind of deliciousness called Dad's cooking. I hope you will always like the food made by Dad. And Dad will cook for you very attentively. He happily began to prepare lunch. Fish soup and rice cake. Open the lid of the stainless steel bucket containing nourishing fish soup. Scoop up the boiling fish soup with a large spoon, and pour it into the pot. Pour the cut rice cake into the fish soup. Add some mushrooms, and boil. Cook the rice cake until it is soft and glutinous, and the mushrooms are cooked. Add some small green vegetables and blanch them. Turn off the heat. Sprinkle with chopped green onions. Remove the pot. A pot of fragrant fish soup with rice cake is done. The steps are quite simple. It is delicious and should taste very good. Fish soup with rice cake is here. With Huang Tao's shout. A pot of hot and fragrant fish soup with rice cake was served on the temporary folding table. White rice cake, brown mushrooms, green vegetables and thin fish meat, sprinkled with emerald green onions, make people's appetites open. Smells so good. Smells so good. Xian wants to eat it. Shouan's stomach growled when she smelled it, and she licked the corner of her lips greedily with her little tongue. Okay. Daddy will serve you first. Huang Tao saw her little greedy cat look. Couldn't help but laugh. Took the small bowl beside, and served her a bowl first. Xian saw that her father had put a lot of rice cakes in her bowl, but there were only a few mushrooms. The little guy immediately refused to do it. She pouted her pink little mouth, pointed at the mushrooms in the basin, and reminded Daddy, I want mushrooms. More mushrooms. More mushrooms. The little guy especially likes to eat all kinds of mushrooms. Now when she sees mushrooms, she wants all the mushrooms to come to her bowl. Huang Tao naturally knows her preferences. He wanted to give her more mushrooms after serving them, but he didn't expect the little guy to be anxious. He smiled and replied, okay. Daddy knows. As he said that, he put a lot of mushrooms into her bowl. Thank you, Dad. Seeing this, the little guy smiled, took the chopsticks, and wanted to pick up the mushrooms in the bowl. Lin Yuan gently reminded, be careful of the heat. Huang Tao smiled, reached out and took a few tissues, folded them in half, and fanned the fish soup and rice cakes vigorously, stirring them gently with a spoon. A lot of hot air was blown away in an instant. The 2 points of using local materials and being meticulous made Lin Yuan, Ding Suqin, Yan Ming, Xiao Ji and Huang Tao's parents all look admired on their faces. Boss, I don't even need to lean on the wall. I just admire you. You are definitely the #1 in the world of nannies. Careful and thoughtful. Lin Yuan gave a thumbs up in admiration, thinking that as she and Yan Ming get married and have children in the future, if Yan Ming can take care of the children with half the skills of the boss, she will be satisfied. As if there is a telepathy, Yan Ming reached out and held Lin Yuan's hand, and whispered in her ear, don't worry. I will definitely be a good father in the future. Huang Tao ignored the couple's lovey-dovey, and felt that the temperature was about right. So he smiled and pushed the small bowl in front of Xian, saying, Xian, try it first. If it's still hot, fan it again. Xian picked up a mushroom, carefully brought it to her mouth, and tested the temperature. Feeling that it was not hot anymore, she put the whole mushroom into her mouth and ate it. The mushrooms were very fresh and tender, and tasted smooth. They absorbed the fish soup, and were very tasty. She narrowed her eyes, and wrinkled her nose. It's not hot. It's delicious. It's delicious. So you should eat more. Huang Tao's eyes were filled with a gentle smile, while he wiped the soup residue from the corner of her mouth with a napkin. Then he picked up the big bowl beside him, and served a bowl to his parents. Song Xiaolian and his wife felt sorry for their son, who was tired all morning, and pushed their own portions in front of him. Son, you eat first. We can serve ourselves. I can't finish 2 bowls, so I'll have my bowl. Huang Tao didn't want to reject his parents' kindness, so he took a bowl and said to several employees while eating, don't stand there. Hurry up and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Everyone was hungry, so they shared the big pot of fish soup with rice cakes. Yan Ming also served a bowl to Lin Yuan first, and even stirred it with a spoon to dissipate the heat. How to say it? Looking at the caring things he did for her, it was as if there was a little sun in front of her chest, so warm that she felt that all the tiredness didn't matter, as long as the person in front of her was by her side. In short, the feeling of being taken care of by the beloved is so happy. Lin Yuan ate the fish soup and rice cake handed over by Yan Ming, and always felt that it was not only very fresh, but also a little sweet. Yan Ming also wolfed down this late lunch. Eat a rice cake. So fresh. Another mushroom. So good. He found that the fish soup and rice cake cooked by Boss Huang were also very delicious. At this time, everyone was immersed in enjoying the food, with only the end of chewing left, attracted passers-by to stop. Even the waiters at the next booth also poked their heads out. Some people were greedy and couldn't help but ask. When asked if the rice cake they were eating was sold in the booth, they all showed a look of disappointment after learning that it was only for the staff meal in the store, and would not be sold to the public. The waiters in the next booth even shed tears of envy and jealousy. Look at the staff meals that other people eat. The boss cooks them personally. And they are delicious and have expensive roast duck. And what about them? The staff meals are still in the pig food stage. Generally, they are cheap vegetables such as potatoes, small greens, cabbage, and tofu. As for meat dishes, there are some, but not many. Moreover, the task of cooking staff meals is usually given to 1 or 2 chefs who have just started working in the kitchen. Can the food made in this way be delicious? It can only be said that it is fried and not deadly. Now, after seeing the really delicious staff meals eaten by employees, they just want to ask one question. Boss, are you still hiring? I sign up. Chapter 140, a walking food textbook. It was a little after 2:30 in the afternoon. The new batch of braised food and roast duck and other ingredients needed for the Jinhaoqi booth had been successfully transported to the outskirts of the food festival by the driver, waiting for the pickup. After receiving the call, Wang Tao led a group of employees to move, with everyone working together. It wasn't long before the Jinhaoqi booth was full of braised food again, waiting for customers to come. Ming and Xiao Ji also started to hang the ducks into the fully automatic baking machine one by one. Wang Tao also steamed the spare ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice in the steamer, and told Ding Suqin to keep an eye on the time. Everything was ready, just waiting for new and old customers to come back, and the customers who had gone to other places because the braised food was gone. Now, seeing that the agreed time was almost up, came to the Jinhaoqi booth from all directions. As soon as they smelled the rich aroma of stewed food in the air, they knew that the stewed food from the Zenchichi booth had arrived. It wasn't that their noses were so sharp, but that the stewed food was so rich that there was no other place in the entire booth that could match it. Fuck. The stewed food has arrived. I have to get some quickly. The tall man who first smelled the aroma quickly rushed to the Zenchichi booth. Please give me one of each stewed food. Lin Yuan took the takeaway box, raised the long chopsticks, and nodded with a smile. Okay. Please wait. Although the tall man reacted quickly, the reactions of other diners were not slow. A group of people rushed directly to the booth, unable to stop, and suddenly bumped into the booth, making a painful ouch sound. Fortunately, the booth was solid. Otherwise it would have been knocked down. If there was a large glass in front of the booth at this moment, these people's faces would definitely hit the glass hard, and then be squeezed and deformed, with twitching mouth corners. This scene is really funny. Lin Yuan hurriedly shook her head to dispel this messy scene, recovering the qualities that a qualified packer should have. She smiled and asked with concern, "Everyone, are you okay?" The diners rubbed the parts that were hurt by the collision, showing an awkward but polite smile, shaking their hands and saying, "It's okay. It's okay. Sorry. I almost knocked down your booth. It's okay. You didn't mean to do it." Wang Tao smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. "Since everyone is okay, please line up first, one by one." "Oh, okay." The diners nodded and lined up in an orderly manner. "Braised food. I want everything except vegetarian dishes. And give me a bowl of nourishing fish soup." Lin Yuan listened to the order, took the long chopsticks, and put the braised food ordered by the customer into the takeaway box. Wang Tao also started to fry the fish slices. The booth was busy again. At the same time, Jiang Ling's cousin Yang Xiaobing drove to the commercial pedestrian street. After seeing the photos posted by her cousin Jiang Ling on WeChat Moments, she had been itching to eat the braised chicken wings and braised chicken legs, and was curious about how delicious the braised food in this booth was. After all, the foodie cousin recommended it, so the taste must be right. As for how delicious it is, you can only know after tasting it. After all, everyone's taste is different. It just so happened that her best friend Lin Monli, who was the editor-in-chief of Wanling Food magazine, asked her to go to the food festival together in the afternoon. So she simply agreed. Editor-in-chief of a food magazine, having been dealing with all kinds of food for many years, she has a better appreciation. You can't go wrong visiting the food festival with such a walking food textbook. She parked the car in the parking lot near the food exhibition. As soon as she parked the car, the WeChat message notification sound rang. Pick up the phone, swipe the screen, click WeChat, and check the message. "My best friend is the Queen Eileen Monli. Bing bing. I'm at the parking lot near the food festival booth. Where are you now? My best friend is the goddess Yang Xiaobing. Lily. I just arrived and just parked the car. Let's meet at the B gate later." Let's go to booth 88 to eat braised food first. My best friend is the Queen Lin Yuan. Sister, did you make a typo? Let's go eat braised food. My best friend is the goddess Yang Xiaobing, Lily. I didn't make a typo. And you didn't see it wrong. It's indeed braised food. Let's meet at the B gate later. My best friend is the Queen Lin Yuan. Dizzy dizzy dizzy. Yang Xiaobing pursed her lips and smiled, ignoring her best friend's emoticons. Put away the phone. Touch up the makeup and tidy up the hair. Looked at herself in the small mirror, feeling beautiful. So she picked up the handbag and got out of the car. Ding. After locking the car, she walked to the door of B. She clicked on the picture her cousin had sent her before. And it happened that the visual angle of the picture sent by her cousin was similar to where she was standing now. She planned to follow the picture to find the booth number 88 later. Just after she arrived, she heard the voice of her best friend Lin Yuan. Bing bing. She looked sideways and saw her bestie coming. Her face was made of delicate makeup, which made her skin look fair, smooth and tight. Her fiery red lips were as sexy as ever. She wore a pair of cool sunglasses, a black slim coat, a black tube dress, a pair of black stockings on her legs, and a pair of leopard print pointed high heels. The overall black color also gave off a wild vibe, making her look particularly queen-like. In just a few steps, she exuded the aura of a queen. Yang Xiaobing praised generously, Lily, we have such a good understanding. You are in black and I am in white. It is a perfect match of black and white. But your aura instantly exploded. We are in tune with each other. Lin Yuan pursed her lips and raised a charming smile. She looked at Yang Xiaobing wearing a white coat, white wide-leg pants, oversized earrings, a pair of big black sunglasses on her nose, and a touch of red lips. She looked elegant and fashionable. She couldn't help but praise, you look good too. Fashionable and beautiful. After the two of them flattered each other, they remembered the main business of this food festival. Bing bing. You're here. You finally come to the food festival. What kind of braised food are you going to eat? Lin Yuan remembered that her bestie had just said on WeChat that she was going to eat braised food. So she couldn't help but complain. She said, let's go. I've been working on food magazines for so many years. I know which area and hotel in Wanling City has delicious and unique food. Many of them are participating in this food festival, especially the International Hotel. The food booth this time launched Lunchtime High. I heard that the taste is very good. I'll take you there to try the food they brought this time. Who knew that Yang Xiaobing would keep it a secret? Editor-in-Chief Lin. You've miscalculated this time. You haven't heard of the booth number 88 that we're going to. Look at this photo. She handed her phone to her bestie. The screen was filled with close-ups of braised chicken legs and wings. The color was rosy and natural. There was still some rich marinade hanging on the wings and legs. It seemed that you could still smell the aroma of the marinade. You could peek into its deliciousness from the glowing skin. Based on her keen intuition developed from years of being in charge of food magazines, she felt that there seemed to be no shortage of topics for the next issue. Of course, the prerequisite is that the taste must be good. Where did you get this photo from? My cousin sent it to me. Don't worry. It's high definition and unedited. Yang Xiaobing knew Jiang Ling very well. She assured him while taking the photo, and then smiled and said, let's go buy some braised food first. I heard that the braised food at this booth is very popular, and many people are lining up. After that, she reached out and took Lin Yuan's arm, and led her to booth 88.